Friends, have you ever experienced those incredible moments? For example, after working overtime for 2 consecutive days, you fell asleep immediately because you were so sleepy, but when you woke up, you realized that only 1 hour had passed? But in fact, you had slept for a full 25 hours. For example, in a dream you are adventuring in a zombie world and trying your best to escape, but you suddenly wake up when you are bitten by a zombie, only to find that it was just a nightmare? My experience was even more bizarre than these. My name is Chen Yi, and after I woke up, the whole world had changed. Humanity is forced to enter the survival battlefield of all races. The rules are as follows: each person starts with a shelter, which has a 3-day protection period. During this period, monsters will not refresh around the shelter, but if you walk too far, the monsters will kill you. What's even more cruel is that after 100 days, this iron world will be destroyed. The only way to survive is to defeat the boss in the current area and open the passage to the next level, Bronze World. In order to give humanity a chance to survive, everyone can draw a talent and choose a profession to survive. And I was lucky enough to obtain the only EX-level talent, Infinite Plunder. The effect of my talent: I can plunder the talents of others and amplify them 100-fold. Congratulations, you killed the Angel of Light and successfully plundered the talent, Angel Body. After 100 times amplification, you will obtain the talent, Holy Body. Congratulations, you killed the Old God and successfully plundered the talent, Source of Pollution. After 100 times amplification, you obtained the talent, Source of All Evil. Congratulations, you have killed the Lord of Time and Space and successfully plundered the talent, Control of Time and Space. After 100 times amplification, you have obtained the talent, All-Knowing and All-Seeing. Many years later, the strong men of all races were shocked. This guy must be cheating. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? In response, I just smiled calmly. How can I cheat? It's just my talent, a little bit more than yours. At this moment, in a small wooden house, I stared at the words on the light screen, my mind filled with surging thoughts. Have I been teleported here? What exactly is this? A survival game among all races? Or is the god playing a trick on me? Are other races in another world? These questions kept circling in my mind. But soon, I realized that the most important thing right now was to adapt to this world as quickly as possible. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how to die. At this moment, a loud reminder sounded in my ears. Please open the system panel and extract your talent. I frowned slightly, wondering, how do I open it? I took a deep breath, focused my consciousness, and tried to open the so-called system panel. Then, a light screen appeared in front of me, and the interface was filled with various options. Regional channel, world channel, exchange friends. Character, pet, profession, talent, storage space. I couldn't help but glance at the options, and my eyes stopped at regional channel. Number of people online, 100,000. At this time, the chat messages kept flashing on the screen. What is the 10,000 races survival battlefield? I haven't even started enjoying my life yet, why am I here? What the hell is this place? Can't we just stop playing? I was born in a wooden house. There was a cliff in front of me and a thick fog below. I couldn't see clearly what was below. I heard the wolf howling and was scared to death. Who can come and save me? Fuck, I finally traveled through time, ha ha ha, where's the system? Where is it? The chats were disorganized and contained no useful information. I was upset and stopped reading. Next, I clicked on the talent option. As a flash of light passed by, the light curtain turned into a huge turntable with the words, Extract Talent, written on it. Without hesitation, I clicked the Extract button. The turntable began to spin at an alarming speed until it finally disappeared. At this moment, a voice rang in my ears. Congratulations on obtaining the only EX-level talent, Infinite Plunder. Unlimited Plunder, rank, EX level, Authority 1. After killing a living being, you can plunder the other party's talents. Among talents of the same type, higher talents will automatically cover lower talents and merge. Authority 2. After plundering talents, the obtained talents can be amplified by 100 times. Subsequent authority unlocked. I stared at the EX-level talent in front of me, and my mind went blank. I actually drew the only EX-level talent. There was no mention of this level of talent in the system's previous prompts. Moreover, this talent is so powerful. Not only can it plunder the opponent's talent, but it can also amplify it 100 times. I'm afraid that even SSS-level talents are far from being able to match it. If I could plunder SSS-level talents, how amazing would the amplification effect be? Moreover, the subsequent powers that the system has not unlocked are even more difficult for me to imagine. If it is so strong in the early stage, how strong will it be in the future? I dare not imagine it at all. Then, I decided to change my job. I opened the job panel and 6 jobs appeared in front of me. If you choose a warrior, all attributes will increase by 1 after upgrading, and strength will increase by an additional 1 point. The initial skill is Whirlwind. If you choose a mage, your intelligence will increase by 1 point and your initial skill will be Fireball. If you choose a priest, your intelligence and physique will increase by 0.5 respectively, and your initial skill will be Healing. If you choose a knight, your strength and constitution will increase by 0.5 each, and your initial skill will be Blessing of Strength. If you choose an archer, strength and agility will increase by 0.5 each, and the initial skill is Precision Shooting. If you choose an assassin, your agility will increase by 1 point and your initial skill will be Backstab. I pondered. My talent belongs to the late stage type. In the early stage, I will try my best to survive. In the current environment, the safest profession is undoubtedly the archer. Warriors need to fight monsters in close combat, which is too dangerous. The mage's fireball has a short range, and if it fails to hit the monster, it's almost suicide. As a single-target healer, although the priest can protect himself, he can't help much when he is isolated and helpless. The monster will not let you go just because you can heal. Although the knight can use the Blessing of Strength to enhance his own combat effectiveness, like the warrior, he also has to fight face to face. The assassin's backstab is indeed powerful, but if it fails to kill, he will still be in danger. So after weighing the pros and cons, the archer is the only safest choice. Not only can the archer attack from a distance and consume the enemy with accurate shooting, but he can also easily escape through kite tactics. If he is defeated, he can run away. As long as I can loot a powerful talent, my survivability will be greatly improved. In the end, I chose the archer. You chose archer as your profession. Your attribute growth has changed. You learned the initial skill, Precision Shooting. Precision Shooting. Arrow hit rate increases by 10%. You have obtained a beginner's wooden longbow and 10 arrows. The rewards have been sent to the storage space, please check it in time. I opened the storage space and saw a wooden longbow and 10 wooden arrows lying there quietly. Novice wooden longbow, damage, 1 to 3 introduction, made of elm wood, it is tough and has clear texture. It has moderate hardness and is suitable for making longbows. Wooden arrow, damage 1, introduction, although wooden arrows are not sharp, they have good penetrating power. I picked up the longbow and arrow, and my hands felt heavy. Suddenly, I felt a familiar feeling. It was as if I had practiced for several years, and I could use the bow and arrow as easily as my arm. I understood that this was the professional power given to me by the system. Opening the character panel, I saw my information, Chen Yi, occupation, archer, level, 1, experience 0%. Basic strength, 1.5, basic constitution, 1, basic agility, 1.5, basic intelligence, 1, equipment, novice wooden longbow, talent, unlimited plunder, skill, accurate shooting. The numbers on the panel looked ordinary, but my talent gave me unlimited possibilities. Everything was ready, and I looked outside. In the distance was a forest thick with fog. What kind of unknown dangers were hidden in it? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. After all, I was just an ordinary person. If I encountered any unexpected situation, I might not even have a chance to escape. The system prompts that the novice protection period is 3 days, but I don't intend to wait for 3 days before facing the monster's attack. During these 3 days, I must acquire the ability to protect myself as soon as possible. The system also prompted that there were supplies and treasure chests nearby. In that case, I would collect the supplies and treasure chests first. Thinking of this, I picked up the longbow and quickly walked out the door. As soon as I went out, I noticed that my cabin was located on a meadow. In front of me was a foggy forest, behind me was a dense grassland, and in the distance was still the mysterious fog. My cabin was surrounded by fog, with no shelter around it. If the monsters were to spawn in 3 days, the cabin would definitely be the first target. At this moment, a sense of urgency surged in my heart. I licked my dry lips and realized that I hadn't eaten or drunk anything yet. Just then, I noticed a light reflected into my sight not far away. I looked over and found that it was a box made of black iron, only a dozen meters away from the wooden house. I looked around carefully and ran over quickly. This treasure chest is made of black iron and has silver-white patterns carved on the surface, which looks very exquisite. I couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. Inside were 3 loaves of rye bread, a 2.5-liter bottle of mineral water, and a ring. Rye bread and mineral water were essential to me, and I quickly put them into the storage space. I took the remaining ring in my hand and examined it carefully. The ring was light blue and cold to the touch. Suddenly, the ring emitted a curtain of light. Precision ring, hits, 1, introduction, made of water copper, clear and bright. After seeing this information, I put the ring on my finger without hesitation. The moment I put on the ring, I felt my eyes light up, as if my vision became clearer. This ring seemed to be able to provide a little help for my upcoming battle. Then I continued to search around the wooden house. Finally, I found 3 wooden treasure chests. When I opened them, I was somewhat relieved by the supplies inside: a 500-gram package of compressed dry food, a 1.5-liter bottle of Coca-Cola, and 3 rolls of toilet paper. Looking at these supplies, I couldn't help thinking, these may only barely last for 3 days. After 3 days, I will have to fend for myself. In the distance, the foggy forest made me hesitate. After careful consideration, I decided to explore. In contrast, the grassland seemed to have no cover and it was easy to expose myself, while the forest could provide more cover, and if I encountered an enemy, I would have room to maneuver. I quickly ate 2 bites of compressed dry food, drank half a bottle of Coke, took a short rest, and after regaining some strength, I picked up the longbow and an arrow and headed into the forest. The remaining arrows were stored in my storage space so I could use them at any time. When I reached the edge of the forest, visibility was reduced to only about 20 meters. Still, that was enough for me. I stepped into the fog and suddenly heard a warning in my ears. "Warning, the fog is dangerous, please be careful." But I ignored it and continued walking forward cautiously. The surrounding forests were sparse, and the air was filled with the smell of decaying trees. The crunching sound of the leaves covering the ground with each step made me alert. At this moment, a dark shadow flashed before my eyes. I immediately pulled the bowstring tight, aimed at the target, and shot the arrow. The rabbit was a green swift rabbit, eating tender sprouts. I hit it with 1 strike, and the arrow pierced through its body and nailed it to the tree trunk. Although the rabbit was still struggling, I quickly rushed over and punched it on the head. With the sound of its skull breaking, the rabbit was no longer alive. A golden light overflowed from the rabbit's body and merged into my body, and the experience bar increased. Then the system prompt sounded. "Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the Swift Rabbit's talent, Swift Step." I found that the talent of Wind Step was upgraded to Wind Speed, which increases the movement and attack speed by 50%, which made me very excited. It turned out that there was such a huge gap between the talents of each grade. After putting the rabbit carcass into the storage space, I felt my body changing. My muscles became tighter, and my speed and strength increased significantly. I even felt that my running speed was no less than that of a world-class athlete. With new confidence, I continued deeper into the forest. The fog became thicker, and the visibility gradually dropped to 10 meters. I carefully marked the surrounding trees to avoid getting lost. Suddenly, a swift rabbit appeared in my sight again. I drew my bow and arrow without hesitation, and hit it with 1 arrow, pinning it to the ground. My arrows kept breaking, but I was able to hit the target with every strike. As time went by, I became increasingly tired. But at this moment, I suddenly felt a golden light bursting out from my body. I had upgraded. The upgrade not only relieved my fatigue, but also improved my abilities. However, I am a little disappointed that, apart from the swift rabbit, I have never encountered any other monsters, nor have I gained any new talents. As the sky darkened and the fog turned from white to gray, the danger gradually increased. I decided to return along the original route. After all, in the darkness, any negligence could bring fatal danger. When we got back to the cabin, it was completely dark and pitch black all around. I silently opened the system panel. The light from the system panel immediately illuminated the entire cabin, and the time displayed was 1956, which was 8 o'clock in the evening. As a night owl who usually goes to bed at 2 a.m., I didn't feel sleepy, so I walked out of the cabin and looked up at the night sky. The moon in this sky was several times larger than any I had ever seen, and the stars were sparse, which was very different from the world before. There were a few wolf howls coming from the grassland in the distance. I was delighted when I heard the sound, and I had already decided in my mind, I will go to the grassland for an adventure tomorrow to see what special talents these wolves have. Out of boredom, I leaned against the wall of the cabin and opened the chat panel. 8888 regional channel, number of people online, 99867. I was a little surprised to see this number, and thought, those who are not online should all be dead, right? The chat history of the regional channel kept refreshing. It hurts so much, they are eating my legs, who can come and save me? I'm so bored, are there any girls? I drew the A-level talent, Flame Walker, and changed my job to a mage. Since we are in the same area, we will definitely meet in the future. I have established an organization called Tyrant Alliance. Anyone who wants to join can add the 3 words Tyrant Alliance after their nickname. Wow, an A-level guy shows up, and my talent is only B-level. Wow, you upstairs are in Versailles. My talent is only F-level, it just makes my body a little stronger. Me too. Aren't high-level talents like theirs rare? Of course. Didn't you see the probability of drawing in the talent introduction? The probability of drawing an A-level talent is 1 in a million, and the probability of drawing a B-level talent is 1 in 100,000. These two are definitely the strongest in our area. What? The probability is so low. I don't feel so unbalanced when I draw a D-level talent. Who said it wasn't? The probability of extracting a D-level talent is 1 in 1,000. You are already a lucky guy, woo-woo. Has anyone drawn an S-level talent? Definitely not. The probability of drawing an S-level talent is 1 in 10 million. There are already A-level talents in our area. S-level talents are almost non-existent. That's true. I don't know who can be so lucky as to draw an S-level talent. Just go to bed and don't think about it. Just as everyone was discussing enthusiastically, an unusual voice suddenly appeared in the channel. I'm starving, is there anyone who can give me something to eat? Aren't there treasure chests around the cabin? Those foods should be enough to last for a few days. Woo, there's nothing to eat in the treasure chests around me, just 3 lighters and a piece of leather armor. Then you have really bad luck. I don't want either. I took a look and came up with an idea. In that case, can I trade the swift rabbit's meat for his 2 lighters and leather armor? After all, a lighter is essential for making a fire. The man shouted for a long time, but got no response. At this stage, food is the most scarce resource. Although lighters are important, raw food can also make do. No one would be stupid enough to exchange food. Just when the man was about to give up, I sent him a private message. Friend, do you need something to eat? The other party replied almost immediately. Yes, I want to eat, I'm starving. Out a screenshot of a swift rabbit and sent it to him without hesitation. Then I said, 2 lighters and your leather armor. If you want to exchange them, then exchange them. If not, forget it. After a slight hesitation of 3 seconds, the other party replied. Okay, I agree, but how do we trade? Go to the exchange and use the barter model. Okay. Soon, we exchanged items through the exchange. In my storage space, I added 2 windproof lighters and a piece of leather armor. Wolfskin armor, defense 3 introduction. Wolfskin armor has a certain ability to resist impact, but cannot defend against penetrating attacks. This armor is good. Wearing it should increase my safety when I go to kill wolves tomorrow. At this moment, the man sent another message. Boss, it's only the first day and you've already started killing monsters. You must have a strong talent. Well, what's wrong? I have a message and I want to exchange it for a rabbit. Would you like to? I was a little surprised that someone had the news on the first day. I had some questions in my mind. How did you get this news? I am a member of the voodoo cult. We received an oracle before the Advent. Our God is now fighting in the seventh world. In order to speed up our development, he gave us a lot of secret information. I want to exchange this information for a rabbit. Is it okay? Seeing his confident look, I pondered for a moment. I have more than 100 swift rabbits on hand. Even if this guy cheats me, I will only lose one. And I know his nickname and avatar, which are based on his real person. I can still deal with him if I meet him. So I replied to him. Well, I'll change. I just gave that guy a swift rabbit. After a while, he sent a long message, which was over 1,000 words. I read the text carefully, my brows gradually furrowed. I never expected that this world would hide so many secrets. First, about the world destruction thing. Everyone is talking about killing the regional bosses, but there is another huge benefit to killing these bosses. That is to gain a permission. Authority is one of the most important things in the battlefield of survival of all races, second only to talent. Killing the regional boss of the current Black Iron world will gain Black Iron Level 1 authority. This permission is very powerful. Level 1 permission allows you to ban professionals below your permission level in regional and world channels. In addition, you can also receive various free permission rewards every week. And this is only the first level of permission. Higher level permissions have more powerful functions. At the same time, a very important news came about humans. Humans do not have the strong innate talents of other races, but they are the only race that can extract talents at the beginning. When some bigwigs in the seventh world learned of this, out of fear of the rise of humans, they jointly used high-level permissions to directly reduce the experience and explosion rate of all humans killing monsters by 90%. This means that the growth rate of human beings has been greatly slowed down to 1/10 of the original rate. I was shocked to see this news. No wonder I killed hundreds of swift rabbits today to level up, but nothing dropped. It turns out that my experience and drop rate were reduced by 90%. At that moment, my heart was filled with rage. When I enter the 7th level world, I will definitely plunder all the talents of these big guys. These messages are short but incredibly useful. I sent a thank you message. Thank you, I'll remember that. The other person replied. Yeah, rabbit meat is really delicious, big brother, you should eat more too. Haha, yes, see you later. Okay. At this point, my stomach started to growl. Maybe I should eat something. I took a piece of wood from the beam, broke it into several pieces, and lit it with straw. After briefly processing the skin and internal organs of the swift rabbit, I pierced the rabbit meat with the broken arrows and started roasting it. Soon, the aroma of meat wafted in. I took a bite of the skin first. It was crispy and fragrant, and the taste was surprisingly delicious. Although there was no seasoning, it was still very tasty. I ate 2 rabbits and finally felt a little full. After leveling up and changing my job, coupled with the bonus of D-level talent, my appetite has obviously increased a lot compared to before. After eating and drinking, I lay down on the straw pile and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, I ate 2 roasted rabbits and drank half a liter of water to meet my physiological needs, and then I was ready to set off. The grassland was covered with dew in the early morning, and the air was filled with the fragrance of grass. I was walking on the grass, and my pants were half wet and sticky, feeling very uncomfortable. I stayed alert and looked around carefully. The fog on the grassland was lighter than that in the forest, and the visibility was about 50 meters. This was enough for me. I continued on my way carefully, occasionally making marks on the ground. After walking about 1,300 steps, I saw a lone wolf. Its fur was dull and it looked thin and weak. It was sleeping on the grass. Obviously, it was an old wolf abandoned by the wolf pack. Grassland wolf, level 3, basic strength, 3.1, basic constitution, 2.2, basic agility, 3.5, basic intelligence, 0.1, talent, Call of the Wild, F level, voice can summon companions, permanently increase physical attack power by 5%. Skills, none, introduction, the leader wolf expelled from the tribe, his strength is far less than that of his peak period. I stared at the old wolf and prepared myself calmly. I didn't hesitate and quickly drew my bow and drew my arrow. The bowstring was pulled as tight as possible, aiming directly at the wolf's neck. This old wolf has a physical fitness of 2.2, far superior to the swift rabbit, so I must kill it with one strike. Whoosh! The arrow flew through the air and headed straight for the target. The old wolf seemed to sense danger and opened his eyes suddenly, but it was too late. Before he could react, the arrow had already pierced his neck. Oh! The old wolf groaned softly, and then blood gushed out, blocking its throat. At this moment, I heard a prompt voice in my ear. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the prairie wolf's talent, Call of the Wild. Call of the Wild is amplified 100-fold and becomes Wild Fury. Wild Fury, rank D effect, you and your pet permanently increase your physical attack power by 50%. Seeing this talent, I was very satisfied. Although I don't have a pet yet, this 50% physical attack power bonus is very useful to me. If I didn't have this talent, I would have to aim at the weak spot, but now I don't need to do that. With these 2 D-level talents, Wind Speed and Wild Fury, my strength has improved a lot. At this point, I was full of confidence, so I put the old wolf's body into the storage space and continued to explore forward. As the sun rises higher, the fog on the grassland gradually dissipates and visibility has increased to 100 meters. Soon I rounded a slope and a group of wolves appeared in front of me. I counted them carefully and found that there were 7 wolves on the grassland, which could be considered a small wolf pack. Their eyes were sharp and their front paws were shining coldly. They were obviously in their prime, completely different from those aging wolves. Facing this group of strong prairie wolves, I began to think about countermeasures. In order to ensure my own safety, I must find a way to defeat them one by one. Although I have wolfskin armor for protection, I know that this layer of armor is far from enough to protect the neck, and these wolves' attacks start with biting the neck. I carefully adjusted my breathing. I only had 5 arrows left in my hand. It was a bit difficult to deal with these 7 wolves. Then I looked to the right side of the wolf pack. There was a small lake there. It seemed that these wolves depended on this water source for survival. Suddenly, I came up with the only solution to defeat them one by one. Thinking of this, I immediately drew my bow, and an arrow flew out, directly hitting one of the strongest wolves. The arrow was deeply embedded in its abdomen. Before the wolves could react, I quickly retreated behind the slope and began to wait. These wolves are not very intelligent, so while they are looking for enemies, I can kill them one by one. Sure enough, several wolves began to move around the injured leader, which whimpered in pain and blood gushed out of its mouth from time to time. Its lungs had been pierced by an arrow, and if it was not treated in time, the wolf would have no choice but to wait for death. The remaining wolves also began to search around, as if they wanted to find and tear apart the murderer behind the scenes. Fortunately, there was only one wolf walking towards me. Seeing this scene, I was delighted. I finally waited for you. I quickly took out an arrow from the storage space and swore to myself that I would exchange more arrows when I returned, otherwise it would be troublesome if I encountered this situation again. I focused my aim on the approaching prairie wolf, holding the bowstring tightly in my palm, life and death hanging by a thread. This time, I must not miss. Just as the wolf was about to reach the slope, a sound of breaking air pierced the air, and the arrow accurately shot into its throat. The wolf died before it could even cry out. I breathed a sigh of relief and felt much safer. But at this moment, the other 2 wolves noticed something was wrong and trotted towards me. I quickly put the wolf corpse into the storage space and took out a bloody arrow. As soon as the wolf blood on the arrow touched me, the fishy smell hit me and I almost vomited the swift rabbit I had eaten in the morning, but in order to survive, I still forced myself to continue fighting. Swoosh! The arrow flew through the air again, and a wolf fell down. Then I fired 2 arrows, and the other wolf and the wolf that followed it fell to the ground. Although they were not dead, they had lost their fighting ability. The remaining 3 wolves noticed the change in the situation and rushed over quickly. I took my time, rushed to the bodies of the 2 dead wolves, and put them into the space. Then, 3 arrows flew out in succession, and none of them missed, and all 3 wolves were hit by arrows. Because there was no time to aim accurately, they did not die immediately, but they also completely lost their fighting power. Without hesitation, I fired one last arrow and quickly killed the 3 wolves. After putting away their bodies, I turned and walked towards the leader wolf. The leader wolf had already died due to an abdominal injury. I killed it effortlessly and put it into the storage space. In the short battle, several of my arrows broke, and now there are only 4 left. I came to the lake, cleaned the blood on the arrows, took a short rest, and relaxed my tense nerves. Just now made me a little tired. Now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. After finishing the Coke, I filled my bottle with lake water and prepared to continue on my way. By this time, the sun was already high in the sky, the weather was getting hot and humid, the fog had dissipated, and the scenery in the distance became hazy and visible. Suddenly, there was a noise from the other side of the lake. When I looked, I saw 3 black wild boars. A big wild boar with 2 little wild boars were observing the surroundings vigilantly. Apparently, they came to drink water. I opened the wild boar's information interface and saw their levels and ability data. Seeing that they possessed a D-level talent, thick skin and strong flesh, I was delighted. Another target worth hitting. I stared at the arrow in my hand, feeling a little uneasy. I had no idea whether these arrows could penetrate the thick skin of the wild boar. After all, wild boars are known for their resistance to blows. I raised the longbow steadily, and the bowstring was pulled, making a sharp sound. The target was one of the smaller wild boars, and I quickly aimed at it. Whoosh! The arrow flew out with lightning speed. Puff! The arrow hit accurately, making a crisp, piercing sound. The injured wild boar suddenly jumped up and began to flee madly into the distance. The other 2 wild boars were also frightened and fled in panic. One of them fled towards my cabin. How could I let it escape? With the help of the wind, I quickly pulled the second arrow. Whoosh! 2 arrows shot out at the same time, hitting the little wild boar accurately. Its body trembled a few times, then fell to the ground lifeless. At this moment, a system notification sounded in my ears. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the grassland boar's talent, thick skin and flesh. Thick skin and flesh has been amplified 100-fold, and the amplification is copper skin and iron bones. Copper skin and iron bones, level D. Effect: skin becomes tougher, bones become harder, physical damage received is reduced by 15%, and spell damage is reduced by 10%. A force began to surge in, shaping my skin and bones. My skin has become tighter, and the density of my bones has changed significantly. I took out an arrow and tried to scratch my skin, but it only left a faint white mark. The toughness of the skin is simply amazing. I felt proud. Then I went around to the lake and came to the dead wild boar. This wild boar looks to weigh more than 100 pounds and is the largest prey I have ever hunted. The wild boar that escaped earlier weighed about 300 kilograms. The 2 arrows had completed their mission. They broke as the boar tumbled. Right now, I only have 2 arrows left, and new ones are imminent. I put the wild boar's body into the storage space and walked towards the cabin. The little wild boar was running towards my cabin. Although I had only a few arrows left, I was still confident that I could handle it. When I approached the wooden house, I found that the little wild boar was digging at my house. A big hole had been dug in the ground near the wooden wall. Without hesitation, I drew my bow and arrow and locked onto my target. Whoosh! 2 arrows shot out almost at the same time, accurately hitting the wild boar's abdomen. After being injured, it groaned and fled towards the thousand-wind forest. However, as it moved, the wound became more serious, and finally it slowly fell to the ground. A golden light rose up and sank into my body. At this time, my experience reached level 278%. In one more day, I will be able to upgrade, I said to myself, feeling that the road ahead was gradually becoming clearer. I quickly ran over and put the wild boar's body into the storage space. After a busy day, I felt tired and sticky, so I decided to go to the lake to clean myself. When I got back to the cabin, it was almost dusk. I roasted a 10-pound pork leg, wolfed it down, and sighed with satisfaction. Then I opened the regional chat channel and saw that many people had gone offline. This game is really cruel. Hundreds of people quit again today. I shook my head and sent a message to the regional and world channels. Prairie wolf meat in exchange for various arrows. If you are interested, please PM. After the news was released, it quickly attracted a large number of onlookers. Wow, he actually hunted down a prairie wolf, and it's only the second day. Could it be that this guy has a very high talent level? That's nothing. There were people selling crocodile meat this morning. I envy these talented people. What's the use of envy? We still need to take action and cling to the thighs of these big guys. This boss wants arrows. Could it be that he has changed his job to become an archer? Of course, who isn't an archer and needs arrows? What's wrong with your brain? Although it caused heated discussion, no one took the initiative to send me messages, except for those who were envious. There was even a girl who took the initiative to send me a photo and said she wanted me to protect her. No matter what kind of people there are, I am not in a hurry. In this battlefield of survival of all races, there are a billion people, and all kinds of equipment may appear. After a moment, a private message caught my attention. I have enchanted arrows, how many do you need? Seeing this message, I was inspired. Enchanted arrows? I immediately replied. What are the properties? Send me a screenshot. No rush, I'll send it right away. Soon, a screenshot was sent over. It was an iron arrow covered with ice blue lines. Enchanted arrow, ice, physical damage 2, frost damage 3, introduction, an ordinary iron arrow enchanted with frost magic, with deceleration and frostbite effects. Seeing this message, I was moved. This arrow is good. Not only does it have high damage, but it also has frost damage. And this frost damage not only causes extra damage, but also slows down the enemy. It is simply the best choice for kiting. As for the frostbite effect, I don't think it's very useful. So I replied, how many arrows do you have? The other party quickly replied, I have 10 ice enchanted arrows and 10 fire enchanted arrows. You don't have to set any traps. I know these 20 arrows are very valuable to you. I want the bodies of 2 prairie wolves. If you don't want them, forget it. Seeing his fearless look, I knew he also knew the value of these enchanted arrows. But I couldn't be too straightforward, otherwise he might feel that he was at a disadvantage. So I continued to reply, okay, I agree, but I only have 2 coyote carcasses. Can I keep the 2 legs for myself? After a while, the other party was silent for a moment, and finally replied, okay, but remember to cut the front legs, the hind legs have more meat, it's not cost-effective for me. Deal. I immediately took out the body of the old wolf and a skinny wolf corpse, cut off the 2 legs of the skinny wolf, and sent a transaction request to the other party. Not long after, I received 2 bundles of arrows, exactly 20 arrows. It's been a pleasure working with you. Well, it's a pleasure to work with you. After closing the message, I carefully examined the 2 bundles of arrows. One bundle had an ice blue snowflake pattern, and the other had a yellow flame pattern. Enchanted arrow, fire, physical damage 2, fire damage 4, introduction, arrows enchanted with fire magic may cause flame explosions when attacking enemies. The explosion damage is twice the fire damage. To see this fire enchanted arrow. Not only is the basic damage 1 point higher than the ice arrow, but it can also trigger a fire explosion, which is simply too powerful. Imagine that the arrow shot into the enemy's body and instantly burst into flames. It is hard to imagine how miserable the enemy would be. I'm afraid that those prairie wolves will be blown to pieces today. As expected, I am very satisfied. After getting these arrows, my strength has increased a lot. At this time, I turned my attention to my new longbow. Obviously, this bow could no longer meet my future needs. So, I decided to change it. I posted a message in the channel. Looking to buy a bow with high damage, better than the novice bow. I will exchange it with swift rabbit meat. If you are interested, please PM me. However, this time it was not so smooth. Apart from a few insignificant private messages, there was almost no response. After all, getting these 2 bundles of enchanted arrows was already an unexpected gain. I blocked those meaningless messages, kept refreshing the screen, and continued to look for trading opportunities. I'm keeping my bow for a long time. If you're interested, please chat privately. The cooldown time for the world channel is 1 minute, while that for the regional channel is 10 seconds, so the message was quickly drowned out. There were even messages saying that they were selling Chiagao, which made me want to buy a piece to try. After 2 hours of sending messages, finally, one message caught my attention. Hey, I just found a bow. I wonder if you're interested. Seeing this message, I perked up. How lucky is this guy? I killed so many monsters, but I didn't even see a decent bow. I immediately responded. I'm interested, how much meat do you want? The other party replied. You see, I am the kind of person who is short of meat. The main reason I came to you is that this bow is of no use to me. Just give me a symbolic amount. Chen Yi felt warmed when he saw the news. He didn't expect to meet such a straightforward person. Thanks, bro. What's your profession? Add me as a friend and I'll send you whatever I find out. The other party laughed. Haha, okay, I'm a knight. With an A-level talent, you can give me any equipment or skill books that knights need. I replied. Okay, add me as a friend, my name is Chen Yi. It's okay, my name is Lang Qi. After adding each other as friends, we continued chatting. Let me show you the properties first. Then he sent a screenshot of the bow. Hunting recurve bow, damage 3 to 5, speed 1, introduction, improved on the longbow, with increased lethality and firing speed. This bow came out. The damage was more than doubled, the firing speed was also increased, and it looked very handsome. The bow was black, shining with metallic luster, and the arc was beautiful and gorgeous. Looking at this recurve bow, I just couldn't let it go. I know that the biggest difference between this bow and an ordinary longbow is the bending direction of the bow arm. The end of the bow arm of a recurve bow faces the archer, which is exactly the opposite of the bending direction of a longbow. For example, Jia Luo in King of Glory uses a longbow, while Hawkeye in the Avengers uses a recurve bow. Then I took out a wild boar carcass and initiated a transaction directly with Lang Qi. The other party was obviously a little surprised. Good fellow, you are so generous. This pig is as valuable as my bow. Haha, no problem. I responded easily. The transaction was successfully completed, and I finally got the hunting recurve bow that I had longed for. I held the recurve bow tightly, and couldn't let it go. I had already made up my mind, tomorrow, I would go to a farther place to have a look. After saying goodbye to Lang Qi, I finally fell into a deep sleep. Last night's battle made me extremely tired, and when I woke up, it was already 6 in the morning. I ate 5 pounds of roasted pork leg and drank a lot of water, and then I felt energetic. Full of energy, I set off towards the small lake. Today is the 3rd day, and the fog on the lake has almost dissipated and is gone. There is only 1 day left in the novice protection period. I don't know what monsters will appear tomorrow, so I have to seize the opportunity today. Let's see if I can find anything interesting. The talent can plunder 1 item. Makes me look forward to it. I walked to the lake, but the wild boar from yesterday did not reappear. The surrounding vegetation was lush, and there were no other animals in the footprints. I felt a little disappointed, so I could only continue to move forward. An enchanted arrows in my hand gave me more confidence. I was filled with a desire to explore the unknown. Suddenly, there was a movement in the grass and a squeak was heard. Without hesitation, I quickly drew my bow and shot out the frost arrow. The arrow hit the target accurately, and a scream of pain was heard immediately, loud and quickly disappeared. A reminder sounded in my ears. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the treasure hunting mole talent, treasure hunting expert. Treasure hunter is a good talent. Although it does not directly improve combat power, it confers additional benefits, increasing the explosion rate of killing monsters and having a chance to increase the number of items in the treasure chest. Although this doesn't have much impact on my current battle, it will give me more opportunities in the future. After all, the impact of this talent is long-term. I walked to the place where the frost arrow was inserted, dug out an extremely cold mole corpse from the hole, and put it into the storage space like an ice cube. As we continued forward, a deafening wolf howl reached our ears. Oh whoa! I looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was a giant snow-white wolf standing on a big rock and howling towards the sky. This giant wolf is 3 meters tall and looks extremely powerful. Seeing its extraordinary momentum, I can't help but become alert. Could it be the boss? I lay in the grass, checking the wolf's information from a distance. White Wolf King, Iron Level Boss, Level 5, Basic Strength, 7, Basic Constitution, 8, Basic Agility, 10, Basic Intelligence, 2, Talent, Feral Attack, Skills, Claw Attack, Pounce, Savage Roar. The White Wolf King's agility is as high as 10 points, while I only have 3 points, so it obviously has an overwhelming advantage in speed. Thinking of this, I decided to take the initiative and use frost arrows to limit its movement. My recurve bow was fully drawn, and the arrow flew out, quickly shooting towards the White Wolf King. The White Wolf King sensed the threat and fled under the rock, but the frost arrow was already close and hit its hind leg accurately. As the arrow made contact, the ice spread rapidly. "Oh, whoa!" The White Wolf King roared in pain. Obviously, its left hind leg had been frozen and numb, and its movements had become slow. Despite this, the White Wolf King still spotted me and pounced on me angrily. Its speed was slowed down by its injuries, but it was still ferocious. Facing it, I did not flinch and continued to shoot frost arrows. Just as I pulled the bow again, the White Wolf King's agility was demonstrated again, and it actually dodged my arrow. Despite this, I still didn't give up and continued shooting arrows, successfully hitting it with 3 arrows. At this time, the White Wolf King's whole body was frozen and emitting cold air, but he was still pouncing towards me. Its hateful eyes alerted me, and then it let out a savage roar. A shocking sound wave came towards me. My ears were buzzing from the sound, but I didn't stop. I took out the flaming arrow and prepared to fight back. The power of this flaming arrow was worth a try. Chapter 10: Fusion of Talents of the Same Type, the first B-level talent. Whoosh! The flaming arrow, with a hint of fire, shot directly towards the White Wolf King. The White Wolf King at this time can't move anymore. All he could do was watch the flaming arrows fly towards him. He tilted his head reluctantly. The flaming arrow brushed the corner of the White Wolf King's mouth and hit his cheek directly. At the moment of shooting, boom! Flames instantly burned around the arrow. The White Wolf King was suddenly in great pain. Woo-woo! The White Wolf King at this moment, suffering from the torture of ice and fire. Just at this moment, Chen Yi continued to shoot a flaming arrow. Impartial. It flew directly into the bloody mouth of the White Wolf King. Boom! A violent explosion sounded from the mouth of the White Wolf King. The upper and lower jaws of the White Wolf King were instantly blown apart by this arrow. Bloody. The scene was horrific. Chen Yi had no mercy at all. Another flaming arrow was shot out. Final. The flaming arrow exploded again at the White Wolf King's neck. The blood in the aorta gushed out like a fountain. About 5 minutes passed. The White Wolf King's vitality disappeared. The huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. And a ball of white light. It was also exploded from the body of the White Wolf King. A large ball of golden light poured into Chen Yi's body. A voice came into Chen Yi's ears. "Congratulations on your upgrade! Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the White Wolf King's talent, Wild Attack. Wild Attack is amplified 100-fold, and the amplification is Wild Instinct. Wild Instincts. Rank C. Effect: Attack based on instinct. Attack hit rate increases by 15%, and weak point attack damage increases by 50%. Congratulations, your talent meets the requirements for fusion. Now start the fusion! Chen Yi suddenly felt his body getting hot. Muscle texture is also constantly changing. It seemed as if something was awakening inside him and transforming him. Wild Instinct, Wild Fury, and Wind Speed merge. Merge into B-level talent, Boiling Beast Blood. Beast Blood Boiling. Rank B. Effect: Your and your pet's attack power increases by 100%, attack speed increases by 100%, movement speed increases by 100%, hit rate increases by 20%, and attacking weak points will cause double damage. Chen Yi. Occupation: Archer. Level 3, Experience 0%. Basic Strength 4.5. Basic Constitution 3. Basic Agility 4.5. Basic Intelligence 3. Equipment: Hunting Recurve Bow, Precision Ring. Talents: Unlimited Plunder, Boiling Beast Blood, Bronze Skin and Iron Bones, Expert in Treasure Grabbing. Skills: Accurate Shooting. Introduction: An archer panel with some highlights, and your talents give you unlimited possibilities. Look at the talent introduction. Chen Yi couldn't help but be a little surprised. Unexpectedly, this fusion of talents is surprisingly powerful. Directly fuse together such a powerful B-level talent. Now his strength. It directly improved by several levels. Simply waved. Create wind directly in the air. Ran a bit. Another gust of wind passed by. Chen Yi was extremely happy. Now, we will have more confidence when facing the monster refresh tomorrow. Chen Yi took a look at the body of the White Wolf King. I was directly attracted by the burst of white light. This was the first time he had revealed something. Chen Yi was a little impatient. Rubbed his hands. He stretched his hand into the white light. A white egg. At this moment, he appeared in front of Chen Yi. White wolf pet egg. Introduction: drop a drop of blood on the egg to hatch a white wolf to fight for you. I didn't expect it to be a pet egg. I'm in need of a pet. When you feel sleepy, I'll give you a pillow. Then, Chen Yi dripped a drop of blood onto the eggshell. A crack suddenly appeared on the pet egg. A white wolf as big as a newborn puppy appeared in Chen Yi's hands. Chen Yi held him in his arms. The little white wolf rubbed Chen Yi's arm affectionately. At the same time, the attributes of the little white wolf also appeared in front of Chen Yi. White wolf. Level 1. Basic strength, 1.8. Basic constitution, 1.5. Basic agility, 2. Basic intelligence, 0.1. Talent, wild attack, boiling blood, temporary. Skills, claw attack, pounce, and savage roar. Introduction: a smaller version of the White Wolf King, with great potential. Chen Yi looked at the little white wolf in his arms with some surprise. Unexpectedly, this little white wolf completely inherited the talents and skills of the White Wolf King, plus the talent of boiling beast blood. The strength of the level 1 little white wolf is already very strong. Chen Yi put the little white wolf on the grass. Then he looked at the body of the White Wolf King. Chen Yi doesn't like eating wolf meat. But the body of the White Wolf King can definitely be sold for a good price. After all, it's the boss's corpse. Maybe there is some talent needed. Then, Chen Yi retrieved all the enchanted arrows scattered nearby. He also pulled out the arrow from the White Wolf King's body. At this time, the enchanted power of these arrows has been depleted to varying degrees. Especially the 2 arrows that just exploded in flames. The flame patterns have become dim. Put away the arrows. Immediately following, a flash of white light. The body of the White Wolf King has been stored in Chen Yi's storage space. Chen Yi looked at the time. It's only 11 a.m. It's still early. And he also got a new white wolf pet. Let's upgrade the level first. Then, Chen Yi brought the white wolf. Continue walking towards the back of the grassland. The little white wolf followed closely behind, moving its limbs. 1 man and 1 wolf disappeared deep in the grassland. Chapter 11: The novice protection period ends and monsters are coming. It was already dark when we returned to the cabin. At this time, the little white wolf has reached level 3. In the afternoon, Chen Yi encountered another pack of wolves. A total of 13 prairie wolves were killed by Chen Yi. Chen Yi's level also reached level 3, 78.22%. What surprised Chen Yi was, the little white wolf levels up very quickly and doesn't seem to be affected by the experience reduction. Just wiped out the wolf pack. It was upgraded to level 3. A pet's level cannot exceed that of its owner. Therefore, the little white wolf has always been at level 3. The more so, the more Chen Yi hated that group of people in power, the more he hated them. His upgrade speed should have been like this. But now it has become so slow. It's all these guys' fault. You must all be killed. Then, I simply roasted more than 10 pounds of wild boar meat. Chen Yi and Bai Lang ate with relish. After eating and drinking, Chen Yi opened the regional chat channel. At this time, people are generally afraid of the next monster refresh. Some people. In fact, he only left the cabin once from the beginning. Took the supplies. I have stayed in the wooden house until now. Next, we have to face the monsters in person. Because of this, even to the point of internal spasms caused by fear. Regional channels. 97,865 people online. At this time, more than 2,000 people have disappeared. Damn it, what kind of monster will spawn tomorrow? I don't know, but I went out there and I was on an island. I saw mermaids on the shore. What mermaid? What does a mermaid look like? Take a screenshot and post it. Yes, I agree with the person above. Let's take a look at what a mermaid looks like. That's right. I've never seen a mermaid in my life. Mermaid, will she be as beautiful as the mermaid princess? Don't ask. I can only say that it's very ugly and you don't want to see it. How ugly is it? I want to see it. I want to see it. Yes, I want to see the ugly ones. Who would look at the beautiful ones if they are decent? The person upstairs said he wanted to see the mermaids. I have a little goldfish here. Do you want to see it? Is your goldfish a real goldfish? Don't worry about whether it's serious or not, just watch it. Chen Yi continued to scroll down the chat history. The building is getting more and more crooked. They are all worthless. Just at this moment, a chat record caught Chen Yi's attention. I am Lu Tianming, the master of the Flame Walker talent. The Tyrant Alliance has been formed, and 3 people have come to me. If the Tyrant Alliance members can come to my shelter, I will provide unconditional help. A photo of Lu Tianming and the 3 professionals was also attached. Those were 4 men. The leader, Lu Tianming, looked no more than 16 or 17 years old. It's the age of Chernibia. With an A-level talent, it's not surprising that he would behave like this. See this. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, at this time, some people had already passed through the fog and gathered together. It seems the 4 of them were relatively close to each other. Think of this. Chen Yi was a little curious. I don't know if there are other humans nearby. But these days, go up by yourself. I didn't see any other cabins. Then, Chen Yi continued to look at the chat history. I saw an abandoned temple here. I don't know what's inside, but I don't dare to go in. What? There are buildings. Did civilization exist in this world before? I don't know whether civilization still exists, but I know that this world will be destroyed in 97 days. If we can't defeat the regional boss, we will all die. Hearing you say that, I suddenly feel that time is so tight, but my talent is only E-level talent. Even if I go out, I can't beat those monsters. What excuses are you making? I only have an F-level talent, strong, and I'm already level 2 after killing bloodthirsty rats. What are you afraid of with an E-level talent? My buddy is awesome and powerful, but it's a pity that you only have an F-level talent. If you were given a D-level talent, I don't think you would be able to kill even the regional boss. No, don't brag. I just learned martial arts for 2 years before I traveled through time. Speaking of this, if someone who had practiced martial arts or sports came to this world, wouldn't they be a step ahead of others? You're right. I used to practice Sanda on the school sports team. I feel much better than you guys when I come here. Hasn't the physical fitness been initialized? Why is there still a gap? Although our physical fitness has been initialized and we are all on the same starting line, our skills and muscle memory have not disappeared. Wow, doesn't that mean a lot of people are out hunting monsters and leveling up now? Of course, you don't think anyone will wait for you. In this world, the only outcome for those who can't keep up with the pace is death. This isn't a computer game where you can die and come back to life. This is the real world. What a pitfall. Damn, I miss home so much. I miss home too, but what can I do when I come here? Chen Yi looked at the chat records. Suddenly I didn't want to continue watching. I miss home too. But I have no home on Blue Star. Growing up in an orphanage, he is the one with the least worries. As for the temple, the distance is too far. He doesn't consider it. Chen Yi fell asleep in a daze. And in the middle of the night, he was woken up by a shrill system sound. Alert! Alert! Inform all human players that the novice protection period has ended. Monsters will randomly spawn near the shelter in 10 minutes. Danger is coming, everyone be prepared. Please upgrade as soon as possible and defeat the regional boss to open the passage. The world is in danger. Chapter 12 refreshes the undead talent and obtains skeleton resurrection. The piercing sound of system alarms. It woke everyone up. The chat channel was immediately flooded with messages. Damn it, why is it refreshing at 12 o'clock in the evening? It's so dark, I can't see anything clearly. Yes, it's so late, there's no way for us humans to survive. I have a torch and I feel okay. Envy, I only have the fireball technique. Be careful. I don't know how many people will die after tonight. Now that you say that, I'm even more scared. Don't be afraid, those monsters are nothing. That's nothing. I'm an E-level talent, and I killed a brown bear face to face. Fuck, that boss is awesome. Chen Yi has already picked up the hunting recurve bow, with arrows in his hand ready for use at any time. Bai Lang saw Chen Yi like this at this time. Suddenly I became alert. It seemed that it also sensed the impending danger. 10 minutes passed quickly. Suddenly, the whole world became a little more depressing. Chen Yi could hear it. The ground in the distance. There were sounds of footsteps. Sound. There are dozens of them. Look along the crack in the wooden house wall. By moonlight, dozens of skeletons crawled out from the ground. There are no weapons in the hands. Only bones of the body remain. Skull orbital summary. Pairs of will-o'-the-wisp eyes are wandering around, looking at those human skeletons. Chen Yi was a little surprised. I didn't expect that undead monsters would appear. Then, Chen Yi adjusted the basic attributes of these skeletons. I don't know what talent that will be. Dead skeleton. Level 1. Basic strength, 0.5. Basic constitution 1. Basic agility, 0.5. Basic intelligence, 0.1. Talent, resurrection of the dead. Resurrection of the dead, F. After the skeleton is destroyed, as long as the soul fire is not extinguished, it can be resurrected through the nearby bones. Skills, none. Introduction, even an ordinary person can deal with 10 of the lowest level undead. Look at the talent of resurrection of the undead. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Is such a strong effect only F level? Didn't think much about it. Chen Yi walked directly out of the wooden house. The white wolf also followed out. The attributes of these undead skeletons are so low. There is no need to be afraid at all. Even ordinary people who have not extracted talents or changed their jobs can deal with it. The moment when Chen Yi and Bai Lang appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of a large number of skeletons around. There was now a flaming arrow in Chen Yi's hand. Draw the bow and draw the arrow. He shot at the head of one of the skeletons. Since we know that the soul fire of these skeletons is in their skulls, then there is no reason not to shoot. Whoosh! Accompanied by a flash of fire, Chen Yi's flaming arrow directly pierced into the skeleton's eye socket. Boom! A burst of flames suddenly burned on the skeleton's body. The bones of these skeletons have been dried in the wind for who knows how many years. It has turned yellow and withered. It has long become flammable. At the same time, a voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the undead skeleton's talent, Resurrection of the Undead. Resurrection of the dead is 100 times the increase, and the increase is Resurrection of the skeleton. Resurrection of the skeleton. Rank D. Effect: after death, you can be resurrected as a spirit and retain everything you had in life. After seeing the skeleton resurrected, Chen Yi was a little surprised. I didn't expect that I would be given such a talent. This skeleton is resurrected. It is definitely a god-level talent for me. After all, there is no resurrection after death in this world. But having such a talent is like having an extra life. So what if I'm resurrected as a dead spirit? As long as you have unlimited plunder, even a small skeleton can become the strongest. At this time, the white wolf also attacked the skeletons. The level 3 white wolf is very powerful. Just by attacking with his front paws, he was able to tear the skeletons apart one by one. But the skull's soul fire has not been extinguished. It began to float in the air, trying to reassemble its body and revive. After Chen Yi saw it, just walk over and smash the skull with one punch. These skulls have osteoporosis. It doesn't take much effort at all. That's all. Accompanied by fire. An hour. A total of 34 undead skeletons were killed by Chen Yi. Chen Yi's experience bar was also stuck at level 3, 99%. Just kill some more monsters and you can level up. Then Chen Yi piled the skeletons together and burned them as fuel. And baked the swift rabbit on top. However, one rabbit was obviously not enough meat for Chen Yi. After eating 12 rabbits with the white wolf, Chen Yi took the white wolf back to the cabin. Now all the skeletons around have been cleared away. Finally I can take a nap. Before bed, Chen Yi opened the regional chat channel. At this time, the number of people online has dropped to 91,564. Just 1 hour. 5,000 to 6,000 people died. This surprised Chen Yi a little. After all, the strength of these undead skeletons is not that strong. But so many people died. At this time, some people were talking there. I don't think these skeletons are very strong. They are not as strong as the beasts I encountered here. Yeah, I thought they were so strong, but I didn't expect it would take so long to wipe them all out. I really can't figure out how those people died. To be honest, those people must have been scared to death. They were so scared that they didn't have much strength left. Otherwise, even if they were only level 1, they would definitely not be unable to defeat these skeletons. Yeah, these skeletons will break if you touch them, so just smash the skulls with the sword. Life and death are determined by fate. The monsters that spawn next may be stronger. You're right. The ones that are refreshed at the beginning are level 1. They will definitely become stronger in the future. If we don't upgrade quickly, I'm afraid we won't be able to kill even a small monster in the end. Well, let me put it this way. The experience points given by this monster are too little. I have killed so many monsters and only reached level 2. Is the difficulty of leveling up in this world so abnormal? Don't tell me. I feel like the drop rate is also very low, nothing drops. What's the point of playing? Chen Yi looked at what others said. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Other people. I also found this anomaly. Chapter 13, Plundering Talent, Bold Body Amplified 100 times. However, facing this situation, Chen Yi had no good solution. I don't have permission. Unable to make edits. Moreover, modifying the experience and explosion rate of a race definitely requires extremely high permissions. Didn't you hear what the guy said before? That was a modification made by a group of big guys coming together. Otherwise, just one person. I'm afraid there is simply no way to modify it. Because the sleepiness hasn't reached a certain level yet. Can't sleep for the time being. Chen Yi watched them chatting for a while. At this time, a piece of news attracted Chen Yi's attention. I want to sell 1 arrow. I need 100 kilograms of meat. I'll trade it on the exchange. Is there anyone interested? The avatar of this person is a middle-aged man, and his level is shown as level 3. It seems that he is also a high-level talent. An arrow? Is there only one? Chen Yi became interested. Then I chose to have a private chat. Friend, do you have a screenshot? Let me see that arrow. Not long. The man came back. Well, I just killed those skeletons and it exploded. Friends, are you interested? Then he sent me a screenshot of the arrow. It was a white bone arrow surrounded by a black aura. Looks extremely evil. Cursed arrow. Physical damage 1. Curse damage 10. Introduction. Made of extremely tough bones, the arrow contains a curse. The enemy shot will continue to suffer curse damage every second, lasting for 1 minute. The downside is that the curse can only be effective once. See this cursed arrow. Chen Yi's heart moved. Good job. It's really worth exchanging this arrow for 100 kilograms of meat. You know. This is ongoing damage. Under 600 points of continuous curse damage, Chen Yi felt that no creature would be able to withstand it. Changed. This can be used as a powerful weapon. If you encounter an enemy that you cannot defeat, use this cursed arrow to deal with him. Then, Chen Yi replied, I'll trade you 5 prairie wolves. Is that okay with you? Okay, go to the exchange. Then, Chen Yi made a transaction directly with that person. Not long. The cursed arrow appeared in Chen Yi's hand. It feels very cold in the hand. Then it was put back into the storage space. Chen Yi was satisfied. But at this moment he also felt that the time to exchange meat and supplies for equipment had passed. As the level goes up now, no one will lack food. Because there is no currency in this world. Then barter will be the main form of transaction. Chen Yi simply stopped thinking about it. Sleep! Chen Yi was awakened by the white wolf. In the morning, the white wolf kept calling. Chen Yi had no choice but to get up. After getting up, Bai Lang pulled Chen Yi's trouser leg and kept asking him to get out. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Is there something happening again? Then he followed the white wolf out of the cabin. When you see the grassland? Chen Yi was a little surprised. Don't know when. A group of bison appeared on the grassland behind, eating grass. These bison are all fat and strong. They look 2 meters tall and each weighs over 2,000 pounds. You know, ordinary cows. An adult weighs only 1,200 pounds. Chen Yi checked the attribute panels of these bison. Prairie bison. Level 4. Basic strength, 5.9. Basic constitution 6. Basic agility 3. Basic intelligence 0.5. Talent, body of a wild bull. Bull body, increases strength growth by an additional 0.1. Skills, rampage group charge. Introduction, bison living on the grasslands, relying on grasslands and lakes for survival. Is it refreshed? Chen Yi thought in his heart. It seems that not only undead skeletons were refreshed yesterday, but also these bison. The empty grassland scene of the past is gone. But this is exactly what Chen Yi wants to see. Only there are more monsters. Only by plundering your own talents can you become stronger. And the talent of this prairie bison is indeed good. Can increase strength growth. That was exactly what he needed. But the bison herds were too numerous. Chen Yi didn't know how to start for a moment. After all, if these bison were provoked to charge in groups, his cabin would be razed to the ground in an instant. Then, Chen Yi took out a frost arrow. Carefully went around the back of the bison. In that case, then we can only defeat them one by one. These bison are not as smart as coyotes. It's very easy to defeat them one by one. Lying down in the grass, Chen Yi looked at the bison and picked one that was farther away from the others. Whoosh! The bison was immediately hit by an arrow in the tail. And the cold air emitted by the frost arrows. It also directly freezes everything near the tail. Because bison are extremely strong. Hit by this arrow, he didn't even scream. Instead, he rushed towards Chen Yi. Saw the bison charging. Chen Yi did not shoot the arrow immediately. Instead, he walked directly to the back. He couldn't attract the attention of other bison. It has to be done unconsciously. The bison's speed was not as fast as Chen Yi's. Chen Yi ran and shot arrows at the bison. They are all frost arrows. Final. After chasing for several thousand meters, the bison fell to the ground with a thud. At the same time, a voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you've been upgraded. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the grassland buffalo's talent, beast bull body. Barbarian bull body is amplified 100-fold, and becomes strength of 9 bulls. 9 bulls strength. Rank D. Effect, strength growth increases by 0.5, the later the attribute, the greater the strength improvement, so the attribute growth enhancement is not a simple multiple relationship. The strength attribute has been completed, please check it in time. Then, Chen Yi looked at his attribute panel. Chen Yi. Occupation Archer. Level 4, Experience 0%. Basic Strength 8. Basic Constitution 4. Basic Agility 6. Basic Intelligence 4. Equipment, Hunting Recurve Bow, Precision Ring. Talents, Unlimited Plunder, Boiling Beast Blood, Bronze Skin and Iron Bones, Treasure Grabber, Skeleton Resurrection, and the Strength of 9 Oxen. Skills, Accurate Shooting. Introduction, the Archer panel has been put on the right track. You have unlimited potential and the talent to become the strongest. Chapter 14. Use cursed arrows to hunt the Buffalo King. Chen Yi felt that his strength had increased significantly. The muscles all over the body had become much stronger. His strength. Stronger. And it is extremely comfortable. Chen Yi's strength attribute grows. It is equivalent to the attribute growth of a warrior. The improvement brought by higher levels in the future is incomparable to any other talents. Archers naturally need strength as well. Without enough power, everything is in vain. Have you not seen Lu Bu and Huan Zhong? Which one is not a match for thousands of people? Then, Chen Yi put the bison into the storage space. This bison weighs more than 2,000 pounds. Even if you remove the internal organs, you can still get 1,000 pounds of meat. It is definitely enough food for the next month. Then, Chen Yi looked at the herd of bison. Now, it's time to continue the hunt. In the following period of time, Chen Yi did the same. Soon, in less than a day, Chen Yi hunted 34 bison and caught all of them in one fell swoop. And the experience value has reached level 4 46%. The white wolf was also upgraded to level 4 with full experience. Just wait for Chen Yi to upgrade. The white wolf will naturally upgrade. And after slaughtering all the bison, Chen Yi didn't feel very tired. Compared to my previous self, I have made great progress. Just at this moment, a voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. You have attracted the attention of the Buffalo King because you slaughtered the buffalo herd. In 1 hour, the Bison King will be refreshed in the savage blood grassland. The Bison King has a very high hatred towards you. Its attack power will increase over time. Please kill it as soon as possible. Hear this. Chen Yi was confused. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Another hour. That's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the Buffalo King will appear. When the time comes, you will face the first boss refreshed in the battlefield. Chen Yi suddenly felt a little panicked. After all, he didn't know how powerful the Buffalo King was. If you can't cover it, then he could only run away with White Wolf. Looking at the cabin where I have lived for 3 days, Chen Yi still has some feelings. At least it's useful when you're short of firewood. Chen Yi checked the equipment carefully. Now, among the 20 enchanted arrows, there are several that have no visible enchanting patterns at all. That explains it. These enchanted arrows that have lost their enchantment patterns are no different from ordinary arrows. But Chen Yi felt that this was not the time to think about this. What Chen Yi was considering was, ordinary bison are more than 2 meters tall. How tall is the Buffalo King? Even if all 20 of your arrows hit the target. Is it similar to tickling? At this time, Chen Yi looked at the cursed arrow that was floating quietly in the storage space. He has decided now. If those 20 enchanted arrows didn't kill the Buffalo King, then use this cursed arrow. Moreover, wealth and honor are achieved through risk. If you can kill the Buffalo King, then he would definitely be able to plunder the talent of the Bison King. Then, Chen Yi brought the White Wolf to the Thousand Wind Forest. Because the novice protection period has now passed, so the fog in the Thousand Wind Forest has dissipated. There is only the endless forest. Chen Yi put the hunting recurve bow aside. Lie quietly under a big tree and rest. Now, the more rest you can get, the better. The White Wolf, on the other hand, had no worries at all, jumping through the woods and catching butterflies. As time goes by, moo! A loud roar of a cow came from the grassland. At the same time, the ground was still shaking slightly. Chen Yi quickly stood up. The figure of the Bison King also appeared in front of him at this time. When you see the shape of the Buffalo King clearly, Chen Yi was extremely shocked. I saw a black bison as big as a 2-story building walking towards Chen Yi with a menacing look. Every step you take, it will cause the ground to tremble. The bull's eye is as big as a searchlight. Looking at Chen Yi, there was endless anger hidden in his heart. Chen Yi swallowed his saliva. The attribute panel of the Bison King also appeared in front of Chen Yi at this time. Bison King, Iron Level Boss. Level 9. Basic Strength 18. Basic Constitution 2-1. Basic Agility 11. Basic Intelligence 1. Talent, extremely powerful. Bullish, E. When facing a creature with a lower level than you, all of its attack power will be reduced by 15%, and your attack power will be increased by 15%. Skills, Rampage, Bull Hanging. Introduction: the Buffalo King who lives on the savage grassland enjoys reproduction all day long. Now he comes out to take revenge for his descendants. Look at the panel. At this time, Chen Yi suddenly felt a little powerless. Good job. Shooting it with my 20 arrows is just like scratching an itch. Then, Chen Yi gave up the idea of using enchanted arrows. The cursed arrow then appeared in his hand. The black air wrapped around the cursed arrows made the daytime heat a little cooler. Moo! It seemed that it felt the power of the arrow in Chen Yi's hand. The Buffalo King shouted to the sky and launched a bull charge directly towards Chen Yi. Moo! A powerful aura came, rushing forward like an armored tank. Chen Yi no longer hesitated. Just bend the bow and draw the arrow. Next second, the cursed arrow was fired directly. Puff! The sound of flesh piercing was heard. And cursed arrows. It was shot directly into the flesh near the Buffalo King's shoulder blade. A black gas instantly spread out with the cursed arrow as its center. Directly covered the entire body of the Bison King. Because it is a continuous injury. The Buffalo King did not stop immediately. But the momentum remains undiminished. Continue to rush towards Chen Yi. After Chen Yi saw it, he fled directly towards the Thousand Wind Forest. Wanted to hit me. Hit the tree first. Chapter 15 Talents are integrated again, the second B-level talent. Just a few breaths. Chen Yi flew past dozens of trees. Behind. The sound of trees breaking could be heard continuously. The Buffalo King is very powerful. This charge. More than a dozen trees were directly knocked down. But the body was also stuck directly. Moo! The curse continued to cause damage to the Buffalo King. The Buffalo King was shouting in despair there. Chen Yi was standing not far away. Watched the scene in front of you quietly. I couldn't help but feel a little regretful. This Buffalo King was cursed and died. I don't know if his meat can still be eaten. Chen Yi waited for 1 minute. As the black gas dissipated, the curse of the cursed arrow on the Buffalo King was also lifted. But at this time, the Buffalo King. He had already been tortured beyond recognition. Horrible scars appeared from the inside out. And it has become ulcerated and festered. Vaguely. You can see maggots crawling in the cracks between the bones. The current Buffalo King, with continuous damage of up to 600 points, be able to survive. It can be said that it has extremely strong vitality. Looking at the Buffalo King like this, Chen Yi looked distressed. Damn it. The meat of this Buffalo King is inedible. Otherwise it will definitely stink. Then, Chen Yi shot 2 arrows directly into the Buffalo King's eyes. Moo! In howling of pain, the arrow pierced its brain. About 3 more minutes passed. The Buffalo King completely lost his breath. A ball of golden light, even bigger than the one from the White Wolf King, burst out at this moment. Into his body. A voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations on your upgrade. Congratulations, you have plundered the Bison King's talent Bullish. Bullish Chi is amplified 100-fold, and the amplification is Bullish Chi. Furious Bullfight C. When facing an enemy, the enemy's attack power is reduced by 30%, and your own attack power is increased by 50%. Congratulations, your 2 talents meet the requirements for fusion. Chi Chong Do Neo and 9 Bulls Strength merge into the talent 9 Bulls and 2 Tigers. 9 Oxen and 2 Tigers. Grade B. Effect: gain tremendous strength, increase strength by 1 point, and reduce the attack power of the enemy facing you by 40%. The attack power will be adjusted according to the difference in strength between the 2 sides, and you gain the reduced attack power of the enemy. Chen Yi saw this scene. I couldn't help but be a little surprised. My second B-level talent has arrived? However, The introduction to this second B-level talent is a bit vague. The attack power is adjusted according to the difference in strength between the two, which is understandable. It simply means that if the opponent's strength is much higher than yours, the reduced value will be reduced. But the enemy's attack power is reduced. This is a bit confusing. Doesn't that mean you just have to face enough enemies? You can gain the attack power of all enemies. That is an extremely high attack power bonus. If that's true. However, 9 oxen and 2 tigers is even more powerful than boiling beast blood and has a higher upper limit. I glanced at the properties panel. Now he has reached level 522.43%. And the strength also changes due to the growth of one's own attributes. It directly became 10 o'clock. Chen Yi also felt that his core strength had been greatly enhanced. Increased agility. It also makes Chen Yi extremely light and flexible. You can say that there has been a fundamental change from the fat body when he first came here. Then, Chen Yi pulled out the arrow. He took the little white wolf directly back to the cabin. Looking at the cabin, Chen Yi thought about it. I made a decision in my heart. That is to upgrade as soon as possible. We can't stay in the cabin any longer. After all, the monsters that spawn here are limited. Possessing 2 B-level talents, my own strength has been greatly enhanced. As long as you don't encounter a powerful monster like the Buffalo King, there would be no danger at all. At the same time, Chen Yi once again pulled out that group of powerful people and whipped their corpses in his mind. If it weren't for these guys, I must have reached level 10 now. The more Chen Yi thought about it, the angrier he became. It also gave him motivation. Isn't it just in the 7th world? With the talent of unlimited plunder. Are you still worried that you can't go to the 7th world? If you can't go by yourself, then no one is qualified. Then, Chen Yi directly demolished the wooden house. A large amount of dry wood was obtained. The trees in the Thousand Winds forest are too wet. It simply cannot burn. This wooden house. It can be said that everything is put to good use. Chen Yi looked at the Thousand Wind forest and the savage blood grassland. I am now at the center line between 2 boundaries. Final. Chen Yi chose the barbarian blood grassland. Because he was very familiar with the barbarian blood grassland. And the forest of Thousand Winds. Who knows if there is any strange thing in there that can take your life. Even if I die, I can be resurrected as a spirit. But after all, the human race is better. Immediately following, Chen Yi walked directly towards the depths of the Manchua grassland. At the same time, a 3-man team. At this time, he was running wildly on the savage grassland. Chasing them from behind was a group of prairie wolves. These prairie wolves are very thin and have very flat stomachs. It looked like he hadn't eaten for a long time. Chasing 3 people. Constantly chasing and intercepting. He has grasped the essence of siege warfare. If nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before these 3 people die of exhaustion. At this time, Chen Yi just happened to see this scene. When looking at the 3 people being chased by wolves, Chen Yi did not choose to help. His eyesight was good at this time. Looking from a distance, the 3 men had ferocious looks, and it was obvious that they were not good people. Saving it is also a hassle. Just let the wolves eat it. Then I will avenge them. Chapter 16. Deliberately showing off his wealth, Chen Yi fights back. Just when Chen Yi was about to stand by and watch, the system sound rang in my ears. You can get experience rewards by helping your own kind. Hear this. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Can I get experience rewards by rescuing fellow tribesmen? Doesn't that mean that priests are the group of people who level up the fastest? Since you can gain experience, then you can try it yourself. I don't know whether the experience gained from rescuing fellow tribesmen will be affected by the reduction of experience. In the case of, then I'd better avoid doing this kind of thing in the future. If not, then I have to do my best to rescue them. Then, whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows were shot at extremely fast speeds and accurately hit the 3 prairie wolves running in front. The 3 prairie wolves lost their lives while running, but their bodies were thrown away by the inertia of running, and blood splattered all over the ground. The arrows used by Chen Yi all had their enchanted power exhausted. Therefore, no special effects were triggered. Seeing this scene, the 3 people being chased were stunned. They immediately realized that someone was saving them. Then I got excited. I thought I was going to fall into the wolf's mouth today. But someone actually saved them. That's comfortable. Then, the 3 of them began to run even harder. Then, another series of arrows were shot out. The 8 wolves chasing the 3 people have all been killed by Chen Yi, watching every strike kill with precision. Among them, the man who changed his job to an archer showed a hint of greed in his eyes. There must be excellent archery equipment. That's why the damage is so high. Just at this moment, Chen Yi patted the white wolf that had reached level 5. You stay here. White wolf now. The size is already very large. His height has grown to 1.5 meters. Then he lay down in the grass. Chen Yi has also arrived in front of the wolf corpses. These wolf corpses, without exception, all of them were stored by Chen Yi in the storage space. And the arrows were automatically unloaded from the storage space. At this time, the 3 men also came over. Looking at Chen Yi's excellent bow and arrow, the 3 of them were particularly impressed. At this time, a leading soldier said, "Brother, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, the 3 of us would have been killed by the wolves long ago." Chen Yi ignored it. Instead, listened to the system sound. "Congratulations, you saved 3 of your kind and gained some experience." Then, in Chen Yi's surprised eyes, his experience bar directly increased by 30%. This is more experience than killing 20 monsters before. Then, Chen Yi reacted. "Yeah, it's okay. It's just a piece of cake. What are you 3 going to do?" The leading warrior holding the sword said, "My name is Lu Qishu, this is Wang Xiaoshan, and this is Thomas. I changed my job to a warrior, Wang Xiaoshan changed his job to an archer, and Thomas changed his job to a priest. We all crossed over to the grassland. Our 3 cabins are very close to each other. The 3 of us were forming a team, but we didn't expect to offend a wolf pack. I had no choice but to run." I heard Lu Qishu say this. Chen Yi nodded. At the same time, I started to think about it. I don't know what talents these 3 people have. If I take action directly, I will definitely be punished by the system. And from the way Wang Xiaoshan looked at him just now, Chen Yi could feel greed. In that case, just lure these 3 people into taking action. Then, Chen Yi nodded. "Yeah, it's okay, we're all friends. If you have nothing else to do now, I'll leave first." At this time, Wang Xiaoshan suddenly spoke. "Don't leave in such a hurry. We haven't thanked you properly yet." After saying that, he winked at the other 2. Lu Qishu and Thomas immediately understood what he meant. I understand that Wang Xiaoshan is attracted by the bow in Chen Yi's hand. Fine. This isn't the first time this has happened. The penalty is nothing more than not being able to gain experience for 15 days. It's a pleasure to get such a top-quality bow. Definitely worth it. Then, Lu Qishu deliberately moved closer to Chen Yi. "Dude, I have a black chicken here. You haven't eaten chicken for a long time. Let us cook it for you." After saying that, Lu Qishu took out a rooster covered with black feathers from his storage space. Looks quite ferocious. Chen Yi was a little interested after seeing it. He didn't expect that there were other types of monsters. Then asked, "Where did you kill this chicken?" Hearing Chen Yi say this, Lu Qishu smiled. "There are quite a few of these chickens near our cabin, but because their attack power is too high, we only killed this one. How about it, are you interested?" Chen Yi nodded. He deliberately carried the bow behind his back. "Okay, take me over there to have a look." Just when Chen Yi put the bow behind his back, Lu Qishu directly took out the sword in his hand and slashed at Chen Yi. At the same time, Wang Xiaoshan also quickly bent his bow and drew his arrow. Thomas even pointed the wooden stick in his hand at Lu Qishu. once Lu Qishu was injured. Then Lu Qishu will be treated as soon as possible. Just at this moment, Chen Yi heard a voice in his ears. It is detected that Lu Qishu, Wang Xiaoshan, and Thomas are attacking you. You have unlimited right to self-defense. You will not be punished for killing 3 people. Hear this. A sinister smile appeared on Chen Yi's lips. I've been waiting for you to say this. Chapter 17, Big Harvest, Get the Shooter Talent, 10 times the range. Seeing the smile on Chen Yi's lips, Lu Qishu, who was closest to Chen Yi, was a little confused. But now the arrow has been shot and there is no turning back. I have no choice but to go ahead with it. And the next second, Chen Yi dodged Lu Qishu's attack with a quick move. See this scene? Lu Qishu was stunned. How come it's so fast? It's like a ghost. Chen Yi is now blessed with boiling beast blood and level 5 agility. The speed has reached an extremely fast level. And the next second, Wang Xiaoshan's arrow has also been shot. But in Chen Yi's eyes, this arrow is extremely slow. Gently turned sideways. Just dodge the arrow. See this scene? The 3 of them understood that they had run into a tough opponent. But no archer with a bow in hand is so strong. The person in front of me. How strong is that really? This was something the 3 of them couldn't even imagine. At this time, the white wolf has come running over. When they saw the white wolf, the 3 of them suddenly felt relieved. Maybe this monster. It can help them resist Chen Yi's attack. And now, the most important thing. Just run. Think of this. The 3 of them started running in 3 directions. Chen Yi held the hunting recurve bow in his hand. It's time to hunt. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows. It gave the 3 of them a chill in the heart. After a while, all of them lost their vitality. At this time, a voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have killed Lu Qishu and successfully plundered the talent, Armor-Breaking Attack. Armor-Breaking Attack is amplified 100-fold, becoming Crushing Hands. Crushing Hands. Rank C. Effect: after attacking the target's physical defense will be reduced by 15% for 10 seconds. Can be stacked 3 times. Congratulations, you have killed Wang Xiaoshan and successfully plundered the talent, Enhanced Range. Range enhancement 100 times increase, the increase is 10 times range. 10 times the range. Rank C. Effect: the range of your long-range attack increases 10-fold, and the power does not decrease during flight. Congratulations, you have killed Thomas and successfully plundered the talent, Life Perception. Life Perception is amplified 100-fold, and becomes Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight. Rank C. Effect: you can use your eyes to sense the life status within 100 meters ahead. Chen Yi looked at the 3 sea-level talents, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha! The talents of these 3 people are too useful to him. That's 10 times the range. It fits so perfectly. And the Crushing Hand. After stacking 3 times, it can reduce the target's physical defense by 45%. Don't get too comfortable. Eye of Insight. Can sense the life status within 100 meters ahead. That's for him. Within 100 meters, you can hit wherever you point your gun, and the enemy has nowhere to hide. Don't increase your strength too much. At this time, Chen Yi heard the voice again. Because you were fighting back in self-defense, there will be no punishment for killing your own people this time. You will receive the most valuable item in the other party's storage space. You have been awarded the Mithril Bracelet. You have obtained the skill book, Charge Shot. You have obtained a bottle of life potion. The reward has been sent to the storage space, please check it in time. When you hear the sound, Chen Yi was a little surprised. I didn't expect to have such a harvest. And shooter skills? This is a big profit. It turns out that it is better to kill 1 person than to search a city. Then, Chen Yi looked at what he had just obtained. Mithril Bracelet. Hit 2. Introduction: a bracelet made of mithril, which has the effect of enhancing reaction ability. Good hit. Chen Yi was very satisfied. I just need to hit the target. Put on the mithril bracelet. Then, Chen Yi looked at the skill book. Charge shot. Learning level 5. Effect: you can learn the skill of charging a strike. When drawing the bow, you can consume physical strength to charge. For every 1 second of charging, the damage increases by 10%, up to a maximum of 50%. Look at that charged attack. Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh. I'm really lucky. The Wan Xiaoshan just now was only level 3. The level requirement for this skill has not yet been reached. That's why you get a bargain. Immediately following, Chen Yi chose to study directly. Then he felt a huge amount of knowledge flooding into his mind about how to use physical strength to accumulate power. Also fully mastered. At this time, Chen Yi looked at the last reward. Life Potion. Restore Health 10. Introduction: the pinnacle masterpiece of an alchemy apprentice, it can restore the lost vitality of a living being. This life potion is also very good. Although Chen Yi didn't know how much of these 10 lives could be restored. But since it is a masterpiece, a lot of it must have been restored. Then, Chen Yi looked at the 3 bodies. The corpses cannot be spared either. Pull out the arrow. Take off your equipment and change it. Then, Chen Yi obtained 3 more pieces of equipment. They are the novice iron sword, novice longbow, and novice wooden staff. These are all equipment given by the system when you change your job. These 3 things are better than nothing. After all, equipment can be damaged. If someone's sword breaks, or his bowstring breaks or something, you can definitely go find them to change. There are nearly 1 billion people here. With such a huge base, anything can happen. Chapter 18: Talent Fusion, the first A-level talent, Predatory Power. Then, Chen Yi opened the exchange. Now the exchanges are full of all kinds of meat. Want to get this kind of meat? You have to take out your equipment to exchange. Chen Yi saw that there was no other equipment. Then he put these 3 pieces of novice equipment on it, and only required that one of them could be obtained from the treasure chest. After dealing with the 3 people, Chen Yi suddenly remembered. There seemed to be some black chickens near the wooden house of these people. If so, then we have to go and have a look. I don't know what the talent of this black chicken is. Follow the direction the 3 people fled. Chen Yi walked towards there. Chen Yi didn't see any other refreshed monsters. Instead, there were a lot of bloodstains on the ground. It seems the monsters that spawned here have been cleared. Chen Yi didn't know how the monster refresh was calculated. It would be fine if it was refreshed once a day. But I'm afraid it will only be refreshed once a week, or once a month. Otherwise, I want to reach level 10. I don't know when that will happen. Over time, Chen Yi came to the other side of the savage grassland. When you see the number of cabins, Chen Yi was stunned. There were only 7 wooden houses, closely packed together. Form a row. It's like a townhouse. This kind of pattern. This was the first time Chen Yi saw him. I really didn't expect that. 7 people will spawn at the same location. And here, it was obviously the residence of those 3 people. The remaining 4 people. Without thinking, you can tell that he was killed by these 3 people. After all, birds of a feather flock together. Just look at the way those few people before did not hesitate to repay kindness with enmity. Chen Yi would not suspect anything else. Then, Chen Yi walked into the wooden house. 4 of the cabins are abandoned. It was demolished and full of holes. The other 3 pieces are log cabins. It was quite clean. Chen Yi took a look and found that he didn't find anything valuable. Then the demolition of the house began. These woods that can be used to make fire must not be wasted. Not long. With the cooperation of White Wolf, Chen Yi dismantled 6 wooden houses and obtained a large amount of high-quality timber. The best wooden house was left undemolished. It's already afternoon. You can stay here at night. Then, keep moving forward. Chen Yi never forgot the black chicken species. You must seize the talent of Black Chicken. We walked for about 10 more minutes. Chen Yi saw a depression. The depression was full of mud, and worms were rolling around from time to time. There are many footprints on the nearby solidified mud. The footprints are in the shape of a trident. It should be the footprints of some kind of bird. Chen Yi immediately thought of the black chicken. It seems this is a place where black chickens often come to forage. Chen Yi was no longer in a hurry. Then he found a secluded place and hid there. Chen Yi also sent Bai Lang to guard the rear area to prevent any sneak attacks. Chen Yi waited for about 3 hours. By this time dusk had passed, and it was almost dark. Chen Yi saw a group of black-feathered black chickens walking towards him leisurely. Under the observation of Chen Yi's insightful eyes. Even if it's dark, the life status of these black chickens can also be seen clearly. Like the most advanced infrared radar. Counted them. There are about 50 black chickens. Chen Yi did not hesitate. The attribute panel of the black chicken was directly extracted. Black feather chicken. Level 3. Basic strength, 1.5. Basic constitution, 2.7. Basic agility, 2.5. Basic intelligence, 0.1. Talent, wild growth. Wild growth, when you consume enough food, there is a chance that 0.01 random attribute value will be increased. This effect can only be triggered once a day. Skills, none. See this scene? Chen Yi was a little surprised. Good job. This talent that can permanently increase attribute points is exactly what he needs. Think of this. Chen Yi simply bent his bow and drew his arrow, aiming at one of the strongest black-feathered chickens. Whoosh! The arrow brought with it an extremely strong sound of breaking through the air. Next second, the arrow pierced through the black chicken's body. The rest of the black chickens were frightened and ran away in all directions. Chen Yi naturally would not let it go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A total of 13 black chickens were left. At the same time, a voice also rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the black feather chicken's talent, wild growth. Wild growth is amplified 100-fold, and the amplification is wild heart. Wild heart. Ranked C. Effect: when you eat enough food, the attribute value will be randomly increased by 0.1 points. It can take effect once a day. At the same time, the voice rang in Chen Yi's ears again. It has been detected that you have talents that meet the fusion conditions, and the fusion will begin automatically. 9 oxen and 2 tigers, and Heart of the Wild begin to merge. Congratulations, you have obtained the A-level talent, Predatory Power. Predatory Power. Rank A. Effect: after eating enough food, you will gain 1 basic strength point. Effective once a day. When you face an enemy of a lower level than you, your opponent's attack power will be reduced by 40%, and you will also gain the corresponding attack power. The degree of attack power reduction will be adjusted according to the attribute gap between the two sides. At the same time, Chen Yi could sense the drastic changes in his body. The stomach began to feel sour. He had never felt such an urge to eat meat. Feeling this scene, Chen Yi was a little surprised. Although he lost 2 talents. But now he has obtained an extremely powerful A-level talent. This A-level talent is definitely much stronger than those 2 talents. Just give yourself enough time. Gain 1 point of strength attribute value every day. Over the years. Then wouldn't my basic strength be able to reach the sky? And Chen Yi could feel it. In the early stages, these attribute values provide very little bonus. But in the later stage, I will definitely increase my strength attribute value to a level that is unimaginable for ordinary people. After all, no matter how strong the talent is, it still needs the support of attribute points. At that time, exploding a star with 1 punch was not even a dream. But the second effect is much more general. How much adjustment will occur? Chen Yi didn't know. But I guess, like before, it will be determined based on your attack power or strength value. Call. Comfortable. Chen Yi was satisfied. Then he looked at the black-feathered chickens. He has made his decision. Chicken tonight. The Chapter 19 area map appears, with the Lost Temple marked. Chen Yi piled up the wood from the wooden houses into a huge bonfire. Above is a whole processed bison. Next to the campfire were all the black-feathered chickens. A strong smell of blood continued to emanate. It can be smelled for miles around. Chen Yi didn't care. If any ferocious beast is attracted, it can be used as food. Gradually, the bison began to give off a beefy aroma. Chen Yi took out the novice's long sword and kept cutting the bison meat with it. The white wolf on the side was also shouting excitedly. Chen Yi also directly threw a large piece of half-cooked beef to it. This is a feast for the eyes. When the beef falls into the stomach, the powerful digestive ability brought by the predatory power breaks it down instantly. Over time, a whole roasted cow. Most of it fell into Chen Yi's stomach. All the black-feathered chickens were also eaten. He could hardly eat so much. At the same time, a voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. Predatory power activated. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of strength. Chen Yi felt it immediately. My strength has increased a little. Comfortable. At the same time, Chen Yi also felt that he was not as full as before. Then, Chen Yi put out the bonfire, leaving only some ashes and sparks. Leftover roast beef. Just like that, I was slowly being smoked. Chen Yi plans to eat it tomorrow morning. Then, lying comfortably on the straw pile, open the regional channel. The number of people online has dropped to 89,761. Just 4 days. More than 10,000 people died in the entire area. Presumably, the same will be true for other areas. Plus, the difficulty is so high. Chen Yi feels that there will be very few humans who can survive and go to the next world. At this time, regional channels. Everyone was discussing going to an abandoned temple next. The location of the temple. It was also posted. Chen Yi was a little curious after seeing it. Then the above chat history was retrieved. It turned out that it was Lu Tianming who leaked the map of the current area. And it's free and open to everyone. Therefore, the system directly opens the current area map. Now everyone can check where they are on the system's area map. See this message? Chen Yi withdrew immediately. I found that the regional map option really appeared. Just because it's so small. Chen Yi didn't notice it just now. Lu Tianming is really a good person. I guess it's because of this that it has gained support from many people. Don't say. His Tyrant Alliance. It is possible to build it. Then, Chen Yi directly clicked on the area map. He wanted to see it too. Where are you now? After opening the regional map, Chen Yi observed carefully. It was discovered that there were a total of 6 places in this area. They are Death Swamp, Thousand Wind Forest, Savage Blood Grassland, Frost Desert, Endless Beach and Mermaid Island. These 6 places. It constitutes Chen Yi's current area. There is a special mark in the harsh cold desert. And that mark? It looks like a small house. Could the lost temple they were talking about before be in here? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Could it be that? Is the so-called regional boss also included here? Chen Yi has never forgotten it. Only by killing the area boss can the passage to the next level be opened. Otherwise, you will die along with this world. And on the regional map, according to Chen Yi's location, there are also red dot markings. He now located in the east of the savage grassland. There is a death swamp between the so-called cold desert and the place. Could it be that? That Lu Tianming? Should we start organizing to attack the regional boss now? Chen Yi felt that Lu Tianming was too arrogant. Even if you have A-level talent, the boss in that area is definitely not that easy to defeat. It's only been 4 days now. Chen Yi then opened the regional chat channel. Many people are talking about it now. Have you looked at the regional map? On that regional map, I am in the Thousand Winds Forest. No wonder the wind in this forest is so strong at night. I was on Mermaid Island. Those mermaids were really ugly, but I still killed a few of them. Fuck, that's awesome! I can't bring myself to touch those mermaids. They're covered in slime and have gills on their faces. They almost make me vomit the food I ate the night before. Are you also on Mermaid Island? Let's gather together and take the boat to the land. Yes, you are right. There is strength in numbers. We can only reach the temple by going to the land. I keep hearing you talk about temples. What exactly is a temple? It is said that there is a regional boss in the temple. Lu Tianming, the leader of Tyrant Alliance, wants to lead everyone to defeat this regional boss. Yes, the boss of this area must die, otherwise there is no way to go to the next world. Isn't it a bit hasty to go now? After all, this is the strongest boss. I'm Lu Tianming. As the leader of Tyrant Alliance, I've called everyone together this time to find out the strength of the boss in this area. If you really can't defeat it, you can go back and come back after a while. If you don't want to come and are afraid of death, you don't have to come at all. It's all up to your own will. As soon as Lu Tianming said this, it immediately resonated with many people. Yes, when we come to this world, our life and death are not in our own hands. If we don't try to gain a glimmer of hope, what are we thinking about? What if we defeat the regional boss this time? Will the passage be open permanently? Everyone else is gone. Do you want to be destroyed along with this world? That's right. No matter what world you are in, if you don't work hard, are you just waiting for a pie to fall from the sky and crush you to death? This attack on the regional boss is an opportunity. What if there is a good reward? Even if you have low-level talent, you can still become stronger. Suddenly, countless inspirational messages were sent out. But Chen Yi discovered a characteristic. That is, those people who speak chicken soup are the ones with the 3 words "Ba Tian Meng" written behind them. Do you want to use other people's lives to pave the way for yourself? Chen Yi smiled. It seems that Lu Tianming is not as simple as he thought. Chapter 20, The Best Arrow Explodes, the Black Feather Arrow. Chen Yi also wanted to visit the Lost Temple. It's not that I was brainwashed by chicken soup, but I just wanted to see whether this is the location of the regional boss. Plus now I already have an A-level talent and a B-level talent. The strength is also good enough. He is also an archer. When encountering danger, you can escape immediately. Think of this. Chen Yi made a decision. Let's leave tomorrow. Then, Chen Yi put his equipment into the storage space and then fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Chen Yi got up at 5 o'clock. He ate all the beef that had been smoked overnight. I don't feel satisfied. Then he took out 10 more rabbits to roast. Final. Chen Yi's predatory power was activated. The strength attribute increased by 1 point. Now his strength attribute. It's already 12 o'clock. Her figure is like a sculpture, revealing incomparable magnificence. Demolish the remaining wooden houses. Chen Yi took the white wolf and walked towards the death swamp. On the way, Chen Yi met the group of black chickens again. After encountering, Chen Yi naturally would not let it go. All 21 arrows were shot out directly. At the same time, 21 black chickens were also obtained. Now these arrows. They have all lost their enchanting powers. But based on Chen Yi's current talents and attributes, the power of these arrows, it is not much different from before when it had enchanted power. 21 black chickens. Enough for a day's food. Collect the body as usual. Chen Yi discovered a ball of white light. After seeing, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel happy. Something exploded? The drop rate in this 10,000 races survival battlefield is ridiculously low. Chen Yi almost forgot that there was a setting that allowed him to drop props. I never paid attention to this kind of thing normally. Then, Chen Yi couldn't wait to run over. Reach your hand into the white light. A bundle of black arrows appeared in Chen Yi's hands. Black Feather Arrow. Physical damage 8. Introduction: the tail feathers are made of black chicken feathers. The fine arrows not only fly faster, but also have strong penetrating power. There are 10 black feather arrows in this bundle. The arrow shaft is made of ebony. The arrow is made of polished black metal and looks extremely sharp. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel very happy. Good job. It really suits me. And this black feather arrow is so powerful. The damage itself reaches 8 points. You know. Novice arrows. It's only 1 o'clock. The enchanted arrow, plus the enchantment, is only 6 or 7 points. This pure physical damage is so strong. Chen Yi was very satisfied. And there will be no disadvantage of loss of enchanting power. Good. Chen Yi was extremely satisfied. Put the black feather arrow into the storage space. The other black-feathered chickens had already fled in all directions by now. Chen Yi was not in the mood to continue chasing. The most important thing now. Or through the death swamp. Only this way. To get first-hand information. This wild grassland is very large. His running speed is 50 kilometers per hour. I ran for 3 full hours. 150 kilometers was enough to reach the northern border of the Manchuria grassland from the east. And across this northern border. That's the death swamp. During this time, Chen Yi also learned some information about the death swamp through the chat channel. This death swamp is different from the previous swamp on Blue Star. It is a place where you can die if you are not careful. There are all kinds of swamp traps and ferocious beasts everywhere. Especially the poisonous snakes and crocodiles. They can be called 2 rookie killers. Many people disappeared from this area. They were all killed by these 2 animals. Came to the edge of the swamp. Chen Yi began to look at the map carefully. Finally, we chose the shortest route. There it stretches from the savage blood grassland through the death swamp to the cold desert. It's only 30 kilometers away. If everything goes well, you can reach the cold desert before dark. Then, Chen Yi walked towards that place. The death swamp is overgrown with weeds and filled with methane. The bones of various animals accumulated over the years fermented into an extremely foul smell. The white wolf couldn't help wanting to vomit. There was a sour feeling in my mouth. But Chen Yi felt okay. After all, before I traveled through time, the stench in the room was much stronger than this. If it weren't for this time when I traveled to the battlefield of all races, Chen Yi could even rot to death in that room. The ground in the swamp is relatively soft. Chen Yi was exploring the way ahead with a 2-meter-long wooden stick in his hand. Prevent yourself from falling into this swamp of death. Just at this moment. Through the eye of insight, Chen Yi directly saw a strong breath of life 90 meters away from him. Retrieve attributes through the eye of insight. Swamp crocodile. Level 7. Basic strength, 7.5. Basic constitution, 16. Basic agility, 4. Basic intelligence, 0.6. Talent, Mark of the Wild. Wild Mark, increases maximum HP by 10%. Skill, Death Tumble. Seeing this, Chen Yi directly took out the hunting recurve bow. And took out the newly acquired black feather arrow. This giant swamp crocodile has great talent. But the next second it's mine. Whoosh! The black feather arrow turned into a black light. Directly sink into the ground. In a moment, the giant swamp crocodile hiding in the mud suddenly jumped up. It stirred up a cloud of mud and water. And the black feather arrow. Solid. Shot it in the forehead. Chapter 21. The flying snake in the swamp obtains the talent of poison. The penetrating power of the black feather arrow is extremely strong. With this penetration, almost no creature's skin below level 10 can resist it. The extremely tough crocodile leather is no exception. At this time, the giant swamp crocodile rushed directly towards Chen Yi. But the black feather arrow on the forehead, continuously causing him continued harm. At this time, Chen Yi kept firing black feather arrows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The arrows are fired at an incredibly fast speed. In addition, the resistance of black feather arrows in the air is much weaker than that of other arrows. Almost instantly, the giant swamp crocodile's forehead was full of arrows. Clank, clank, clank. Phew! The giant swamp crocodile lost its vitality. He lay there motionless. A voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the swamp crocodile's talent, Mark of the Wild. Wild Mark is amplified 100-fold, becoming Wild Body. Wild Body. Rank D. Effect: maximum chi and blood are doubled, and chi and blood recovery speed is increased by 10%. At the same time, Chen Yi felt that his energy and blood had become extremely vigorous. It is far from what I was before. The chi and blood are abundant. The recovery speed of chi and blood has increased. The speed of physical strength and energy recovery will also become faster. If I was easily fatigued before, now I have great endurance. Chen Yi came to the corpse of the swamp crocodile. The body of this giant swamp crocodile looked to weigh more than 1,000 pounds. The most important thing: Chen Yi has eaten crocodile meat. The crocodile meat tastes similar to chicken, but is much more tender than chicken. If used for baking, it must be delicious. Think of this. Chen Yi couldn't stop drooling. Then, pull out the black feather arrow. The giant crocodile's corpse was placed in the storage space. At the same time, I have already made up my mind. When I get out of this death swamp, I will roast this giant crocodile. Then, Chen Yi continued to move forward. Because of the eyes of insight, Chen Yi discovered many dangers in advance. The crocodiles in the death swamp are extremely intelligent. They even cover themselves in mud for camouflage. Certainly, none of these disguises could escape Chen Yi's eyes. On the way of walking, Chen Yi also saw many wooden houses. But all the wooden houses in the death swamp were empty. These wooden houses seems to have been abandoned. Chen Yi naturally wouldn't be polite. Whenever I come across a wooden house, Chen Yi stepped forward and took Bai Lang to dismantle the wood. Therefore, Chen Yi accumulated a large amount of timber. There will never be a lack of fuel for making a fire. Regional channels. Damn it, I just went out hunting, and when I came back the cabin was gone. Me too, whoa. I didn't want to go to the cold desert, but now I have no choice. Damn it, who is so naughty? Brothers from the death swamp, let's gather in the cold desert. Yes, let's gather in the cold desert and find out who it is. At this time, Chen Yi was not watching the regional channel. I didn't know I was being resented so much. Just 1 kilometer away from the cold desert, Chen Yi encountered a group of snakes. It was a huge thicket of snakes emerging from it. Each one has snake fangs. Swamp Viper. Level 4. Basic Strength 3.5. Basic Constitution 2.9. Basic Agility 4.5. Basic Intelligence 1. Talent: Poison Making. Poison Making: you can make poison and use it to attack the enemy. Skills: Fly. There were hundreds of snakes in the group. Even Chen Yi felt his scalp tingling when he saw it. But fortunately, these poisonous snakes didn't care about Chen Yi. Instead, he walked directly in one direction. Things like poisonous snakes always stay alone. But now a group of snakes have appeared. Chen Yi was still a little surprised. When the snakes passed by, Chen Yi ran away quickly, then took out an arrow whose enchanted power had lost effect. Towards one of the poisonous snakes. Whoosh! A poisonous snake was shot dead instantly. The rest of the venomous snakes. It immediately chased after Chen Yi with its tongue spitting out. Chen Yi ran straight forward. At the same time, a voice also rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have obtained the Swamp Viper talent, Poison Making. Poison Making 100 times the increase. The increase is Poison Spraying. Poison. Rank D. Effect: you can consume body fluids to create venom, apply it on weapons to attack enemies. The venom damage is continuous damage, and the specific damage value depends on your physical condition. This poison is good. The means of attacking the enemy have increased. Chen Yi then continued to run forward. Even through muddy ground. Chen Yi also stepped forward. Fortunately, I didn't get stuck. After running for a kilometer, Chen Yi saw the cold desert, and the poisonous snakes behind him seemed to be afraid of the cold desert. They all stopped at the edge of the death swamp. Chen Yi saw the performance of this group of venomous snakes. I couldn't help but hesitate. Is there something in this cold desert? Chen Yi didn't think too much about it. After all, I've already come here. Can I go back? Then Chen Yi walked deeper into the cold desert. Regional channels? Damn it, what's wrong with these venomous snakes? Don't they usually keep to themselves? Yeah, why are they so violent today? Let's run quickly. These poisonous snakes can't catch up with us for the time being. Yeah, run! Chapter 22, Encounter with Tyrant Alliance Team and the Current Situation. It was already dark when we arrived in the cold desert. This cold desert, as the name suggests, is really cold. Even though Chen Yi had all kinds of talents, he still felt the cold. Then Chen Yi found a depression, took out some wood and started building a temporary shelter. And a huge fire started in front. After dealing with the giant swamp crocodile, Chen Yi set it up and started grilling. Ever since he acquired the talent of predatory power, Chen Yi felt that he became hungry very easily. This is a whole roasted giant crocodile. I guess it can only last tonight and tomorrow morning. Accompanied by the aroma of barbecue, Chen Yi and Bai Lang began to feast on the food. Alligator meat is very tender. My mouth is full of oil after eating it. Just at this moment, Chen Yi threw the eye of insight. Suddenly I felt there were 7 people 80 meters ahead. Chen Yi couldn't help but be shocked. What do these 7 people want to do? Immediately following, Chen Yi took out the hunting recurve bow. Be prepared to strike back at any time. I have 10 times the range. Even at a distance of 2,000 meters, he could still hit the target with his arrows. He is not afraid of being ambushed at all. And at this time, the 7 people that Chen Yi sensed began to move. At the same time, someone was shouting over there. Friend, we have no ill intentions, we just want to find a place to rest. Follow the sound of the wind. Chen Yi heard the voices of these people. And then another voice came. Friend, we are from Tyrant Alliance, don't worry, we won't cause you any harm. Chen Yi heard this. I couldn't help but be a little surprised. Is he actually from Tyrant Alliance? I don't know if Lu Tianming is in there. Then Chen Yi picked up a torch and waved to those people. Indicate that you can come over. See Chen Yi's gesture. Those people were very happy. They all ran over here. When he saw the roasted giant crocodile that Chen Yi had set up, the others were visibly shocked. They have also encountered this giant swamp crocodile. But their skin was thick and there was no way to break through their defense. Therefore, if you encounter it, you can only run away. So, when I saw Chen Yi directly set up a big crocodile and roast it here, no one's heart will be at peace. Especially the white wolf beside Chen Yi. The white wolf's current level is the same as the white wolf boss that Chen Yi encountered before. His height grew directly to 3 meters. With the help of the boiling beast blood, its speed is extremely fast. His figure also looks extremely powerful. Chen Yi even prepared to make a mount and ride the white wolf everywhere. As soon as this group of people saw the white wolf, they knew it was Chen Yi's pet. Then the look in his eyes when he looked at Chen Yi became one of awe. The leader was a middle-aged man. Then he introduced him to Chen Yi. My name is Zhang Daji. These are the friends we met on the road. They have all joined the Tyrant Alliance. Alliance leader Lu Tianming is already waiting near the temple, so we need to get there as soon as possible, so we kept on traveling until dark. Chen Yi looked at Zhang Daji and the other 7 people. Then he nodded. Well, you haven't eaten yet, come on, eat as much as you want from this crocodile, I can't finish it anyway. When they saw that Chen Yi was going to treat them to roasted crocodile, several people's eyes immediately showed eager looks. After all, along the way, don't talk about meat. The compressed dry food that I got from the treasure chest before is almost gone. Now we can eat meat. It was such an unexpected surprise. Zhang Daji then smiled at Chen Yi and said, Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Then Zhang Daji took out a dagger. Start cutting on the giant crocodile that is as big as a bull. Chen Yi saw the dagger. I immediately realized that Zhang Daji's profession was an assassin. After Zhang Daji gave a piece of meat to each person behind him, he started eating too. Chen Yi was already a little full at this time. so I didn't eat any more. Save your stomach for adding attributes tomorrow. And under the eyes of insight. The life forms of Zhang Daji and the others did not change much, which meant that they had no ill will towards him. They seemed to be a group of honest people. At this time Chen Yi looked at Zhang Daji. Lao Zhang, have you seen Lu Tianming? Zhang Daji shook his head. We haven't really met him, we've only seen him in chats. He was just posting a video in the Tyrant Alliance chat group. Hear this. Chen Yi was a little curious. Can we still form a chat group? It seems that I am really ignorant and have not studied the functions of the system panel carefully. Chen Yi then said, Then can you add me to the group? At this time, Zhang Daji was a little embarrassed. If you want to join the group, you have to join the Tyrant Alliance. If you don't join, even if I pull you in, I will kick you out. Hearing what Zhang Daji said, Chen Yi nodded. Yes, I understand. But it's okay. You can go to the other side to rest. This bonfire can still burn for a long time. You don't have to worry about the cold at night. Zhang Daji nodded. Yeah, okay. Then he took the remaining 6 people to the other side, dug a hole in the sand and lay down to rest. Chen Yi also put the remaining crocodile meat into the storage space. This alligator meat is not like bison meat. If you smoke or roast it overnight, it won't taste good the next day. Then Chen Yi opened the regional channel. He wanted to see how many people have come to this cold desert now. Chapter 23 Heading to the Lost Temple, the Huge Desert Lizard. Regional channels. Online users, 86217. Chen Yi took a look. I found that the number of people online is decreasing. That's a few thousand people missing every day. Chen Yi sent a message. I have reached the harsh cold desert. How many people have come here? We haven't even built the boat yet. From the map, Mermaid Island is 25 kilometers away from Endless Beach. If we don't have a strong enough boat, we can't even leave Mermaid Island. Brothers who were born on Mermaid Island, you are too miserable. When you come over, I will treat you to a meal of roasted wild beef. The person above, you underestimate Mermaid Island. There is so much seafood on Mermaid Island that you can't even finish it all. I'm from Mermaid Island, so I have the right to speak. Indeed, there are a lot of coconut crabs, scallops, octopuses, razor clams, and so on here. Fuck, I'm so jealous. I love seafood. Don't envy others yet. It's too cold in the desert at night. If I hadn't dismantled my wooden house, I wouldn't be able to bear it now. Oh, you still have wood to burn. I don't know who the hell demolished my cabin. Don't let me catch you. When Chen Yi saw these words, his expression looked a little strange. Could it be that I took it apart by mistake during the day? Forget it. Now that it has been dismantled, is it possible to put it back together? Just at this moment, Zhang Daji suddenly shouted towards Chen Yi. Boss, we received a message in our group saying that there are already 5,000 people gathered around the temple. And our leader said that we should wait until we have 10,000 people before entering the temple. Is he urging us to hurry up? Chen Yi was a little surprised when he heard it. I didn't expect so many people had gathered. Okay, I get it. Just get up early tomorrow. Yeah, okay, big guy. After saying that, the more Chen Yi thought about it, the more unsafe he felt. Then he stood up suddenly. Sitting in a makeshift wooden house, he kept taking out arrows and coating the tips with poison. 30 arrows in total. They have all been coated with the toxins he produced. I glanced at the World Channel again. I found that no one was selling arrows or anything like that. Then he fell into a deep sleep. Chen Yi woke up at 4 o'clock. It was just dawn. The cold air at night had condensed into a layer of frost on the surface of the desert. All that was left of the bonfire were some unburned ashes. Seeing this, Chen Yi threw a pile of wood in. I waited for about 20 minutes. The wood began to burn. The surrounding temperature rose quickly, directly dispelling the cold. Zhang Daji and the other 7 were also awakened by the sudden temperature. Chen Yi has already put the roasted crocodile on the grill. Yesterday, he and the 7 others didn't even finish eating 1/3 of the crocodile. Therefore, the portion is still very sufficient. There are about 700 kilograms left. Soon. The aroma of crocodile meat filled the air. Chen Yi cut off 50 kilograms of meat and fed it directly to the white wolf. Zhang Daji and the others are not as gifted in predatory power as Chen Yi. Therefore, we eat very little. One person can feel full by eating 2 kilograms of meat. Chen Yi was already extremely hungry. He started to eat the whole crocodile. Piece after piece of meat was swallowed into the stomach. Chen Yi gradually felt his strength recovering. Drink some more water. Chen Yi continued eating. Under the stunned eyes of Zhang Daji and the other 7 people. Chen Yi alone ate more than 200 kilograms of meat. The crocodile was also bitten to pieces. At the same time, a voice also rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, your predatory power talent is activated, gaining 1 point of strength attribute value. The meat that Chen Yi ate. They also turned into his physical strength. The lower abdomen is flat. I have no idea where the meat I ate before went. Wait for Chen Yi to finish eating. It's already 6:30 in the morning. Chen Yi wiped the corners of his mouth contentedly. Then he looked at everyone. Let's go now. I also want to see what the temple looks like. Zhang Daji and the others definitely don't understand. Chen Yi must be a big shot with advanced talents. Just based on this appetite. It is very likely to be Class B or even Class A. If you say that. Isn't Chen Yi the same as his leader? Then. Several people started to set off. The white wolf is exploring the way ahead. Chen Yi and a few others were walking slowly behind. Now that we know the specific news. Chen Yi is not in a hurry now. It will be difficult to gather another 5,000 people. Just at this moment. The white wolf in front suddenly howled. Ouch! Seeing this, Chen Yi quickly took the hunting recurve bow in his hand. Zhang Daji and his men also entered a state of combat readiness with weapons in hand. At this time, in front of the white wolf, a huge lizard blocked its way. Desert Monitor Lizard. Level 7. Basic Strength, 9.5. Basic Constitution 8. Basic Agility, 5.4. Basic Intelligence, 0.6. Talent, Primary Poison Resistance. Poison resistance, you gain a certain degree of resistance to poisons, immune to most primary poisons. Skills, Tail Flick Swallow. The Desert Monitor Lizard is 4 or 5 meters long and more than 2 meters tall. The overall look. It is much larger than the 3-meter tall white wolf. Look at the Desert Monitor in front of you. Chen Yi just shot an arrow directly. Whoosh! The arrow hits the target without deviation. It shot directly into the Desert Monitor's eye. The Desert Monitor Lizard immediately began to howl in pain. Although it has some resistance to toxins. But being shot in the eye is real. The Desert Monitor Lizard, which had lost an eye, rolled over in the sand, trying to remove the arrow from his eye socket. Chen Yi sighed. The attack continued. Chapter 24. The Lost Temple gathers together, a large scene of tens of thousands of people. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows flew. Chen Yi's hand speed was almost invisible. In the blink of an eye. The Desert Monitor Lizard's body was full of arrows. Then. Chen Yi held the black feather arrow and directly used the charged shot. The power is constantly gathering towards the arrow in his hand. 5 seconds later. Whoosh! An arrow flew by even faster than the previous one. It went straight into the Monitor Lizard's body. Desert Monitor at this time. Become like a hedgehog. The ground was covered with blood. The surrounding sand was soaked. There is absolutely no trace of what it looked like before. Zhang Daji and the other 7 were extremely amazed. This kind of strength. It was beyond their imagination. If the 7 of them were to encounter this Desert Monitor Lizard, there would be no other way to try except running. This is a giant beast that cannot be shaken at all. But now, under Chen Yi's hands, this seems like a very common thing. At this time, Chen Yi began to walk towards the Desert Monitor Lizard. At this time, the Monitor Lizard was exhaling more than inhaling. but with a strong physique of 16 points. There was no way to die completely for the time being. The white wolf wanted to pounce at this time. Chen Yi simply waved at the white wolf, signaling it not to bite. After all, his arrows are poisonous. This desert monitor is immune to its own poison. But white wolf can't do that. Then, Chen Yi came right in front of the desert monitor lizard, holding an arrow, and stabbed it directly into the desert monitor lizard's brain. The next moment, the desert monitor lizard died completely. A voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the desert giant lizard's talent, primary poison resistance. Primary poison resistance is increased 100-fold to advanced poison resistance. Advanced poison resistance. Rank D. Effect greatly improves poison resistance, and can be immune to most high-level and lower toxins. Chen Yi's experience. It has also reached 79% of level 5. Chen Yi felt extremely comfortable when he heard the sound. Immune to poison. This talent is very much needed. If I encounter a monster that uses extremely powerful poison in the future, I will not be afraid at all. Immediately following, Chen Yi pulled out all the arrows. The body of the desert monitor lizard was also put into the storage space. After such an episode, in the minds of Zhang Daji and the other 7 people, Chen Yi's image became powerful and mysterious. His eyes were full of awe. Chen Yi also noticed this change. But he was happy to see this change. This way, this group of people won't have any ulterior motives. Even if some little thoughts arise. Chen Yi also didn't mind using unlimited self-defense rights and gaining an additional 7 talents. Then, follow the area map. Chen Yi only needs to walk another 100 kilometers. You can reach the temple. Because there's no rush. Chen Yi started killing every monster he encountered along the way. Even actively looking for it. Therefore, the experience bar also soared. Final. At 3 p.m., Chen Yi reached level 6. After reaching level 6, only then did Chen Yi start to take it seriously. Look at the 7 people. I'm leaving now. I need to get there before dark. You guys should catch up if you can. Then, Chen Yi took the white wolf and walked towards the lost temple. Zhang Daji and his friends also began to catch up. After all, it's only 100 kilometers. Even if you're walking at night. Also have to arrive before 12 o'clock. After all, many monsters are refreshed every day. If you say, too many monsters spawned, blocking the way. That would be bad. Chen Yi sighed. Running is like running at lightning speed. Leading the white wolf along the way, he stirred up a cloud of dust. Zhang Daji and the others also ran forward following the traces left by Chen Yi. The route Chen Yi took was the safest. After all, Chen Yi will clear out the monsters on the road. More than 2 hours later, Chen Yi saw a green area in the desert from afar. There is a lake in the middle of the green space. There were people all around. The number is densely packed. There are about 5,000 or 6,000 people. But Chen Yi did not see the entrance to the temple. It is probably hidden in some secret place. It's better to find a place to stay as soon as possible. The most important thing is to build your own wooden house. Think of this. Chen Yi took the white wolf and walked towards the green land. When you come to the green land, the tall figure of the white wolf immediately attracted the attention of many people. At first I thought the white wolf was a refreshed monster. But when he saw Chen Yi beside Bai Lang, I understood it immediately. Such a powerful monster is probably this person's pet. Think of this. Everyone else looked at Chen Yi with envy. Such a powerful pet. It must be very fast to level up and kill monsters. And most importantly, you must kill monsters of the same type to get the corresponding pet eggs. That person. He must be a person with powerful talents. At least C, more likely B. After all, those with C level or even B level talents are too powerful compared to them. So when Chen Yi came to the crowd, everyone automatically made way. Chen Yi walked forward. Finally we arrived at a flat open space by the lake. People around. See the mighty white wolf. They also retreated into the distance. In the blink of an eye. This leaves a big space for Chen Yi. Chapter 25. First meeting with Lu Tianming and preparations before entering the temple. Chen Yi started to build the wooden house. Soon. With his super fast hands, Chen Yi had built it within an hour. And built a bonfire. A processed bison was placed on it and grilled. Chen Yi's appetite has been increasing recently. Too much time is wasted on cooking. This bison weighs nearly 2,000 kilograms. After processing, there will be more than 1,000 kilograms of meat. Enough for him to eat for 2 days. White Wolf prefers to eat food that is half-cooked. Therefore, Chen Yi also fed the White Wolf a lot of meat. The crowd around. Looking at Chen Yi, who was barbecuing there alone, everyone was swallowing their saliva. Look at the compressed biscuits, compressed dry food and so on in your hand. It's just tasteless. Soon. The beef began to emit an enchanting aroma. Chen Yi immediately picked up the novice sword and started cutting. Huge chunks of beef were eaten. But there was no sign of Chen Yi's belly getting bulging. Some caring people. I have already guessed that Chen Yi's talent should be related to eating. Maybe it's the kind that the more you eat, the stronger you become. Chen Yi had almost finished eating by this time. After eating 200 kilograms of meat. My stomach is already 8/10 full. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the crowd. Chen Yi noticed the scene. Then he stopped eating. And put the remaining bison back into the storage space. At this time, a young man came over surrounded by a crowd of people. Chen Yi recognized it. He'd seen pictures of the guy. Lu Tianming. The owner of the A-level talent Flame Walker. Come here now. I don't know what the purpose is. The others also looked over here curiously. At the same time, familiar people were whispering. I don't know what will happen next. Lu Tianming walked up to Chen Yi. I was also a little surprised to see the white wolf that was over 3 meters tall. After all, such a pet is definitely the best of the best. Then, Lu Tianming looked at Chen Yi. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Lu Tianming. Chen Yi nodded. My name is Chen Yi. What are you doing here? Lu Tianming looked around. Then he said, Can we go to your cabin to discuss the details? Chen Yi nodded. Sure. Then, Chen Yi took Lu Tianming into the wooden house. The people brought by Lu Tianming. They also watched the people around them to prevent them from getting close and to prevent them from eavesdropping on their conversation. In the wooden house, Chen Yi looked at Lu Tianming. I wonder what you came here to see me about. Lu Tianming looked at Chen Yi and said, Your talent should be A-level. Chen Yi then pretended to be surprised. How do you know? Lu Tianming burst into laughter. Of course I know. I have memorized the 6 tips about the classification of talents at different levels in my mind. Generally speaking, humans who have reached S level have the ability to transcend certain rules. But your performance, in my opinion, is not much different from mine, so I conclude that you are definitely A level. Chen Yi looked at Lu Tianming with pretended admiration. Well, not bad, you are indeed worthy of being the cute leader of the Tyrant Alliance. After hearing this, Lu Tianming obviously benefited a lot. After all, he is still a teenager. Faced with such words praising him, it is impossible to remain indifferent. Then, the look in his eyes when he looked at Chen Yi softened a little. Are you interested in joining the Tyrant Alliance? Then we, the high-level talents, will definitely be able to defeat the regional boss. Hearing Lu Tianming's words, Chen Yi did not answer immediately. Instead, he said, I don't know if you have any other information about that temple. Lu Tianming nodded after hearing this. This cold desert is connected to the Endless Beach. According to a book I found somewhere, this place was once the bottom of the Endless Sea. The temple is an underwater temple where the mermaids worship a sea god called Hydra. But the world has changed dramatically, and now this place has become a desert. The mermaids also abandoned this temple. If we go in, we will most likely get a lot of ancient items, or even a scroll for changing a hidden profession. The regional boss may not be here, but in the Death Swamp. Because the venomous snakes in the Death Swamp are rioting, it is very likely related to the boss of that area. But only after we have explored this temple will we have enough strength to defeat the regional boss. Hearing Lu Tianming's words, Chen Yi was also a little surprised. He remembered the scene of the venomous snakes passing through the aisle. That being said, didn't I just miss the regional boss? Fortunately, I haven't encountered it now. Otherwise, with my current strength, there is no way to defeat the boss in that area. And this Lu Tianming, in just 5 days. That's all the information I got. Could it be that? Is he also a member of the voodoo cult? Then, Chen Yi asked tentatively, are you also a Christian? After Lu Tianming heard it, his eyes were obviously surprised. But then he said, no, I am not a believer, I just bought a lot of information from a voodoo believer. Hearing Lu Tianming say this, Chen Yi nodded. He also bought a lot of information from the voodoo followers. Then Chen Yi said, well, I have also encountered that believer. I wonder if we have encountered the same one. Lu Tianming pondered for a moment. Well, that should be it. At that time, the believer was short of food, and I used barbecue to exchange for the news. Me too, haha. It's amazing to see that they both had such similar experiences. The sense of strangeness in the two people's hearts was also eliminated a lot. Lu Tianming then said, well, if that's the case, now that everyone is gathered, we will form a team and enter the Hydra Temple. Chapter 26. Open the temple door, and the Spider Mother awakens. The two then agreed on many things and became friends. Lu Tianming also pulled Chen Yi into the Ba Tianli group. From Lu Tianming's mouth, Chen Yi found out there is also a person with B-level talent, who forms a team with 3 people with C-level talent. This configuration, already the strongest in District 8888. After Lu Tianming left, Chen Yi also asked the White Wolf to guard him well, and he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Chen Yi got up at 5 o'clock. Now is the 6th day since I came to this world. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Chen Yi ate 300 kilograms of meat. Congratulations, your predatory power talent is activated, gaining 1 point of strength. Now his power. It has reached 14.5. Even those warriors were not as strong as him. It was already 7:30 when Chen Yi finished eating. Lu Tianming also sent a message to Chen Yi privately. Let Chen Yi go over now. First come to the temple entrance. Now after one night, this oasis has gathered more than 10,000 people. 1 in 10 people in the entire area came here. After Chen Yi received the message, so he put away the wooden house. Then he walked towards Lu Tianming. When I came to Lu Tianming, there are already 5 people gathered here. They are all professionals with high talent levels. The worst is C grade. Chen Yi knew. These are the people Lu Tianming mentioned yesterday who were going to form a team together. When Lu Tianming saw Chen Yi, he began to greet Chen Yi. Chen Yi, come here quickly, I will introduce these people to you. Chen Yi walked over. The remaining 4. They are Qin Mu, a priest with B-level talent, miraculous hands. A warrior named Lei Hu who has the C-level talent, Hercules. Jian Haoren, a knight with C-level talent, holy power. Lu Xiaochun, a mage with C-level talent, ice control. Warriors, knights, priests, 2 mages, and Chen Yi, the archer, formed this team. Qin Mu's rejuvenation can enhance all treatment effects by 5 times. The healing spell can cure minor injuries, and he has also learned the level 5 healing skill rejuvenation. As long as the injuries are not extremely serious, then it can be cured. Lei Hu is extremely powerful, and as the tripod warrior, his strength growth increases by an additional 1 point. It is a talent that becomes more useful in the later stages of a game. Jian Haoren's divine power can increase the actual effect of his blessing spell by 100%. The knight's blessing of strength can directly increase the target's strength. With the blessing of Jian Haoren's power, the strength of Chen Yi and Lei Hu can be increased by at least 30%. Jian Haoren also learned the knight's level 5 skill blessing of wisdom, can directly improve the target's intelligence. Lu Tianming, Lu Xiaochun and Qin Mu can all be promoted. This is an indispensable professional. As for Lu Xiaochun, he has the natural ability to control ice. The initial skill is not fireball. It's the ice spear technique. Can fire ice spears to attack enemies. Not only can it slow down and freeze enemies. Under the talent, Ice Control, which increases the power of ice spells by 100%. The attack power is also extremely strong. As for Lu Tianming's Flame Walker talent, he didn't hide anything. Just say it directly. His fire skills will gain 10 times the power, and he can also consume his mental power to transform into a fire elemental. During this period, you are immune to physical damage and fire damage. The duration depends on his mental strength. A-level talent. It's just that powerful. Chen Yi was introducing himself. He only told everyone about the effect of the predatory power. Everyone was amazed when they heard it. These A-level talents are indeed stronger than each other. It can reduce the attack power of surrounding enemies, and also increase their own attack power. If you face enough enemies, can't one arrow penetrate the earth's crust? And that talent that can increase attribute points by eating. It's just too good. This is the talent that everyone dreams of. The talents of several people were introduced to each other. Lu Tianming brought a few people to the entrance of the temple. This is a metal door half tilted on the ground. The metal door is about 7 or 8 meters wide and 5 or 6 meters high. The door is covered with various tentacle patterns, and these tentacles are inlaid with gems that resemble eyeballs. The direction the eyes are looking at this time. It is diagonally upward. There seemed to be something there attracting them. Look at that metal door. Lu Tianming sent a message directly in the group. Let everyone be on guard. According to the classics, there are many monsters behind this metal door. The moment of opening, it will all come out. Lu Tianming gathered more than 10,000 people for this purpose, and spread the false news that there is a regional boss in this temple. So these talents flocked to it. At this time, people who received the news, they packed up their things and went straight into combat readiness. At this time, Lu Tianming has entered the fire elemental body state. The whole person turned into flames, floating in the air, like a flaming devil. At this time, Lu Tianming directly condensed a fireball in his hand. With the blessing of 10 times the power, the color of the fireball's flames changed to blue-purple. Boom! The fireball exploded on the metal door instantly. The metal door cracked due to such a violent explosion. One fireball after another was fired. Boom, boom, boom. Final. The metal door was overwhelmed, shattered with a loud bang. At the same time, a series of hissing sounds came directly from the corridor behind the metal door. Almost instantly, small spiders swarmed out from behind the temple door. Crowded, like the tide. At the same time, a much larger spider also appears behind Spider-Man. The spider is 5 meters tall. It is almost the same as the temple gate. Chen Yi also immediately called up the attribute panel of the giant spider. Mother of Spiders, Iron Level Boss. Level 10. Basic Strength, 23.2. Basic Constitution 31.8. Basic Agility, 22.1. Basic Intelligence 10. Talent, Reproductive Power. Reproductive Power, D. Your reproductive ability is increased by 1 times. Skill Nest. Nest, you can create a spider nest and hatch 10 baby spiders after 10 seconds. With the blessing of the power of reproduction, it is changed to 20. Chapter 27 Plunder the Spider Mother, and increase the talent, Reproductive Power. Little Spider. Level 1. Basic Strength, 0.4. Basic Constitution, 0.3. Basic Agility, 0.7. Basic Intelligence, 0.1. Talent, none. Skill, spinning. Look at the spider mother's talent. Chen Yi was speechless. The power of reproduction. What do you want this thing for? So does Spider-Man. No talent at all. But even so, those who deserve to be killed must be killed. because of such a huge base. The experience you can get is extremely terrifying. At this time, Lu Tianming has started firing at the spider mother. The powerful fireball directly hit the body of the spider mother. Boom! The fireball spell directly burned the spider mother's skin black. But it did no effective harm. See this scene? Lu Tianming was a little surprised. I didn't expect the spider mother's defense to be so strong. And at this time, the spider mother directly spit out more than 10 meatballs. Those meatballs grow when exposed to wind. In a blink of an eye, they became small spider nests. Just at this moment, Chen Yi shouted at Lu Tianming, "Burn down those spider nests quickly, otherwise more little spiders will hatch." Lu Tianming nodded after hearing this. Then he fired fireballs at the spider nests. Every fireball can burn down a spider nest. But there are still some that slip through the net. 2 spider nests were successfully hatched. Suddenly, more than 40 small spiders crawled out. The white wolf killed one with one claw. Attack those little spiders. At this time, that's more than 10,000 people. They are also constantly fighting with the little spiders. Although the attributes of these little spiders are very poor, their numbers are unstoppable. Under the attack of tens of millions of small spiders, casualties began to appear among the crowd. Chen Yi knew the mother spider must be killed to slow down the attack of these little spiders. Then, Chen Yi directly attacked the mother of spiders. The bowstring in his hand trembled. Arrows flew towards the spider mother one after another, with various hit bonuses. Chen Yi's arrows never missed their targets. Every arrow, they can all penetrate deeply into the body of the spider mother. The crushing hand continuously reduced the physical defense of the spider mother. Chen Yi's poison also began to work. This spider mother doesn't have much resistance to poison. The damage caused by Chen Yi's poison was irresistible. Just then, Jiang Haoran directly threw a blessing of strength towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi suddenly felt a strong force surging in his body. You are blessed with strength, and your basic strength increases by 2 points plus 20%. His power, at this moment, reached a new height. With the blessing of powerful force, the arrows shot out become more powerful. The arrow was originally able to penetrate half a meter into the spider mother. Now it can all be immersed. Only the arrow feathers are left on the body surface. Lei Hu is holding a large white steel sword at this time, his body glowing with golden light, and he rushed directly towards the spider mother. Whirlwind! The white steel sword drew an arc in the air, like a spinning saw. A long wound was directly cut on the spider mother's abdomen. Green blood gushed out of the wound. Squeak! The spider mother screamed. He swung his front paw towards the thunder tiger. A deep wound was immediately cut on Lei Hu's chest. Blood gushed out of the wound. Qin Mu saw this. There are 2 skills directly. The healing spell that could instantly heal and the rejuvenation spell that could provide continuous healing were directly cast on Lei Hu. Lei Hu's wound. Under the extremely strong therapeutic effect, the wound gradually recovered. He became as lively and energetic as before again. And here is the spider mother. Spider nests began to be produced continuously. Spider nests rushed out one after another, almost risking their lives. At the same time, Lu Changming and Lu Xiaochun began to clean up these spider nests. Ice spears and fireballs were fired continuously. But many spiders were still hatched. After the little spider joined the battle, his skill of spitting spider silk started to make the others flustered. After being sprayed with spider silk, movement was severely restricted. However, Lu Tianming does not have such worries. He is in a body of flames. He was attacked by the spider silk, but the silk was burned up by the flames before it could hit his body. Just at this moment, Chen Yi has shot all the enchanted arrows whose enchanted powers have lost their effectiveness. Next second, the black feather arrow in his hand reappeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under Chen Yi's extremely fast attack speed, each strike of the black feather arrow carried a tremendous force as it attacked the spider mother. The spider mother has a strong physique. But Chen Yi's arrows are not vegetarian. Every arrow. They were all deeply immersed in the body of the spider mother. Gradually, no matter how strong the spider mother's physique is, there was also no way to resist the attack of arrows. The more violently it moves, the greater the damage. The arrow acts like a blender inside its body. The internal organs and spider's sac all began to break down. Even if it is a black iron boss. Also completely irresistible. Gradually, the spider mother's life force began to wane. The little spiders around seemed to sense this situation and became even crazier. They began to gather around the spider mother, used to protect the spider mother. The mother spider also started eating the little spiders. It seems that eating the little spider can heal injuries. But it was all in vain. At this time, its stomach had already ruptured. There is no way to digest and gain strength after eating it. Suddenly, the spider mother fell to the ground. A ball of golden light penetrated into Chen Yi's body. His experience bar has also reached level 697%. Just a little experience left to level up. A voice also rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations on successfully plundering the spider mother's talent, reproduction power. Reproductive power is increased 100-fold, and the increase is iron kidney. Iron kidney. Rank B. Effect: you will not suffer from kidney deficiency, and your fertility will increase 10-fold, eliminating reproductive isolation from some humanoid races. Chapter 28: Strange Tentacles in the Temple. Talent comes so suddenly. Chen Yi was not prepared at all. Look at this iron kidney talent. Chen Yi was too tired to complain. This is useless. However, Chen Yi himself did not have any expectations for the talents of the spider mother. The experience bar has increased quite well. Kill some more monsters and you can level up. Just at this moment. Because of the death of the spider mother, the little spiders seem to have lost their backbone and fled in all directions towards the depths of the desert. The little spiders are like a tide. Easy come, easy go. Everyone suddenly got some time to breathe. These little spiders are so annoying. At this time, all around the temple, apart from the remaining spider corpses, there were no more spiders. Lu Tianming came to the front of the spider mother at this time. Looking at the dead spider mother, the palm reached directly towards the head of the spider mother. There was a churning in the brain. A crystal stone appeared in the palm of his hand at this moment. I saw there was actually a crystal. Chen Yi was very curious. At this time Lu Tianming came in front of the few people. This is the energy crystal produced in the head of the spider mother. It can only be produced by boss-level monsters. It is used to restore the energy of enchanted equipment. Hear this. Chen Yi was a little surprised. I didn't expect such a thing existed. Then the previous Bison King must have missed it. He also didn't touch the body of the White Wolf King. It seems that the White Wolf King also has this kind of energy crystal in his brain. Just right. His own enchanted arrows have lost their power. This energy crystal can be used to replenish it. Lu Tianming said at this time. We don't have any enchanted equipment. I see that Chen Yi's arrows are enchanted arrows, but now they have lost their power. Plus, Chen Yi contributed the most just now, so I think it's okay for him to have this thing. The rest of the people expressed no objection. Just a piece of energy crystal. It's not anything particularly valuable. Then, Lu Tianming then placed the energy crystal in Chen Yi's hand. Chen Yi also saw clearly the properties of this energy crystal. Black iron energy crystal. Remaining energy, 1000. Introduction: crystals created by powerful monsters can replenish various equipment items that lack energy. Good. This energy crystal is exactly what he needs right now. Thank you. After Chen Yi finished speaking, then he came to the body of the spider mother. Pull out all the arrows above. Chen Yi began to charge all the enchanted arrows. Place the energy crystal on the enchantment pattern of the arrow. The arrow will automatically absorb energy. It's like charging. Charge all 20 enchanted arrows. Chen Yi's energy crystal also consumed 200 points of energy. Now there are only 800 points of energy left. Now, enchanted arrows recharge. The glory of the elements bloomed again. Chen Yi was satisfied. Now my strength has been further improved. See Chen Yi recharge the arrow. Lu Tianming said at this time. Now we can select a small team to go in and explore the way to see if there is any danger. At this time, Jiang Haoren said, others are not so stupid as to explore the way. Lu Tianming smiled. As long as we give them enough benefits, we don't have to worry about them not going. Seeing Lu Tianming like this, no one else objected. Naturally, Chen Yi would not be a saint. After all, this is a battlefield for survival among all races. Your own life is the most important. At this time, Lu Tianming had already started private chatting. Not long. A team was coming from a distance. There are 5 people in this team. I don't know what Lu Tianming promised. Be able to invite them. Not long. The team walked into the entrance of the temple. Chen Yi and his companions were waiting quietly at the entrance of the temple. The rest of the people in the oasis also gathered around at this time, looking at the entrance of the temple with desire and fear. Everyone knows there's good stuff in there. But where good things come, dangers are common. With their strength, there is simply no way to deal with it. Waited about 30 minutes. A cry of surprise came from the entrance. In the blink of an eye. Of the original 5-member team, only 2 managed to escape. His body was also covered with various suction cup-shaped scars. The center of this suction cup-shaped scar. It looked as if it had been bitten into that shape by countless teeth. Qin Mu saw this. He directly performed healing magic on it. The wounds on both of them also showed signs of improvement. The leader was still in shock. Looking at the crowd, they started shouting wildly. So many tentacles! So many tentacles inside! Those tentacles not only have eyes, but also extremely sharp teeth. The wounds on our bodies were caused by these things. The others are all dead. They were all sucked dry by the tentacles and turned into dried human remains. Hearing this man say this, others were a little scared. Fortunately, they were not the ones who went in. Otherwise, they are the ones who are sucked dry. At this time, Lu Tianming looked at the man. How long did you walk before you encountered them? Where are those tentacles? The leader recalled. I encountered it near a statue of a deity. We came across the statue in the temple. It seemed to have magical powers. We couldn't help but kneel down. When we knelt down, the tentacles appeared. When those tentacles bit us, it didn't hurt at all. It was like we were given anesthesia. Hearing this man say this, Lu Tianming frowned. There is such a weird thing. I don't know what it is. It is no longer realistic to find other people to explore. But there is no reason to return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain. Lu Tianming looked at Chen Yi and the others. How about going? Chapter 29. Kill the tentacles and find the diamond treasure chest under the feet of the statue. To go in or not to go in? This is a difficult problem. But after entering, you will definitely get a lot of rare items. Very likely. There will be ways to defeat regional bosses. Lu Tianming said at this time. If you don't want to go in, I can go in myself. I have a fire elemental body, which makes me immune to physical damage. So, even if I were to touch those tentacles, I could still escape unscathed. Hearing Lu Tianming say this, Chen Yi didn't say anything. He actually wanted to go. But no one else has spoken yet. Just go in with Lu Tianming. There is a high chance that something unexpected will happen. At this moment, Qin Mu said, I'll go too. I have treatment, and those tentacles can't do anything to me. 3 Lei Hus. They also expressed their desire to go. Chen Yi saw this. Then he said, Since everyone is going, it would be bad if I don't go, and I also want to see what's inside. I saw several people were about to go in. The onlookers couldn't sit still anymore. Can you take me with you? Take me too. It doesn't matter who you take, just take me. Those who were still afraid just now. At this time, they all asked to enter the temple. Lu Tianming had told them before that there was a regional boss below. If you say they defeated the area boss and left directly, doesn't that mean these people? There will never be a way to leave this world, and you can only perish together with this world. Lu Tianming did not refuse after seeing it. After all, the more people there are, the safer it is. And if I don't allow them to enter now, that would also be detrimental to his voice and the Tyrant Alliance. Then Lu Tianming spoke. Okay, since everyone wants to go in, who goes in first? Lu Tianming just finished speaking. There was a sudden silence all around. The miserable appearance of those people just now is still vivid in my mind. If you go in now, there is a high possibility that you will be killed on the spot by the tentacles. Watching the people around me in silence, Lu Tianming laughed out loud. Come on, let's go in first. Then Lu Tianming brought Chen Yi and the others directly to the entrance. Chen Yi stood at the end. He already had the hunting recurve bow clenched in his hand. At the same time, a flaming arrow appeared in his hand. If you encounter that tentacle, Chen Yi will kill him immediately. When you walk into the temple gate, Chen Yi suddenly smelled a rotten smell. At this time, there were many murals in the corridors of the temple, which seemed to be recording something. But the murals are now covered with cobwebs. It seems unreal. When you walk 30 meters, Chen Yi and 6 others came to a hall. The hall is very large. It is several thousand square meters. It can even accommodate several thousand people. It seems extremely empty. In the middle of the hall, a statue appeared before them at this moment. That stone statue. It's like a giant mermaid gained legs. The face is covered with tentacles, just like a beard. And under the feet of the statue, there are also 3 fresh mummies. At first glance, they were the 3 people who had just come in. When they saw the statue, a strange spiritual power enveloped them. The Thunder Tiger, which had the lowest intelligence, was affected first. I couldn't help but walk towards the statue. See this scene? Qin Mu directly performed a healing spell on Lei Hu. The power of holy light enveloped it. Lei Hu suddenly woke up. At the same time, I felt a little scared. If you say you have passed, will his fate be similar to those 3 people? And at this time, the tentacles on the statue seemed to have started moving. Tentacles start stretching and revealed its huge mouthparts. There are countless teeth stacked in circles in the mouthparts. Crowded. It looks extremely creepy. See this scene? Whoosh! An arrow flew out directly from Chen Yi's hand. This is a flaming arrow. He shot a solid shot onto one of the tentacles. Boom! The fire arrows launched a fire explosion. That tentacle was instantly blown off. And the tentacles that were blown off, it immediately lost its vitality and sprayed out blue blood. Lu Tianming, Lu Xiaochun. There is also Lei Hu Jianghaoren. The attacks have already been launched. The tentacles were either burned or chopped off. Then I was frozen to death. For a while, various attacks occurred. See this scene? Chen Yi breathed a sigh of relief. This tentacle is not so indestructible. But after killing the tentacles, Chen Yi did not gain any experience points. Very likely, these tentacles are parts of some huge creature. But there is no way to query the information now. So I don't know what this creature is. Just after all the tentacles were cleaned up, a strong 9-colored light suddenly emanated from under the feet of the statue. The crowd was so excited that they couldn't help but close their eyes. When the light is gone, the sole of the statue's foot. At this time, a treasure chest made entirely of 9-colored diamonds appeared. See this scene? Everyone was shocked. Could it be that? Is this the greatest reward in the temple? After all, it is a diamond-quality treasure chest. They haven't seen it. I don't know what's inside. Just when Lu Tianming wanted to go over, Chen Yi stopped him. Wait a minute, let me try it with an arrow first to see if this thing has any traps. Hearing Chen Yi say this, the others nodded as well. It is better to be safe than sorry. In this unknown temple, it is always better to be cautious. Chapter 30. The Incredible Items in the Diamond Treasure Chest. Whoosh! A black feathered arrow flew over. With a bang. The arrow was knocked away. There was no response around the diamond chest. See no danger. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Tianming then transformed into a fire elemental body. Approach carefully. Squeak. Accompanied by a ray of light. The diamond chest is opened. The others also came over. I don't know what's in here. Look along the bottom of the treasure chest. A scroll. A bottle of medicine. A necklace. A stone. A skill book. A long sword. Just put it there quietly. 6 people. Exactly 6 items. It seems to be specially prepared for 6 people. After seeing, Chen Yi was a little surprised. I didn't expect that there would be exactly one for each person. However, it is also possible that this treasure chest has a hidden mechanism. How many people are there? How many things will appear? Then, several people began to check the properties of these items. First, there is the scroll. Pyromancer Job Change Scroll. Level Requirement, Level 10. Introduction, a scroll that allows you to change your job from a mage to a hidden class, the Pyromancer, and gain the Pyromancer's exclusive skills. There is no doubt about this scroll. Of course it belongs to Lu Tianming. Then, Lu Tianming took the scroll away. I won't look at the rest, so as to avoid tempting me. I just want this scroll. After taking the scroll away, Lu Tianming went aside. Chen Yi continued to watch. Blessing Potion. Effect: luck permanently increases by 1 point. Introduction: a potion that can increase luck. A person can only use it once in his lifetime. Luck can be said to be the most important hidden attribute, but I didn't expect that such a small bottle of potion could actually increase luck. Jiang Haoren said at this time. All my blessing spells require luck to support them, because the probability of a person gaining an attribute through a blessing has a certain range. The higher my luck, the higher the probability that I can help you obtain higher attributes. I saw that it was tailor-made for Jiang Haoren. Chen Yi and the other 3 had no objections. Then nodded. Okay, I'll give it to you then. Jiang Haoren nodded. Okay, thank you everyone. Then, Jiang Haoren took away the bottle of blessing potion and drank it immediately. Chen Yi and the others continued to look towards the next thing. Resurrection Necklace. Effect: gain a skill that can revive a person on the spot. If the wearer dies, the resurrection spell will be automatically performed on him. Usable once. This resurrection necklace is a life. Everyone was jealous. At this time, Qin Mu said, I only want this one thing, you can choose the rest. After all, this resurrection necklace is the most suitable for me. As you know, the survival rate of priests is relatively low. With this resurrection necklace, I can also revive you, right? Hearing Qin Mu say this, no one else could say anything. After all, this is indeed a priest's skill. Maybe later, priests can really learn the art of resurrection. Then he turned his eyes to the stone. The stone has a hexagonal shape. Looks extremely gorgeous. Guardian Stone. Introduction: injecting spiritual power into it will generate an extremely powerful defensive barrier around your body. The properties of the barrier will be determined by your talent. See this Guardian Stone? Lu Xiaoqun said. It's my turn now. I'm a mage, and with the bonus of intelligence, my mental strength is relatively high. So this Guardian Stone is the most suitable for me. What Lu Xiaoqun said makes sense. Mages also need some means to save their lives. Then Chen Yi and Lei Hu asked Lu Xiaoqun to take the Guardian Stone away. Then, Chen Yi looked at the skill book. The long sword itself can no longer be used. I hope I can use this skill book myself. Crossing the Yang with 100 steps, limited skill. Required occupation: archer. Introduction: this skill has a 100% hit rate, can cause strong physical damage to a single target, and silence the target for 10 seconds, skills cannot be used in the silent state. Cooling time 24 hours. This is a skill that can only be used once in 24 hours. And there is no level requirement. Chen Yi took the 100 steps through the arrow in his hand. This skill really suits him. Plus that 100% hit rate and silence effect. Even in the later stages. I believe this skill book can also bring him great help. Chen Yi was satisfied. The last long sword. It was obviously prepared for Lei Hu. Chen Yi looked at the attributes. Blood sword. Damage, 15 to 19. Enchantment. When attacking an enemy, there is a chance to absorb the enemy's life energy to restore yourself. This bloody sword. Very strong. It's enough to last Thunder Tiger for a long time. Lei Hu couldn't let it go after seeing it. The enchantment on this blood-red sword is a magical weapon that allows him to fight protracted battles and team fights. If you encounter a large number of enemies later, through this bloody sword, he never gets tired. This time, several people have already obtained the props that they are satisfied with. Chen Yi also learned the 100 steps through the arrow technique as soon as possible. When you encounter a boss-level monster in the future, as soon as he went up, he could hit the target accurately. Make it unable to use its skills and leave it at your mercy. It doesn't get any better than this. Chen Yi looked at his attributes at this time. Chen Yi. Occupation Archer. Level 6, Experience 87%. Basic Strength, 14.5. Basic Constitution 6. Basic Agility 9. Basic Intelligence 6. Equipment, Hunting Recurve Bow, Precision Ring, Mithril Bracelet. Talents, Infinite Plunder, EX, Boiling Blood, B, Iron Skin, D, Treasure Hunter, D, Skeleton Resurrection, D, 10 times the range, C, Crushing Hands, C, Eye of Insight, C, Predatory Power, A, Wild Body, D, Poison, D, Advanced Poison Resistance, D, Iron Kidney, B. Skills, Precision Shooting, Charged Shooting, and Accurate Shooting. Introduction. This is a powerful archer panel, and you can also sow the excellent genes of the 10,000 worlds. Chapter 31. Obtain the artifact and accelerate the time of world destruction. Then, Chen Yi picked up the scattered arrows. At this time, several people began to explore deeper into the temple. Behind the statue. It is a gate leading to the inner hall. There are still a lot of traces of dust being dragged on the ground. It seems that the tentacles just now stretched out from here. See this scene? Several people became very cautious. Because next, after entering the side hall, the owner of the tentacle is likely to appear. I don't know who the tentacle's owner is. What a powerful monster it is. If you can't defeat the opponent, then escape is the only way out. After planning their escape route, they carefully walked towards the inner hall. When you enter the inner hall, the scene before them shocked everyone. Because it is in the inner hall. There are 8 statues standing there. The image of each statue is different. But without exception, all of them are humanoid. They did not know what authority these 8 gods represented or what their names were. But since it is a human form, this means that this is definitely not the Hydra Sea god that the mermaids believe in. Very likely. Human beings once existed in this world. Behind every statue, there is a door. It seemed that each door led to a different location. At this time, Lu Tianming said, "There is no way out now. Let's go to a door separately. If we encounter any danger, we can just retreat and escape." Hearing Lu Tianming's proposal, except Chen Yi, the others were silent. Because they do not have Lu Tianming's talent, which allows them to transform into fire elemental bodies and become immune to damage. Chen Yi saw what several people were thinking. "I have a suggestion. I will go one way, Lu Tianming will go one way, and the rest of you will go one way. I wonder if this is okay?" Hearing Chen Yi's proposal, Qin Mu and the others nodded. "Okay, that's it." Seeing this, Lu Tianming didn't say anything more. "In that case, then distribute it like this." Then, Lu Tianming walked into a door behind a statue. Chen Yi looked at the white wolf at this time. "Stay here and run away if you encounter any danger." White wolf nodded. Then he lay down at the entrance of the inner hall. Chen Mu and the others also went to the door behind one of the statues. Chen Yi chose one. Finally, the door behind the only female statue among the 8 statues was chosen. After coming in, Chen Yi's side discovered it. The corridor behind this door has not been repaired at all. All of them are composed of irregular sea stones. It was very uneven to walk on. Chen Yi walked towards the depths. Suddenly, there was a whisper around. This kind of whisper had never been heard in any language Chen Yi had ever learned. Like the language of an unknown race. He heard it at this moment. It had some impact on his spirit. Chen Yi was a little surprised. I didn't expect there was such a sound here. Able to affect the character's spirit. However, this sound did not cause much harm. Chen Yi can still hold on. Therefore, there is no thought of retreating. I got such great benefits just by being in the main hall. This latter thing is definitely much better than what we got before. After walking for half an hour, Chen Yi came to the end of the corridor. There is nothing at the end. There is only one high platform. It was pitch black all around. Only this high platform has some light. And on the high platform, there seems to be a bow emitting holy light. The light just now. It's obvious that this bow is the source. See here. Chen Yi was a little excited. Since the weapons can appear here, they are definitely not that simple. It is very likely to be much better than your own hunting recurve bow. How important is a good weapon? He didn't need to say anything more. Think of this. Chen Yi stepped directly onto the steps of the platform. When you come to the high platform, the image of a bow also appeared in front of Chen Yi. This is a recurve bow. The overall design is similar to a hunting recurve bow. But the whole body exudes a kind of radiance similar to sunlight shining through white jade. It's like a fine work of art. Chen Yi then brought up the bow's attribute panel. Holy Glory. Damage, 21 to 28. Enchantment, the arrow shot out will be enchanted with light attribute, with a certain chance to blind the enemy and cause a holy flame explosion. Inflict an additional 200% damage to the undead. Introduction: this artifact was left behind by Dibella, the goddess of beauty and light. Over the long years, most of its power has been lost. It's actually a magical weapon. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Although this artifact has lost most of its power, it is definitely hundreds of times better than the hunting recurve bow in his hand. You can say that. I have this magical weapon. The strength is definitely increased several times. It's not just the high amount of damage. And the enchantment of this artifact blinds the enemy and can also trigger a holy flame explosion. Also has bonus damage to undead. For Chen Yi now, this weapon is extremely to his liking. Immediately following, Chen Yi picked up the Holy Glory. But the moment I picked it up, the platform under my feet suddenly shook. At the same time, all human beings. There were sounds in my ears. Notice, because someone has taken the artifact that suppresses the evil god, the time for the destruction of the world has been accelerated. Time left until world destruction, 60 days. Chapter 32, The Artifact is Lost, S-level talent, Blessing of the Evil God. When I heard this, the world channel exploded. What? The time of world destruction has been accelerated. Damn it! I wanted to relax for a while. It seems that I can't do that anymore. A divine weapon to suppress the evil god? That must be a good thing. What do you care about? The time for the destruction of our world has been accelerated. Yeah, there were originally more than 90 days left, but now there are only 60 days left. What a bummer. We can only place our hopes on those high-level talents. Otherwise, how can we, a group of low-level talented humans, defeat the regional boss? Yeah, I even ran away when I saw the Iron Boss, but I'm going to use my head to beat the regional boss? And just at this moment, another announcement sounded. Notice, another artifact to suppress the evil god has been lost, and the time for the destruction of the world has been accelerated. Time remaining for world destruction, 45 days. Notice, 3 artifacts to suppress the evil god are missing. The time of world destruction is accelerated. Time remaining for world destruction, 30 days. 2 consecutive announcements. Let everyone be confused. Who is this? What's going on? There are so many artifacts to suppress the evil gods. No one can resist the temptation of a divine weapon, but you must never take a divine weapon again. Yes, if a few more pieces are taken away, our world will be destroyed. It turns out that the reason for the destruction of our world is the awakening of the evil god. I thought that the lifespan of this world had come to an end. There are only 30 days left, but I'm only level 2. How can I fight the regional boss? This is simply impossible. Just at this moment, the announcement came out again. In view of the loss of the artifact, the rules have been modified. Among the 10,000 areas, if you clear the regional boss in one area, all other areas will open world channels. The conditions for entering the world channel are level 10. Hear this. Everyone was delighted. That's great. Now I don't have to worry about being buried with this world. What's so good about that? Didn't you see that the requirement to enter the world channel is level 10? There's still a month left, so we must upgrade as soon as possible. Yes, you have to upgrade to level 10. At my speed, can I still reach level 10 within a month? What's the big deal? It's just a little tiring. There are so many monsters that appear every day. Just kill them. Oh, brother, I don't have the same advanced talent as you. I think it's definitely less difficult now than before, because we had to think about fighting regional bosses, and now we only have to think about leveling up. I agree. There are so many high-level talents, including S-level and even SS-level ones. Why should we worry that they can't defeat the regional boss? And at this moment, Chen Yi also heard the announcement. He took the artifact himself. It actually caused so much trouble. As for the remaining 2 announcements, Chen Yi was also clear that it was definitely Lu Tianming and his men who had gotten the artifacts. Now that it has happened, there is nothing more to say. No one can resist the temptation of artifacts. Plus, the consequences are still unknown. And now the rules have changed. Chen Yi can only upgrade himself to level 10 as quickly as possible, and then kill the regional boss to make up for it. There is still 1 month left. Count it up. There is still plenty of time. Chen Yi looked around. After finding that there was nothing special, he prepared to leave with the holy glory. And at this time, a voice that seemed to come from the ancient abyss sounded. Why, you want to leave now? Chen Yi felt a chill on his forehead. However, my eyes of insight did not detect the existence of life in it. A strange eyeball appeared in the darkness at this moment. Looking at Chen Yi. The eyes seemed to be smiling but not smiling. Continuously rotating slowly in the air. The attribute panel of the eyeball appeared in front of Chen Yi at this moment. Eye of the Evil God. Grade? Besides, there is no information. Little human, do you want to gain power? The Eye of the Evil God has now arrived in front of Chen Yi. Looking at Chen Yi. His eyeballs were spinning around. I can sense that there is an amazing potential in your body, but I don't know it. What is it, tiny human, can you tell me? Chen Yi didn't say anything. The footsteps began to slowly approach the corridor. Seeing Chen Yi like this, the Eye of the Evil God laughed. Do you think, with your current strength, you can escape from me? Then, a beam of light shot out from the Eye of the Evil God. It shone directly on Chen Yi's body. Chen Yi suddenly felt a strange change taking place within himself. A voice sounded in my ears at this moment. Congratulations, you have obtained the Evil God's mark. The Evil God's mark has been converted into a talent. Please check it out. The mark of the Evil God is 100 times stronger. Congratulations on receiving the blessing of the Evil God. Blessing from the Evil God. Rank S. Effect: the blessing bestowed by the unknown evil god will play an unknown role at the critical moment. Chen Yi couldn't help but frown when he saw it. He didn't know why the evil god's eye gave him this so-called mark. And I don't know what the effect is. It was like a surveillance camera was installed on him. The Eye of the Evil God laughed wildly at this time. Sure enough, as expected. Ha ha ha, human, use my power well and you will open the door to a new world. After saying that, the eye of the evil god slowly dissipated into the darkness. It seemed as if nothing had happened. Only Chen Yi. I feel heavy-hearted. Seem. This is the eye of the evil god. Know about your own talents. This is my biggest secret. But he didn't do anything to him, which made Chen Yi puzzled. This evil god blesses. It doesn't feel like a good thing. If there is a chance, must be removed. Otherwise, it would be too uncomfortable to have your destiny in the hands of others. Stop thinking about it. Chen Yi walked into the corridor. Since you have obtained the artifact, then there is no need to stay in this temple. Chapter 33. The temple collapsed and the leveling project began. Walk out of the corridor. At this time, the White Wolf was still guarding the door of the inner hall. The other two teams haven't come out yet. Chen Yi didn't know whether they would encounter the evil god. Think twice. Chen Yi chose to exit the temple directly. We can't just wait here for them to come out. It would be bad if something unexpected happened. When Chen Yi walked out of the temple with the White Wolf, the whole temple began to shake. At this time, Lu Tianming, Qin Mu and others also ran out of the temple. Not long. With a loud bang, the temple collapsed instantly. See this scene? Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a little scared. If he was delayed by the evil god's eye any longer, he would probably be buried along with the temple. At this time, Chen Yi and the others looked at each other. I knew it immediately. I understand that the other party triggered the announcement because they took the artifact. But what made Chen Yi curious was, Qin Mu and the other three did not have any conflicts due to the uneven distribution of profits. Could it be that? What agreement did these people reach? Or are there 4 artifacts? Qin Mu and the others didn't say anything. Chen Yi didn't dare to ask any further questions. And at this time, people outside have also heard the announcement. These people are all smart people. I know naturally. The announcement was triggered by Chen Yi and a few others taking the divine weapon. But he is not as strong as others. Want to force Chen Yi and others to hand it over. It is also an unrealistic thing. Just at this moment, Lu Tianming looked at everyone. I'm sure everyone has heard the announcement just now. I won't hide it from you. We did get the artifact in this temple. I heard, Lu Tianming admitted himself. The crowd suddenly became excited. Admitting something and guessing are 2 different things. Lu Tianming continued at this time. Don't worry, we will kill the boss in that area as soon as possible and open the world channel. How about you just upgrade? It's a win-win situation for both of us. After hearing Lu Tianming's words, everyone looked thoughtful. After all, this is indeed a very good suggestion. If no one goes to kill the regional boss, then the task will naturally fall on them. The sword of Damocles hanging over their heads has been removed. It's hard to upgrade though. But if you work hard, it is not impossible to reach level 10 within a month. Think of this. The others nodded in agreement. Okay, we agree. Yes, we agree. We will not go to the regional boss to help you. We will just focus on leveling up ourselves. The onlookers were talking at once. They all talked about their plans. Lu Tianming didn't stop him either. After all, they got the artifact. It is my duty to take on the task of killing the regional boss. Just at this moment, Chen Yi said to Lu Tianming, let's upgrade separately. This will be the fastest. We will meet at the Death Swamp in 15 days. Hearing Chen Yi's proposal, Lu Tianming nodded in agreement. Okay, that's fine. Then, let's meet at the Death Swamp in 15 days. I'll send you your locations in private messages then. Qin Mu and his companions said at this time. It's good for us to be together. You two both have A-level talents. We can go faster together. Chen Yi and Lu Tianming looked at each other. They both understood each other's meaning. It seems that these people have formed an alliance. But the two didn't care. Because being a Lone Ranger can maximize the impact of your talents. Be with other people. At most, she can play the role of a babysitter. We exchanged some things again. Chen Yi took the white wolf and left. He was going to Endless Beach now. Others say that Endless Shores now has a lot of spawning monsters that are not being cleaned up. It's best to go there and upgrade. The types of monsters in Endless Beach are definitely different from those in other places. In order to obtain more different talents, Chen Yi will go there too. On the way. At this time, Chen Yi had already put the hunting recurve bow on the exchange and mark it as barter. After Chen Yi approved, only then can they be exchanged. Not long after the hunting recurve bow was put up, Lang Chi sent a message. Why, a better bow popped up. Chen Yi saw Lang Chi and asked him. I immediately understood that he wanted to test whether Chen Yi had obtained the artifact. After all, the announcement was just made. Chen Yi placed this top-quality bow in the exchange. It's hard not to be suspicious. Chen Yi did not hide it. After all, most people in this area knew that he and Lu Tianming had obtained the artifact. It's easy for news to leak out on the World Channel. Haha, what luck! Lang Chi immediately sent an emoticon of 2 hands raising thumbs up. Brother, that's awesome, that's a divine weapon, how much damage can it do, isn't it? Yeah, ha ha ha, the damage is already over 20. I won't say anything else. Oh my god, the maximum damage of the hammer in my hand is only 15 points, and your bow has over 20 points. With arrows, it's 30 or even 40 points. Even a black iron boss probably wouldn't be able to withstand a few arrows. Luck. At this time, Lang Chi sent a message. It looks like you will be the first to kill the regional boss. But it's not a bad choice for us to win without doing anything. Seeing Lang Chi say this, Chen Yi hesitated for a moment, then sent a message. Lang Chi, even if we open the World Channel in advance, we can still kill the regional boss if we can. There will be rewards. Chen Yi finished sending the message. I feel much more relaxed. This time, I finally repaid the favor of half selling and half giving him to me for hunting recurve bows. And Lang Chi. After seeing it, I pondered for a while. Okay, I understand, thanks. Chapter 34 Obtain a mount saddle and integrate defensive talents. Endless Beach. It is essentially a coastline that seems to have no end. The huge regional barrier can be vaguely seen. Chen Yi looked at the barriers. Understand that there are other areas behind. But the area's barrier is indestructible. It is absolutely impossible to go to other areas. When coming to the beach, Chen Yi didn't see anyone here. But what I saw were densely packed sea turtles. Each turtle is as big as the tank. The turtle shell is even more sparkling. Looks extremely hard. Endless Turtle. Level 5. Basic Strength 4.5. Basic Constitution 6. Basic Agility 2. Basic Intelligence 1. Talent Hardening. Hardening F. Physical defense is increased by 5% and temporarily doubled after being attacked, lasting for 3 seconds. Skills None. Look at those turtles. Chen Yi directly ordered the white wolf to attack. All we need to do is flip the turtle over. The white wolf was extremely happy. Finally, I can fight again. A turtle the size of a tank. In front of the 3-meter-tall white wolf, there was no danger of any waves at all. 1 claw each. All of them were flipped over, revealing the soft white belly armor. Because the limbs are too short, these turtles have no way to turn their bodies over. It can only swing helplessly in the air. Chen Yi then picked up the Glory of Holiness. Holding flaming arrows. Bend the bow. Knock the arrow. A holy power directly spread throughout the body of the flame arrow. On the original flame pattern, covered with a layer of enchanted patterns representing the power of light. A combination of light and fire brought even more powerful power. Whoosh! The arrow turned into a stream of light and flew out. He shot one of the turtles directly, which was lying on its belly. Boom! There was an explosion. The turtle's belly was immediately blown open by Chen Yi's arrow. But the arrow's power remains undiminished. There was a dazzling explosion when it flew into the turtle's belly. In the blink of an eye, A turtle with strong vitality was shot dead by Chen Yi. A voice also rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have obtained the endless turtle talent, Hardening. The talent, Hardening, is amplified 100-fold, increasing to Hard Armor. Hard Armor. Rank D. Effect: a layer of hardened keratin will form on your body's surface, increasing your physical defense by 25%. The effect will be doubled after being attacked. Your talents, Bronze Skin and Iron Bones, and Hard Armor, meet the fusion conditions and will begin to fuse automatically. Congratulations, you have obtained the talent, Steel Bones. Steel Bones. Rank C. Effect: your bones and muscles are like steel. Physical and spell defense are increased by 25%, physical and spell damage received is reduced by 10%, and the effect is temporarily doubled after being attacked. Duration 10 seconds. Looking at the scene in front of me, Chen Yi felt extremely comfortable. At the same time, his body was constantly being transformed. Make his muscles stronger. It seems like I have endless energy. This is an illusion Chen Yi obtained after his talent was improved. It will be fine after you get used to it after a while. Look at the other turtles. Chen Yi did the same. Final. With the cooperation of Chen Yi and Bai Lang, Chen Yi easily cleared all the sea turtles within a radius of 1 kilometer. At the same time, with the experience of hundreds of turtles, he also reached level 8. And the experience bar has also reached level 8 54%. It's only 1.5 levels away from level 10. And now is the time. It was already evening. Chen Yi built a temporary wooden house in a relatively dry place on the beach. Because all the monsters within a radius of 1 kilometer have been cleared out. So Chen Yi built it here. When you sleep at night, you won't be disturbed by monsters. 8 Barbecue. Lying on the straw, Chen Yi looked at the chat channel boredly. Chen Yi is no longer interested in the regional channel. The main thing is that I know everything. No matter how you look at it. There's nothing new. Then I turned my attention to the World Channel. World Channel. Almost 99% of the comments were about how to upgrade as quickly as possible. Get which area it is and be the first to kill the regional boss. Just as Chen Yi was watching. A special private chat. At this moment, he appeared in front of Chen Yi. Chen Yi clicked in. It turned out to be a screenshot of a special equipment. Mount Saddle. Effect: can increase the mount's movement speed by 70%. Introduction: a must-have for long-distance travel. See this mount saddle. Chen Yi's heart moved. This is installed on your own White Wolf. Wouldn't that be even more powerful? Moving speed, it's flying. You can also save a lot of walking time. At this time, a paragraph appeared behind the screenshot. Boss, can I trade this with you? Chen Yi quickly replied. Well, this thing isn't very useful to me, but maybe I'll get a mount in the future. Let me switch with you. The opponent also responded immediately. Thank you, sir, I really need this bow, thank you so much. Well, you're welcome. I'll just take it as a good deed. Then, the two exchanged items directly. Chen Yi also had a glowing mount saddle in his hand. The saddle should be adjustable. Chen Yi lost all desire to sleep. He hurriedly came outside the wooden house. Looking at the White Wolf lying down, Chen Yi directly chose to use it. Almost instantly, the White Wolf now has a complete set of things needed for a mount. At the same time, it looks incredibly comfortable. Chen Yi couldn't wait. He quickly rode on the confused body of the White Wolf. Come on, let's run a few laps. Chapter 35 Visitors from the ocean go to Mermaid Island to plunder talents. Early the next morning, Chen Yi built a fire and started processing the turtle meat. I was tired of eating barbecue before. It's nice to eat some seafood now. Turtle meat cooks very quickly. And it's delicious. The meat from a turtle weighs about 150 kilograms. The White Wolf ate one. Chen Yi ate 2 of them directly. The sound of strength value +1 rang in my ears again. For this kind of life, Chen Yi was still quite satisfied. There is meat to eat and monsters to fight. What else do you want in this life? Put away the cabin. Chen Yi prepared to go to the next place where monsters were densely populated. The white wolf had adapted to the new environment overnight. For horse saddles, there was no more resistance. And this mount saddle can increase its movement speed by 70%. The speed of the white wolf now. It has reached 80 kilometers per hour. Very fast. It can be called a top-quality mount. Chen Yi has the white wolf. Even the entire area. It took only a few days to finish the tour. But the prerequisite is that the white wolf cannot rest. Chen Yi naturally would not do such a stupid thing, but walk around more and find different monsters to plunder their talents. This is what Chen Yi should do. Just when Chen Yi was about to set off riding the white wolf, on the sea level in the distance, suddenly a ship came floating over. The boat is very big. A rough estimate from a distance. The ship is more than 30 meters long, and the wood used is from various coconut trees and palm trees. It's hard to imagine. In this world, there is such a big ship. Chen Yi stopped and didn't move. Let the white wolf wait there. He already had a guess in his mind. This must have come from Mermaid Island. Waited for about 20 minutes. The ship docked, and half leaning on the beach. At this time, a group of people got off the boat. It looks like there were more than 30 people in total. These people all look pale and thin. It is obviously caused by long-term malnutrition. White wolf, go over there. When they saw the white wolf, they were all shocked. However, when he saw Chen Yi on the white wolf, only then did those people feel relieved. It turns out this is just a mount. Just at this moment, Chen Yi jumped off the white wolf, came in front of the group of people. Looking at Chen Yi, the leader came up to him. This is land. We came from Mermaid Island. We built a boat together and came here. Fortunately, we have a shipbuilding expert, otherwise there would be no way for us to get here. Chen Yi nodded. You are here to participate in the temple activities, right? Now the temple activities are over. The leader nodded. Yeah, we saw it on the regional channel, now it's just to get to land. After all, the regional boss is on land. At this time, a man behind that person said, Boss, now we should select a few people to return home, there are still many people who have not been picked up yet. Chen Yi heard this. I couldn't help but feel moved. I think I have never been to Mermaid Island. If they return, it's a good time to go to Mermaid Island. Plunder the talents of the monsters on Mermaid Island. Just do it. Chen Yi said at this time. If you return, can you take me with you? Hearing Chen Yi say this, the leader was a little confused. What's wrong? We all want to go to the land, why do you want to go to the island? Chen Yi smiled. Of course I want to experience for real what is on the island. Seeing Chen Yi like this, the man nodded. Yeah, okay. My name is Lu Zilin. Boss, you have such a powerful pet here, so its strength must be very strong. It can also help us clean up the monsters on the island. Chen Yi laughed and said, Of course, I went there just to fight monsters. By the way, my name is Chen Yi, we can chat privately if you have anything to say. Hearing Chen Yi's name, Lu Zilin's eyes suddenly widened. Aren't you the one who went down to the temple with the leader of the Tyrant Alliance? I've joined the group, too. I've heard about your deeds in the group. Chen Yi nodded. Haha, nothing. Then let's go without further delay. Yeah, okay. Then, Chen Yi Bailang jumped onto the boat. And Lu Zilin also took the person who had just spoken on the boat. The rest of the people, they built wooden houses directly on the beach. It's obvious. They are waiting for everyone to come together. Sitting in the boat. Gradually, Chen Yi saw a black dot in the distance above the sea level. Displayed according to the area map. The coastline is only 25 kilometers away from Mermaid Island. Therefore, it didn't take long for Chen Yi to reach the edge of Mermaid Island. At this time, many people had gathered on Mermaid Island. Take a quick look. There are probably 500 or 600 people. I want to use this ship to take everyone across. It would be impossible without going back and forth dozens of times. This just happened to give Chen Yi this period of time. Used to plunder the monster talents on Mermaid Island. Come to the shore. Chen Yi and Bai Lang jumped off the boat. The sight of the white wolf startled everyone. But the next second, people then discovered that this was someone's pet. Then he gave me an envious look. These people. Before traveling through time, they were all white-collar workers, blue-collar workers, students, farmers, business owners, and the like. But after coming here, everything that was once there is gone. The only one you can rely on is yourself. Now, seeing professionals like Chen Yi, there is only envy, jealousy, and hatred. But Chen Yi didn't stay for long. He just took the white wolf away. He wanted to plunder everything that should be plundered on this mermaid island before the last boat. Chapter 36: Hunt monsters and plunder various talents. This mermaid island is one of those islands with abundant vegetation. Various trees and weeds grow everywhere. I don't know what animals live there. As the white wolf ran, Chen Yi has already moved away from the crowd. He planned to let White Wolf take a stroll during this time. See what monsters are available for you to plunder. At the same time, Chen Yi also got information about where the mermaid's habitat was through private messaging with Lu Ziling. Displayed according to the area map. The mermaid's habitat is on the other side of the island. Chen Yi began to let the white wolf move in that direction. Just at this moment, a giant crab blocked Chen Yi's way. Giant sea crab. Level 4. Basic strength, 5.5. Basic constitution, 3. Basic agility, 2.9. Basic intelligence, 0.3. Talent super strength. Super strength, increase physical attack by 5%. Skills, rampage. Introduction, a giant sea crab that lives on Mermaid Island. It likes to attack other creatures. Its meat is extremely delicious and is a favorite food of mermaids for generations. This giant sea crab looks like a giant swimming crab. He is 1 meter tall. 2 vertical eyes. Looking at Chen Yi, he was full of appetite. It seemed that Chen Yi was regarded as a hunting target. Naturally, Chen Yi would not indulge this guy. Whoosh! A black feather arrow carrying brilliance shot out directly. Boom! Accompanied by an explosion of light and flames. The giant crab's forebrain was instantly blown to pieces. And a voice also rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations on plundering the giant sea crab's talent, super strength. Super strength is increased by 100 times, and the increase is brute strength. Brute force. Rank D. Effect, physical attack increases by 50%. The talent effect is simple and crude. Plus the talent of boiling beast blood. Chen Yi's physical attack bonus has reached 150%. This is already an extremely terrifying bonus. Although it is not as good as the 5x or 10x bonus of others. But don't forget that Chen Yi also has various other attribute bonuses. Cooperate with each other. No less than others. Chen Yi felt that his strength had improved a little. Then, collect the giant crab's corpse. Continue to go deeper. Now he is going to cross Mermaid Island with White Wolf. As the White Wolf continued to move forward, the surrounding scene began to change constantly. And just at this moment, a sheep bleats. It reached Chen Yi's ears. Hear the sheep bleating. Chen Yi was delighted again. I didn't expect there were sheep on this island. I can add another talent. Follow the sound. Chen Yi brought the white wolf carefully to the place where the sheep were calling. At this time, a sheep was strangled by a vine. The whole body was suspended in midair. Like a hanging sheep. He was about to die. Mermaid Island Goat. Level 3. Basic Strength, 1.5. Basic Constitution, 1.9. Basic Agility, 3.2. Basic Intelligence, 0.1. Talent, Rock Climbing. Rock climbing, you can climb and walk on rocks. Skills, Ram Charge. Introduction, the wild goats living on Mermaid Island have delicious and tender meat. Chen Yi naturally would not let the goat die on its own. Then, Chen Yi came directly in front of the goat. just grabbed its neck. After a while, the hanged sheep lost its breath. A voice also rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have plundered the goat talent, rock climbing, from Mermaid Island. The rock climbing talent is amplified 100-fold, becoming wall walking. Wall walking. Level D. Effect: you can walk on anything less than 90 degrees as if it were flat ground. See this scene? Chen Yi was a little surprised. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. In the future, I will definitely be good at mountaineering or rock climbing. Even without the help of tools. You can also be relaxed and casual. Just at this moment, Chen Yi continued riding the white wolf towards the mermaid's habitat. As time goes by, the white wolf had already carried Chen Yi to the other side of the mermaid island. Look at the area map. Chen Yi knew that ahead was where all the mermaids were. Look at the bushes ahead. Chen Yi jumped directly off the white wolf. Pull aside the bushes. Chen Yi saw the long-rumored mermaid. These mermaids have fish heads and human bodies. It's not like in fairy tales. The whole body is gray-black, like the color of catfish and blackfish. The belly is white. The ends of the limbs are like webbed feet of a frog. The eyes are bulging fish eyes. There were 2 gills on the neck that looked like scars, moving as it breathed. The specific image was indeed as ugly as those people from Mermaid Island said. Look at these mermaids. Chen Yi then called up the attribute panel of these mermaids. Mermaid. Level 6. Basic Strength, 5.9. Basic Constitution, 5.1. Basic Agility, 4.8. Basic Intelligence, 3.9. Talent, Affinity with Water Element. Skills: Water Bomb, Water Healing. Introduction: the mermaids who have lived on Mermaid Island for generations are able to control water magic. It is said that their palace exists under the sea. Chapter 37: Upgrade to level 10 and gain the talent of water control. Chen Yi counted them carefully. There are 36 mermaids on the shore now. Among these 36 mermaids, there was a mermaid who was twice as strong as the other mermaids. The attribute panel does not show that it is a boss. It just has a few more basic attributes. Looks like an elite monster. As for the other mermaids, don't take it seriously at all. The strongest one. Let me show you how good I am at hitting the target. Then, Chen Yi held an arrow in his hand. Shoot with great precision! Following a low shout, the arrow turned into a beam of light and passed directly through space. The mermaid hadn't reacted yet. A big hole was shot directly in the chest. Half of his body was gone. It was like being hit by a cannonball and exploding. See this? Chen Yi was a little surprised. The power of this 100 steps away artifact is indeed powerful. Believe. Wait until your attributes and equipment are up. The absolute power will be even stronger. Plus a 100% hit rate. It's definitely a bug. Kill this mermaid. The silent state didn't even show any effect and he died. Chen Yi felt a little regretful that it was not complete. Next. The bowstring of holy glory in Chen Yi's hand kept vibrating. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Each arrow is capable of taking the life of a mermaid. And the mermaid screamed. There was no idea where the arrow came from. A voice also appeared in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations on plundering the mermaid's talent, Water Element Affinity. Water Element Affinity is amplified 100-fold, and the amplification is Water Control Technique. Water Control Technique. Rank D. Effect: it can condense water elements in the air to create a pure water source, and can be controlled by mental power. See this? Chen Yi's heart couldn't help but be shocked. This is exactly the talent I want. Normally, the meat is not washed with water when it is processed. You also have to go to the water source to fetch water for daily use. Now I have this talent for water control. You no longer have to rely on the outside world for bathing, washing clothes, cooking and drinking water. There is one more thing. That is what White Wolf has been running around for during this period of time. Because of lack of water intake and various environmental influences, the appearance has become withered and dirty. with this talent for water control, directly solves most of the problems in life. Comfortable. Think of this. Chen Yi's hand speed became faster. Arrows whizzed out. One by one, the mermaids fell to the ground. Final. All 30 arrows were fired. 30 mermaids died instantly. The remaining 6 mermaids. They were killed one by the white wolf. And Chen Yi was surprised to find out. Kill these mermaids. My experience value increased by as much as 30%. It has now reached level 8, 91%. It seems that these humanoid creatures have more experience. Retract the arrow. Chen Yi walked towards the next mermaid gathering point. The corpses of these mermaids smelled foul and were covered in mucus. Chen Yi felt a little nauseous. Of course I won't put it away. If you let yourself eat these mermaids, it would be better to let yourself eat dirt. Time passes quickly. What surprised Chen Yi was that there were many mermaid gathering points here. It's like a tribe. Chen Yi enjoyed killing so much. Congratulations, you have reached level 10! Accompanied by the sound in my ears. Chen Yi reached level 10. The experience bar will never move again after it reaches 0% at level 10. Chen Yi's level has reached the upper limit of this world. Want to continue upgrading? It's time to head to the next bronze level world. Chen Yi. Occupation Archer. Level 10, experience 87%. Basic Strength, 21.5. Basic Constitution, 10. Basic Agility, 15. Basic Intelligence, 10. Equipment, Holy Glory, Precision Ring, Mithril Bracelet. Talents, Infinite Plunder, EX, Boiling Blood of Beasts, B, Iron Bones, C, Treasure Grabber, D, Skeleton Resurrection, D, 10 times the range, C, Crushing Hands, C, Eye of Insight, C, Predatory Power, A, Wild Body, D, Poison Coating, D, Advanced Poison Resistance, D, Iron Kidney, B, Blessing of the Evil God, S, Brute Force, D, Wall Walking, D, Water Control, D. Skills, Precision Shooting, Charged Shooting, and Accurate Shooting. Introduction. This is the Archer panel of a strong man. At the same time, you can sow the excellent genes inherited from all the worlds. Look at the Properties panel. Chen Yi was satisfied. I just don't know how to change jobs. Previously, Lu Tianming obtained the job transfer scroll for a hidden profession. This still makes Chen Yi very envious. At this time, Lu Zilin also sent a message to Chen Yi. It is said that all the people on Mermaid Island have been evacuated. Now we are just waiting for him to come with the last batch. After Chen Yi saw it, he simply called the White Wolf back the same way. Went back to the starting point. The people were already on board, and a huge empty seat was left for Chen Yi. Chen Yi rides the White Wolf. The White Wolf jumped directly on it. This action caused another round of exclamations. Those people looked at Chen Yi with even more envy. I really don't know. When will I be able to have such strength? Then, the boat started moving slowly, heading towards the land. Chen Yi has also considered his next stop. That is to return to your original starting point. The border between the Thousand Winds Forest and the Wild Plains. Except for the swift rabbit. Other monsters in the Thousand Wind Forest. But I haven't seen it yet. Chapter 38, Thousand Winds Forest, Plundering Hawkeye's Talent. When returning to land. After saying goodbye, Chen Yi headed towards the Thousand Wind Forest without looking back. Crossed the cold desert, crossed the death swamp, and crossed the wild grassland. Chen Yi returned to the place where he first traveled through. At this time, this place has been occupied by a group of bison. Chen Yi saw this. Just use the bow and arrow. Clean up all the bison. The arrow was retracted. Chen Yi came to the Thousand Wind Forest. He thought about how cautious he was when he went in before. I couldn't help but laugh. Then, Chen Yi took the White Wolf and walked towards the depths of the Thousand Winds Forest. Believe many people. They were all born here. The surrounding vegetation is extremely dense. Chen Yi walked for about 3 hours. I just saw a swift rabbit eating various tender leaves under the tree. Chen Yi was a little curious. I don't know why there are so few living creatures in the Thousand Wind Forest. After all, many creatures are refreshed every day. It's strange that there are so few. Chen Yi found a rather crooked tree. Just walked up directly. He has the talent of walking on walls. As long as you don't encounter any angle below 90 degrees, you can walk on all kinds of things as if they were flat ground. Chen Yi came to the tree canopy. The view here is extremely broad. Looking from a distance, Chen Yi actually found an open space. It is about 10 kilometers away from here. All the trees there seem to have been cut down. I don't know what exactly happened. Just at this moment. Cry! An eagle cry was heard. Chen Yi looked up. It turned out to be an eagle with a green body. At this moment, it seemed that he was regarded as prey. She rushed straight towards him. Wind Eagle. Level 7. Basic Strength, 6.7. Basic Constitution 4.2. Basic Agility 9. Basic Intelligence 0.5. Talent, Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye, F. The field of vision is improved and has a certain focusing ability. Skills, Wind Blade. Introduction. The wind eagle living in the Thousand Wind Forest gradually learned the ability to control the wind. Chen Yi was delighted when he saw this. It's true that there is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. Pull the bowstring directly. The arrow in his hand shot out quickly. Whoosh! Cry! The wind eagle was hit directly by Chen Yi. Flames exploded in the air. He fell straight to the ground. Not long. A voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations on obtaining the Wind Eagle talent, Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye is amplified 100-fold, and the amplification is Supervision. Supervision. Rank D. Effect: your visual range is greatly improved, and you can zoom in on distant scenes. See the Supervision talent. Chen Yi was satisfied. This time, cooperate with it to increase the range tenfold. Even if it is a sniper attack from 10,000 meters away, it is not impossible. Then, Chen Yi jumped down from the tree canopy. He directly called the white wolf to walk towards the place where the wind eagle had landed just now. Put the wind eagle's body into the storage space. Chen Yi rides the white wolf. He ran straight towards the open space he had seen before. As time goes by, 10 minutes later, Chen Yi brought the white wolf to the open space he had seen before. This open space is huge. Chen Yi looked at it and felt that it was 10,000 meters wide. There are signs of felled trees everywhere. But what was unexpected was, some of the stumps are quite new. It's obvious that it was cut down not long ago. But some of the tree stumps are extremely old and were not cut down recently. Chen Yi ruled out the possibility that the trees were cut down by professionals. Because they came across. At most it will only take 7 days. 7 days. How could such a place be created? Just at this moment, there was a huge roar. Chen Yi looked over. Through supervision, he saw that it was a machine that looked extremely ancient and similar to a robot. There is a chainsaw on one side of the arms and a large clamp on the other. Chen Yi quickly retrieved the attributes. Logging Robot. Level 10. Combat Power, 1324. Use Logging. Introduction: a logging robot made by the Samar people, specially used for felling and transporting wood. There are no items such as basic attributes and talents. Instead, there is an attribute called Combat Power. See this scene? Chen Yi was a little confused. Perhaps these are lifeless machines. This kind of thing will be displayed. However, I don't know how this combat power is divided. Just at this moment, the lumberjack robot came to a tree. The chainsaw in his right hand made a hissing sound. Sawdust was flying all over the sky. Click. A tree tens of meters tall was sawed off in this way. Then there was another round of operations. The big tree was divided into 5 or 6 sections. And the big clamp in the left hand. Just pick up one of the sections. The logging robot then returned along the same path. Immediately following, Chen Yi immediately asked Bai Lang to take him to chase after him. He wanted to see. This is the end of the logging robot. Where on earth is it? Chapter 39, The Summer Mines, Trapped Humans. The white wolf came to the path opened by the logging robot. It seems to be for the convenience of transportation. The logging robots opened up a wide path directly in the Thousand Winds forest. The trees on either side were pushed aside. It looks extremely standardized and neat. Moreover, this logging robot seems to have no early warning device. Follow the logging robot. We walked about 1 kilometer. None of them found them. Final. After 3 kilometers. The logging robot finally reached the finish line. It was a huge mine. The mine is very large. The diameter is over 1,000 meters. The depths below also seemed unfathomable. At this time, at the top of the mine, Chen Yi saw a steam boiler burning. At this time, the logging robot came directly to the steam boiler. Just throw the wood in your hand in. See this scene? Chen Yi was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, this logging robot cuts down trees. It turns out that it is used as some kind of power fuel. And just at this moment, Chen Yi saw many lifting platforms at the edge of the mine. Some sounds. It came faintly from underground. Considering that I have been walking in the Thousand Wind Forest for such a long time and haven't met anyone. Could it be that? Are they all down here in this mine? But I haven't seen them talking on the regional channel either. Chen Yi was puzzled. Final decision. Go down and take a look yourself. By the way, see if there are any special monsters for you to plunder their talents. At this time, the lumberjack robot started to move. Now it has to retrace its steps. Go ahead and get some more wood. Chen Yi and Bai Lang quickly went to hide in the dense forest nearby. But the logging robot did not notice them. It seems to be running according to the established procedures. Then, Chen Yi directly let the white wolf lead the way in the dense forest and help with vigilance. And I arrived in front of the elevators. Searched for a long time. Chen Yi found the switch. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the lift began to move downward. A voice also appeared in Chen Yi's ears. You have entered the special scene, Thama Mine. The chat channel is blocked. When Chen Yi saw this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. After coming here, the chat channel was blocked directly. It seems that there may really be other humans down there. Chen Yi only felt that he had descended about 200 meters. Boom! The lift platform landed. Chen Yi walked out directly. At this time, what caught Chen Yi's eyes was a corridor that led to nowhere. The corridor is inlaid with glowing stones all around. Then, Chen Yi walked towards it. In this corridor, there was a fresh stench in the air. It's not the smell of years of decay. When walking out of the corridor, the scene before me suddenly became clear. This is a huge underground cave. There are all kinds of luminous fungi everywhere. In the distance, there is a giant mushroom that is almost growing to the top of the cave. Under the illumination of various luminous substances, it didn't feel very dark in the cave. Then, Chen Yi walked forward. Just at this moment, a voice came. Are you an outsider? Chen Yi looked over when he heard the voice. Under a mushroom, a man with glasses and wearing denim clothes and jeans appeared in front of Chen Yi. The man with glasses is at level 3. In hand, holding a novice wooden staff. Look at the style of the wooden stick. He is a novice pastor. Chen Yi nodded. I just found this place. I don't know how long you have been here. Here Chen Yi nodded. The man was extremely happy. My name is Jin Xiaolang, and I have traveled here for many days. There are many others besides me. We have never been able to lower the lift. It happened to be my turn to be on duty today, so I went to see if anyone was coming down, but I didn't expect that they actually came. Hear this man speak. Chen Yi nodded. Well, then take me to see the others. I have just come down using the elevator, so I can let the others go up together. Hear this. That Jin Xiaolang nodded excitedly. Okay, I'll go inform everyone right away. We've had enough of this damn place. If you hadn't come here today, I'm afraid we would have been destroyed along with this world. Then he followed Jin Shaolang towards a mushroom forest. Chen Yi clenched the holy glory in his hands. Arrows were also held in hand. Prevent accidents from happening. There are glowing mushrooms everywhere. The brightness is like the time when it is about to rain on a cloudy day. Everything is very clear. Following the twists and turns, Chen Yi and Jin Shaolang came to a huge square. The square looks huge. There are rows of wooden houses here. Jin Shaolang said at this time. We have been gathered together since we first crossed over. We are the only ones in the entire underground cave. Hearing Jin Shaolang say this, Chen Yi nodded. It seems that I am alone and have very bad luck. Others have companions to help each other. If you don't get unlimited plunder, it is an extremely low talent. Then now it has probably become food for the prairie wolves. Just at this moment, Jin Shaolang started shouting. Everyone come out, there are people on the ground, we can go out now! Chapter 40 Rescue Reward, an Archer exclusive necklace. At this time, some people gradually emerged from the wooden house. There are both men and women. They all looked very embarrassed. They were all covered in dust and dirt. Chen Yi was a little curious. Aren't these people staying in the house and going to upgrade? At this time, the crowd has gathered around. After seeing Jin Shaolang and Chen Yi, they all started talking at once. Really? Can we really go out now? Yeah, I'm going to collapse here, and there are so few monsters, and there's no way to level up. Yes, every day I can only eat these mushrooms and drink the sewage from the mines. It's not a life for human beings at all. It's great now. I can finally go out and sit on the elevator. Woo-woo, I can finally leave this damn place. God knows how I got through this period of time. After venting for a while, everyone started walking towards the exit of the mine. They really can't wait. Chen Yi saw this scene but did not stop it. After all, this feeling, only those who have experienced it personally can understand it. Just at this moment, Jin Shaolang looked at Chen Yi. Your level is already level 10. There is a metal door underground that requires extremely high attack power to open. I don't know if you're interested. Hear this. Chen Yi couldn't help but become interested. After all, how could this special scene be without treasures? Then, Chen Yi nodded. Okay, now tell me how to go. Jin Shaolang nodded. Good. At this time, Jin Shaolang looked at the leaving crowd and shouted. After you go up, leave a few people behind. I will take this benefactor to have a look at the metal door. Some people who were familiar with Jin Shaolang then responded. Okay, we'll wait for you. They couldn't open there. Since someone has the ability to open it, then they have nothing to be jealous of. It should belong to those who are open. Because I have never experienced any life and death crisis or resource scarcity. Now this group of people still retains their previous civilized restraint. Follow Jin Shaolang. Chen Yi came to a rock close to the rock wall. The rock is huge. It is about 4 or 5 meters high. And the outside of the rock, there is a bronze door about 2 meters long. At this time, a message appeared in front of Chen Yi. Bronze alloy door. Defense 100. Introduction. A super strong alloy made by the extinct Thalmer people. The bronze door can only be opened if the attack exceeds its defense. Looking at the bronze door in front of him, Chen Yi looked at the 100 steps piercing arrow that had already cooled down. With the power of shooting through the air from 100 paces away, it should be able to penetrate the defense of this bronze door. Then, Chen Yi took 10 steps back. Take up the glory of holiness. A black feather arrow was knocked in his hand, accompanied by the cyclone condensing in the hand. A strong wind was blowing around. See this power? Jin Shaolang quickly hid behind Chen Yi, afraid of being accidentally injured by Chen Yi. Whoosh! A stream of light shot out from Chen Yi's hand at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The bronze door was hit by the arrow and exploded violently. Suddenly, smoke and dust rose up. Wait quietly for the smoke to pass. A bronze door with a gap opened. At this moment, he appeared in front of the two of them. Watching this scene, Jin Xiaolang was extremely excited. "Boss, it's open." Chen Yi nodded. Then he approached the bronze door. At this time, a bronze treasure chest behind the bronze door came into Chen Yi's sight. What I saw was a bronze treasure chest. Chen Yi became interested. In addition to the black iron and wooden treasure chests, and the diamond treasure chest at the beginning, I never saw any other treasure chests. I don't know what good things will be in this treasure chest. Pick up the black feather arrow with a bent and deformed tip. Chen Yi shot directly behind the goal. Nothing happened around the bronze treasure chest. Only then did Chen Yi walk in with peace of mind. Jin Xiaolang also looked expectant. "I don't know what's in here." "Open the bronze treasure chest." A mechanical ring. At this moment, he appeared in front of Chen Yi. The ring is made up of countless precision metal parts. When Chen Yi opened it, those parts were still rotating in a specific pattern. Chen Yi saw such an exquisite mechanical ring. I couldn't help but feel a kind of love in my heart. Then the properties of the ring were retrieved. Mechanical heart. Damage 10. Effect: the power of the machine you control will increase tenfold. Introduction: the highest technological achievement of the summer people was placed here for some reason. See here. Chen Yi then picked up the mechanical heart and put it on his finger. Let's not talk about enchantment for now. It is the attribute that increases the damage by 10 points. It is also an exquisite ring. It just so happens that I already have a precision ring, but I'm still missing a ring. It fits just right. As for the attribute that increases the power of the machine, you never know when it might come in handy in the future. Jin Xiaolang looked at Chen Yi with envy. But there was no jealousy in my heart. He worships the strong. Who made me not have the ability? Then, Chen Yi brought Jin Xiaolang to the mine elevator, and with the help of the people above, came directly to the ground. Just at this moment, a voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. "Congratulations on successfully rescuing the 300 humans trapped in the Thalmer mine. It is detected that you have reached a level cap and can no longer gain experience. I would like to reward you with this shooter necklace. Sagittarius necklace. Hit 5. Enchantment: increase the basic damage of your arrows by 100%. Chapter 41. A mine where time flows at a strange speed, chasing robots. Look at the properties of the Sagittarius necklace. Chen Yi was satisfied. Regardless of the arrow, the basic damage can be doubled. It can be said that it is a qualitative improvement. Chen Yi made a rough estimate. Now the damage of a normal attack can reach over 100. Obtained 2 pieces of top-quality equipment in succession. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel satisfied. Now the strength has increased a lot. Facing the boss in that area, our chances of winning are a little better. Chen Yi looked at the people who had been rescued and said, "Next, I have my own things to do. The most important thing for you now is to seize the time to upgrade. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach level 10. Hearing what Chen Yi said, everyone else nodded. "Yes, big boss." Just at this moment, the white wolf ran over from a distance. But he was dirty. He came to Chen Yi intimately. When the others saw the huge white wolf, they all raised their weapons. But when he saw the intimacy between Bai Lang and Chen Yi, he was confused again. Chen Yi looked at everyone at this time. "The white wolf is my pet, so there is no danger." Hearing Chen Yi say this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, he became envious of Chen Yi. "It looks like such a powerful creature, but I didn't expect it to be the boss's pet." As expected, the boss is strong in every aspect. Chen Yi noticed at this time that something was wrong with the white wolf. It was like I hadn't seen him for a long time. Then someone shouted, "I can finally use the chat channel. It turns out that there are so many people who have traveled through time with us. This is incredible. Yeah, there's no way to imagine who sent us here. Don't worry about these things for now. Hurry up and open the map to see where the monsters are. The system now shows that there are only 21 days left before the world is destroyed." Hear this. Chen Yi was a little surprised. What? There are only 21 days left. Then, Chen Yi directly retrieved the system time. It was discovered that there were 21 days, 13 hours, 54 minutes and 8 seconds left before the world was destroyed. That is to say, the moment of escaping from the mine. Just over 8 days passed. Where did these 8 days go? Chen Yi was confused. Others have also discovered this situation. Damn it, originally I had plenty of time, but now it's so tight. Yes, the moment we came out of the mine, we lost 8 days. Could it be that this mine extracts time? Not necessarily. It's very likely that some kind of rules are at work. Didn't the book say that time is discontinuous and curvilinear? Perhaps when we came up here, we walked into a connection point between two time nodes. You are talking so profoundly that I can't understand you. I don't understand +1. Watch people discuss. Chen Yi didn't want to delve into it too much. Now the most important thing. There are still 7 days until the time to kill the regional boss. The Thousand Wind Forest has not been fully explored yet. Then, Chen Yi looked at everyone. I have something to do now, so I'll leave first. By the way, there are no monsters in the Thousand Wind Forest now. Remember to go to the Savage Blood Grassland. In the next period of time, we must upgrade day and night. Otherwise, I will be buried with this world. After saying that, Chen Yi rode the white wolf and ran deeper into the cave. Looking at the disappearing Chen Yi, everyone looked at each other. I understand that what this big guy said is not a lie. Then, everyone opened the area map. Walked directly towards the Savage Blood Grassland. Not long after everyone left, the lumberjack robot from before came back with the wood. And after putting the wood into the steam boiler, the lumberjack robot's eyes flashed red. It seemed like he was being summoned by something. Then he walked in the direction where Chen Yi left. Trees fell along the way. The grass and trees were flying everywhere. Chen Yi sighed. At this time, he had already arrived at a barrier. This is the barrier used to divide the area. That side is also the Thousand Wind Forest. Chen Yi even saw a tiger that was completely blue-black. But since it's not from their area, I can only regretfully let this guy go. Just when Chen Yi was about to return the same way, there was a hissing sound of steam. Chen Yi looked through supervision. It turned out to be the same logging robot from before. At this time, the robot was flashing red light all over. He was walking towards Chen Yi with great momentum. The surrounding trees, they all fell to the ground under the sharpness of the iron saw. Chen Yi frowned. I don't know why this guy targeted me. At this time, Chen Yi suddenly felt the mechanical heart on his left middle finger trembling. See this scene? Chen Yi understood immediately. It turned out that it was this mechanical heart that attracted the lumberjack robot over. It seems there must be something about this mechanical heart that attracts this lumberjack robot. In that case, then we can only knock this guy down. But since this logging robot is essentially a dead object, it has no talents. So Chen Yi had never thought about eliminating this guy before. But now, it has to be destroyed. Chapter 42 Disposable Destructive Weapon, Atomic Splitter Gun. Chen Yi has taken up the glory of holiness. Arrows were also taken out. Whoosh. Shoot with great precision. 8 days had passed since I came out of the mine. Chen Yi's 100 steps to hit the target has also finished cooling down. Boom! The logging robot was hit directly. The left half of the mechanical body was instantly destroyed. The remaining right half of the body, except maybe a swing of the chainsaw, it has no other function anymore. Chen Yi then made another finishing move. The right half was also destroyed. At this time, that logging robot. Steam is already emanating from my body. Not long. The logging robot turned into a pile of scrap metal. At the same time, a ball of white light also exploded from the body of the lumberjack robot. Shipped? Looking at the scene in front of me, Chen Yi hurried over. I don't know what this logging robot can reveal. Then, Chen Yi stretched his hand into the white light. A slightly harder thing appeared in front of him. It was a weapon similar to a pistol. Atom-splitting gun. Damage 9999. Effect: can break everything down into its most primitive molecular state. Number of uses 1/1. Introduction: the pinnacle of the Somo people, it has the ability to decompose everything in the world. Unfortunately, the solar source crystal that provides energy for the atomic splitter is extremely rare, so it is made into a disposable item. Looking at the atom splitter gun in his hand, Chen Yi was extremely surprised. I didn't expect such a killer weapon to be exposed. This is a bug-level weapon. It's just in this black iron-level world. Got such a weapon. Chen Yi had a feeling that it was unreal. But then I thought about it again. If you say, some races descended on their original world to face the challenge of survival. Then if you get the mushroom egg, it will definitely be considered a bug-level weapon. Technological civilization. You can always do things unconventionally. Think of this. Chen Yi felt that everything made a lot more sense. Then, Chen Yi put away the atomic splitting gun. At the same time, I was thinking, I wonder if my mechanical heart will also have a positive effect on this atomic splitter gun. However, this will only be used when you encounter an enemy that you cannot resist. I have such a trump card in my hand. It is also extremely comfortable. It was already late at this time. Chen Yi then built the wooden house and took out the unfinished barbecue and started grilling. Eat and drink enough. Chen Yi looked at the chat channel. At this time, in the chat channel, many people are considering leveling as the main topic right now. I found a way to level up the fastest, which is to kill an undead skeleton, gain experience after killing it, and then wait for it to revive. After about 7 or 8 resurrections, the skeleton will no longer have the strength to revive, but you will have gained 7 or 8 times of experience for free. The above is really great. This method is simply amazing. It is a business that will make a lot of money. Everyone remember, try to level up at night and sleep during the day. During the day, those undead will go somewhere unknown. These undead skeletons are weak in strength but have a lot of experience, but they are a little afraid of sunlight. Wait? Still sleeping? Who sleeps? Yes, at such a critical moment, we have no right to sleep. At most, we can take a nap when we are tired. Awesome brother, let me learn from you. It's just too bad. I can only gain so much experience a day. I don't know if I can reach level 10 before the world is destroyed. Who knows? Experience points increase so slowly that there's no way to level up quickly. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. At this moment, everyone was caught up in an upgrade frenzy. Even the lowest level talented people. I always think about upgrading in my dreams. Chen Yi looked at it for a while. There doesn't seem to be any useful information. I chose to fall into a deep sleep. Early the next morning. Finished the barbecue. The system prompt arrived as expected. The predatory power talent is activated. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of strength. Now Chen Yi's strength has reached 23.5. They are definitely the top ones at this stage. Ride the white wolf. Let's go back the same way and go to the death swamp. The white wolf is very human. Immediately ran back the same way. We passed the savage blood plain on the way. At this time, the group of people who came out of the Thousand Wind Forest have already become regular. Start practicing levels continuously in the savage blood plains. Chen Yi simply greeted him. He rode the white wolf and rushed towards the death swamp. That area boss. A large number of poisonous snakes have gathered. He is now before the deadline. Kill as many as possible. To kill the regional boss, clear the obstacles ahead. Chapter 43, Tacit Understanding, Gathering in the Death Swamp. The white wolf ran very fast. We traveled at full speed all the way. The surrounding scenery is like a fast-spinning marquee. Departure from 6:30 a.m. It was 11:40. The white wolf came to the edge of the death swamp. The death swamp at this time. It stinks worse than before. That mud. Bubbling in the sunlight. Green smoke was everywhere, as if it was emitting poisonous gas. However, Chen Yi has advanced poison resistance, although it smells bad. But he was not afraid of the poisonous gases. The white wolf is no match for him. As soon as I approached the death swamp, I felt nauseous and vomited. But at this time, Bai Lang was already the same as Chen Yi. The level has reached 10. The level 10 white wolf has 19 points of physique. Once you get used to it, there won't be much trouble. At this time, Chen Yi took out a 5-meter-long stick. This is the tree heart obtained in the Thousand Winds forest. At this time, he could no longer rely solely on the white wolf to move forward, because the white wolf will fall into the quagmire if he is not careful. You must take out something to explore the way. Open the region map. The area map at this time belongs to the Death Swamp area, which has been marked with a red and black skull. Towards the direction where the skull is, Chen Yi led the white wolf forward. Because we need to explore the way. The speed of travel dropped significantly. As we move forward, the man and the wolf crossed many mud traps. Final. Before dark, Chen Yi came to the place where the skull belonged. This is the very center of the death swamp. There are many white skeletons covered in mud wandering around the periphery. And inside, it is a huge swamp. There are many poisonous snakes roaming in the mud. There were many poisonous snakes, one next to another. It looks extremely dense. At this time, all the poisonous snakes are constantly secreting venom. Irrigate directly into the mud. The originally black quagmire. At this time it has turned into dark green. It looks extremely dangerous. See this scene? Chen Yi's heart sank. Good job. The boss in this area has a pretty high IQ. Know how to create a favorable combat environment for yourself. It's simply not comparable to those stupid black iron bosses. And look at the situation. It was obvious that they were going to turn this place into a poisonous swamp. Look at the skeletons patrolling the perimeter. Chen Yi opened the exchange directly. At this time, there are many wooden arrows on the exchange. The current exchange. We are no longer as poor as before. Because professionals with ordinary talents no longer have the pressure of killing regional bosses. Many things that used to be kept at the bottom of the box were taken out for trading in exchange for useful things. Those novice arrows only do 1 damage. At the exchange, there were tens of thousands of bundles. But it is enough to deal with these white skeletons. After Chen Yi paid with the corpses of 500 turtles, directly purchased 500 bundles of novice arrows. That is 5,000 arrows. It completely solves the problem of having to pick up the arrow after shooting it. Bring out the glory of holiness. The arrow in his hand flew out directly. These wooden arrows cannot fully carry the enchanted power of holy glory. It often breaks when it hits the skull. But the light attribute enchantment has a strong damage bonus on these skeletons. Therefore, even shattering wooden arrows can kill these skeletons instantly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless arrows flew out at once. With Chen Yi's extremely fast hand speed, skeletons fell to the ground one by one. Even if some skeletons occasionally come back to life, it's completely harmless. Chen Yi kept ejaculating for several hours. Final. All the white skeletons patrolling the periphery were killed. Wooden arrows were already littering the swamp. Of the original 500 bundles of wooden arrows, only 60 bundles are left. But Chen Yi reaped a lot. From these skeletons, Chen Yi revealed 3 props. The white wolf picked them up as soon as possible. They are the bone bracelet, bone arm guard, and bone belt. Bone bracelet. Hit 3. Bone wrist guard. Block 10. Bone belt. Chi and blood 4. Although the attributes of these 3 pieces of equipment are not very good, but at least it increased some combat effectiveness. After all, something is better than nothing. Just after Chen Yi finished cleaning, a voice came from a distance. Chen Yi, I didn't expect that your current strength has reached this level. Your A-level talent is indeed the strongest. Hear this. Chen Yi looked in the direction of the sound. At this time, under the dual effects of Eye of Insight and Supervision, Chen Yi saw Lu Tianming, Qin Mu, and others. At this time, I was standing 100 meters away, looking at Chen Yi quietly. It seems to be tacitly understood. Several people came here in advance. Chapter 44 Area Boss, Sneaking in the Shadows. Several people have gathered at this time. As Chen Yi expected, Lu Tianming, Qin Mu, and others have also reached level 10. Moreover, Lu Tianming's eyes had turned golden red at this moment. Obviously, Lu Tianming has already changed his job to the hidden profession of pyromancer. Lu Tianming said at this time, "What happened before? I called you in private but you didn't reply to our message." Chen Yi was stunned. Could it be that when I was deep in the mine, I couldn't receive any private messages from the outside world? Then he laughed. "Nothing, I just had something I couldn't get away from." Lu Tianming nodded. I didn't ask any further questions. Then he looked at the swamp that was emitting the green poisonous gas. "Now, the boss of this area is obviously hidden in this swamp. Now let me clean up the environment for everyone." After saying that, Lu Tianming transformed into a fire elemental body and floated into the sky. Scorching heat. The poisonous gas around is constantly burning. These poisonous gases contain combustible substances. But because the concentration is too low, so there was no large-scale burning. At this time, the poisonous snakes in the swamp seemed to sense the danger and began to become restless. Lu Tianming. By this time they had arrived above the poisonous swamp. At this time, his body was surrounded by a flaming gem, which looked magnificent and emitted a terrifying temperature. Lu Tianming silently gathered his strength. Final. A loud shout. Firestorm! In an instant, flames covered the sky and swept towards the poisonous snakes. Hiss! The poisonous snakes were burned so much that they arched their bodies and turned over. After a while, the poisonous snakes on the surface of the swamp were burned to charred corpses by the fierce flames. A poisonous swamp that was originally filled with poisonous gas. At this moment, under such a strong flame, the surface has been baked dry. It turned into white mud. But poisonous gas was still rising and swirling from underground. Occasionally it emerges from cracks in the ground. What surprised Chen Yi and the others was that the regional boss had not shown up yet. Is this guy so tolerant? An unknown fear loomed in everyone's heart. Nobody knows. What exactly is the boss in this area? Even whether it is a boss like Viper is still unknown. Lu Tianming didn't dare to stay for long. Retreated directly from above the poisonous swamp. After coming back, I couldn't help but complain. This is weird. Why doesn't the boss of this area show up? Logically speaking, after these poisonous snakes are cleared, it should be time for the boss of this area to show up. Hearing Lu Tianming say this, Chen Yi and the others also started thinking about it. Now they have cleared most of the poisonous snakes in the swamp. The regional boss never showed up. It's simply an irrational thing. At this time, Chen Yi looked at several people. In this case, let's split up and see where the regional boss is. If there is any danger, remember to escape as soon as possible. Several people nodded. They are not rookies either. It's like this now. It is the best arrangement. Then, Chen Yi looked at the White Wolf. White Wolf, go to the other side. White Wolf nodded. Then he carried Chen Yi on his back and ran towards the other side of the poisonous swamp. Because of the high temperature evaporation just now, a lot of the mud turned into solid ground. So the White Wolf advanced very quickly. The others also scattered away. Find the boss. Occasionally, I would encounter a lone venomous snake and kill it easily. Qin Mu sighed. He had come to a thicket in a swamp. Here. With mental strength. He didn't sense any breath of life. Just at this moment, a dark shadow flew over. Before Qin Mu could react, he felt a pain in his neck and everything went dark before his eyes. The whole person collapsed to the ground. He actually died of suffocation. The situation on Qin Mu's side immediately attracted everyone's attention. Qin Mu is now level 10. Physical fitness has reached 15 points. he was killed with one strike. This is incredible. It seems that this is definitely the regional boss. Lu Tianming immediately called everyone to gather. They must not let the boss in this area defeat them one by one. And just at this moment, the resurrection necklace on Qin Mu's neck was emitting a bright white light at this moment. Qin Mu's injuries gradually recovered. The resurrection necklace worked. Final. Qin Mu stood up intact. Qin Mu after his resurrection. He immediately ran away. The boss in this area is so scary. He didn't see anything at all and just died. Lu Tianming looked at the bushes. He immediately transformed into a fire elemental and threw a fireball towards the bushes. Boom! The bushes burst into flames instantly. Because the temperature of fireball is extremely high. The flames of the burning bushes were also blue-purple. Enough to incinerate metal. The 6 people have gathered together at this moment. Look closely at the bushes. I want to see what the boss in that area looks like. Just as the flames were about to consume the bush, a black shadow flew out from the bushes. I saw that it was a flying snake with wings. The body size is about 3 meters. He was staring at everyone. But what puzzled everyone was how such a large creature could hide in the bushes. Chen Yi directly called up the attribute panel of the flying snake. Ting Snake, Regional Boss. Level 10. Basic Strength, 54. Basic Constitution, 32.1. Basic Agility, 67. Basic Intelligence, 34. Talent, Shadow disappears. Shadow vanish B. As long as you are in the shadow, you will become invisible. Skills: Whip, Dive, Bite, Devour, Venomous Fang. Introduction: The Ting snake that roams the death swamp is the king of all poisonous snakes. Chapter 45 Terrifying Movement Speed, Chen Yi flying a kite. Look at the terrifying attributes and talents of the Ting snake. Chen Yi and the others were a little scared. If you say, the one that Ting snake had sneaked up on just now was me. But I don't have a resurrection necklace. As for asking Qin Mu to help them resurrect, everyone thought that their friendship was not that deep. Whether Qin Mu will use it is completely unknown. Qin Mu looked very painful at this moment. Damn it, how can this guy's damage be so high? My resurrection necklace is gone just like that. Seeing Qin Mu like this, the others didn't say anything. A powerful enemy is at hand. Any words of comfort at this time would be inappropriate. Lu Changming had transformed into a fire elemental body at this time and flew directly towards the Ting snake. This Ting snake only has physical attacks. After he transformed into a fire element. Not afraid of physical attacks. At this time, T is the strongest. Chen Yi looked at Ting snake. I started to make plans in my mind. The cooldown time of 100 steps to target is now 2 minutes. He must obtain the talent of Ting snake. B-level talents increase by 100 times. That is an S-level talent. Then the skill of shooting an arrow through a target at 100 paces must not be used at this time. It must be done when Ting snake's vitality is too low. Killed him with one blow. This is the only way to successfully plunder. Moreover, there are privileged rewards for killing the regional boss. How to say it? There is no way Chen Yi would give up this opportunity. At this time, Lu Tianming has already started a fierce battle with Ting snake. Every attack of Tingsha could not cause any harm to Lu Tianming and Lu Tianming's flame. But it can burn the skin of Ting snake until it is charred black. See this scene? Chen Yi picked up the bow and arrow directly. Whoosh! The arrow flew towards Ting snake at a rapid speed. Chen Yi used wooden arrows. And those black feather arrows and enchanted arrows. Chen Yi wanted to use it later. A wooden arrow with a light enchantment. It already has extremely strong damage. Although it is impossible to penetrate the skin of Ting snake. But it also caused great harm to Ting snake. Just at this moment, Jiang Haoran cast a blessing of strength on Chen Yi. The arrow shot by Chen Yi. Suddenly the power became even stronger. Ting snake screamed in agony as it was attacked by Chen Yi's arrows. Lu Xiaochun holds the guardian stone. Attack the Ting Snake. Ice Spears. Attack Ting Snake. But only a white spot is left. Cannot cause effective damage. Lei Hu stood on the ground anxiously, holding a blood-red sword. After all, Ting Snake is a flying boss. He doesn't have any long-range attack methods. I can only stand on the ground and do nothing. Jiang Haoren is slightly stronger than Lei Hu, because he can bless Lu Tianming, Chen Yi and others. The strength that can be improved is not a little bit. Just when Qinisha was enjoying himself, Tingsha finally discovered who caused the most damage to him. That is Chen Yi. Then, Ting Snake turned its target directly towards Chen Yi. His eyes were full of anger. Kid, you were the one who had the most fun just now, right? Then, the Ting Snake turned into a black light and attacked Chen Yi. Chen Yi frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, this Ting Snake targeted him. Then, Chen Yi rode directly on the White Wolf. White Wolf, go! Under Chen Yi's intentional manipulation, the White Wolf immediately ran towards the open space in the distance to prevent the Ting Snake from becoming invisible due to the presence of shadows. With the 170% movement speed bonus from the boiling blood of the beast and the mount's saddle, the White Wolf even left an afterimage. The Ting Snake behind him was gradually pulled away. Chen Yi was also flying a kite. He shot arrow after arrow at the Ting Snake behind him. After the other 5 people saw it, I couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Ting Snake's speed is actually not as fast as White Wolf's. Chen Yi's pet. What is the origin? The rest of the time, it has completely become Chen Yi's personal show. But Ting Snake's vitality is extremely strong. Chen Yi's arrows could only reduce its vitality a little. Gradually, it was approaching dusk, and the body of Ting Snake began to become vague in the dim sunlight. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a little anxious. If it gets dark, this Ting Snake will become invisible directly. How to fight then? Just at this moment, Lu Tianming walked towards this side. Transform into a body of fire element. Floating in the air, the flame gem in his hand merged into one with it. Suddenly a small sun appeared in the death swamp. The brightness of the surrounding environment. Suddenly it became the same as daytime. Lu Tianming shouted at Chen Yi at this time. Chen Yi, kill him as soon as possible. I can only maintain this state for 5 minutes. Hear this. Chen Yi nodded. Then the wooden arrow in his hand was replaced with a black feather arrow. The moment the black feather arrow came out, the Ting Snake's scales suddenly exploded. It seems like it has encountered some enemy. Even the flying speed was reduced a lot. See this. Chen Yi was a little curious. This black feather arrow. Is there any hidden damage bonus to this Ting Snake? At this time Chen Yi looked at the feathers at the tail of the black feather arrow. This is the feather of a black feathered chicken. Could it be that this black-feathered black chicken is the natural enemy of this Ting Snake? But there's no point in thinking so much now. The damage of this black feather arrow. It's not comparable to wooden arrows. Whoosh! A streak of light flew past Chen Yi. It directly hit the flying Ting Snake. Squeak! Ting Snake suddenly let out a scream. Black feather arrow. It shot solidly into the body of the Ting Snake. See this scene? Chen Yi couldn't help but feel excited. It finally worked. The previous idea of using wooden arrows to consume the vitality of Ting Snake took effect at this moment. If Chen Yi had used this black feather arrow from the beginning, it's definitely impossible to penetrate. Then, another stream of light shot out. Shoot with great precision! The brightest and fastest arrow is fired at this moment. The target is Ting Snake. Chapter 46. Plunder the area boss and gain S-level talent for permanent invisibility. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion. The Ting Snake was blown to pieces in an instant. But Chen Yi did not receive the news that he had plundered his talent. Chen Yi looked over. The broken body of Ting Snake was now squirming, trying to struggle. See this scene? Chen Yi was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, The vitality of this Ting snake was far beyond his imagination. Then, Chen Yi pulled the bowstring of holy glory. Directly launch a charged shot. Whoosh! Accompanied by the last fatal arrow. Ting snake died completely. A voice also rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations on successfully plundering the Ting snake's talent, Shadow vanishes. Shadow vanish is amplified 100-fold, and the amplification is permanent invisibility. Permanent invisibility. Rank S. Effect: you can enter stealth mode at will, and only an insight talent above S level can detect you. Chen Yi was extremely surprised. I didn't expect that he would have such a strong talent. Wouldn't it mean that no one can see what bad things I do? Before Chen Yi's excitement ended, the voice came to my ears again. Congratulations on killing the regional boss Ting Snake. All regional world channels are open. Congratulations, you have obtained the first level Black Iron Authority. Black Iron Level 1 Permission. Introduction: you can ban people with lower authority than you in the chat channel, and automatically issue 100 world points every week. Since you have obtained the permission, the world store is open and you can purchase items from it using world points. Then, a ray of light surged from the body of Ting Snake. Start to carve a magic circle in the air. It seems to be establishing a channel to other worlds. Final. The Ting Snake's body disappeared. Only a door of light was left. Just at this moment, the announcement was heard around the world. Chen Yi, Lu Tianming, Qin Mu, Lei Hu, Jiang Haoren, and Lu Xiaochun successfully killed the regional boss. Now all world channels have been opened. Please search carefully in the area. All professionals who have reached level 10 can directly enter the next level of the world through the world channel. Chen Yi, Lu Tianming, Qin Mu, Lei Hu, Jiang Haoren, and Lu Xiaochun have been awarded the special title, Region Number 1. Regional Number 1. Introduction: the first human to kill a regional boss will have his damage to the boss increased by 10%. Permanent effect. The announcement was sounded 3 times in succession. Everyone heard the announcements. At this time, Lu Tianming and others were also immersed in the announcement of rewards. At this time, Chen Yi looked at several people. Have you all obtained permission? Lu Tianming nodded. The same was true for several other people. Lu Tianming said at this time, it seems that this authority will be obtained by everyone who participates in attacking the regional boss. Qin Mu also echoed. That's true. Then Qin Mu looked at Chen Yi. Chen Yi, you killed the Ting Snake. Is there any special reward? Chen Yi shook his head. No, it's the same as what you got. It seems that killing the Ting Snake is a team reward, and there is no individual reward. Hearing Chen Yi say this, the others also nodded. There is no need for Chen Yi to hide it. It seems to be true. At this time, Lu Tianming looked at Chen Yi and the others. Then you guys should go first. Tyrant Alliance still has some things to deal with, and I promised them to help them level up. Hearing Lu Tianming say this, Chen Yi nodded. Okay, in that case, I'll go to the next level world first. Qin Mu and the others also expressed their opinion immediately. You have to go to that world first and take a look. After all, in this world, the level can no longer progress. And every step is faster. Never fall behind. So in their opinion, Lu Tianming's decision was stupid. But everyone has their own aspirations. I won't go out of my way to persuade you. Otherwise, persuade until the end. On the contrary, it will have the opposite effect. Chen Yi glanced at the world behind him. From now on, I will never see this world again. Qin Mu and 4 others. They have taken the lead in entering the channel to that world. Accompanied by a burst of brilliant light, the 4 of them disappeared. Ever since they came out of the temple last time, the 4 of them have become inseparable. There is a high possibility that there was some adventure. But they didn't say. Chen Yi never intended to ask. Then, waved towards Lu Tianming. See you in the next world. Lu Tianming nodded. Well, see you in the next world. After saying that, Chen Yi stepped into the passage to that world. The surrounding scene began to change constantly. The space keeps distorting. In front of Chen Yi. It has also changed its appearance. From the original swamp, it turned into a red and yellow desert. The wind was filled with dust. A voice came to my ear. Welcome to Lawn Continent. Level cap raised to level 20. Job transfer task is open. Please go to the system panel to claim it. The race war has begun. Please go to the system panel to check. Remaining lifespan in this world, 120 days. Chapter 47, Racial War, Never Ending. Chen Yi opened the system panel. There are 3 more options above. World Store, Job Change Quest Race War. These 3 options. Chen Yi first opened the job transfer task. He wanted to see. What will this job transfer task be? Job transfer task list. Light Archer Job Change Quest. Task Introduction, shoot and kill 30 monsters in 1 minute. Mission Reward, Light Archer Job Change Scroll. Introduction, Light Archer focuses on agility and lightness, and can be upgraded to Shadow Dancer or Wind Walker at level 20. Heavy Archer. Task Introduction, kill a monster 2 levels higher than your own level with 1 strike. Quest Reward, Heavy Archer Job Change Scroll. Introduction, heavy archers are mainly strength-oriented, focusing on damage and one-shot kills. They can be upgraded to Sniper Feather or Magic Feather at level 20. There are only 2 types of job transfer tasks for archers. It also introduces what professions you can switch to at level 20. Chen Yi thought about it again and again. Decided to switch to Light Archer. The most important point. Even with the addition of predatory power, his own strength was already sufficient. The agility required by archers is not enough. This Light Archer can improve agility growth. Just what he needs right now. Then, Chen Yi directly chose to receive the Light Archer job transfer task. Immediately following, a voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have successfully received the Light Archer job transfer mission. Please complete it within 7 days, otherwise it will be deemed as automatic abandonment. Naturally, Chen Yi would not drag it out for as long as 7 days. Then, Chen Yi looked at the racial war. This race war. I don't know what the rules are. Then, Chen Yi clicked on the option of racial war. Just clicked in. A voice came into Chen Yi's ears. The races that descended on Lawn Continent are humans and dog-headed people. The objective of the race war mission is to kill all the kobolds. The winning race will gain the right to kill the world boss. Every 7 days, the human race and the dog-headed people will be thrown into the racial battlefield. You can kill as much as you want in the racial battlefield, but you can't recover after you die. Please note that the racial war will not end until one dies. Listening to the solemn voice beside my ears, Chen Yi's mood also became heavy. I didn't expect to be assigned such a task after arriving in this bronze world. Humans and kobolds. Only one can be promoted to the next world. The cruelty of it. It goes without saying. Chen Yi thought of this. I couldn't help but feel a surge of fighting spirit in my heart. In that case, then let's kill to our heart's content. He has unlimited plundering talent. Not afraid of any race at all. Race war option. There is a point store. The introduction next to it. Killing another race will earn you kill points. After getting kill points, you can come to this point store to buy items. Chen Yi clicked in and took a look. Feather of the Harpy, the most precious feather of the Harpy, which can be used for alchemy and enchantment, worth 50 kill points. King's Card, a playing card used for leisure and entertainment, with many monster illustrations on it, worth 10 kill points. Ring of Courage, wear it and you will be very courageous, worth 100 kill points. Looked around. Inside are some equipment, enchanted items, scrolls, potions, materials and the like. Didn't find anything good. Look at this point store. It is specially open to the general public so that they can improve their abilities as quickly as possible. After all, the majority of people have low talent levels. I want to get equipment by killing monsters. Disaster. Chen Yi withdrew from the racial war auction. Then he looked at the newly appeared world store. Chen Yi prayed silently in his heart. This world store. What's inside? Hope it's not too rubbish. However, this is a store that can only be opened by authorized persons. No matter how trashy it is, where can it go? Then Chen Yi opened the world store. A curtain of light suddenly appeared in front of Chen Yi. There is a wide variety of goods. It almost made Chen Yi dazzled. Equipment lottery ticket. Get an equipment lottery ticket, and you can get a random piece of equipment after opening it. Value 10 world points. Elemental Fury. Elemental Fury potion, after taking it, increases all elemental damage by 100%. Duration, 30 seconds. Worth 5 world points. Book of Experience. After use, the level will be increased by 1 level immediately. It can be used by players below level 20. Worth 30 world points. The things in the stores of this world are almost innumerable. There are even props for sale worth hundreds or thousands of points. For a while, Chen Yi was dazzled. Good job. This world store's stuff. It's countless times better than the stuff in that ethnic store. They are not on the same level at all. Chen Yi's score is shown as 100 points. Lots of good stuff in there. It takes thousands of points to buy it. Chen Yi decided to endure it. Not right now. Save up first, accumulate enough points, and then buy. Chen Yi finished everything. Only then did I have time to look around. The white wolf was watching from the side at this time. It and Chen Yi. They were transported together. Chen Yi sat on the white wolf's saddle. There are no maps at this time. I can only explore randomly. Hope to encounter a kobold. I don't know what the dog-headed man's talent is. If it's very strong, then you will make a fortune. Chapter 48. First encounter with the kobold caravan. Start hunting. Sitting on the white wolf, Chen Yi directly let the white wolf run towards where the sun rises. Find a direction. There will always be monsters. You might even run into that dog-headed man. Open a chat channel. The regional channel has disappeared at this time. There is only one channel, the World Channel. The speaking cooldown time has also been adjusted to 5 seconds. There were very few people on the World Channel at this time. There are only 5,608 people online. That is to say, these people are already level 10. The World Chat channel is very lively at this time. Where were you teleported to? I was teleported to a desert. There was no bird around. Haha. I was teleported to the beach, but there were a lot of level 14 killer crabs. I couldn't defeat them, so I could only run around. Crabs, there are crabs. I love crabs. Send me the coordinates so I can go over there. Here you go. Oh my god, it's more than 5,000 kilometers away from me. I'm not used to the world without regional restrictions all of a sudden. Yeah, I've been running all over our area before, which is only 500 square kilometers at most. Now there are no regional restrictions, so I really can't finish running even if the world ends. Why run so much? As long as we change our job and reach level 20, then kill the kobolds and the world boss, we'll be complete. That's right. Coming here, there's an option for a racial war. I wonder if the kobolds are very powerful. I just ran into a lone one, a kobold mage, who is quite powerful, but still a piece of cake for me. Boss, what level of talent is this? Share it with me. Are level talents just random things? It doesn't matter if I tell you. I'm just a small S rank. Fuck, big boss, please help me. Do you have any idea to form an organization? If you do, I will be the first to join. No, it's good to be alone. Management is too tiring. Chen Yi looked at the chat channel with some surprise. I didn't expect to meet someone with S-level talent right at the start. He has permanent invisibility. Know how powerful this S-level talent is? You can say that. As long as Chen Yi enters invisible mode, 99% of all creatures cannot detect him. In the end, you can only let him slaughter you. Chen Yi looked at it for a while. There is no special information. Then he turned his gaze to the surroundings. This Gobi Desert is very large. The white wolf had been dragging him for more than half an hour, but he had not seen the edge or other scenery. Mountains in the distance of the Gobi Desert. It's almost the same as when I first saw it. A horse will die if it runs too fast. Now it's like a wolf running away from a mountain. And just at this moment, there was a moving shadow in the distance. At this time, he appeared in Chen Yi's sight. Chen Yi vaguely saw that they were a group of monsters with dog heads and human bodies. This is when Chen Yi has supervision. True distance. At least more than 30,000 meters. Chen Yi's heart moved slightly. This time. Finally he was caught. I just don't know if I will gain any experience from killing these dog-headed men. And his mission as a light archer has not been completed yet. If possible, Chen Yi hopes to complete this task at the same time. Patted the white wolf. The white wolf immediately understood. Ran straight towards the group of walking kobolds. The white wolf is very fast. 30,000 meters is reached in a flash. When the distance was about 1,000 meters, Chen Yi asked the white wolf to stop. Then he walked towards the group of kobolds. As the surrounding space fluctuated, Chen Yi directly entered the invisible state. That's all. Chen Yi swaggered up to the group of dog-headed men. At this time, this group of kobolds are pushing a cart. There is a lot of cargo on the car. What surprised Chen Yi was, none of these kobolds are below level 15. The tallest kobold even reached level 20. This is the level cap of this world. Kobold Shield Guard. Level 20. Basic Strength, 24. Basic Constitution, 30. Basic Agility, 12. Basic Intelligence, 11. Talent, the dog's head is very hard. Hard dog head, E, the physical damage your head receives is reduced by 30%. Skills, defensive stance, strict defense. Introduction, a kobold shield guard with good defense. Chen Yi saw that the dog's head was very hard. I couldn't help but feel a little weird. After I plunder this talent, I wonder how it will be enhanced. These kobolds were talking to each other. The battlefields of all realms share the same language. Chen Yi heard what these dog-headed men meant specifically. We have to hurry to Shaman City before dark. We will be safe only in the city. Yes, the race that is competing with us for the right to kill the world boss has arrived. I heard from the city lord that they are preparing to send out a large army with the king to exterminate humans. We arrived more than a year earlier. I really don't believe we can't kill these humans. Yes, our king is very powerful. It is easy for him to deal with these tiny humans. Be careful. Although we have developed a year in advance, our dog-headed prophet said that humans have S-level talents. What? It's an S-level talent. Our king only has an A-level talent. Don't try to boost others' ambitions and destroy your own prestige. Our king has a hidden profession that can be transferred. Chen Yi was a little surprised when he heard this. It turns out these are dog-headed people. It has arrived here a year in advance. A kobold that developed a year early. Advantages to humans. That's unimaginable. In that case, let's first eliminate the active forces of these dog-headed men. Think of this. Chen Yi took out the glory of holiness. Chapter 49. Change job to light archer and gain exclusive skills. Chen Yi counted these dog-headed men carefully. There are 32 of them. Chen Yi started shooting arrows at those gnolls. His hand speed is extremely fast. On the other hand, I also want to complete the job transfer task to light archer. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One after another. The kobold was caught off guard. Almost instantly, more than a dozen dog-headed men had their throats shot through by Chen Yi. At this time, the timer on Chen Yi's task panel also started. At the same time, a voice also rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations on plundering the kobold's talent, hard kobold. Dog's head is very hard, is amplified 100-fold, and the amplification is, dog's head is very hard. The dog's head is very hard. Ranked C. Effect: the damage your head takes is reduced by 80%. The head has gained 80% damage reduction. Chen Yi is still very satisfied with his talent. From now on, anyone who wants to blow his own head off will have to think twice. Then, Chen Yi continued shooting. The other kobolds also reacted. Because they couldn't find Chen Yi's location. I can only defend myself randomly with my shield. The defensive posture can only guarantee one direction. But this is just random defense. There is no way to defend against Chen Yi's arrows. Just take advantage of the opportunity to kill it. Chen Yi's hands are hot. This is caused by continuous shooting. After speeding up the blood flow, it became faster. 54 seconds later, all the kobolds were killed. Chen Yi made a pleasantly surprised discovery. My experience bar also directly rose to level 10, 51.2%. It turns out that killing these dog-headed people, it's something I got from experience. Then your goal will be clear. Are these gnolls going to the shaman city? Then I have to go and see it for myself. At this time, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the job transfer mission for the Light Archer. Congratulations, you have obtained the Light Archer Job Advancement Scroll. Congratulations, you have obtained the Light Archer's exclusive skill book, Triple Shot. Triple Shot. Introduction: shoot 3 arrows in an instant, each arrow has 100% power. Good. Chen Yi was very satisfied with the 3 consecutive shots. Then, Chen Yi opened the Light Archer Job Change Scroll. A ray of light. It immediately poured into Chen Yi's body. A voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have successfully changed your job to a Light Archer, and your agility growth will be plus 0.5. This 0.5 agility growth is very helpful to Chen Yi now. Agility is all about speed and responsiveness. It is an extremely important attribute. Then, Chen Yi learned the triple shot technique. A large amount of knowledge suddenly flooded into my mind. How to use this triple shot. Chen Yi looked at the cargo on the kobold's truck. Bend the bow. Knock the arrow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 3 arrows were shot in the same direction. Clank clank clank. All of them shot onto the roof of the truck. Boom! The flames exploded instantly. The truck was blown up and the supplies inside were scattered all over the ground. Chen Yi looked at the damage caused by the 3 consecutive shots with satisfaction. This time, I now have one more means of attack. At this time, among the supplies of the kobolds, some ores attracted Chen Yi's attention. These ores have been preliminarily refined. The surface gleams with metallic luster. Chen Yi picked up a piece. Hematite. Introduction: an essential ore for forging weapons and equipment, with good ductility and toughness. Chen Yi looked over. This entire truck is filled with hematite. Think about it. Chen Yi immediately understood the purpose of these dog-headed men transporting the hematite ore. That is a large number of forged weapons and equipment. Used against humans. TSK. These dog-headed people are quite civilized. Look at how this ore is refined. It can almost be regarded as the pinnacle technology of the Iron Age. Chen Yi searched the ogre leader of the caravan. A sheepskin map? At this moment, he appeared in front of Chen Yi. A voice appeared in Chen Yi's ears. Discover the area map, whether to store the system. Yes. Chen Yi directly chose yes. The world map on the system panel. The area belonging to Chen Yi was lit up. Chen Yi also knew what this place was called. Red Iron Gobi. There is a mine that specializes in producing hematite. And Shaman City. It is about 30 kilometers away from here. Relying on the White Wolf's leg strength, it will take about 20 minutes to get there. Chen Yi no longer hesitated. Put all the hematite into the storage space. Shout to summon the White Wolf over. Ride the White Wolf. Whoosh. He ran towards the Shaman City. When Chen Yi arrived in Shaman City, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Let the White Wolf wait on the plain outside the city. Chen Yi turned on invisibility. He walked towards Shaman City with a swagger. The walls of the Shaman City are made of sand and stones. Looks like a strong defense. On the city walls, there were constantly dog-headed soldiers patrolling. The levels of these kobold soldiers are around level 16. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Why did it come 1 year early? None of these kobolds have reached level 20. It reminded me that I hadn't seen any monsters before. Chen Yi guessed a fact in his heart. That's because there are not enough monsters for these ogres to kill. Therefore, there is no way to upgrade them all. In that case, the human condition becomes even more difficult. The city gates were wide open at this time. Chen Yi walked into the city. There are houses made of a mixture of wood and stone everywhere. Although it looks simple, but the structure provides an unexpected explanation. Chen Yi observed everything around him, including the kobolds walking on the road. He came to this shaman city. There is no other purpose. 2 words. Massacre. Chapter 50, Permanent Invisibility, Stealing from the Kobold Armory. Since we want to massacre the city, then you need to find a good place with a wide view. He has 10 times the range and supervision. As long as you can find a commanding height, then it would be much easier to launch a massacre. Chen Yi before this saw the weapons of the kobold guards. There are also bows and arrows. Chen Yi guessed. There must be an armory here. In that case, then all we have to do is find that armory. Empty the armory here. Even if you sell it, you can get a lot of benefits. Then, Chen Yi began to track the patrols of these dog-headed men. Although I don't know where the armory is, but these patrols will definitely patrol there. If there are no ogre residents around and the security is tight, that means this is where the armory is located. Even if it's not the armory, that is also a very important place. In short, you can't go wrong. Chen Yi walked carefully on the street. Avoid being hit by oncoming kobolds. These dog-headed people are no exception. All were talking about the coming of mankind. Some kobolds were even talking about it. Killing all humans will definitely allow you to reach level 20. Chen Yi couldn't help but sneer after hearing this. Then please help me reach level 20 today. When walking through a cross street, a patrol team caught Chen Yi's attention. The kobolds in this team are serious. They walk in neat order. At first glance, they are well-trained elite soldiers. Chen Yi hurriedly followed. By following these ogres, we will definitely find where the ogre's armory is. Follow at the end of the kobold group. Chen Yi became much more relaxed. Because after seeing this patrol team, the surrounding ogre civilians all became extremely respectful. And all of them automatically retreated to the sides of the road. Chen Yi picked up a convenience. Then, Chen Yi followed the patrol team. This patrol has a lot of places to go. We walked almost half of the city. But Chen Yi didn't see anything special. Just at this moment, the leading captain looked at the other kobolds. Now disband. We will gather here again at 10 o'clock in the evening. Yes, Captain. The other kobolds responded. Chen Yi was speechless. Good job. It took me half a day to finish this. Chen Yi was helpless. Just stroll around. But the routes in Shaman's city are complicated. It's easy to get lost if you go around in circles. So Chen Yi waited until night while chatting on the World Channel. At night, the patrol arrived as expected. However, what Chen Yi noticed was that these dog-headed patrols were not wearing the same clothes they wore during the day. Chen Yi felt a little excited. It's late at night now. Those dog-headed men have already gone to their houses to sleep, so they definitely aren't patrolling the streets. Just at this moment, the leader of the kobold captains said to all the kobold patrol members, "We are going to the city lord's mansion next. Be smart. The city lord will come out for inspection sometimes." Hear what the kobold captain said? All the kobolds stood at attention. Yes. Then, all the kobolds started walking in one direction. Chen Yi also hurriedly followed. It seems that the important place is in the city lord's mansion. Following the twists and turns, after going around a dozen streets, Chen Yi saw a complex of buildings with an architectural style that was completely different from other places. The whole body is made of various beautiful woods. You can say that. Those were civilian houses before. And this is obviously where the kobold nobles live. The patrol captain then displayed a badge. Then the soldier on guard let them pass. Chen Yi also followed in. It took about 30 minutes to walk. Chen Yi saw a heavily guarded building. There are no special signs around. But there were more than 30 dog-headed men guarding front and back. Use the eye of insight. Chen Yi could feel it. There are more than a dozen dog-headed men inside this building. It seems that this is the armory. Think of this. Chen Yi went straight to the house next to the armory. Shoots out a fire-enchanted arrow. Boom! A fierce flame suddenly broke out in the house. Because it's wood. So the burning speed is extremely fast. See this scene? All the kobolds became anxious. Damn it, how could it catch fire? Isn't there fireproof paint? Those damn profiteers actually dared to sell fake and shoddy fire-retardant paint to the city lord's mansion. After we put out the fire, we must kill those profiteers. For a while, all the dog-headed men started to fetch water with wooden buckets. The ogres who were originally in the building also came out after hearing the news. Only 3 or 4 kobolds were left behind. Then he joined the firefighting team. And Chen Yi stood aside. Taking advantage of the moment when the building opened, I went straight in. The moment you enter, Chen Yi saw the warehouse full of boxes. The warehouse is huge. It's about 2,000 square meters. There were all kinds of wooden boxes piled up everywhere. Some opened wooden boxes. It is filled with various weapons. See this scene? Chen Yi was delighted. You've come to the right place. So, the next step is to find where the arrow is. According to this area, the number of arrows must be no less than 100,000. Chapter 51. Find the commanding heights and launch a battle to destroy the city. Chen Yi did not stay where he was. Walked straight into the armory. Chen Yi started rummaging through the drawers and boxes right away. Because of the permanent invisibility effect. Even if it makes a very loud noise here. And it didn't disturb the gnolls. Just at this moment, boxes of arrows came into Chen Yi's sight. Red iron arrow. Damage 5. Introduction. The arrow body is made of elm wood and the arrowhead is made of hematite. It has strong penetrating and lethal power. See this. Chen Yi simply swept over the arrows with his hand. The arrows disappeared one by one. It took Chen Yi 3 minutes to store all the arrows into the storage space. And half of the warehouse was empty. Chen Yi made a rough estimate. The red iron arrow that I obtained. There are about 130,000 of them. This is a horrifying number. From then on, Chen Yi no longer had to pick up arrows. Then, Chen Yi walked towards the door. As for other equipment, Chen Yi didn't get anything either. After all, collecting takes time. Even if you have permanent invisibility, it will definitely attract the attention of those dog-headed people. Walk out of the armory quickly. Chen Yi ran directly towards a tall building. After his observation, this high-rise building is the tallest building in the entire shaman city. Then, Chen Yi climbed to the top in 2 or 3 steps. Bring out the glory of holiness. A red iron arrow appeared on the bowstring. With the help of supervision, Chen Yi can see every ogre clearly here. Then, Chen Yi aimed his arrow at the ogre-headed people who were putting out the fire in the armory. Whoosh! At 10 times the range, the arrow turned into a straight line and directly pierced through one of the kobolds. When the kobold fell to the ground, the other kobolds reacted instantly. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The dog-headed people began to shout loudly. Huge sound. It immediately attracted the attention of other dog-headed people. One person tells 10 people, 10 people tell 100 people. Less than 10 minutes. All the gnolls in the entire shaman city walked out of their homes, each holding a torch. The entire shaman city was brightly lit. But this also provides a goal for Chen Yi. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The arrows flew directly towards the ogres. Every arrow can accurately hit an enemy. Moreover, Chen Yi's arrows were powerful and heavy. None of the kobolds that were shot survived. Gradually, the movement here by Chen Yi attracted the attention of the city lord's mansion. In the city lord's mansion, Kobold Oakenshield was distressed. He is the lord of Shaman City. The order received was to build a large amount of equipment. And now it is obvious that they have encountered a sneak attack by humans. The red iron arrows were still used. This is simply unacceptable. Then, Oakenshield looked at the kobold soldiers around him. Let's go, we must find this damn human. Yes. Just as Oakenshield was about to lead his soldiers out of the city lord's mansion, a voice appeared behind Oakenshield. Oakenshield, don't worry. That human has the ability to become invisible. You won't be able to find him. Hear this. A look of respect appeared on Oakenshield's face. Then he said, Prophet, are we just going to let that human slaughter our people? At this time, a dog-headed man in a robe appeared in the city lord's meeting hall at this time. This dog-headed man has white hair and beard. At first glance, he is obviously a highly respected kobold. The prophet now looked towards Oakenshield. This human stealth level is very high. I can't find his exact location, but I can lead him into the trap we set. Hear the prophet say this. Oakenshield suddenly understood something. Since I came into this world a year ago, they had already learned that in the future there would be a race that would go to war with them. Therefore, when building the city, consider this situation. Hundreds of traps of varying sizes were set up in the city. Yes, lead him into the trap, this is what we should do. Then, Oakenshield looked at the other kobolds. Now, all the shield guards, come with me to the city to cover the retreat of the other classes of kobolds. Now is the time for us to make sacrifices. Hear Oakenshield say this. The other kobold shield guards immediately responded loudly. Yes. Then, the shield guard ogre went straight out of the city lord's mansion. The moment Oakenshield walked out, then I saw flames all over the sky. There were also screams that were loud and clear. There weren't any kobolds can withstand such attacks. See this scene? Oakenshield's eyes were bloodshot. Damn human, just wait for me. Think of this. Oakenshield roared towards the surroundings. All shield guards, cover other professionals. At the same time, he was sending messages in the kobolds' chat channel, talking about the news that Shaman City was attacked, and command the other shield guards of Shaman City. For a while, the originally panicked ogres quickly restored order. There were more than 1,000 shield guards, holding their shields high, protecting other professions as they retreated to the direction they had practiced. Chen Yi couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene. I didn't expect this kobold to be so well trained. We really can't treat these dog-headed people as an ordinary race. But it's just thought. Chen Yi didn't hesitate much. Just keep shooting. Even if there is a shield guard blocking it. But there are still many gaps, and it is impossible to defend against Chen Yi's arrows 100%. Chapter 52 Plunder the Kobold Prophet's Talent, Kobold Intelligence. With Chen Yi's unremitting efforts, more than 1,000 kobolds were killed by his arrows. At the same time, Chen Yi also gained a lot of experience. Just upgrade him to level 12. Both strength and agility are increased. It makes it easier for him to shoot. It can even penetrate some thin shields and directly kill the shield guards behind the shields. However, Chen Yi's situation did not last long. All the gnolls moved to a blind spot in the high-rise building where Chen Yi was. It was surrounded by a city wall. There is simply no way to attack the enemies there. Chen Yi thought about it. Just jump downstairs. Walk in another direction where you can shoot at these kobolds. Just at this moment, a huge magic circle lit up from the sky. Chen Yi saw this scene. I instantly felt a sense of danger. He could feel that this magic circle was against him. Just at this moment, a giant eye appeared in the magic circle in the sky. A beam of light shot out from the giant eye at this moment. The light beam began to scan the buildings one by one. Chen Yi was a little uncertain. Can this giant eye scan me? But for safety reasons, Chen Yi began to hide from the beam of light from the giant eye. But gradually, Chen Yi suddenly felt that the air around him began to solidify. This feeling. It's like being imprisoned by something. There was also a sound in my ears. You have entered the imprisonment area and cannot move in this state. At this time, an old dog-headed man who looked like a wizard was slowly walking towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi's heart sank. Had I been discovered? As the distance increases, the attribute panel of this old dog-headed man also appeared in front of Chen Yi. Kobold Prophet. Level 20. Basic Strength 14. Basic Constitution 13. Basic Agility 16. Basic Intelligence 34. Talent, Dog-Headed Smart. Dog-Head Intelligence, E. Intelligence growth increases by an additional 0.3. Skills, Imprisonment Magic, Heart Attack. Introduction, a prophet elder among the kobolds, he was smart since childhood and became even smarter as he got older. Looking at the kobold prophet in front of him, Chen Yi frowned slightly. I was tricked. At this time, the kobold prophet spoke slowly. Human, you've been fooled. I can't see you, and my giant eyes can't detect you. Everything I did was to lead you to this restricted area. From now on, everything in front of me will be severely hit. After saying that, the kobold prophet raised the short staff in his hand. The short staff was now gathering blood-colored energy. In just a few seconds, a huge blood-red ball of light appeared above the kobold prophet. Boom! Because I can't see the direction where Chen Yi is. The blood-red ball of light flew directly towards Chen Yi indiscriminately. Bang! After a violent explosion, all the buildings around Chen Yi were blown up. All were crushed to pieces. But just as Chen Yi closed his eyes and waited for death, preparing to transform into an undead, a strange light emanated from his body. The light formed a barrier. He directly took the fatal attack on behalf of Chen Yi. Then, a voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. The evil god's blessing is activated, and I will bear the fatal damage on your behalf. Hear this. Chen Yi was a little excited. Good job. This blessing from the evil god is indeed not useless. At this time, the Null Prophet, who had already launched a powerful attack, was now almost exhausted. With his current mental strength, it was still a bit difficult to release such a powerful attack. But everything in front of him was razed to the ground. He believes it. No living creature could survive his attacks. At this time, due to the exhaustion of mental power, the confinement area was also lifted. And just when the kobold prophet breathed a sigh of relief, an arrow flew through the air. Puff! The sound of flesh piercing was heard. The kobold prophet stared blankly at the arrow in his chest. He couldn't figure it out until he died. How could anyone withstand his attack? Then, the kobold prophet fell directly to the ground. A voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations on plundering the kobold prophet's talent, kobold intelligence. Dog-head smart is amplified 100-fold, and the amplification is dog-head wisdom. Dog-headed wisdom. Ranked C. Introduction, your intelligence growth increases by 1 point. Looking at the kobold prophet who fell to the ground, Chen Yi secretly rejoiced. If it weren't for the blessing of this evil god, I'm afraid I'll be the one lying on the ground now. And this dog is smart. If you are a mage, that's a very strong talent. But it's better than nothing. Increasing intelligence also increases mental strength. It is also helpful for long-term combat. Now the greatest danger has been averted. Chen Yi looked in the direction where the kobold was hiding. Next, it's time to deal with these kobolds. Then, Chen Yi jumped directly onto the roof. A few vertical steps. We arrived at the southeast corner of the city. There is a 3-story building here. Just in time to see most of the hiding kobolds. Now, the hunting time begins. Chapter 53, Capture Shaman City, the first human gathering place. At this time, a gathering place for kobolds. The city lord Oakenshield was waiting anxiously at the spot. They had just heard the huge explosion. But until now, the prophet has not sent the message yet. This cast a gloomy shadow over the hearts of all the kobolds. Didn't the prophet succeed? Think of this. Oakenshield could wait no longer. Then he wanted to walk towards the direction of the explosion. But just at this moment, whoosh! An arrow flew towards us at an extremely fast speed. Oak's shield blocked subconsciously. The powerful arrow immediately hit the shield on his arm. Next second. Click. The oak shield tied to his arm instantly broke into pieces. See this scene? Oakenshield was extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, the prophet failed. Now the prophet has not sent any message. That means the prophet was definitely killed. Hateful. Oakenshield was extremely angry. Damn humans. He actually killed the prophet he relied on most. Now the enemy is in the light, and we are in the dark. So who else is his opponent? Think of this. Oakenshield made the smartest decision. Then he looked at all the kobolds. Everyone, flee Shaman City and go to Storm City to seek help from the Lord of Storm City. After saying this, there was an uproar among the kobolds. They all know. The prophet was dealing with a man, and now it was obvious that the prophet was also dead. Think of this. Everyone started to panic immediately. Then they rushed towards the city gate like crazy. But Chen Yi will not let these gnolls escape so easily. One arrow can take the life of a kobold. Over time, the city was filled with the corpses of the kobolds. But because there are too many, more than a third of the kobolds escaped. This includes the oaken shield. Chen Yi's experience soared and his level increased by another level. Only 10% left to reach level 14. But what troubled Chen Yi was, it is becoming increasingly difficult to level up. He killed thousands of kobolds himself. I have only gained a little experience. If it were placed on other humans, I don't know how difficult it will become. And just after Chen Yi drove all the ogres out of Shaman City, an announcement came to the ears of all human beings. Chen Yi occupied Shaman City in the Chi-Tai Gobi Desert, and Shaman City became the first gathering point for the human race. The announcement was broadcast 3 times in succession. This news immediately caused an uproar among humans. My goodness, one person actually occupied a city, this is incredible. Yes, I also encountered a kobold city, but the defenses of that kobold city were extremely strict, and there were thousands of soldiers. It was impossible for one person to conquer it. I think that Shaman City should not have many troops, otherwise how could it be conquered by one person? You're kidding me, the person above. I was born near Shaman City. Shaman City is the base camp where the kobolds forge weapons. You can calculate the military strength. Oh my god, this is so powerful that even the base camp for smelting weapons has been taken down. Did Chen Yi obtain a lot of weapons as spoils of war? I wonder if I can buy a few from him. He was the first to kill the regional boss, and now he has conquered the first city. Who on earth is this Chen Yi? I checked Chen Yi's historical speech records and found that he has been looking for special arrows. He is very likely an archer with a very high talent level. An archer? It's really amazing that an archer can perform such a feat. Yeah, there's no way to imagine how one person could capture a city. To be honest, I have S-level talent, but I also think it's too absurd for one person to conquer a city. I'm afraid Chen Yi is the owner of SS-level talent. Who knows? SS level, the probability of obtaining it is 1 in a billion. Among a billion human beings, maybe it is really possible that they are SS level. It's true that comparison makes one feel pissed off. Now I'm still worried about tomorrow's meal. These kobolds are so annoying. They kill all the monsters. Yes, this dog-headed man arrived a year earlier than us. He had the upper hand and there was nothing we could do. What do you mean there is no way? Can't we eat kobolds? I ate one and it tasted better than dog meat. The ruthless guy upstairs, I'm going to go vomit for a while. I plan to go to Shaman City to see who Chen Yi is. As the first gathering place for the human race, Shaman City will definitely be very lively in the future. Haha, it just so happens that the map of the Red Iron Gobi Desert has been lit up, so I'll go to Shaman City to take a look. let's go together. And on Chen Yi's side. He was looking at the reward he had just received. Guild token? Introduction: you can use this guild token to create a guild and recruit people of the same clan. Building a force? Chen Yi shook his head. He had never thought about it. After all, management is too laborious. But it can be sold to those who need it. The first person Chen Yi thought of was Lu Tianming. But on Lu Tianming, Chen Yi felt that there was nothing that could match the value of this token. Think of this. Chen Yi directly sent a screenshot of the item on the extremely lively World Channel. The World Channel that was originally extremely lively. There was silence for a few seconds at this moment. Then it became even more exciting. Chapter 54 Guild Token, Authority Upgrade Scroll. What the hell, am I seeing right? There's something like this in this battlefield where all races survive. Everyone look, it was sent by Boss Chen Yi. Awesome! Is Boss Chen Yi going to build a faction? I don't think so. It's obviously most advantageous for Boss Chen Yi to act alone. Does the boss want to sell it? It's hard to say, let's see what the boss says next. Chen Yi sent a message directly at this time. Selling guild tokens. If you need them, exchange them for items of corresponding value. After saying that, Chen Yi started watching the World Channel. Chen Yi's news immediately sparked another round of discussion. The boss is really selling it, but I don't know who can get it. After all, this is a legitimate guild token. Now there are so many scattered forces that can only join groups and change notes to confirm statistics. It really makes people lose interest. Yes, if you get this token, you can become the president of the first guild. Becoming the president of the first guild will definitely make us the most powerful force in the human race. The value of this token cannot be measured by ordinary items. I'm going to join Guian Pavilion. I'm Zhang Zhan, the owner of the S-level talent undefeated martial body. Anyone who wants to join Guian Pavilion can come over. We in Sanren Hall are not vegetarians. Besides, can you eat this token? Wow, two forces are competing. I wonder what the other forces will say. I will definitely take this token. We have two S-level talents in the competition. What can you use to compete with me? Oh my god, is the person who wants to compete for the throne so powerful? There aren't many S-level talents to begin with, but there are actually two of them. This is simply incredible. I know about the group that wants to fight for the throne. I was in the same district as them before, which is District 3336. There were two S-level talents who met each other. They started fighting, but eventually they formed this group together. Wending Zhongyuan, what a domineering name. Have you asked me about the Nether Empire? Our boss possesses the SS-level talent, Body of Eternal Night. Who can compare to us? Yes, our Nether Empire boss is helping the rest of our region level up, so he hasn't come to this world yet. Once our boss comes, the dog-headed people in this world will be nothing to him. Oh my god, all the SS-level talent owners have appeared. Are there any SSS-level talent owners? Don't even think about it. The chance of getting an SSS-level talent is 1 in a billion. There is no guarantee in this game. It's still unknown whether we humans have it. Yeah, S-level talents are so strong. I think SSS-level talents can directly destroy the world. That's right. I feel like my C-level talent can beat dozens of low-level talents, not to mention the SSS-level talents. Just at this moment, a special pinned message appears above the chat channel. We need this guild token to create a myth. If anyone disagrees, they can go it alone. The pinned message lasted for 10 seconds before disappearing. This left everyone confused. Is there anything like this? You can actually pin your own message to the top. Or rather, any special props? You can pin your own messages to the top. And on Chen Yi's side, I was so overwhelmed by the amount of messages I received. Most of them are looking to purchase guild tokens. No one can resist the temptation of the number one force of the human race. As for the others, they are all harassing messages trying to extort money. Chen Yi checked the information one by one. I want to see if there is anything that can excite me. But Chen Yi kept watching. There's nothing particularly good about it. There are even people who want to get something for nothing. Claim to create a big guild with Chen Yi. See this kind of news. Chen Yi blocked him directly. He was not even given a chance to say a second sentence. Just at this moment, a piece of news caught Chen Yi's attention. Boss, our boss has a complete set of extremely strong leather armor. I wonder if you are interested. Chen Yi saw this. I couldn't help but become interested. Leather armor set? I am still wearing that wolfskin armor, which is completely out of date. If the leather armor set has very good attributes, you can think about it yourself. What about the screenshot of the specific attributes? Let me see it. Sorry, big man. Our boss is still in the previous world. He was only delayed because he was helping us level up. Chen Yi was speechless. The message was then closed. You should know that your current guild token is the most valuable during this period. If a second guild token appears, then the value of your guild token will depreciate significantly. So get rid of it as soon as possible. Chen Yi continued reading. Another piece of news reached Chen Yi at this moment. Boss, do you need a bronze privilege upgrade coupon? Chen Yi saw this message. He immediately stopped flipping through the information. Then he opened the screenshot that person sent him. Bronze privilege upgrade scroll. Introduction: you can upgrade your authority from Iron level 1 to Bronze level 2. See this. Chen Yi was completely upset. Chapter 55 Lu Xiaobei, a person with SSS level talent. Where did you get this? At this time, the man said, Boss, don't worry about where this thing came from. I just want to ask you whether you are satisfied with this authority upgrade coupon. Can I exchange it for your guild token? Seeing this man's arrogant tone, Chen Yi understood. This person must know the specific value of his authority upgrade voucher. Then I don't have to act or anything. Immediately, Chen Yi sent a message back. Okay, go to the exchange and trade there. Good. After saying that, Chen Yi started the transaction with this man named Lu Xing. After a while, Chen Yi now had an extra permission upgrade coupon in his hand. Immediately following, Chen Yi used this permission upgrade volume, accompanied by a voice. Congratulations, your authority level has been upgraded to Bronze level 2. Bronze level 2 can get an additional 3 top messages on the world channel every day, and an additional 300 world points per week. Hear this. Chen Yi was satisfied. Not only did the points increase threefold, there is also the number of pinned messages. Good. At this time, Lu Xiaobei was far away in a dark forest. Looking at the guild token in his hand, he felt extremely satisfied. I didn't expect to get the guild token so soon. Although the authority upgrade scroll was also extremely precious, it was obtained by giving up the time he spent to kill the first regional boss. But for him, this guild token is a more needed item. Then, Lu Xiaobei directly chose to use the guild token. A voice came. Please give your guild token a name. Lu Xiaobei said without hesitation. Name it the Chang'an of the past. The guild, former Chang'an, has been created. The first level guild can accommodate 1,000 people. Please recruit members, complete the guild tasks, and improve the guild level as soon as possible. At this time, an announcement spread across humanity. Lu Xiaobei founded the guild, former Chang'an, which is the first guild for the human race. Anyone interested can join. Lu Xiaobei also directly used the remaining 2 pinned message times. My name is Lu Xiaobei, and I have the SSS level talent, Elemental Master. I am now recruiting the first batch of gang members from the old Chang'an, as long as they are professionals with a talent level above B. In the future, when the guild is upgraded, we will consider recruiting professionals with talents below B level. See these 2 pinned messages. Everyone was stunned. Good job. It is incredible that there are really people with SSS level talents in the human world. Perhaps this Lu Xiaobei must be the strongest person in the world. After all, it's an SSS level talent. 1 in a billion chance. The probability of a second one appearing is really too low. At the same time, there is a new guild option on the system panel. And click into the guild. There was only one guild standing there all alone. It is the Chang'an of the past. And Lu Xiaobei set the conditions for joining. Only those with B-level talents can enter. And there are too many people with B-level talents. There are at least a few in every district. 10,000 districts. There are tens of thousands of people with B-level talents. A moment. The guilds in Chang'an were packed with people in the past. Only those with slow hands were left beating their chests and stamping their feet. I just hate myself for not being faster. After all, this is the first guild. If you become one of the first veterans, then the benefits that can be obtained are unimaginable. Chen Yi also saw the message on the chat channel. I really didn't expect it. There actually are people with SSS level talents. That being said, even if I face him myself, I'm afraid there is no chance of winning. After all, that is an SSS level talent. There is only one existence among human beings. His own unlimited plunder has not yet grown up. I am definitely no match for him now. Chen Yi took a deep breath. It seems that I have to hurry up. Some higher level talents must be looted. Otherwise, you will have no ability to compete. Then, Chen Yi found the white wolf and ordered it to rush in the direction where the gnolls were fleeing. As for Shaman City, Chen Yi decided to return the favor. Just give up Shaman City and let Lu Xiaobei's former Chang'an be used as the guild base. First, build a good relationship with this SSS level talent owner. After all, the situation is stronger than people. There are advantages to doing this and no disadvantages. And with Lu Xiaobei's SSS level talent, I can also capture a city by myself. Then, Chen Yi contacted Lu Xiaobei. Lu Xiaobei was naturally very happy. Because even if it was him, before the basic attributes and number of skills are increased, it is extremely difficult to capture a city, and it is possible that you may not be able to capture it. If you can't beat it, that would be funny. Chen Yi, I owe you a favor. After Lu Xiaobei finished speaking, I urged Chen Yi to post a few pinned messages on the World Channel. This shows that Shaman City was the former base camp of Chang'an. Anyone who wants to become an outer member of the former Chang'an can come to Shaman City. As for the rest, Lu Xiaobei will notify them through the guild channel. Chen Yi naturally would not refuse. Then a pinned message was sent on the World Channel. Now everyone who wants to become a peripheral member of the former Chang'an can come to Shaman City. Immediately following, Chen Yi posted 2 more pinned messages. This got everyone excited. Shaman City. In the days ahead, it is destined to become the largest city of mankind. Chapter 56, The First City of the Kobolds, Storm City. Oh my god, it looks like these 2 big guys have teamed up. That's right. If the big guys join forces, the world will be mine. Then we must hurry up and set off now. There are no monsters here anymore, so we can definitely go there and take a look now. I really envy you. When I looked at the map, Shaman City was more than 5,000 kilometers away from here. It's impossible to get there. I roughly estimated that the land area of this world is 11 million square kilometers. I'm afraid some people will never encounter it in their lifetime. You don't have to say that. Isn't there a racial battlefield every 7 days? But only a certain number of people will be selected to enter the racial battlefield. I don't know if you have read this rule. Yes, every week, 100,000 people will be randomly teleported into the racial battlefield, and then the 2 armies will fight against each other. Only when one side is completely eliminated can the racial battlefield end. So cruel? I'm a little scared. If I fail, I will die there forever. Of course, but the number of people teleported each time in the racial battlefield will be more than the last time, and it will not end until both the human race and the dog-headed people are destroyed. Is this the meaning of the survival of all races? Who knows, but the race that can survive to the end must be the strongest race among all the races. At this time, Chen Yi looked at the chat in the World Channel. I couldn't help but feel a sense of responsibility. Only by killing more dog-headed men in this world can I reduce the number of human deaths in the racial battlefield. Think of this. Chen Yi became more impatient. Then he called the white wolf under him. Let the white wolf run faster. At this time, the time in Kanglan continent has come to the last day. As the last human who reached level 10 stepped into the World Channel, After a loud bang, the evil god has awakened. Tens of millions of humans who have not reached level 10 are now fleeing in panic. I want to make an effort at the last minute. Reach level 10. But how is it possible to get there now? Accompanied by a desperate sound. A huge mouth swallowed the crystal wall of the world. Rumble. The world is constantly being triggered by earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. All humans knelt in despair. Death is now certain. Accompanied by a black screen. The world has fallen into a huge maw. The evil water that could corrupt the world began to irrigate continuously. In the endless void, the evil god covered with tentacles burped with satisfaction. Swallowed a world. My own strength has increased a little bit. Then, a voice came into the ears of the evil god Brooken. Congratulations, your mission to devour the world has been completed. You will be rewarded with a copy of the origin of the world. Now please continue to receive the mission and go to the next world to devour. Brooken showed a hint of human helplessness. Then I chose to accept the task. At the same time, a new world appeared out of thin air beside the evil god. Inside the crystal wall of the world, a group of lizard people, gradually waking up in the wooden house. Just as Chen Yi was riding on the white wolf and galloping, a private message came through. Chen Yi, I'm Lu Tianming. I just teleported here from the previous world. Where are you now? After seeing it, Chen Yi replied to the message. How come it's so fast? I've been in this world for no more than 3 days. Immediately afterwards, Lu Tianming replied to the message. What, you've only been in this world for 3 days? It seems that the speed of time in the two worlds is different. Half a month has passed in the previous Black Iron level world. I see. But that's just right. It saves you from falling behind in level progress. Yeah, let me get familiar with it first and contact you later. Well, if you are close to the shaman city on the map, you can come here and take a look. It's good for you. Yeah, okay. Now I am separated from the people of Tyrant Alliance. If possible, I will let the people of Tyrant Alliance meet me there. Then, Chen Yi closed the message. The most important thing for him now is to go to Storm City and take a look. The white wolf ran like this for more than 2 hours before it ran out of the Red Iron Desert. Out of the Gobi Desert. We came to a plain with green grass. Chen Yi encountered many dog-headed men along the way. They all escaped from Shaman City and fell behind the team. Without exception. All of them were shot dead by Chen Yi. When we arrived outside Storm City, Chen Yi was shocked. Because the Storm City that appeared before his eyes was beyond his imagination. It was a city of extreme size. The Storm City is built against a hill, with an enormous lake next to it. The hill is about 30 meters high. It has been hollowed out and turned into the main body of Storm City. The buildings spreading out below have a radius of more than 100,000 meters. Just a rough calculation. We can find out that there are at least 1 million dog-headed people living there. It is totally incomparable to a small city like Shaman City. You can say that. A stormy city. Equivalent to hundreds of Shaman cities. Chen Yi couldn't help feeling a little tired. Good job. Even if I kill them one by one. Even if I used all the more than 100,000 arrows in my backpack, I couldn't kill even 1/10 of them. I was still thinking about massacring the city. Think about it now. It's really childish and ridiculous. But it is impossible to massacre the city. But Chen Yi wants to clear some obstacles for mankind. That is to say, kill as many as you can. Chapter 57, Shadow of the Grim Reaper, the Dreaded Kobold. Chen Yi and the White Wolf stopped 5 kilometers away from Storm City. And they built a wooden house directly here. We also grilled some meat. The food is turtle meat. Thousands of turtles were killed before. There are still hundreds of them left to eat. Eat 2 turtles. Chen Yi heard the sound in his ear as he wished. The power of predation is activated, and your basic strength value increases by 1 point. Chen Yi was very satisfied. It's dark now. Chen Yi decided to take a good rest. After all, I haven't had any rest since last night. Then he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, at about 4 in the morning, Chen Yi woke up. Chen Yi discovered that the time in all worlds was exactly the same as that on Blue Planet. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. 24 hours a day. Ate a lot of food as usual. Accompanied by the sound of basic strength +1. Chen Yi ran towards the storm city. The white wolf is too big a target. Now, in addition to transportation, there is nothing I can do to help Chen Yi anymore. Chen Yi entered permanent invisibility. At this time, the lights outside Storm City are bright. As many as 50,000 troops were assembled here. The gnolls from Shaman City have fled here. Shaman City serves as the base for weapons smelting. It must not fall into the hands of humans. The Lord of Storm City and the Oak Shield were also a little anxious. If the king knew about this, then my life might be in danger. At this time, it took less than a day. So an army was assembled. 50,000 soldiers, all level 20 ogres. And there are archers, spearmen, shield guards, and cavalry. These occupations. It is the strongest profession on the battlefield. However, kobold mages are extremely rare. Because kobolds cannot draw talents. Gnolls born with the talent of wizards are extremely rare. Therefore, whenever a kobold mage appears, he will be protected and treated as a rare animal. When Chen Yi saw this scene, then the glory of holiness was brought out. In that case, then you will die before you accomplish your mission. Then, streams of arrows shot towards the ogre army. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The arrows are extremely powerful. Each hit is capable of killing a kobold. Even if you are a shield guard, it won't work. After all, the equipment is too rubbish. With the support of various top-grade equipment, Chen Yi is rarely able to withstand the attack of armor. This situation put all the kobolds on alert. When the gnolls who escaped from Shaman City saw this scene, they collapsed and screamed. It's him! It's him! The Shadow Death is coming! At this time, Uriel, the Lord of Storm City, heard these words. He immediately started to yell loudly. What about the Shadow Death God? Stop talking about that! After Uriel scolded him like this, the original sound became much quieter. Uriel then looked towards Oakenshield. Oakshield, you have to tell me the truth about that human! Looking at Uriel with burning eyes, Oakenshield felt a little guilty. In order to take back Shaman City as soon as possible and ask Uriel to send troops, he did not tell the truth. Then he said, that human can become invisible. There is no way to find him using ordinary means. The prophet set a trap and finally caught him, and then used his strongest attack. But somehow, the prophet did not kill him. Instead, he was killed by that man. There is no way to restrain him, so we ran here. Uriel was furious when he heard this. Didn't you say that Shaman City was occupied by a group of humans? How come it's just one person now? If we knew this was the case, why would we mobilize a large army? We could just take all the high-level talents with us. Oakenshield stammered, unable to speak. He understands. I was indeed wrong in doing this. Uriel sighed at this. You can't be blamed for this alone. I also blame myself for not checking the facts. Then, Uriel looked toward the army. Everyone start to retreat. The arrows are coming from the southwest. All shield guards should defend in the southwest direction. Yes. Then, the dog-headed people changed their formations one after another. A well-trained army of kobolds. A protective circle was quickly formed. First, the cavalry retreated. Then came the archers, and then the spearmen. Finally, the shield guard. Under this protection, Chen Yi's arrows did not exert their due power. Just shot some shield guards. See this scene? Chen Yi frowned slightly. It seems to be a tough nut to crack. This Storm City is not like the mob in Shaman City. It is truly a group of elite troops. Half an hour. The entire army has retreated into the city. Only the corpses of hundreds of kobolds were still lying there quietly. Then, Chen Yi walked towards Storm City. He is permanently invisible. He was not afraid at all that the people of Storm City would discover him. When you come to the city gate. Chen Yi entered the city directly while the city gate was still open. But after entering the city, Chen Yi's side discovered that the streets were covered with white ash. As soon as he entered the street, then the footprints will appear. Seeing this, Chen Yi felt helpless. This preparation to deal with him is really sufficient. He actually used white ash specifically to suppress his invisibility. Think of this. Chen Yi walked along the city wall. The inner wall is greater than 90 degrees. He could walk on it as if it were flat ground. Chen Yi wanted to take a look. Are there any blind spots in the city? It really doesn't work. It's totally fine to start a massacre on the city walls. Chapter 58. Cross the streets and occupy the commanding heights. And just as Chen Yi was walking on the city wall, Chen Yi saw it. That was above the city lord's mansion far away in the mountains. That was the highest point. Just stand on that hollow mountain peak. You can get a complete overview of the whole situation. Although Chen Yi's range cannot cover the entire city, it can include most areas. Then, Chen Yi ran along the city wall towards the nearest point to the city center. Final. Chen Yi stopped at a canal leading to a lake outside the city. At this time, this place has not yet been sprinkled with white lime, and the surrounding roads are extremely rugged. Judging from the appearance of the surrounding buildings, they are slums in the city. There were no kobold soldiers coming here to spread white ash. See this. Chen Yi no longer hesitated. He ran straight from the canal towards the city center. It's just daybreak now. Many kobolds haven't gotten up yet. Therefore, Chen Yi did not encounter any obstacles along the way. When we came down the mountain, it was already daybreak. A group of ogre soldiers, throwing white ash, began to walk towards this side. Chen Yi saw this. He quickly ran towards the top of the mountain. It took about 5 minutes. Chen Yi ran to the top of the mountain. During this time, he saw that the paths leading to the top of the mountain were guarded by various kobolds. I couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, I have a talent for rock climbing. Otherwise, there was no way to hide from those guards. The top of the mountain is bare. There was nothing. Then, Chen Yi took up the glory of holiness. Now the first thing he has to do. Just kill all the dog-headed people guarding the path up the mountain, so as to avoid disrupting your attack rhythm. Then, Chen Yi came to the end of the path. Just on this small path, there are hundreds of ogre soldiers guarding there. At this time, the dog-headed men were discussing. Where on earth would Chen Yi come in from? After all, it will be invisible. This talent is really tempting. If they obtain this talent, they will be the strongest gnolls. Even the king may not be as good as him. Just as these gnolls were looking forward to it. Arrows are flying towards us at this moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The arrow carries unparalleled power. The dog-headed people were caught off guard and more than a dozen of their warriors fell in an instant. Enemy attack! There is an enemy attack! The dog-headed people fell to the ground one after another. On a steep mountain road. Lying on the ground is the best option. In Chen Yi's sight, many kobolds disappeared in an instant. However, there are still some kobolds who cannot completely hide their bodies. Chen Yi pulled the bowstring. Whoosh! Arrows continued to be shot. After being shot, the kobolds rolled down the hillside. Just at this moment, a horn sounded from the path. This is the kobold calling for reinforcements. Chen Yi was delighted. I'm just afraid that you won't ask for help. I am in a dangerous situation now, and the only way to go up the mountain is to take this small path. All we have to do now is wait and see. Then all the attacking ogre soldiers can be shot and killed at the foot of the mountain. When you hear a sound, Uther and Oakenshield, who were far away in the city lord's mansion, were stunned. What's going on? How did that man get into the city? Damn it. This method is too weird. There is no way to defend at all. Just at this moment, Oakenshield looked at Uther. Lord Uther, please call all the shield guards here. No matter how powerful that human is, he only has one bow. Hear Oakenshield say this. Uther immediately understood what Oakenshield meant. This is to sacrifice the shield guard to capture the man. Then Uther nodded. Okay, I agree with your proposal. At this time, some of the Storm City's kobold elders were somewhat reluctant. Lord Uther, the shield guards are also our best offensive force. If we lose too many, how will we explain to the king? Yes, Lord Uther, if we lose our shield guard, then Storm City will no longer be able to resist large-scale attacks. The scouts just sent news that some humans have started to move into Shaman City. Shaman City is only 200 miles away from Storm City. If Storm City is conquered by the human army, we will be homeless. Uther frowned. Then he scolded everyone. So now do you have any good methods to deal with this invisible human? Hear Uther say this. The dog-headed elders looked at each other in confusion. I don't know how to answer. Uther then reprimanded. Do you think I haven't thought about this kind of thing? Do you really think you are so smart one by one? I know what this means better than you. After Uther finished speaking. Just stand up. Look at Oakenshield. Come on, I'll go with you. This time we must surround that man and kill him on the mountain. Oakenshield was encouraged. Yes, sir. Then, the two of them walked out of the meeting hall. Only the ogre elders were left with grim looks on their faces. I don't know what he is thinking about. Just at this moment, Chen Yi was shooting the dog-headed man on the top of the hill. Suddenly I felt. It became difficult to shoot myself. I don't know when. All the attacking kobold soldiers turned into shield guards. These shield guards are fearless and brave. He charged towards Chen Yi's arrows. Chen Yi frowned. This really bothered him. But it didn't affect much. Then he shot directly through the gap in the shield. However, since it is impossible to directly attack the fatal weakness, it often takes 2 or 3 arrows to kill a kobold shield guard. Gradually, the distance between the kobold shield guards and Chen Yi was getting closer and closer. Chapter 59 plunders the talent, Dog Head protecting the body, which is enhanced to S-level talent, Dog Head saving life. See this scene? Chen Yi's heart sank. Good job. After a while, he was about to be surrounded by the kobolds. Chen Yi was not confident that he could defeat so many gnolls in close combat. Then, Chen Yi fought and retreated. The kobold shield guard army is also extremely powerful. When Chen Yi showed obvious signs of decline, the pace of travel became faster. Just at this moment, Chen Yi noticed 2 dog-headed men who looked like leaders at the foot of the mountain. 2 kobolds are ordering the other kobolds to move forward now. He recognized one of the kobolds. In the city of Shaman. It was this kobold who gave the order for everyone to flee. And look at his appearance. Be very respectful to the people around you. Chen Yi was certain in his heart. This must be a high-ranking figure among the kobolds. Since that's the case, then you can give it a try. How powerful is his 100 steps away attack now? Think of this. Chen Yi aimed his hand directly at the high-ranking ogre. Whoosh! A violent sound of breaking through the air was heard. The arrow almost turned into a beam of light. At this time, Uther's ghost was surging. The premonition of death came. He quickly hugged his head and squatted down. A yellow barrier suddenly appeared around Uther. This is his innate dog head protection. Just hold your head and squat down when you encounter danger. You can create an energy barrier that blocks damage. Boom! The arrows came in an instant. It hit the barrier directly. Almost instantly, the violent explosion directly blew away the ogres around Uther. And Uther himself. There was a big hole in the chest. Blood foam kept coming out of his mouth. It was obvious that he was not going to survive. Oak's shield was stunned when he saw it, and it took him 3 or 4 seconds to react. Shouting repeatedly. Where is the pastor? Where did he go? 5 minutes passed. The pastor arrived late. This is a kobold elder. Uther was also shocked to see that he was breathing out more than breathing in. He quickly used his healing skills on Uther. A ball of white light full of life energy gradually sank into Uther's body. But just at this moment, Chen Yi's next arrow has also been shot over. Uther was completely unprepared. He was immediately shot through the neck. Blood spurted all over the ground. At the same time, a voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. "Congratulations on plundering the talent, Dog Head Protection, from Uther, the Lord of Storm City. Dog Head protects the body, is amplified 100-fold, and the amplification is, Dog Head saves life. Dog Head saves life. Grade, S level. Effect, when you squat and hold your head, you will be protected by a life-saving shield for 10 seconds. The shield will be invalid after you stand up, but you can refresh the shield again. You will be invincible under the protection of the life-saving shield. TSK. Chen Yi felt extremely comfortable seeing this scene. I didn't expect it to be an invincible talent. Just squat down and hold your head and you will be invincible for 10 seconds. Stand up and hold your head to become invincible again. This doghead's talent for saving his life is too strong. It really is an S-level talent. Then, Chen Yi continued to concentrate on attacking the doghead shield guard. At this time, the kobold shield guards had already reached the halfway point of the mountain. Give them some more time. You can then attack completely. But Chen Yi has a talent for rock climbing. Not afraid of being surrounded. When the time comes, just run away by yourself. These kobolds are unaware of their own talents. Otherwise, I would probably give up immediately. Uther's death at this time. This left all the kobolds in a state of confusion. The city lord who was so powerful died just like that. It made others a little unbelievable. The ogre elders who were called over just now were also confused. But the next second he realized that this was the elder's chance to regain power. Then, the kobold elder looked directly at Oakenshield. Now. Immediately. Let all the kobold shield guards withdraw. No more casualties can be made. Uther was dead at this time. The elders are in charge of Storm City. Oakenshield has no solution. I had no choice but to nod. Then he took out a horn from the storage space. The retreat was sounded. When the trumpet sounded, all the shield guards were like being released from prison. They immediately retreated from the mountain in a hurry. After all, for every meter they advance, a dozen or so kobold shield guards will die. Even if you are a soldier. Nor can they resist the fear of death. Oakenshield and the kobold elder also left here under the protection of the shield guards. Chen Yi saw the ogre army retreating. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even if he has a wild body that can recover his strength. But it can't stand this. Even if I had to kill 100,000 pigs. That is also a very tiring job. Chen Yi used his water control talent to drink some water. And wash your hair and face. Then he lay on the ground. Finally I can have a good rest. And at this time, in the Storm City meeting hall, the elders were discussing heatedly how to deal with the Invisible Man. No matter how powerful the Invisible Man is, he can't kill all of us, so my decision is to let the civilians in the slums search the mountain. Whoever catches the Invisible Man will gain noble status. No, those people are generally around level 13, and it's impossible to contain them. Their basic attributes can't keep up. What should we do? There is one more thing. If we let them go, we will need to provide them with equipment. Where will the funds come from? Will you pay for it? Haha, I think it's safer to continue using the shield guards. Previously, the shield guards were pushed to the middle of the mountain, but I don't know who asked them to withdraw. That's enough. Stop talking. At this moment, the pastor elder looked extremely ugly. Didn't you disagree before? How come it has become his sole responsibility now? Oakenshield looked at the scene before him. Quietly left the meeting room. He knows. There will definitely not be any countermeasures discussed next. Each of these elders wanted to benefit from it. Oakenshield couldn't help but feel a sense of grief and anger in his heart. Then, Oakenshield walked towards the army. Anyway, the most important thing now is to preserve the army's vitality. From now on, leave the city. First take back the lost shaman city. The Invisible Man is here. I believe no human can resist the army of kobolds. At the same time, Lu Xiaobei has arrived in Shaman City. Standing on the city wall, looking at the dense crowds, I feel extremely satisfied. Chapter 60. Creating a fire. Shaman's army is at the gate of the city. Chen Yi also saw this scene on the top of the mountain. All kobold armies, except for the soldiers guarding the city. A total of 50,000 troops. The others are on their way out of town. It seems we are preparing to go to Shaman City. However, Chen Yi already knew about it from the beginning of the chat channel. Lu Xiaobei has now arrived in Shaman City. Therefore, Chen Yi was not worried at all about any threat to the safety of Shaman City. The terror of an SSS-level gifted person. It is unimaginable for ordinary people. Now he has only obtained the auxiliary talent of permanent invisibility, but he is already so powerful. And that Lu Xiaobei, as the owner of SSS-level offensive talent, I don't know what kind of firepower it will cause. I'm really looking forward to it. Then, Chen Yi sent a message to Lu Xiaobei. Xiaobei, the kobold army is now marching towards Shaman City, so be careful. Not long. Lu Xiaobei replied. Don't worry, they will never come back. After seeing it, Chen Yi did not reply. Now that we have been notified, a lot of unnecessary casualties will be reduced. Chen Yi now looked at the racial war. There are only 4 days left until the next war. It is said that the winning side will also be blessed with a racial buff. This is a war that must be won. But each draw is random. Chen Yi couldn't ensure that he would be able to get in randomly. If they were all random low-level talents, then that would be a bit of a bummer. Encountered these dog-headed people. That is bound to fail. The advantage of the kobolds is that they develop a year earlier. And the advantage of human beings lies in these highly gifted people. At this time, Chen Yi looked towards the city. Millions of kobolds live here. Endless buildings. It makes people feel oppressive. Chen Yi then took out a flaming arrow. He shot at one of the wooden houses, accompanied by a flash of fire. Boom! The house was instantly covered in flames. The other kobolds immediately came out to put out the fire. But this is exactly the effect Chen Yi wants. Whenever a kobold approaches a fire, a stream of light arrow will shoot out and take the life of the kobold. For a while, no one dared to put out the fire, because the houses of these dog-headed people are all built of wood. So it is extremely flammable. The surrounding houses were soon set on fire. Just at this moment, a strange wind blew from somewhere. The wind fanned the fire. Suddenly it expanded to dozens of rooms. For a while, that area turned into a sea of fire. And just at this moment, the ogres could no longer sit still. Risk being shot. Go put out the fire too. But it was too late. The fire has been getting bigger and bigger. There was nothing those kobolds could do. We had no choice but to start demolishing the house to prevent the fire from spreading further. Chen Yi was also in a bad mood at this time. Since a quarantine zone has been created here, then go somewhere else. Then, Chen Yi took out the flaming arrow. A total of 10 fire points were set up. After the flaming arrows have been shot, Chen Yi started shooting and killing the dog-headed people who were putting out the fire. Experience is also improving unknowingly. Chen Yi felt. Follow his progress. You can reach level 20 in less than a week. And the other side. Oakenshield has led his army 180 miles. And it was repaired 10 kilometers away from Shaman City. And Lu Xiaobei and the former members of Chang'an, standing on the city wall at this time. The army of kobolds could also be seen from a distance. After all, it is an army of 50,000 kobolds. Even if it is 10 kilometers away, it is still extremely conspicuous. Lu Xiaobei looked at the army of ogres. I couldn't help but feel eager to try it. Previously, guild members contributed 5 mage skill books to him. Now he has more than 10 skills. With the SSS level talent Elemental Lord, one of the talents has a 90% cooldown reduction effect on all elemental skills. There was no gap between his release of skills. Can release skills seamlessly. Now is a good time to try it. How strong is my current strength? When the repair is completed, Oakenshield led his army slowly towards Shaman City. The front row shield guards also raised their shields. Prevent being attacked by ranged skills. When the army was 500 meters away from the Shaman City wall, Oakenshield ordered the army to stop. Be prepared to do it in one go later. Directly break through the wall of Shaman City. At this time, there were some long-range professionals in Chang'an in the past. Just as he was about to launch a long-range attack, he was stopped by Lu Xiaobei. Then he sent a message in the gang channel. Everyone, do not attack without permission. I want to test how strong I am now. At once, everyone else stopped what they were doing. They have great confidence in Lu Xiaobei. After all, he is a person with SSS level talent. I don't know what it will be like when it goes full throttle. At this time, Oakenshield looked at the humans on the wall. He could see. The average level of these humans is between 10th and 12th level. Even level 13 ones are rare. They are simply a mob. Think of this. Oakenshield shouted directly to the siege team. Siege team, attack now! The shield guards immediately moved aside. Siege teams. They are all big and strong. Holding a thick wooden stake in his hand, they attacked directly towards the city wall. The walls of the Shaman City are built with sand and stones, and as long as they are strong enough, you can knock down the city wall. And just as those strong ogres were attacking the city wall, Lu Xiaobei, take action. A fireball the size of a water tank appeared above his palm. The fireball was a purple-red color. It exudes amazing warmth. Whoosh! A fireball the size of a water tank suddenly blasted towards the siege team. Boom! An extremely loud sound appears below the city wall. A wave of scorching air swept across everyone's cheeks. When the air wave disappears, hundreds of people disappeared from the original siege team. A deep pit flowing with hot magma. At this moment, he appeared outside the wall of Shaman City. Everyone, including the kobolds, was stunned. A fireball. The power is so amazing. Chapter 61. The terrifying Lu Xiaobei, 50,000 troops were wiped out. Lu Xiaobei looked at his results with satisfaction. He has SSS level talent. In this world you are invincible. Then, Lu Xiaobei directly used the wind-based flying skill to fly towards the 50,000-strong army. At this time, an incredibly beautiful ice crystal appeared in Lu Xiaobei's hand. This is his skill Frost Heart. Can slow down all life in the area. Under the enhancement of the SSS level talent Elemental Lord, the power of Frost Heart has increased 100-fold. Lu Xiaobei threw the Frost Heart directly into the center of the ogre army. A large amount of cold air was released immediately. 5,000 meters in radius. Suddenly enveloped by this cold area, the kobold army was shivering with cold. They couldn't believe it at all. Such an attack was actually released by a living being. It is extremely powerful. They had never seen a stronger life than the human being before them. And at this time, Lu Xiaobei had already floated above the army of ogres, muttering to himself, "Now, don't even think about running away." After saying that, an extremely powerful scorching ray appeared in Lu Xiaobei's hand. The rays are 5 meters wide and several thousand meters long. All the kobolds that are touched will be caused to spontaneously combust. For a while, the Knoll army began to flee in all directions. But due to the slowdown of the Frost Heart's cold air, the movement speed was reduced by at least 50%, and he could only be slaughtered by Lu Xiaobei. When the duration of Lu Xiaobei's scorching rays ends, another attack condensed in his hand. It was a whirlwind that was constantly expanding. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A strong wind began to blow between heaven and earth. Then, Lu Xiaobei threw the whirlwind directly into the army. The whirlwind instantly expanded to hundreds of meters wide. For a while, the whirlwind was raging. I don't know how many dog-headed men were swept into the sky and then fell down. Fall to death. Countless kobolds were smashed to death. Oakenshield is now terrified. He couldn't even think of it. How can there be such people in the world? Then Oakenshield tried to escape with several of his personal soldiers. But the next moment, he was swept up to a height of 100 meters by a whirlwind that came from afar. Bang! With the sound of landing, Oakenshield felt as if his internal organs were shattered. And the next second, his face turned dark. Another kobold fell and hit Oakenshield directly. Ah! Accompanied by a scream. Oakenshield was no longer alive. Next, it has completely become Lu Xiaobei's personal show. Fireball, whirlwind, scorching ray, frost heart, fire spear, earth collapse, and so on. The skills he learned. Lu Xiaobei used all of them. The army of kobolds was like the end of the world. There is no ability to fight back at all. An hour later, Lu Xiaobei slowly flew to the top of the city wall. At this time he had reached level 16. Releasing skills so frequently would be too much for him even with his SSS level talent. I couldn't help feeling a little dizzy. At this time, a former gang member from Chang'an quickly took out a bottle of mental recovery potion. Lu Xiaobei took a look and then drank it. Suddenly my mind became much clearer. Then he also remembered the gang member who had given him the potion. And the battlefield at this time. It is no longer as smooth as before. There were cracks and trenches everywhere. The corpses were scattered all over the ground. Some were burned to death, some were frozen to death, some were blown to death by the wind, some were smashed to death, and some were crushed to death by cracks in the ground. This scene would have been great if it weren't for the dog-headed man's corpse. That would be hell on earth. But those who died were all kobolds. This scene? Let everyone see how you see it and feel good about it. Almost unable to extricate myself. And in the World Channel, someone has already posted the screenshot of Lu Xiaobei's battle above. It ignited human emotions almost instantly. Oh my god, is this an SSS level talent? There is no way an ordinary person can contend with him. Yeah, I'm a mage too. Are you serious about that water tank-sized fireball spell? I've never seen such a powerful attack. It's simply outrageous, Grandpa, opening the door for outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. This is nothing. Did you see that these are all people who want to retake Shaman City? I dare say that the troops of Shaman City before were definitely not inferior to these troops. Didn't Chen Yi take down Shaman City by himself? I don't know who is more powerful between Lu Xiaobei and Chen Yi. It would be great if they could fight each other. Hey! You upstairs are really just looking for trouble. These two are the top fighters of the human race. If they start fighting, they won't be able to fight the kobolds anymore. Hey, that's just talk. Come to think of it, why do I feel that those of us with low talent levels are just making up the numbers, serving as foils for those with high talent levels? You know what, it really feels like this. Every difference in talent level is a world of difference. Tell me, is there anything that can improve our talent level? If that thing really exists, will it still be your turn? It's okay to dream, but don't think about reality. Chen Yi sighed. I also saw screenshots of Lu Xiaobei annihilating a large army of gnolls. I couldn't help but feel a little shocked. This SSS level talent. Grow to the end. It is true that one thought can destroy the world and one thought can create the world. When I was only at level 10. It can wipe out an army of 50,000 level 20 gnolls. Wait until you grow up later. Wouldn't that be even more powerful? Think of this. Chen Yi became more anxious. It is necessary to plunder high-level talents. At least. I also need to have an SS-level talent, so that I can feel at ease. Chapter 62. The racial battlefield opens and Chen Yi is teleported. No more world channels. Chen Yi turned his attention to Storm City. At this time, under his deliberate manipulation, thousands of houses were already on fire. But because there are no flaming arrows, Chen Yi was unable to create a new fire point. So the kobolds gradually contained the fire. But this is enough. Chen Yi used more than 10,000 arrows in this fire. Not to mention killing 10,000 kobolds. That's also 8,000. Then, Chen Yi came to a secluded place halfway up the mountain. He fell into a deep sleep. He is too tired. Even if it is made of iron, a bow will break due to metal fatigue after being pulled tens of thousands of times. Chen Yi in the following days. In addition to eating meat to increase attributes. Just killed the kobolds to level up. Because Uther is dead. The kobold leaders are fighting for power. In addition, the entire army of 50,000 was wiped out. Surprisingly, no kobolds came to trouble him. However, the ogres calculated the trajectory and range of his arrows. All moved towards the outskirts of Storm City. At the end, within Chen Yi's range, there aren't many kobolds left. And now Chen Yi. The level has reached 17. Chen Yi did the math. I killed more than 20,000 gnolls before reaching level 17. One can imagine how difficult it is for other humans to upgrade. Everyone felt a little anxious. Because the monsters are slow to refresh, there is no other way to level up except to kill the ogres. During this period, Chen Yi learned about it from Lu Xiaobei. After the first race war with the kobolds, monsters will spawn. Chen Yi didn't know where Lu Xiaobei got this information from. But it reminds me of voodoo people. Just think of it as those voodoo cults selling information again. After all, these are voodoo people. But there is a big boss in the seventh world protecting him. Any secret information can be obtained. Now that I know about this, Chen Yi was no longer in a hurry. Every day I just shoot some kobolds and chat with them. It has been 7 days since humans came into this world. And this day, it is the day when the racial battlefield begins. At this time, all humans with low-level talents were very nervous. After all, once you are teleported to the battlefield, you will be nothing more than cannon fodder. It is impossible to cause any effective damage to the ogres. Chen Yi is also looking forward to it. I don't know if it will teleport me to the racial battlefield. At exactly 0 o'clock in the morning, a voice resounded throughout the world. The racial battlefield is open. Randomly teleporting humans and kobolds will begin now. Then, a white light suddenly flashed before Chen Yi's eyes. The surrounding environment suddenly changed. It directly turned into a grassland, surrounded by various lush towering trees. There are a lot of humans around. They are all people who were transported here from all over the world. Chen Yi was surprised to learn that he was teleported here. Because he is here, the human race definitely has a much greater chance of winning. Just at this moment, a voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. Welcome to the racial battlefield. The rules of the racial battlefield are as follows. After entering the battlefield, only one race can survive until the last person on one side dies. The racial battlefield is complicated. Everyone is thrown into a forest maze. The next corner may be an enemy or an ally. Killing hostile races will earn you kill points, which can be used to purchase items in the race store. Next, please kill as much as you want. With a loud bang, the trees in the forest began to move. It's dazzling to watch. Gradually, roads now appeared in front of everyone. Look at the road ahead. I immediately realized that this was the way to the forest maze. The voices suddenly became noisy. Oh my god, I'm just an F-level talent. What should I do? What should I do? I can't beat those kobolds at all. Me too, what should I do? Is there any high-level talent boss out there who can follow you? The current situation is that the two tribes are killing each other. Don't even think about finding a big boss. If the big boss takes care of you, you will be distracted. I don't know if I can climb a tree. If I climb up a tree and stay in the treetops without coming down, who will be able to find me? When the person has finished speaking, the eyes of the people around them suddenly brightened. Yes. If you don't want to fight, just climb a tree. The rest are those with high-level talents who will help them deal with the ogres. Just do it. Some people ran excitedly towards the maze of trees. And just when I wanted to climb a tree, a strange force pushed these people away. There is nothing we can do about it, no matter how these people touch the trees. See this scene? Everyone else was a little frustrated. It seems that it is impossible to take shortcuts. I really don't know. What danger will come next? Chen Yi looked at the people around him and did not move. These people are leaderless. It is simply impossible to organize effectively. And just at this moment, Chen Yi suddenly saw an acquaintance. Lu Tianming. He also came to this racial battlefield and was assigned to an area. What a fate. No hesitation. Chen Yi walked straight over. Maybe we can let Lu Tianming organize everyone else. Otherwise it will be extremely confusing. Chapter 63, The Dog-Headed Emperor, with the talent, golden dog-headed body. Then, Chen Yi came to Lu Tianming's side. At this time, Lu Tianming was also observing the situation on the battlefield. Then he sensed someone coming after him. Turn around immediately. When he saw that it was Chen Yi, Lu Tian was obviously surprised. Chen Yi, you are here too. He knew Chen Yi's strength. Plus it has caused such a big stir in the world recently. Let Lu Tianming understand that Chen Yi's talent level is far more than A level. Chen Yi nodded. Then he said, Look at these people. Someone should come and organize them. I don't know how to manage people. You should step in now. Hearing Chen Yi say this, Lu Tianming hesitated for a moment. Then he said, My talent level is no longer top-notch now. The current situation are no longer the same as before when we were in the region. If I lead everyone here, it would be awkward if someone stronger than me shows up. Hearing Lu Tianming say this, Chen Yi nodded. He couldn't help but admire Lu Tianming's meticulous mind. Okay, then we'll wait. If there really is no one here, then we'll come forward. Yeah, okay. After Lu Tianming finished speaking, I also talked to Chen Yi about some other things. It was basically about where Qin Mu and the others were, and that the Tyrant Alliance was about to disband. Half an hour later. A team is now ready to try. I want to go to one of the intersections to have a look. But just at this moment, a professional covered in golden armor stood up. The man's head was also covered by a golden helmet. He even wore a golden mask on his face. It makes it impossible to see his true appearance. At this time, a voice came from behind his mask. Everyone, follow my command. I am Ooze, an S-level talent, and a sword fighter. Now, those who are melee professionals follow me. We are exploring the way ahead. Mage, priest, and archer professions are all in the back. As for the assassin, if you have stealth skills, go ahead and explore the way. If you don't have them, just follow us. After saying that, the professional walked towards one of the intersections. At the same time, a huge golden sword was taken out from the space. Seeing this guy being so showy, Chen Yi couldn't help but nod. My goodness, this guy must have robbed someone else's vault. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Lu Tianming smiled. Haha, I guess this guy's suit looks like this. Chen Yi nodded. But this suit looks so gorgeous, I wonder what attributes it has. Lu Tianming pondered for a moment. This attribute bonus is definitely not low, but now we should just follow him. Good. Then, Chen Yi took out the glory of holiness. Just walk towards that intersection. At the same time, the humans in this area also consciously divided their occupations and began to follow that person's arrangements. That's all. There are more than 300 people in the entire area. Start moving forward. Because the road is very wide. There is no problem for 10 people to walk side by side. So there wasn't a long queue. Just after walking a few thousand meters, a crossroads appeared in front of everyone at this moment. Faced with a choice, the leading golden warrior did not stop. Instead, he walked straight forward. Then, the humans behind him followed closely. No one knows what will happen at the next intersection, so now you can only trust your intuition. And just at this moment, the sound of arrows breaking through the air could be heard. Chen Yi was very familiar with this voice. Next second, Chen Yi directly entered the invisible state. Lu Tianming, who was next to Chen Yi, couldn't help but be surprised to see Chen Yi like this. But then he transformed into a fire elemental. The arrows passed through without causing any harm to him. But others were miserable. These arrows are very powerful, and the tip is sharpened to an extremely sharp point. Some humans wearing cloth armor. They were shot through the body. The priests also quickly performed treatment, helping these injured humans. But the arrow could not be taken out. It can only stop the bleeding, but the injury does not heal. It's on the left side of the intersection. A group of 500 to 600 gnolls were slowly walking towards this side. The leading dog-headed man wore a crown and held a golden scepter. It's as showy as the golden armor. See this scene? Chen Yi was a little surprised. I didn't expect to meet other kobolds so soon. So many people were injured in the sneak attack. At this time, the golden armored warrior came to the group of gnolls. The same is true for Lu Tianming. At this moment, he is transforming into a fire element and staring at everyone closely. Seeing Lu Tianming like this, the golden armored warrior was also a little surprised. I didn't expect that there would be such a strong professional in my team. And just at this moment, the dog-headed man in the lead. At this moment, the attributes are slowly being displayed in front of everyone. Kobold Emperor. Level 20. Basic Strength 43. Basic Constitution 44. Basic Agility 41. Basic Intelligence 42. Talent, Dog-Headed Golden Body. Golden Body of Doghead, A. This talent is inherited by the royal family of Dog-Headed Man. When facing an enemy, you can enter the Golden Body state, reducing all damage received by 80%. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Skills, spend 1,000 money, 1,000 miles of rivers, metal ray, flash, limited skill. Flash, limited skill, you can teleport a certain distance in a certain direction at will, with a cooldown of 1 second. Introduction. The Supreme Emperor of the Kobolds, possessing supreme power, and his strength and talent are top among the kobolds. According to legend, the Kobold Emperor is cruel by nature and will exterminate all races except kobolds, so his hands are soaked with the blood of other races. I saw that I actually met the Kobold Emperor. Everyone was extremely surprised. At the same time, I felt relieved. Fortunately, I have a high-level talent here, otherwise I would die without knowing how. Chapter 64, Fusion of Kobold Talents, the first SSS level talent. Chen Yi also stood up at this time. Just now when he was attacked, I used permanent invisibility and dog head to save my life immediately. Because of permanent invisibility, others cannot see his dog head life-saving golden light barrier. When I saw the dog-headed emperor, Chen Yi was confused. Totally unexpected. In the first race war match, I encountered the Gnoll Emperor. But Chen Yi felt ecstatic again. Because in his eyes, this Kobold Emperor is a walking SS level talent. Must get it. SS level talent. I don't know how strong it will be. Think of this. Chen Yi couldn't suppress his excitement. Just at this moment, there are already many guards around the Kobold Emperor to protect him. However, the Ogre Emperor did not seem to appreciate it. Instead, he bypassed the guards and stood in front of everyone. In the eyes, looking at humans is like looking at animals. Didn't take it seriously at all. Powerful basic attributes, plus A-level talents. Let him have the capital. You insignificant human beings are destined to kneel before us and submit to us. At this time, the Golden Warrior. He was already standing in front of all humans, holding a golden sword. Kobold Emperor? Haha, let me teach you a lesson about my strength. The dog-headed emperor laughed. Really? Then let's give it a try. After saying that, the golden scepter in the dog-headed emperor's hand shot a beam of metallic light towards the golden warrior. The metallic light is gray. It looks extremely bleak. But the energy contained in it is extremely high. The golden warrior simply used the golden sword in his hand as a shield, holding it horizontally in front of himself. At the same time, the metal ray also came to the front of the golden warrior. Boom! The metal ray carried an extremely strong impact force, directly knocking the golden warrior back 5 or 6 steps. And under some strange rules of the metal rays, the golden warrior's golden sword was also imprinted with indelible marks. See this scene? The golden warrior looked very unhappy. The attributes of the golden sword in his hand were reduced. Damn it! This damn kobold! Then, the golden warrior charged directly towards the ogre emperor. Whoosh! The golden warrior was very fast and arrived in front of the ogre emperor almost instantly, accompanied by a strong light. The kobold emperor flashed directly behind the golden warrior. But the golden warrior still has some strength left. After a shock wave, he actually knocked all the guards behind the dog-headed emperor into pieces of blood. Looking at the golden warrior covered in the blood of the kobolds, everyone else was a little surprised. Is this the power of S-level talent? Without even touching the gnoll guards, he smashed a large group of gnoll guards in front of him. At this time, the golden warrior turned his head. Seeing the mocking look on the Ogre King's face, he was furious. The Ogre King raised the scepter again. A virtual mountain of gold appeared above his head at this moment. Boom! The golden mountain smashed directly towards the golden warrior. See this. The golden warrior did not dare to defend directly. He quickly dodged to the side. Boom! The golden mountain fell directly onto the ground. A huge deep pit appeared in the middle of the road. Seeing such amazing power, the golden warrior felt a little scared. If I were hit by this mountain of gold, I would probably be crippled if not dead. This golden mountain has both magical and physical attacks. No one knows what the Kobold Emperor's occupation is. It is actually possible to launch such an attack. Moreover, the basic attributes of the Kobold Emperor are twice as much as his. Even if he is an S-level talent, he was also extremely powerless in the face of this Ogre Emperor. And just at this moment, a radiance surged, centered around the Kobold Emperor, began to surge in all directions. Looking at the appearance of the Gnoll Emperor, the Golden Warrior felt a sense of crisis. Then, he directly performed a leap slash on the Ogre Emperor. Jump high. Attack directly towards the Ogre Emperor. At the same time, with the blessing of S-level talent, a terrifying wave emanated from the man's body. This fluctuation can crush everything. The rivers and streams are thousands of miles long. Just at this moment, the Kobold Emperor has completed the skill pre-swing. A river flows directly out of the void. Every drop of water weighs 100 kilograms. There is almost no way to resist. But at the same time, the Golden Warrior's crushing attack had already landed in front of the Ogre Emperor. Just at this moment, a golden light emanated from the body of the Gnoll Emperor. Golden Dog Head Statue. Start at this moment. All damage taken is directly reduced by 80%. Boom! The two attacks landed on both sides' bodies at the same time. The Golden Warrior's armor was immediately pitted by the water droplets. It's like the surface of the moon. There are pits everywhere. And that dog-headed emperor, he actually managed to withstand the Golden Warrior's sword attack. But his shoulder blade was shattered by the Golden Warrior. After all, the fluctuations that the Golden Warrior brings when attacking have the characteristic of ignoring defense. Although he gained 80% damage reduction, but it also took a full 20% damage reduction. See this scene? All the kobolds started to panic. Your Majesty, please come back soon. In an instant, many gnolls attacked the Golden Warrior. But the Golden Warrior did not dodge at all. All the attacks landed on his armor, and only made a clanging sound. There was no way to break his defense. These kobolds are not the Kobold Emperors after all. The basic attributes are extremely low. It's totally painless. Just at this moment, the Gnoll Emperor flashed, and came to the center of the gnolls. The attack from the Golden Warrior just now did hurt him. An indescribable pain came. It almost made the Kobold Emperor faint. The Golden Warrior also quietly returned to the human camp at this time. Chen Yi keenly discovered that there was a trace of blood under the mask of the Golden Warrior. It's obvious. The damage caused by the thousands of miles of rivers just now was extremely serious to him. It was only because I was wearing a mask that other people didn't notice it. Just after the two returned to their respective camps, the gnolls took the lead in launching the attack. They actually hurt His Majesty the Emperor. These humans must be killed. The morale of the humans is also exceptionally high. Because in their opinion, their golden warriors won the victory. This shows that humans are stronger than kobolds. But humans have overlooked one problem. Most of the levels here are 12 or 13. Most of the ogres have been upgraded to level 16, or even the maximum level 20. Want to fight the kobolds? It would be an extremely unwise choice. The only way is to fight and retreat at the same time, consuming the manpower of the ogres. Just when the two sides were about to collide, Lu Tianming arrived at the front of the battlefield at this time. Directly transform into a fire elemental body. The raging fire stopped the kobolds in their tracks. This power seems too strong. It seemed that in the next second it would transform into a giant flaming beast and devour them. A flaming gem appeared around Lu Tianming. This is the artifact he got in the first place. Now, with the blessing of the artifact, even better than the Golden Warrior. Boom! A firestorm broke out directly with Lu Tianming as the center. Direction of attack. It was those kobolds. Because it is in the center of the road. There was no way for those gnolls to dodge. They were all burned. The bodies of all the attacked gnolls were suddenly engulfed in flames. With the blessing of the magic weapon, the flame released by Lu Tianming has a hint of immortality. Everything that can be burned must be reduced to ashes. Just at this moment, the Kobold Emperor raised his golden scepter. The rivers and streams are thousands of miles long. Wow! A large amount of water was summoned out from the void. The water flow summoned this time was not as heavy as the previous one, weighing hundreds of pounds. Instead, it has strong fire-extinguishing properties. The water rushed onto the dog-headed man. Put out all those flames. Only occasionally a few inextinguishable sparks floated on the water. And the remaining part is water. At this moment, it transformed into water guns, water arrows, and other offensive weapons in the air. He attacked Lu Tianming directly. Lu Tianming's fire elemental body is only immune to physical damage and fire damage. There is simply no way to be immune to water elemental damage. And the water element also adds damage to his body. Lu Tianming was unable to dodge. Directly penetrated by the water gun and water arrow. The whole person fell from the air. Restored his true human form. At this time, Lu Tianming's face was as pale as gold paper, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The attack just now caused him great damage. Vitality has been greatly damaged. At this time, Chen Yi came to Lu Tianming's side invisibly. He said directly in his ear, "Tianming, drink it." Then, Chen Yi took out a bottle of life potion that he had obtained from the three villains in the savage blood grassland. He poured it into Lu Tianming's mouth. Lu Tianming knew that Chen Yi would become invisible. No hesitation. Just drank it. Immediately I felt much better. He stood up immediately, and full of energy. But to outsiders, Lu Tianming just spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he stood up intact. I can't help but guess. I don't know what kind of talent Lu Tianming has. It actually gave him such tenacious vitality. And on Chen Yi's side, the holy glory in his hand was already aimed at the dog-headed emperor. At this time, the golden dog-head statue of the dog-head emperor has lost its validity. It's a good time for a sneak attack. The 100 steps aim shot was launched directly. Whoosh! A stream of light attacked the ogre emperor directly at a speed more than 10 times the speed of sound. At the same time, the kobold emperor sensed a sense of danger. Subconsciously, he wanted to pick up the golden scepter to resist. But Chen Yi's arrow was too fast. It pierced directly through the neck of the ogre emperor. Blood gushed out desperately. At the same time, a voice came. Congratulations on successfully plundering the kobold emperor's talent, golden dog-head body. Chapter 65, Kill the Emperor title, Kobold Killer. Then there was another system sound. Dog-headed golden body is amplified 100-fold, and the amplification is dog-headed immortal. Doghead is immortal. Rank SS. Effect: your body can enter an immortal state, which makes you immune to effects such as damage, seal, instant death, control, elimination, exile, block, and reduced authority. Each time you can enter the immortal state for 10 minutes, the cooldown time is 15 minutes. Chen Yi looked at the dog-headed immortal. I couldn't help but be a little surprised. Good job. Is it that strong? This time. I have finally stood up. And in the next second, a more sobering voice came. Doghead is very hard, Doghead is smart, Doghead saves life, Doghead is immortal, predatory power, evil god's blessing, meet the fusion conditions, start fusion now. Congratulations, you have obtained the SSS level talent, Dog-headed Devouring God. Dog-headed Devouring God. Rank SSS. Effect: you can devour all energy bodies, rule incarnations, and concept incarnations, and gain their corresponding characteristics. See the Dog-headed God. Chen Yi was extremely surprised. I never expected this. After plundering all of the talents of this dog-headed man and amplifying them, and then combining them with predatory power and blessing of the evil god, you can obtain such an invincible talent. Able to devour all energy bodies, rules, and conceptual incarnations. Literally speaking, Chen Yi can devour gods. This energy body can be understood as elemental creatures, ghosts, spirits, and the like. There is no matter, only life condensed from energy. For example, when Lu Tianming transforms himself into a body of fire element, Chen Yi can devour it. Rules incarnate. It is the life that is the embodiment of various rules of the world. Also known as the God of Rules. For example, the God of Fire represents the rules of fire, the God of Water represents the rules of water, and so on. For example, the owner of the artifact in Chen Yi's hand now is Debella. Represents the rules of light and beauty. This is God's rule. In his own world he possesses extremely powerful strength. But outside of his own world he is very weak. As for the concept of God, it's like the river god in 100,000 Bad Jokes. Rivers are rivers, and the Milky Way is also a river. This kind of conceptual deity can be very weak or very strong. And Chen Yi. These can now be devoured and gain their original properties. It can be regarded as a weakened version of infinite plunder, except that it does not have the hundredfold increase and subsequent authority of infinite plunder. However, what is gained from the devouring power of gods is characteristics, while what is gained from infinite plunder is talent. Features. Chen Yi took a look at the introduction. It is a form of expression of life. For example, if Chen Yi swallowed the fire element, he could also transform into a fire element. If you swallow a ghost, you can become a ghost. Whatever you devour, you gain its life form. If you devour the God of Rules, you will also be able to control his rules, and the God of Concepts will be the other party's concepts. Plunder talent. Maybe talent is only a part of the other party's strength. But combined with the power of God devouring, then it means obtaining most of the opponent's power. The two talents can be said to complement each other. It can make Chen Yi grow faster and stronger. Comfortable. Chen Yi felt extremely comfortable. Although he no longer has the predatory power to increase his attributes. But this is definitely not a loss. Wait until we get out of the battlefield. Must find some energy body to devour. See what kind of power this trait grants. At this time, the dog-headed men were trying their best to save their emperor. But now there is absolutely no way to revive him. This level of priest profession. It is impossible to learn a bug-level skill like resurrection. And just at this moment, an announcement spread throughout the battlefield and the outside world. Human Chen Yi killed the Kobold Emperor Hog, and is hereby awarded the title, Kobold Killer. Kobold Killer. Introduction: increases damage to kobolds by 50%. Human Chen Yi. The announcement was broadcast 3 times in succession. This made both the human race and the gnolls completely confused. What surprised the human race was that Chen Yi actually killed the emperor of the dog-headed people. You know, this is the emperor of the clan. Put it in the human race. That is the leader of the human race. How can this not be shocking? Oh my god, Master Chen Yi is too strong. He actually killed the emperor of the dog-headed people. This is comparable to Huitzubing who conquered the wolf and lair. Yes, in ancient times, Huitzubing traveled thousands of miles and conquered the Xiongnu royal court. Today, Chen Yi has killed the dog-headed emperor among thousands of dogs. I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it at all. How can I kill the other emperor? Tell me, is it possible that the other emperor and boss Chen Yi were teleported to the racial battlefield together, so boss Chen Yi killed the dog-headed emperor? Don't say that. It's possible. Otherwise, we don't know where the Kobold King city is. Boss Chen Yi killed the Kobold Emperor, and it looks like there will be some chaos among the kobolds. Haha, this just gives us more time to develop. Even if we have time to grow, what about the monsters that make us grow? Yeah, if there are no monsters for us to level up, there's no point in playing. We'll starve to death. Didn't Chang'an say that in the past? Once the first racial war is over, it will be refreshed. Is it true? I can't wait. Haha, from now on, we just need to be prepared. By then you might still be troubled by too many monsters. Ha 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 ha! Different from the laughter and joy of the human race. The entire country of kobolds was plunged into sorrow. This kind of sadness. It is something that no dog-headed person can bear. Their emperor. Dead. He was actually killed by humans. It's simply unbelievable. They were such a great emperor. Died at the hands of a human. It's totally unacceptable. Solitude. This is a royal city of the kobolds. Built on a cliff. Inside the palace. The royal family of the kobolds is holding a meeting at this moment. Headed by. It was the dog-headed prince. His brothers and sisters were sitting next to him. Now, the only thing we have to do is to find the human named Chen Yi and kill him. Yes, if we don't kill this human, it won't be enough to avenge our father, and it won't eliminate our hatred. But now the key is where to find that human. I have several spies among the human race, and they are cheering for killing our father. You actually associate with the human race. This is really shameful. What do you know? Only through those humans can we find the human named Chen Yi. I don't care. In my eyes, humans are just animals to be killed immediately. They must all be exterminated. And when everyone was arguing fiercely, a voice came. The most urgent task now is to establish a new emperor and appease everyone as soon as possible. At this time, the old dog-headed man, wearing a white robe and a priest hat, was walking slowly towards this side. Look at that old man. All the kobold royals fell silent. It was obvious that he had great respect for the old kobold. At this time, the old dog-headed man came to the table. A maid quickly brought a chair for the old kobold. After the old dog-headed man sat down. Speak slowly. Now, let Candle be the next emperor. Candle is Hog's eldest son, and he has also been established as the crown prince. I think no one will object to this. Hear this. All of you kobold royalty look at me and I look at you. It's obvious. They did not want Candle to succeed. Because the old emperor is dead now. The most important thing now is that the throne of emperor has not been settled. Although the kobold high priest in front of him supported Candle to succeed to the throne. But if they don't want to, it is not certain whether this Candle can get the position. At this time, the leading Candle looked at the person next to him. This is his confidant. If there is anything that is inconvenient to say, he can say it. At this time, the dog-headed man quickly stood up. What's your attitude? Isn't it right to let Prince Candle succeed to the throne? Otherwise, who among you can be the emperor? The surrounding kobolds remained silent. They really don't want to miss this opportunity to stand at the pinnacle of power among the kobolds. And just at this moment, the kobold high priest raised the staff in his hand. If you princes are unwilling, then you must get past me first. Although I am old now, it is still easy to exile you guys. After saying that, a terrifying spatial fluctuation emanated from the staff of the kobold high priest. Feeling the terrifying spatial fluctuations, some other princes felt a little scalp tingling. They knew the strength of the high priest. Now that the high priest is firmly standing up for the candles, they have no chance at all. Then, all the kobold princes nodded. Yes. He had no choice but to agree to the high priest's proposal. The high priest then looked at the candle. In order to prevent any more trouble, I will take the throne today. In the racial battlefield, with the cooperation of Chen Yi and other humans, all the dog-headed men have been killed. Got the title of Kobold Killer. Chen Yi could feel it. No matter where I attack these gnolls, even if it's their knees, I can basically kill them with one blow. Chen Yi could only attribute it to the fact that the bonus from the title was too strong. At this time, the Golden Warrior came to Chen Yi. He only found out now. The archer in front of him is Chen Yi. Looking at Chen Yi, the Golden Warrior stretched out his hand. I didn't expect you to be Chen Yi, boss. You will be in charge from now on. Your arrows are too powerful. My gold suit doesn't seem to be able to completely resist it. Hear this. Chen Yi wanted to refuse, but he thought of Lu Tianming. Lu Tianming does have the ability to command. Isn't it enough to just give him full authority? Then, Chen Yi looked at Lu Tianming. Tianming, you will take over my command from now on. Chapter 66. The dog-headed God-eater is activated, and the white wolf mutates. Lu Tianming heard Chen Yi say this. I understand that Chen Yi is just too lazy to take care of things. Now that he has Chen Yi's support, and is in command, no one else will gossip. Then, Lu Tianming nodded. Okay, in that case, I will respectfully obey your command. After saying that, Lu Tianming came to the front of the crowd. Everyone should know that the bosses asked me to command you, so from now on, my orders are everything, and there will be no disobedience. If anyone disobeys orders, I will throw you into the crowd of dog-headed people. After Lu Tianming finished speaking, no one dared to refute. Although Lu Tianming's strength is not the strongest among them, but it can also rank third. Therefore, no one dared to offend this bad luck. Then, the group continued to move forward. The place where the Gnoll Emperor came before was definitely not considered. After all, even if there are human beings, I'm afraid he was killed too. Over time, the surroundings became increasingly noisy. There were shouts of killing everywhere. Therefore, when Chen Yi and his men heard the sound of fighting, they immediately accelerated and took a detour to the center of the battlefield. That's all. The racial battlefield lasted for 3 days. Chen Yi, Lu Tianming and the others were all killing madly. No kobold escaped alive. Final. A voice spread across the world. Congratulations to the human race for winning the first race war. We hereby reward all of you with a buff, experience enhancement. Experience enhancement. Introduction. All races gain buff. All human experience increased by 50%. All the humans who heard this voice were inspired and excited. Oh my god, it's us humans who really won. This 50% experience increase is so cool. Don't say that. In this situation, our human race will rise up soon. Haha, I feel the same way. A 50% increase in experience is really cool. Monsters are spawning here. I won't say any more. Let's go kill them and level up. Haha, me too, hurry up. We can't fall behind. At this time, Chen Yi was also teleported back to the origin. A mountain in the center of Storm City. All the trees had been cut down by this time. It seemed like a thorough search had been conducted here. Chen Yi was a little surprised. He had not expected that these kobolds had conducted such a clean search while he was away. This also means, now the upper echelons of Storm City have stabilized. It's no longer possible like before, where no one would care no matter how big a noise you make. At this time, Chen Yi looked far away through supervision. Many monsters have spawned in the plains outside Storm City. At this moment, he was no longer in the mood to deal with these gnolls. What he wants most now, it is to plunder the talents of those monsters. Then, Chen Yi turned on invisibility, walking down the street with swagger. At this time, the white ash on the streets had long disappeared. White ash that has no effect. Naturally cleaned. Then, Chen Yi left the Storm City. Looking from a distance. Outside Storm City are all floating spirit-like monsters. These monsters are not dense though. But the number is at least tens of thousands. Comfortable. Then, Chen Yi extracted the attribute panel of one of the monsters. manhwaedit. Level 14. Basic Strength 11. Basic Constitution 5. Basic Agility 8. Basic Intelligence 15. Talent Mana Drain. Mana Drain F. Whenever someone around you releases a skill, you can absorb the overflowing energy to restore yourself. Skill Arcane Missiles. Introduction. A mana dragon formed by the condensation of arcane energy. It has the talent to absorb energy to replenish itself. See these manhwaedit. Chen Yi suddenly remembered his dog-headed god-eating talent. I don't know if these can be considered energy bodies. Think of this. Chen Yi came in front of a mana dragon. At this time, this mana dragon was floating here quietly. He didn't notice Chen Yi at all, who had gone invisible. Then, Chen Yi raised his right hand and used the dog-head god-devouring technique on the magic dragon. Almost instantly, at this moment, Chen Yi's right hand burst out with an extremely terrifying suction force. The magic dragon was directly sucked into the palm of Chen Yi's hand. A ball of light appeared in his hand at this moment. The light is constantly purifying and removing the impure power of this mana dragon. Final. All the power of the mana dragon was absorbed by Chen Yi's right hand. At this moment, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have successfully devoured the manhwaedit and gained the manhwaedit's characteristic, float. Float, you can use your own energy to float in the air. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the manhwaedit's talent, mana drain. Mana absorption is amplified 100-fold, the amplification is mana absorption energy. Mana drain. Rank D. Effect. You can directly absorb a small amount of energy from the target's body to replenish yourself. Looking at the additional floating characteristics and mana absorption talents on his attribute panel, Chen Yi was extremely satisfied. This god-devouring power is indeed extremely powerful. Just at this moment, the voice rang in Chen Yi's ears again. Mana energy absorption was devoured by Doghead Devouring God Power. Doghead Devouring God Power slightly increased its own energy absorption efficiency. Hear this. Chen Yi immediately understood. This mana absorption is essentially the same as the God-devouring power. Unexpectedly, he was devoured by the God-eating power and used it to strengthen himself. But he is an archer. It's not a melee profession or anything like that. Therefore, this mana absorption is of no use to him. It would be better to be swallowed by the dog-headed god-eating power. Then, Chen Yi looked at the other mana dragons. Now, Chen Yi, who has already obtained the characteristics and talents of this mana dragon, need the experience brought by these mana dragons. Then, Chen Yi began to slaughter. During this time he tried to use the floating feature. But it's because my mental strength is too low. There was no way to keep myself afloat. Chen Yi could only wait until the end. I'll talk about it after I improve my mental strength. And he only devoured the lowest level mana dragon. When I devour other more advanced energy bodies in the future, I may also gain the ability to increase my mental strength. At this time, the experience bar began to increase continuously. Gradually, Chen Yi was getting farther and farther away from Storm City. With the 50% experience bonus, the upgrade speed is much faster than before. Chen Yi quickly reached level 19. Before, on the racial battlefield, killing those ogres only allowed Chen Yi to increase his experience bar by 90% from level 18 to level 19. Chen Yi could feel it. The higher the level, the higher the chance of success. It becomes more difficult to improve. I really don't know, until I reach level 30 or even level 40. The amount of experience required would be astronomical. Just at this moment, a white figure rushed towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi looked over. It turned out to be a white wolf. The white wolf hasn't seen his master for more than 10 days. At this moment he smelled Chen Yi's scent. So it started running towards Chen Yi, wagging its tail. See, it is White Wolf. Chen Yi missed it too. I don't know if it's because the white wolf is a wild beast. The refreshed mana dragons around did not take the initiative to attack the white wolf. Chen Yi walked out of his invisible state at this time. The white wolf became even more excited. She even wagged her tail and acted coquettishly towards Chen Yi. And just at this moment, the other mana dragons seemed to sense the wrong souls of those mana dragons killed by Chen Yi. They all attacked Chen Yi. At this time, Chen Yi directly used the dog-head god-eating technique. The god-eating power formed a whirlwind on this plane. Whenever a mana WRM approaches, it will be drawn in. However, Chen Yi's body could no longer withstand so much energy. He could only watch with heartache as the energy he could no longer absorb dissipated in the wind. And just at this moment, the white wolf seemed to be very interested in the arcane energy overflowing around. Open your mouth. Seems to want to eat. However, since it does not have the corresponding magical organs, it has no way to collect this energy. See this scene? Chen Yi suddenly had an idea. I don't know what will happen if I inject the excess energy into the white wolf's body. Just do it. Then Chen Yi placed his left hand on the white wolf's head. The white wolf was immediately infused with a large amount of energy. Can't store though. But the white wolf seemed to enjoy this energy. Just at this moment, Chen Yi remembered the corpse of the white wolf king he had killed before. The crystal core in the brain. I haven't taken it out yet. Think of this. Chen Yi directly took out the crystal core of the white wolf from the storage space. Then it appeared in Chen Yi's left hand. At this time, the white wolf was very excited to see the crystal core. It seems that this crystal core will be of great use to it. Then, Chen Yi directly placed the crystal core into the white wolf's mouth. White wolf didn't refuse. He swallowed the crystal core in one gulp. The white wolf was originally snow-colored. A small tuft of blue fur now appeared on his forehead. And the arcane energy that Chen Yi poured into his body. It began to rush towards the white wolf's eyebrows frantically, accompanied by strong rays of light. The white wolf's body is also constantly mutating and evolving. The originally snow-colored fur was now stained with many blue patterns. These blue patterns seemed to be channels for arcane energy in the white wolf's body. The white wolf's power became more and more powerful. The number of mana dragons around is constantly decreasing. Final. A voice sounded in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, your pet white wolf has completed its mutation and evolution into the Arcane Wolf King. Arcane Wolf King. Level 19. Basic Strength 32. Basic Constitution 29. Basic Agility 34. Basic Intelligence 13. Talent, Arcane Body, Boiling Blood, Temporary. Arcane Body. All your attacks will be accompanied by arcane attacks. And you will be immune to 30% arcane damage. Skills, Arcane Missiles, Arcane Bite, Arcane Claw, Arcane Eye, Arcane Roar. Chapter 67. Total War begins. Plunder the bronze boss's talents. Chen Yi was surprised by the change in the white wolf. The current strength of white wolf. But it can be said that it has been greatly improved. All attacks grant arcane attack. However, Chen Yi felt that this reduction in arcane damage was not that powerful. After all, monsters with arcane damage are few and far between. At this time, all the mana dragons around were cleared out by Chen Yi. Then, Chen Yi rode on the white wolf. He decided to go to the next place to plunder talent. Only if you have enough talent. Only then can we clear all obstacles. Then, Chen Yi led the white wolf and his figure gradually walked away. At the same time, Kobold Palace. The dog-headed man Candle has now ascended the throne with the assistance of the high priest. Looking at the dog-headed people kneeling on the ground, the Candle issued the first decree. That is to declare an all-out war on the human race. All the kobolds. Take the time to level up. And all the kobolds must be incorporated into the army. This is the most brutal war. Because of the rules of the system. Only one of the human race and the dog-headed people can survive. So no one can stay out of this war. At the same time, the humans also noticed the actions of the kobolds. The kobolds began to search for traces of humans. In just one day, tens of thousands of humans died at the hands of the kobolds. War is coming. All humans were thinking about how to deal with the kobolds in the World Channel and their own group chats. Damn kobold, I originally thought we could grow up for a while, but I didn't expect it to be like this. They didn't even give us a chance to breathe. If you were a dog-headed man, would you allow the human race to develop? I think the most important thing now is for all humans to gather together. It's easy for you to say that we should gather them together. Now that 1 billion people have died, only 700 million are left. But this is also an astronomical number. I don't think even Liu Xiaobei himself can command so many people to be coordinated. Who said that? What if Boss Liu Xiaobei and Boss Chen Yi show up together? Haha, no one can do it. There are 700 million people, that means 700 million thoughts, and there are people of all races, and the cultural differences are huge. How can you unify the command? What if they gather into large gathering points? I think this method is feasible. If one doesn't work, then we can spread it out into hundreds, which will reduce the pressure a lot. Then the responsibility falls on those high-level talents. But will those high-level talents do this? It's not a question of whether or not we will do it, it's a question of what we must do. If humans lose this war, they will die too. What do you think? Oh, you're right. I am Heishui, the guild leader of the Nether Empire. My guild members and I are now gathering in the dark forest. Many dark bats have spawned in this dark forest. They have low health but high experience. The map here has been lit up. Anyone who wants to join the Nether Empire can come over. Wow, it's Blackwater Boss. I heard that Blackwater Boss's talent is the SS-level Eternal Night Body. He is extremely powerful. It would be great if I could join Blackwater Boss's camp. Yes, Liu Xiaobei only wants humans with high-level talents. We, with low-level talents, don't know where to go. Not long. Someone started recruiting again. I'm Mingjiu from Sanren Hall. Everyone, remember, Sanren Hall is now in the Elemental Land. The map of the Elemental Land has also been lit up. Anyone who wants to come over now can come over. I am Lin Songyun, the president of Guyun Pavilion. I am near the Hengduan Mountains. Everyone is welcome to come over. I am Liu Tianming, the president of Tyrant Alliance. I am a friend of Chen Yi. I believe that those who have participated in the racial war know that I am waiting for you in the Black Land. For a while, hundreds of guilds emerged and began to recruit people. There are no guild tokens yet though. However, you can still change your nickname to indicate what faction you have joined. The human world is in turmoil. Chen Yi sighed. It is to quietly kill monsters and plunder talents. After walking out of the plains of Storm City, Chen Yi rode the White Wolf and came to a continuous mountain range. Look at the rich breath of life in the mountains. Chen Yi was pleasantly surprised. Because he knows. The more such an environment is, the more complex the species diversity is. It is completely different from the previous talent where you could only plunder one mana WYRM on the plains. Then, Chen Yi rode the White Wolf and headed towards the mountains. At this time, a huge roar of a wild beast reached Chen Yi's ears. White Wolf, let's go to where the sound comes from. At this point, the White Wolf's intelligence was no different from that of an ordinary person. Then he nodded. So he ran towards the mountains. When we came to a small stream in the mountains, Chen Yi saw a huge brown bear in the distance, tearing the body of a wild deer. The brown bear ate happily. They would even rinse part of the meat in water to wash away the blood before eating it. See this. Chen Yi was a little surprised. This brown bear has a very high IQ. Then, Chen Yi retrieved the information about the brown bear. Earth Bear, Bronze Level Boss. Level 20. Basic Strength, 72. Basic Constitution 88. Basic Agility, 32. Basic Intelligence, 20. Talent, Earth Defense. Earth Defense C. Standing on the ground, you can continuously improve your own defense, up to 80% increase in physical and spell defense. Skills, Ancestor Soul, Earthquake, Bear Roar, Bite. Introduction, the Overlord living in the Hengduan Mountains. All life that sees it is terrified. Seeing that it was actually a bronze boss, Chen Yi became interested. And after the sea-level talent is amplified, it becomes an A-level talent. It makes me feel good just thinking about it. Then, Chen Yi uses charged shooting. The arrows began to gather strength. This earth bear is not very agile. You can definitely kill this guy with a kite. Chen Yi didn't want to be hit by this bear. I'm afraid he will be disabled if not dead. Then, an arrow with 50% more power is fired. Whoosh! It turned into a stream of light and hit the arm of the earth bear. Ouch! At this moment, Earth Bear suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. It turned out to be a flying arrow. Damn it! Who is it? Think of this. The Earth Bear looked around and began to breathe in through his nose to see who dared to mess with him. It has dominated the mountains and forests for many years. This Earth Bear has long developed a habit of being arrogant. I feel like no one is my opponent. Therefore, he did not feel afraid when attacked by surprise. Just at this moment, the Earth Bear saw Chen Yi and the White Wolf. He immediately transferred his hatred to Chen Yi. Damn bugs! How dare you do this to me? Think of this. The Earth Bear ran towards Chen Yi. And on Chen Yi's side, he jumped directly off the White Wolf. Now, he wanted to see how strong the White Wolf was. If the White Wolf had no way to resist the Earth Bear, his sharp arrows can also provide support at any time. Then, Chen Yi came to the side. The White Wolf bared its teeth at the Earth Bear. His eyes are full of fighting spirit. Ouch! White Wolf strikes first. He directly let out an arcane roar at the Earth Bear. A powerful arcane shock wave roared directly towards the Earth Bear. The Earth Bears bore the brunt of the attack. My ears were dazzled by the arcane roar. My eardrums can no longer hear anything. Seeing the White Wolf's arcane roar is so powerful, Chen Yi was extremely satisfied. This attack is best used against enemies in a large area. I don't have any range attack capabilities. With this, there is no need to worry. At this time, the Earth Bear saw the White Wolf like this. His face was flushed red with blood. Damn it, how dare you play tricks on me like this? Roar! A gust of wind blew, and the Earth Bear directly used Bear Roar on the White Wolf. With powerful strength and physique bonus, the Earth Bear's attack becomes extremely powerful. This Bear Roar is a level more powerful than the White Wolf's arcane roar. At this time, Chen Yi was also affected. The surrounding flowers, plants and trees were all wilted. Chen Yi quickly covered his ears. At this time, the White Wolf was even more horrible. My eyes were bleeding from the shock. Wait until the bear has finished roaring. The surroundings were in a mess, with almost no intact flowers or plants. Chen Yi saw this. Aimed directly at the Earth Bear. This Earth Bear is really powerful. Even if I could shoot accurately from 100 paces, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to kill it. However, the silencing effect of the 100 steps aim. However, it can block the energy of this Earth Bear, preventing it from releasing its skills. Then, an arrow was shot directly at the Earth Bear. Boom! A violent explosion of light and flames was heard. The Earth Bear was shot directly through the chest, and an arrow pinned it firmly. The Earth Bear only felt a sharp pain in his chest. Its own energy is blocked at this moment. Completely unmanageable. At this time, the White Wolf seized the opportunity and spit out an arcane missile directly from his mouth. He attacked the Earth Bear in the face. Boom! The violent arcane shock wave directly beat the Earth Bear into a state of bruises and swelling. Chen Yi did not miss this opportunity either. Arrows flew out one after another. That Earth Bear. Suddenly he became like a hedgehog. See this scene? The White Wolf also followed Chen Yi to attack. He slashed out with his claws at the Earth Bear. There were transparent ripples in the air. Immediately, a scar was left on the surface of the Earth Bear. The Earth Bear is still full of vitality at this moment. But Chen Yi adhered to the principle of killing him while he was ill. Just continue shooting at the Earth Bear. Within a minute, Chen Yi directly shot 130 arrows. There are so many of them on the body of the Earth Bear that it makes one's scalp shiver. Final. accompanied by a violent noise. The earth bear fell to the ground. A ball of white light burst out from the body of the earth bear at this moment. And Chen Yi's ear. A sound was also heard. Congratulations on obtaining the earth bear's talent, Earth Defense. Chapter 68 amplifies Earth Defense and Group Attack Skill, Arrow Rain and Meteor. Earth defenses increased 100-fold, and the increase is to as immovable as a mountain. Stand firm as a mountain. Rank A. Effect: continuously standing on the ground can obtain high damage reduction, increasing by 5% per second, up to a maximum of 75%. See this scene? Chen Yi felt extremely comfortable. As an archer, what I fear most is being attacked at close range. Even if you have permanent invisibility, you are still afraid of indiscriminate area attacks. In this way, this is up to 75% damage reduction, combined with some equipment. There is basically no danger to life. At this time, Chen Yi came directly to the corpse of the earth bear. Because the predatory power was fused, his appetite is not as strong as before. Then he set his sights on the white light. I don't know what kind of things this earth bear can explode. Then Chen Yi put his hand into the white light. A book. It now appeared in his hands. Arrow Rain Meteor. Required level, 20. Effect: guide the rain of arrows to attack enemies within a 100-meter radius in front, causing 10 times the basic damage of the arrows shot per second. During the guidance period, the user is immune to all control. The duration is 10 seconds and can be stopped automatically. Cooling time 1 hour. Introduction: after using it, you can learn the powerful skill Arrow Rain Meteor. See this rain of arrows and meteors. Chen Yi was delighted. This time, I finally have my own group attack skills. And the range is so large. In the next battle, there is no need to worry about encountering large-scale enemies. But this is a rain of arrows and meteors. It wastes too much arrows. Then Chen Yi opened the racial battlefield store. Killing a kobold will earn you 7 to 10 points depending on the opponent's level. And he obtained more than 400,000 kill points in the racial battlefield. These points can be used to buy arrows. Then Chen Yi directly clicked on the arrow classification. Many arrows appeared directly on the interface. Bone arrow, 1 point. Damage, 2. Introduction: arrows made from tough bones, with certain strength and toughness, but the disadvantage is that they cannot be recycled. Crescent arrow, 2 points. Damage, 3. Introduction: the arrow body is made of locust wood, the arrowhead is made of fine iron, the 2 edges are like crescents, the air resistance is small, and the flying speed is extremely fast. Swallowtail arrow, 3 points. Damage, 4. Introduction: the arrow body is made of elm wood, the arrowhead is 1 inch and 9/10 long, triangular in shape, and can make the enemy bleed profusely. Spearhead arrow, 5 points. Damage, 7. Introduction: the arrow body is made of solid bamboo and the arrowhead is like a spear, with extremely strong piercing ability. There are dozens of types of arrows. Chen Yi looked at it for a long time. Finally, I chose the spearhead arrow. Spearhead arrows are the most cost-effective type of arrows, require low points, and do decent damage. Used to release rain of arrows and meteors. No life will survive under this skill. Then Chen Yi used 400,000 points. Directly exchanged for 80,000 spear arrows. Put it in the storage space and pile it together with the red iron arrow. It looks like a hill. It's enough to last him for a while. Just at this moment, the white wolf kept circling the earth bear's head, and seemed to be very interested in the earth bear. Chen Yi was a little surprised when he saw it. Could it be that white wolf likes the energy crystal in the boss's brain? If so, he also didn't mind giving all the crystals to white wolf. After all, he doesn't have any enchanted equipment. The power of holy glory seemed to be endless, and even after using it for such a long time I didn't feel any energy depletion. Then Chen Yi cut open the earth bear's head. He threw the fist-sized crystal directly to the white wolf. The white wolf was very happy to see the crystal. Then he swallowed the crystal into his stomach in one gulp. The crystal was now glowing in the white wolf's belly. The blue lines on the white wolf's body became even more dazzling at this moment. Chen Yi was a little surprised when he saw it. At this time, the white wolf's basic attributes all increased by 3 points. Unexpectedly, the white wolf can actually devour the boss's energy crystals to evolve. If you say, feed the white wolf enough energy crystals, it might even evolve to the level of a world boss. In that case, then we need to find enough bosses for white wolf. But monsters of boss level are hard to come by. You can only take your chances. Mount the saddle of the white wolf. Chen Yi commanded the white wolf and continued to run deep into the mountains. What he wants to do most now. Just reach level 20, and then learn the arrow rain and meteor. At the same time, a human settlement in the Hundredfold Mountains. At this moment, they are surrounded by a large army of kobolds. Lu Tsongyan, the owner of A-level talent gravity manipulation, can manipulate gravity. And when he changed his job to a mage, he gained the exclusive skill gravity field. There are already 3 gravity-related skills. And now, there are armies of kobolds everywhere. This made Lu Tsongyan extremely upset. Because their gathering place is extremely secretive. Logically speaking, there was no way the kobolds could know there was a human gathering place here. But that's it. But the dog-headed man still found out. This made Lu Tsongyan guess that there was a traitor among the human race. But traitors will never do any good at all. When the racial war is over, the ogres will not let go of any human. Therefore Lu Tsongyan was hesitant. Perhaps this dog-headed man has some unknown means of exploration. And just at this moment, a horn blew. Appeared among the kobold army. This is the charge of the kobolds. Suddenly, there were dog-headed men everywhere, attacking the human gathering place. All human beings saw this scene. They were all ready for battle. Although there were only tens of thousands of people in their camp, they were not afraid at all. Then, countless arrows and fireballs were flying throughout the gathering place. The shouts and screams were extremely deafening. Lonely Cloud Pavilion repelled the kobolds' attacks again and again. The other side of the Hundredfold Mountains. Whoosh! A dark shadow flew by. In front of Chen Yi. At this moment a python appeared. Abyss Python. Level 20. Basic Strength, 27. Basic Constitution, 32. Basic Agility, 19. Basic Intelligence, 14. Talent, Devouring Power. Swallowing Power, D. Your digestive ability is greatly improved, and you can quickly digest food and store it in the body as energy. Skill, Entanglement. Introduction, the abyss python lives in the mountains and forests. It usually lurks in the abyss of the mountain peaks, and will only come out to look for food when it is hungry to a certain extent. Chen Yi looked at the giant abyss python in front of him. His eyes were fixed on him, full of desire to hunt. Chen Yi will not indulge this guy. Directly bring out the glory of holiness. A spearhead arrow was resting on it. Whoosh! The arrow tip suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew directly towards the abyss python. Phew! There was a sound of flesh being pierced. The abyss python, which was extremely hungry before, now began to flee frantically. The damage caused by the spear arrows turned the direction of escape into a bloody road. See this scene? Chen Yi called upon Bai Lang to follow. There is probably more than one abyss python. Just follow them and catch them all. At Chen Yi's instruction, Bai Lang did not use his full strength. I just kept following but failed to catch up with this giant python from the abyss. At this time, the giant python from the abyss came to a crack in the cave and disappeared directly. Chen Yi saw this. Jumped down from the white wolf. He wanted to see. How many pythons are there in this cave? Then opened the world store. Spent 10 world points to purchase a scroll of illumination. Illumination Scroll. Introduction. After tearing open the scroll that contains the illumination technique, you will obtain an illumination spirit that will illuminate the surroundings for half an hour. Chen Yi then tore open the scroll of illumination. A lighting spirit was immediately summoned. Lighting spirit. Introduction: a lighting spirit that can illuminate the surrounding 10-meter range for half an hour. Chen Yi looked at the lighting spirit in front of him, which looked like a miniature elf. I couldn't help but feel curious. I don't know if my dog-headed god-eater can devour this lighting demon as well. Wait until the duration is almost up. Maybe you can give it a try. Then, Chen Yi let the lighting spirit lead the way and walked straight into the cave. The lighting spirit is very bright. The entire cave was illuminated by the lighting spirit, and everything was clearly visible. There was a fishy smell in the cave. It's a mixture of the smell of snakes and blood. And just at this moment, in front of Chen Yi, there was a hissing sound. Two eyes like light bulbs flashed by. No hesitation. Chen Yi shot an arrow directly. Whoosh! A stream of light travels through space. Puff! There was the sound of an arrow piercing flesh. The two light bulb-like eyes suddenly went out. A voice also came from Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have obtained the Abyss Python talent, Swallowing Power. Swallowing Power is amplified 100-fold, increasing to Tao Tai Power. The power of Tao Tai. Rank B. Effect: a gluttonous organ, the space stomach bag, will appear in your body. All the food you eat can be stored in the space stomach bag. When you feel hungry, the space stomach bag will provide you with food energy. Chen Yi just felt his stomach start to rumble. It seemed as if a strange change had taken place. Space stomach sack? It's actually not bad to be able to skip meal time and use it to level up and do other things. Chen Yi was very satisfied. Whenever he has time, he eats tens of thousands of pounds of meat. Then I didn't have to eat for several months. Isn't it great? He was extremely satisfied with this talent. Then, under the illumination of the lighting spirit, Chen Yi found the corpse of the Abyss Python. Then put it into the storage space. And at this time, according to his detection, the cave is much bigger than this. There is also a very wide space. Then, Chen Yi commanded the lighting spirit to move deeper into the cave. And the white wolf. He was arranged to stay outside the cave. After all, the white wolf is more than 3 meters tall. Coming to this cave, it's still too big. Chapter 69: Devour the Lighting Demon and Gain the Characteristic, Light. As Chen Yi continued to move forward, inside the cave, the lighting spirit illuminates the surroundings. At the same time, Chen Yi also entered invisible mode. In an empty cave, all you can see is a lighting spirit floating in the air. And just at this moment, there was a buzzing sound in Chen Yi's ears. At this time, a group of emerald green bees are now surrounding the lighting spirit. One of the bees tried to attack the lighting spirit. But the next moment, because the lighting spirit is immune to physical attacks, the emerald green bee passed straight through the body of the lighting spirit without causing any damage. The attribute panel data of these bees also appeared in front of Chen Yi. Emerald bee. Level 15. Basic strength 11. Basic constitution 8. Basic agility 14. Basic intelligence 0.5. Talent: Emerald bee venom. Emerald bee venom. You can produce emerald bee venom in your body to poison your enemies. Skill: poisonous shot. Introduction: the emerald bee living in the Hengduan Mountains has a strong venom that kills instantly. See here. Chen Yi directly let the lighting spirit float towards the hive of these emerald bees. At this time, the emerald bees accelerated their attack on the lighting spirits. But it didn't work at all. Soon, the lighting spirit brought Chen Yi to the emerald bees' hive. The hive is enormous. Countless emerald bees come and go. Brought back various nectars picked from outside. The lighting spirit has a lighting range of 10 meters. None of them took a complete picture of the beehive. Even if it is Chen Yi. I couldn't help but be shocked by the huge beehive in front of me. Good job. This beehive is at least as high as a 10-story building. This cave must have hollowed out the entire mountain. Then, Chen Yi opened the world store and started looking. It is unrealistic to rely on arrows to kill these emerald bees. You can only rely on spell scrolls in the world store. Final. Chen Yi picked one of the scrolls. Enhanced Fire Trap Scroll, 50 points. Introduction. You can release the enhanced fire trap at the corresponding location. If a life passes by, the fire trap will explode, causing 500 points of fire damage to all lives in the current area. Although this scroll is expensive, but it is the most suitable tool to deal with this emerald beehive. Then, Chen Yi directly purchased this enhanced fire trap scroll. At this time, he only had 340 world points left. Follow the directions for use. Chen Yi directly created a reinforced fire trap under the beehive. Then he ran out of the cave with the lighting spirit. The white wolf also came over at this time. Chen Yi called out to the white wolf. Retreat directly towards the far end of the cave entrance. Standing 100 meters away, Chen Yi waited quietly. After about 10 minutes. Boom! A terrifying explosion of fire came from the cave entrance. The plants around the cave entrance were all burnt black. Chen Yi's experience began to increase continuously. Although the journey from level 19 to level 20 is like a chasm. But Chen Yi's experience bar suddenly rushed up. At this moment, a voice came to Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have reached level 20. If you want to break through the level cap, please defeat the world boss and go to the next world. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the Emerald Bee's talent, Emerald Bee Venom. Emerald Bee Venom is amplified 100-fold, becoming Emerald Violent Venom. Emerald Poison. Rank C. Effect: you can create Emerald Poison, causing a large amount of poison damage to the enemy. It has been detected that the talents, Emerald Poison and Poison, meet the fusion conditions, and will now automatically fuse. Congratulations on obtaining the talent, Poison Hands. Poison Hands. Rank B. Effect: you can consume your body fluids and energy to create a highly toxic poison that can be applied to any object, causing continuous poison damage to the enemy. Listen to the sound. Chen Yi was satisfied. Although the effect of this poison hand is not much different from that of applying poison, the toxicity is definitely more severe. For some tough enemies, this poison hand is a god-level talent. And now, after reaching level 20, I can finally learn the Arrow Rain and Meteor. Then, Chen Yi took out the Arrow Rain and Meteor skill book. I just chose to study. Congratulations on learning the Arrow Rain and Meteor skill. Please see its actual performance in actual combat. Comfortable. Chen Yi looked at the lighting spirit beside him. It's time to devour you. Then, Chen Yi directly extended his hand towards the lighting spirit. At this time, the lighting spirit was still unclear about the situation. Next second, a terrifying suction force came from the palm of Chen Yi's hand. The lighting spirit was directly sucked into Chen Yi's palm. At the same time, a voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. You devoured the lighting spirit and gained its characteristic, light. Light, you can make yourself radiate light by consuming your mental energy. Chen Yi curled his lips. It's useless. But something is better than nothing. After all, it is just a lowest level lighting spirit. Then, Chen Yi entered invisible state and walked towards the cave. I don't know how many emerald bees I killed in this move. There will definitely be 1 or 2 things that come out. Otherwise, I'd be too dark. After entering the cave, there were small flames burning everywhere. But the light is too dim. Then Chen Yi activated the light attribute. A ball of empty white light instantly emanated from Chen Yi's body. And because of the effect of permanent invisibility, outsiders cannot see where the light source is. I could only feel that it was bright around me. Now we come to the beehive. The beehive at this time no longer looks the same as before. It was burned all over. The exterior was all charred. Some broken emerald bees were crawling in it. Just at this moment, a strange fragrance came into Chen Yi's nose. Chen Yi walked straight towards the beehive. Crack open the charcoal black shell. A sweet fragrance suddenly emanated. This is the honey of the emerald bee. Emerald honey. Effect: after consumption, it can restore a large amount of physical strength and a certain amount of mental strength. See this scene? Chen Yi no longer hesitated. Just go over there. He started to eat the emerald honey in big mouthfuls. Gurgle gurgle. A large amount of emerald honey was eaten by Chen Yi into his gluttonous stomach. An hour later, Chen Yi could never eat honey again. But this harvest inspired him. Because next, when fighting again, you can use this emerald honey to restore your strength. If we fight a protracted war, this emerald honey will help a lot. After eating honey, Chen Yi looked inside the beehive again. The original emerald queen bee. At this moment, it has been burned into fist-sized pieces of charcoal. It's this big after removing the water. One can imagine what its size was like when it was alive. Returned to the cave entrance. Just at this moment, Chen Yi vaguely heard shouting and killing sounds in the distance from the sound of the wind. Is there a battle going on ahead? Think of this. Chen Yi called the white wolf. He ran towards the direction where the sound came from. Follow the sound. Chen Yi came to a relatively flat area in the mountains. And when he saw the gnolls charging into the human camp, let the white wolf leave first. Then he went directly into stealth mode. Rain of arrows and meteors! A strange and powerful force emanated directly from Chen Yi's hands. A rain of arrows covering an area of 100 meters fell directly from the sky. Ah! The kobolds screamed in agony. Because Chen Yi was behind the kobold. Therefore, the arrow rain and meteors did not cause any harm to humans. Chen Yi used 5,000 spear arrows. Hundreds of kobolds died in this rain of arrows. At this time, the ogres began to look for the source of the rain of arrows. But Chen Yi is invisible. These dog-headed men have absolutely no way of finding Chen Yi. The human camp also discovered abnormalities with the gnolls. The kobolds were originally attacking fiercely. I don't know when the attack stopped. They all retreated to the rear. Chen Yi was already standing on a towering tree at this time. Arrows in his hands kept shooting out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Each arrow is capable of taking the life of a kobold. Everyone on the kobold side is in danger. They had no idea when an arrow might fly and take their life. Gradually, morale also became extremely low. Just at this moment. After seeing this scene, General Rexer, who was commanding the battle, directly killed several gnolls who tried to escape. Everyone attack! Those who disobey will be killed! This is the Emperor's order. No one is allowed to retreat! Rexer's voice spread throughout the battlefield through a special loudspeaker. All the kobolds who heard it began to attack humans again. But this offensive was far less aggressive than before. Soon humans launched a counterattack. In a short period of time, countless gnolls were killed or wounded. Chen Yi has quietly come to the side of the ogre General Rexer. Stand behind him. An arrow was shot out directly. Whoosh! The arrow flew through space. Rexer suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. This crisis. It will bring death. Almost subconsciously, Rexer squatted down. The arrow just missed his head. Shot his helmet directly to the side. He touched his cold head. Rexer broke out in a cold sweat. If I hadn't lowered my head in time, I would have died here by now. And on Chen Yi's side, the attack missed. 3 more arrows flew towards Rexer. This time, Rexer took the shield directly from his hand. When? It blocked the 3 arrows firmly. Then, Chen Yi continued shooting. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arrow flew in a straight line. They fell continuously on Rexer's shield. Rexer's iron shield could no longer resist. It shattered into pieces with a loud bang. Just at this moment, a strong light emerged. A ring on Rexer's finger directly protected him firmly, forming a seemingly indestructible energy shield. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. This ring is nice. I want it. Then, Chen Yi directly used 100 steps aim at Rexer. Whoosh! Rexer was pierced directly through the chest by the spear-shaped arrow that carried unparalleled power. And the ring in her hand. It also turned into white light and fell. Chapter 70. save 50,000 people and get a special reward, Echo Arrow. Chen Yi picked up the ring directly. Before Rexer's soldiers around him could react, he fled far away. Return to the big tree. View the ring properties. Shield ring. Effect: actively released to gain an energy shield. The shield strength is equal to the sum of your strength plus level plus intelligence. Number of times used, 8 out of 10. There are 8 uses left. Good. However, it is not used normally. The ring of precision that increases hit rate, and the mechanical heart that increases damage are still more useful. Place the shield ring in the storage space. Chen Yi continued shooting at those dog-headed men. When the main General Rexer died, the kobolds' attack became disorganized. Every attack was beaten back. At this time, one of Rexer's personal soldiers stood in the position that belonged to Rexer. He was directing with a loudspeaker in his hand. Everyone, attack together, don't disperse, those humans are not as good as us. The Rexer's personal soldier had just finished speaking. An arrow pierced directly through his chest. Chen Yi continued to aim. Whoever commands will be attacked by himself. At this time, another dog-headed man came up to take command. Then came another arrow. The kobold fell to the ground. At this time, the dog-headed people were a little frightened. Whoever stands up and takes command, then you will be killed. No matter how fearless you are. We cannot make such unnecessary sacrifices. The morale of the kobolds, who had lost their commander, had hit rock bottom. There was no longer any way to organize an effective attack. Lu Tsongyun, chairman of Guian Pavilion. His natural talent of gravity manipulation is extremely suitable for group battles. Gravity field, gravity ball, gravity crushing. Countless gnolls died under Lu Tsongyun's skills. Final. The dog-headed people threw away their weapons and armor. He fled back in the original direction. We will not continue to organize attacks here for the time being. A voice rang in Chen Yi's ears at this moment. You saved 52,617 humans, and are rewarded with the special arrow, Echo Arrow. Echo Arrow. Damage 10. Effect: after touching the Echo Arrow, you can obtain a copy of the Echo Arrow, which can be used endlessly. The Echo Arrow copy will disappear within 12 hours after being shot. See this Echo Arrow. Chen Yi was shocked. What is endless to use? Is that what you mean? Will I never be short of arrows again? Comfortable and comfortable. In the battle just now, he used more than 20,000 arrows. This continues. It won't be long before his arrows are used up. Now there is this Echo Arrow. Then we won't have to worry about running out of arrows anymore. And the basic damage of this Echo Arrow is so high. Adding the Archer necklace increases it by 100%. Then your output would be incredible. I just don't know if it's possible to enchant this Echo Arrow with poison. If it can also be copied accordingly. That would be so comfortable. Then Chen Yi took out the Echo Arrow. The Echo Arrow has a long, thin shaft and a round, pointed tip. Then Chen Yi then used the poison hand. The tip of the Echo Arrow was directly coated with poison. The poison appears blue on the arrowhead. Not long. The deadly poison was then absorbed into it. The arrow also returned to its original state. Then Chen Yi checked the properties of Echo Arrow again. Poisoned Echo Arrow. Damage 10. Poison damage 5 points per second, lasting 10 seconds. Introduction. After touching the poisoned Echo Arrow, you can get a copy of the poisoned Echo Arrow, which can be used endlessly. The copy of the poisoned Echo Arrow will disappear within 12 hours after it is shot. See here. Chen Yi was extremely satisfied. Comfortable. Doesn't that mean that enchantments can also be copied? If there is an opportunity to enchant Echo Arrow, you must enchant it. This makes you stronger. And in the camp of Guian Pavilion Guild, the humans saw the kobolds retreat. They immediately started cheering. Victory, we won! Yeah, these kobolds are obviously higher level than us, but I don't know why they can't organize themselves. Didn't you see that the kobolds' main generals were killed? Oh my god, who is so awesome that he could kill all the kobolds' main generals? Is it an assassin with high-level talent? Assassin? I haven't seen any powerful assassins yet. But did you notice the rain of arrows before? Of course I noticed it. It was that hail of arrows that gave us the advantage. Yeah, which archer is this strong? Which one did you think of? The most powerful archer now is of course Boss Chen Yi. Could it be that Boss Chen Yi saved us? I feel the same way. After all, who can turn the tide of a war by themselves? Just at this moment, Lu Songyun looked into the distance and shouted, Boss Chen Yi, I know you can be invisible. I wonder if you can show up now. At this time, a blue and white wolf was running from a distance. The white wolf also has a saddle on its body. When they first saw the white wolf, everyone was very nervous. But Chen Yi's figure also appeared. See this scene? All the tense hearts of mankind suddenly relaxed. It turns out that this is Boss Chen Yi's mount. At this time, White Wolf and Chen Yi have arrived at the center of the camp. Lu Songyun and others also looked at Chen Yi with gratitude. After all, if it weren't for Chen Yi today, they are probably now dead at the hands of the knives. See Chen Yi jump off the White Wolf. Lu Songyun hurried over to meet him. Boss Chen Yi, I am so grateful to you this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would all die here. Chen Yi waved his hand. It's okay, I was just passing by and killed some kobolds. Lu Songyun nodded. Then please come and sit in our meeting room. We have something we want to discuss with you, sir. When Chen Yi heard Lu Songyun's proposal, he did not object. Just a quick question. There's some monster around here. I am now level 20 and don't need any experience. But it can be used to plunder talents. Follow Lu Songyun to the meeting room. At this time, some of Lu Songyun's confidants also came here. It's time to take your seat. Lu Songyun insisted that Chen Yi sit in the middle seat. I sat in the deputy seat. Chen Yi didn't postpone it either. In his opinion, it doesn't matter where you sit. Others didn't see anything wrong with it, and instead took it for granted. At this time, Lu Songyun looked at everyone. Now, what we need to prepare for is the next attack from the kobolds. Although the kobolds have retreated now, they haven't lost many troops. Starting tomorrow, we will build fortifications. The charge capability of those kobold cavalry today is too strong, so we have to limit their cavalry's combat effectiveness. Dig trenches and build walls. As long as the terrain is destroyed, these cavalry will have no way to inflict effective damage on us. Yes. Hearing Lu Songyun's words, everyone nodded and took note of it. Lu Songyun looked at Chen Yi at this time. Boss Chen Yi, I wonder if you are interested in staying in our Guyun pavilion. Chen Yi was a little surprised when he heard Lu Songyun's words. But then he shook his head. He now wants to travel to more places and plunder as many talents as possible. If you stay here, then you will lose many opportunities to improve yourself. President Lu, I have other things to do, but I can wait until you get through this crisis and wipe out all the kobolds before I leave. Hearing what Chen Yi said, Lu Songyun was not disappointed. After all, he was just asking tentatively just now. A powerful boss like Chen Yi. It will never be fixed on a certain force. Being able to have him help fight the kobolds is already the best outcome. And just at this moment, Chen Yi looked at everyone. I want to see if there are any monsters nearby. My biggest hobby in life is collecting monster encyclopedias. And my pet also needs some monster flesh and blood. Hearing Chen Yi's request, Lu Songyun then took out a special map. Boss Chen Yi, this is the map of the Hengduan Mountains that we drew. There are all kinds of monsters in it. You can find them according to the regional map. Hearing Lu Songyun's words, Chen Yi was a little surprised. In that case, it's much better than just catching a dead mouse by yourself. Then Chen Yi took the map. There are many monster markings on it. Magic crows, mountain elephants, velociraptors, swift mantises, doom moles, swamp leeches, and more. There are all kinds of monsters. No less than 30 species. It may also be because Lu Songyun and his team did not mark it completely, so the abyss python and the earth bear are not on it. But even so, it also helped him a lot. Put the map away. Chen Yi stood up. Thank you for the map. Next, I will go to the kobolds' camp to sabotage them. If they lose too many troops, they may just retreat. Hearing Chen Yi say this, others couldn't help but look grateful. After all, we had just gone through a war. They are exhausted both physically and mentally. But Chen Yi can actually continue to fight now. It's simply unimaginable. A high-level talent. Is it really that strong? Deep in everyone's heart, there was a desire for power. After all, in this world, the fist is the truth. But they don't know. In fact, Chen Yi was also very tired. If it weren't for the large amount of emerald honey, now he must be too tired to walk. Then, Chen Yi walked out of the meeting room directly. People outside were repairing various buildings. When they saw Chen Yi coming out, they all greeted him. Hello, Boss Chen Yi. Thank you so much, Boss Chen Yi. Boss Chen Yi, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Fuck you, you're a man. All kinds of praise. Chen Yi felt very happy. No wonder so many people wanted to be stars in their previous lives. This feeling of being the center of attention. It's really amazing. Chapter 71. Defeat the army and ambush the new Kobold Emperor. After Chen Yi greeted the people in the camp, he rode the White Wolf directly towards the place where the ogres retreated. The White Wolf's speed has now become extremely fast. It has reached 130 kilometers per hour. Although the speed is reduced in the mountains and forests. But it also reached a speed of more than 100 kilometers. About an hour later, Chen Yi saw the fleeing gnolls from afar. Chen Yi was also a little surprised. I didn't expect these gnolls to escape so quickly. I originally thought I could catch up in half an hour. Then, Chen Yi asked the White Wolf to follow from a distance. We have to wait for these kobolds to settle down. Continue to follow for 2 hours. The dog-headed people stopped at a camp. This was their previous camp. All the returning kobolds felt like they had survived a disaster. No one expected it. Attacking humans is surprisingly difficult. Those highly gifted humans are simply too incomprehensible. It seemed that there was no way to kill him. Fortunately, there are very few humans with advanced talents, only a few among tens of thousands of people. If all humans were people with such advanced talents, then there would be no need to fight. It was already late at night. These kobolds are exhausted. After dinner, soon he fell into a deep sleep. Even the sentinels on night watch were dozing off there. Chen Yi just waited quietly. When it was 3 o'clock in the morning, even the sentries fell into a deep sleep. See here. Chen Yi knew that the time had come. Bought many Molotov cocktails at the ethnic store. He took the White Wolf and threw it directly towards the entire camp. The White Wolf ran very fast. Chen Yi in just 1 minute. Hundreds of Molotov cocktails were thrown directly. The gnoll camp was now engulfed in flames. After falling into the sea of fire, suddenly all the dog-headed people woke up from their sleep. At this moment, many gnolls were burning with flames. Started screaming wildly. Chen Yi was standing on a very tall tree, accurately firing at those ogres. Every arrow can kill a kobold. Sometimes you get lucky. It can also kill 2 or even 3 people directly. Chen Yi is in the dark, and the dog-headed man is in the light. The feeling of being killed by an attack that came from nowhere is so terrible. At this moment, a dog-headed man collapsed directly. I want to go back. I want to go back to the royal city. The royal city is my home. After saying that, the kobold ran straight in one direction. With the first one, there is a second one. One person tells 10 people, 10 people tell 100 people. The kobolds had lost all hope of resistance. He ran towards the direction of the royal city. Chen Yi silently memorized this direction. Wait until you have plundered all the monster talents in the Hengguan Mountains. Just go to the Gnoll King city. Didn't that guy say before that a new emperor had come to power among the kobolds? Then just continue on your own. Kill the emperor. 3 days later, Chen Yi's arrow directly hit a magic crow. The magic crow croaked twice. Then he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. At this moment, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations on plundering the magic crow talent, Magic Mastery. Magic Mastery 100 times increase. Congratulations on obtaining Magic Amplification. Magic Power Amplification. Rank D. Effect: your mental power and magic power recovery speed increases by 50%. Talents: Magic Amplification, Thunder Blossom, Crystal Power, Power of Anger, Ancient Blessing, Wild Body, and other talents meet the fusion conditions and will begin to merge automatically. Merging to the talent, Wild Blessing. Wild Blessing. Rank A. Effect: physical strength recovery speed, magic power recovery speed, mental strength recovery speed, and blood recovery speed increase by 1000%. Chen Yi was extremely satisfied when he saw this talent. After plundering and amplifying more than 30 D-level talents, these talents are combined into the A-level talent, Blessing of the Wild. At this time, this A-level talent, it directly increased Chen Yi's endurance by 10 times. For him who often fights protracted battles, it is an extremely important talent. Chen Yi only felt that he was full of energy, and his blood was as strong as a dragon. It seems that no difficulty can stump me. Then, Chen Yi looked towards the direction of the Knoll King City. Call the White Wolf. Ride on. He flew straight towards the Knoll King City. The city of the Kobold King. It is a city on a cliff. Easy to defend but difficult to attack. But it also blocked all of his escape routes. Compared with Storm City, the largest city of the kobolds, the population of the Kobold King's city has only decreased slightly. Plus, this is where the royal family lives. Therefore, it became extremely prosperous. Countless kobolds are proud to live in the royal city. Being able to own a house in the royal city is something that makes these gnolls extremely proud. Even some kobold women, in order to stay in the royal city, she even married some dog-headed men who were about to die of old age, or some dog-headed men who were so ugly that they were beyond human control. Due to scarce resources, those who can finally stay are the best of the best. Those kobolds who can't compete, they can only survive quietly in some small cities built by the ogres. At this time, the White Wolf had already carried Chen Yi to 10 miles outside the royal city. Chen Yi let Bailang go to the jungle alone. Then he turned invisible and ran towards the Knoll King's city. There is him who is invisible, always fearless. This is the city of the Kobold King. A huge city wall was built around it. What makes Chen Yi happy is, the structure of this city wall is exactly the same as that of Storm City. You can walk along the inner wall. Walk straight all the way to the Kobold Palace. For the first time, Chen Yi felt that the talent of walking on walls was so amazing. It's almost comparable to A-level talent. Then, Chen Yi walked along the city wall and headed towards the palace. It was already noon. The city of the Kobold King was bustling with people. But there is more. There was fear in the eyes of these dog-headed men. They're talking about the same thing. Chen Yi threw some of the human voices. I could barely hear what these dog-headed people were discussing. Have you heard? The Royal City Army's attack on the human camp failed. How come I haven't heard of it? My kid managed to survive on that battlefield. I heard that many kobolds were shot or burned to death. Oh, this is really a sin. This system is forcing us and the human race to fight to the death. It's like it's playing a toy with us. That's right. Besides, this world is about to be destroyed. If anyone fails, he will be buried with this world. Come to think of it, we kobolds must fight for kobolds. My kid also said that there was a human on the battlefield who could turn invisible and shoot arrows. He killed tens of thousands of kobolds by himself. I know about this. I have a relative in Storm City. He told me that they call that human the Shadow Death God. In Storm City, 5,000 or 6,000 houses were burned down, and more than 10,000 residents were shot dead. It is said that the city lord Uther was shot in the throat by that human with an arrow, and he couldn't even resist. Really? That was Uther, who was known as the strongest shield and the person the old king trusted most during his lifetime. Was he also shot and killed by the shadow god of death? It's really too scary. If he were to go to the royal city, I don't know what kind of storm he would stir up. Don't tell me. After all, this human can become invisible. He might be right next to you or me. When you say that, I suddenly feel scared. Chen Yi listened to what these dog-headed men said. I have already made up my mind. All the kobolds already know of his existence. However, I have the extremely shameless talent of permanent invisibility. These dog-headed people probably can't discover themselves either. But Chen Yi remembered the loss he had suffered in Shaman City before. The kobold who could imprison magic. Chen Yi is still deeply impressed by it. This royal city is the most important city for the gnolls. If dozens of ogres who can restrain magic come out, Chen Yi didn't feel strange at all. In that case, then you can't be careless. Must observe carefully. Nip all uncertainties in the bud. First, just can't attract anyone's attention. Then, Chen Yi walked carefully along the city wall towards the imperial city. Because it is on the city wall, no kobold would notice this place. So Chen Yi was not worried. The only worry now is inside the palace. Inside the palace, you could be discovered at any time. That kind of imprisonment magic. Chen Yi didn't want to try it a second time. The walls of the kobold palace are connected to the outer city walls. Probably no one would think about it. Someone was able to reach the palace this way. Chen Yi was now standing at the southwest corner of the dog-headed man palace wall. Stand here. You can see most of the palace. Chen Yi took out the glory of holiness. The arrow of echo was placed on the bowstring. Chen Yi just stood there quietly. Under the terrifying recovery power of the blessing of savagery. Chen Yi didn't even use up his emerald honey reserves and was able to remain in peak condition. That's all. Chen Yi stood quietly. I stood there from day till night. From beginning to end. Chen Yi remained ready to shoot accurately from 100 paces away. Eye of insight and supervision. It has been running all the time. He is waiting. Waiting for the appearance of the Kobold Emperor. Just appear for a moment. Then he can just fire it. Kill the dog-headed Emperor. The third day standing on the Imperial City wall. Chen Yi saw an old dog-headed man wearing a white robe. The old kobold was surrounded by followers. Seems to have a high status among the kobolds. I don't know why. Chen Yi actually saw the old dog-headed man looking in his direction. After finding out there was nothing, the old dog-headed man walked towards the deepest part of the palace. Chen Yi immediately knew that he had been discovered. Although I don't know how it was discovered. But he didn't hesitate. Whoosh! The target was shot from 100 paces away. A stream of light, reaching an extremely fast speed, flew directly towards the old dog-headed man. The old dog-headed man immediately waved his staff. He shouted directly at the flying arrows. Exile! Chapter 72, Enchanted Echo Arrow. The east wind blows thousands of flowers into bloom at night. After a space fluctuation, a black space crack appeared above the dog-headed man's staff. Next second, Chen Yi's echo arrow flew into the space crack. Looking at the scene in front of me, Chen Yi was shocked. I didn't expect this guy to be able to react. This reaction is neural. Agility must have reached 40 points or even higher. Otherwise there would be absolutely no way to react. Then, Chen Yi directly queried the attributes of the dog-headed man remotely. Kobold High Priest. Level 20. Basic Strength 13. Basic Constitution 11. Basic Agility 48. Basic Intelligence 54. Talent, Dog-Headed Intelligence. Skills, Banishing Magic, Blood Magic. Introduction. The Supreme High Priest of the Dog-Headed Cult, possessing extremely powerful strength, is said to have some unknown secret connection with the dog-headed god. See the attributes of this high priest. Chen Yi was a little surprised. I didn't expect his agility and intelligence to be so high. Is there really a god of kobolds? Could it be that the high priest's powerful attributes are related to the god of dog-headed men? Reminiscent of voodoo among humans? Chen Yi guessed. This must be related to the people in that higher world. Perhaps this god of the kobolds. It is the same kind of existence as the god of voodoo. Maybe they are even in the same world. And at this time, the high priest was already running towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi did not dare to neglect. Run directly towards the other side of the city wall. When the kobold high priest came here, Chen Yi had already left. The kobold high priest couldn't help but feel annoyed. This invisible human actually came here. That was the fate of the royal city. Is it going to be the same as Storm City? The kobold high priest couldn't accept this. Then he gave orders to the ogre behind him. Launch a citywide manhunt for Chen Yi. In addition, all roads and walls must be painted or sprinkled with white lime. We must not let him get away. After issuing these orders, the kobold high priest was about to meet the newly appointed kobold emperor Kendall. Tell us what happened here. And be sure to pay attention to your own safety. Think of this. The kobold high priest couldn't help but quicken his pace. But just at this moment, a sound of breaking air came from the sky. The arrows flashed and shone. Possesses unparalleled power. Flying towards the kobold high priest. It was the same arrow he had just shot. The kobold high priest felt his scalp tingling. Damn it. What's going on? He had clearly banished this arrow into the endless void outside the crystal wall of the world. But why am I back here now? No time to think about it. The kobold high priest once again released the banishment magic directly at the arrow. A space crack. Appear again. The arrow penetrated directly into the endless void. The kobold high priest breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this thing was sent away. This time he exiled farther, so that the arrow could not find him at all. But the kobold high priest didn't have long to be happy. Even before entering the gate of the ogre palace, the echo arrow flew again. The power has not decreased at all, and in fact, with the increase in gravity acceleration, its power is even greater than before. The kobold high priest felt a chill of fear. Could it be that this arrow has the power of rules? It must hit him before it stops flying. If that's the case, that's horrible. After all, no one could master banishment magic like he did. If it was a candle that was hit by this arrow, then you will definitely die. The old king must have died from this arrow. This is the arrow of rules. Unless it is offset by corresponding rules. Otherwise, the dispute will last until death and will haunt you forever. Think of this. The kobold high priest directly took out a blood-red crystal ball from the storage space. Great kobold god, praise you, your followers want to talk to you. The blood-red crystal ball suddenly floated into the sky. The crystal ball continuously emits blood-red mist. The guards and servants of the surrounding kobold high priest were corroded by the bloody mist. Then it turned into a pile of dry bones. It seems that he has gained enough blood power. A blood-red projection appeared in the sky at this moment. It was a dog's head drawn in blood. The look is majestic. See all living beings as ants. Tianmu, what's going on? Why are you summoning me so rashly? Do you know how difficult it is to make this blood crystal? At this time, the dog-headed projection looked at the dog-headed high priest. His eyes were angry. It seemed that the kobold high priest would be reduced to ashes in the next second. The kobold high priest trembled with fear. My lord, there is really no other way. I have been locked by an arrow of rules. Even if I banish it to the void, it will follow me. It won't stop until it kills me. The arrow of rules? The kobold god was a little surprised. How is it possible that rule skills exist in such an inferior world? It seems that this kind of thing subverts the cognition of the kobold god. And just at this moment, the echo arrow flew towards the kobold high priest at this time. See this scene? The dog was startled. Good job. There are actually rule skills. Then, the dog head spat out a mouthful of blood directly at the echo arrow. This is a skill that specifically pollutes the rules. At this time, after being contaminated by the blood of the kobold god. Suddenly, he fell straight to the ground. But after spitting out this mouthful of blood, the Gnoll god obviously no longer had the strength to stay in this world. Under the watchful eyes of the kobold high priest, the shadow of the dog head in the sky slowly dissipated. At this moment, the high priest felt a sense of relief at having survived the disaster. Fortunately, I have a blood crystal. Otherwise, you will really be chased to death by this arrow. Then, the high priest walked towards the inner hall of the palace. Security protection must be strengthened now. Otherwise, then. He didn't even know how he died. At this time, Chen Yi was lying on a city wall, staring intently at the scene in front of him. Good job. This dog-headed man actually summoned the projection of God. He also cracked his own 100 steps away shot. Listen to that meaning. My own 100 steps to hit the target is a rule skill. That doesn't happen in this lower world. At this moment, Chen Yi felt that his luck was indeed quite good. If I hadn't gone to the Lost Temple, I'm afraid I won't be able to master this kind of incredible skill. Immediately following, Chen Yi retreated out of the city. The abilities of these dog-headed men are really weird. And the ogre high priest could actually sense him. Maybe this guy has some special equipment. Be able to see through your own invisibility. The next step to assassinate the emperor will be complicated and dangerous. It's not as simple as it was before in Shaman City. Chen Yi wandered outside the city for a day and a night. At this time, the whole city of kobolds was mobilized. All the buildings, even the streets and city walls, were marked. Be on high alert. There was no blind spot for Chen Yi to enter. Chen Yi was also very helpless when he saw this scene. It's probably impossible to get in now. Chen Yi opened the world store. Want to see? Are there any props inside that can help me get in without leaving any trace? The world store is filled with a dazzling array of goods. Because Chen Yi's authority was upgraded, there are more products than before. But it's also more expensive. Chen Yi didn't care after seeing it. After all, you get what you pay for. I want powerful props. Don't be afraid to spend points. Chen Yi browsed for about half an hour. A scroll now appeared in front of him. Flame Enchant Scroll, 300 points. Effect: you can enchant items with a fire effect, which cannot be stacked with other effects. Good. Just right for enchanting echo arrows. But see the points. Chen Yi suddenly felt distressed. Good job. It actually takes more than 300 points. The other scrolls are only worth between 10 and 50 points. Go to this enchantment scroll. It jumped directly to 300 points. But I have to buy it even if it is expensive. Chen Yi then spent 300 points. Bought this fire enchantment scroll. Take out all the echo arrows and enchanting scrolls. Chen Yi recalled at this time. This fire enchantment does not stack with other effects. Is that what you mean? Will this fire enchantment remove the poison effect of this echo arrow? If that's the case, Chen Yi could only hope that this fire enchantment was stronger than the poison. Then, Chen Yi followed the method. Opened the scroll of fire enchantment, and put the echo arrow inside it. Then, after a dazzling burst of fire, the flame scroll turned into a small magic circle and engraved the echo arrow into it. The appearance of the echo arrow also changed dramatically at this moment. From the original black arrow body, it turned into red and black. It feels like a scorching temperature to the touch. Then, Chen Yi retrieved the properties of the echo arrow. Echo arrow of fire. Physical damage 10. Fire damage 10. Enchantment: after the arrow is shot, there is a 50% chance of a flame explosion, and the explosion damage is 10 times the basic fire damage. When you see the properties of echo arrow now, Chen Yi exclaimed that he had made a lot of money. Good job. This is much better than the enchanted arrows he had obtained before. Then, Chen Yi set his sights on the Gnoll King City. Now, let's leave this Gnoll King City first. Try out the power of your echo arrow. Then, Chen Yi drew his bow and drew his arrow. Find a good area. A rain of arrows and meteors were released into the sky. The arrow was thrown in a perfect arc and landed accurately inside the Gnoll King's city. Echoing arrows enchanted with fire. It was like a meteor shower in the sky. Just as the poem says. The east wind blows thousands of flowers into bloom at night, and blows down stars like rain, accompanied by bursts of flames explosions. Inside the Kobold King's city, there were countless screams. All the ogres were stunned by the rain of arrows. I have no idea. How can we defend against this rain of arrows that is like a world-destroying meteor? 10 seconds later, Chen Yi completed the arrow rain meteor launch. Immediately ran towards the east. Chapter 73, Shoot and move to another place. The kobold is driven crazy. It's no longer safe here. Chen Yi decided to go in other directions and continue releasing arrow rain and meteors. The cooldown time for arrow rain meteor is 1 hour. That now. All the time he spent. Just wait for the arrow rain and meteors to cool down. 24 hours. That's 24 arrow showers and meteor showers. Even if we cannot snipe the Emperor, it is extremely important to be able to kill the kobold's manpower. With arrow showers of meteors every hour. The kobolds were driven mad. No matter where you hide. It seems that everyone will be affected. Moreover, there was no pattern at all in this rain of arrows. It was as if the decision was made on a whim. The dog-headed people were complaining bitterly. And the houses in the city were all on fire at this moment. No one cared about the raging fire. More and more houses were affected and the disaster spread. The dog-headed people who lost their homes were screaming in pain on the ground. Lost the house. You will also lose your identity in the city. At the same time. Inside the Kobold Palace. The new Emperor Candle is now convening a meeting of the Kobold Ministers. Candle looked at the silent Kobold Ministers around him. I couldn't help but feel very angry. Can anyone think of a way to get rid of that guy for me? Candle felt like she was going crazy. Damn humans. The damage is so outrageous and it is impossible to catch it, it's like a ghost. The high priest on the side remained silent. He didn't want to be attacked by the arrow of rules again. Now that his blood crystal, the only thing that could help him communicate with the Kobold God, had been used up, it had become impossible to ask the Kobold God for help. Therefore, he is particularly silent now. That human being. Like a ghost. Even millions of gnolls cannot catch it. The candle became even more angry when he saw the silence around him. Then he looked at the High Priest. High Priest, please tell me how we can completely get rid of this human. The High Priest saw the candle and called his name. It is not an option to remain silent now. Then the High Priest shook his head. No, I don't know. In this situation, I think the best thing to do is to stay put. All of them are holding back, waiting for the race war to come. As long as that human is chosen, there will be a chance to kill him in the racial battlefield. After all, the racial battlefield is small, not as big as the main world. Hear this. Candle smiled bitterly. On the other hand, could that person also destroy us all on the battlefield? Looking at the Emperor like this, the High Priest shook his head. After all, he had just come to power and was not as calm as the old Emperor. Then, the High Priest came closer to the candle. He spoke in a low voice. The only way now is to use the whole country's strength to refine blood crystals. Only by communicating with the god of the kobolds can we catch that human. And the material for refining blood crystals is the blood of all royal families. Of course, Your Majesty, you don't have to participate, but the rest of the royal family, including your sons and daughters, must die. After listening to the method, there was a sudden look of fear in the candle's eyes. Even my body couldn't help but tremble. Look at the High Priest. Candle couldn't help but ask. Do you really want to do this? The High Priest nodded. The royal family is the descendant of the god of the kobolds. Only royal blood has such great power. This is the only way to protect our kobold tribe. Refining blood crystal. Refining blood crystal. This thought kept circling in the mind of the Kobold Emperor. If that's true, then I would be completely alone. There are no other relatives. Think of this. The Kobold Emperor hesitated painfully. I don't know how to decide what the two of them are saying. The other ministers did not hear it, and had no idea what had happened to their emperor. Why does he suddenly look so painful? About 5 minutes later, a hint of determination and ruthlessness flashed across the eyes of the Kobold Emperor. At worst, I can just give birth again. Okay, High Priest, I'll listen to you. The High Priest nodded. This matter must be carried out in secret, and only the two of us know about it now. Your Majesty, you can hold a family dinner tonight, and all members of the royal family must attend. The candle nodded at this time. Well, that's all we can do. After saying this, the candle collapsed on the throne as if all its strength had been drained away. At the same time, he muttered to himself. Is this the price of being an emperor? Immediately following, an invitation was sent to all the Kobold royals. The Kobold Emperor Candle will host a banquet tonight to entertain all the royal family. This is the first banquet since the Emperor ascended the throne. The Kobold royals all take this matter very seriously. I can't even imagine it. This will be their last meal. Outside the city of the Kobold King. At this time, Chen Yi had already shot all over the outskirts of the royal city. Because the attack range is limited, the inner city cannot be attacked for the time being. So Chen Yi stopped for a while. He hasn't rested for 3 days and 4 nights. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel a little tired. Found a towering tree. Chen Yi sat on a tree branch, looking at the Knoll King's city from afar. At this time, the fire in the Knoll King's city was almost out, and the gnolls were cleaning up the mess. It's dusk now. There was only a glimmer of sunlight. But the ogre's palace was already brightly lit at this time, and from a distance it looked like a glowing giant beast. Through supervision, some kobolds in fancy dresses can be seen walking towards the palace. Chen Yi lay on a tree branch, watching the scene with great interest. These royal families are actually still interested in holding banquets now. Chen Yi was a little confused. Then, Chen Yi raised the glory of holiness, and an arrow of echo was placed on the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow turned into a meteor and flew towards the palace. But it was too far away from the imperial palace, more than 10,000 meters away. So Chen Yi's arrow only landed on one of the ogre's houses. Boom! There was an explosion. The house was instantly engulfed in flames. The dog-headed man in the house was immediately burned and ran out, with all kinds of flames burning on his body. Put down the bow. Chen Yi looked at everything in front of him with a smile. From the perspective of the kobold, I am definitely a supervillain. Just at this moment, a blood-red magic circle appeared above the palace. Countless screams were heard from the palace. Seeing this, Chen Yi was a little confused. What happened? Are these kobolds fighting among themselves? Just at this moment, Chen Yi saw the dog-headed high priest. At this time, the kobold high priest was waving his staff and carving runes. He was the one who created this magic circle. All the royal family members entering the palace at this time. All were attracted into the magic circle in the sky by the magic circle. The body was quickly torn apart by the magic circle, and the blood was extracted and continuously concentrated. The bodies that had been drained of blood were thrown aside like garbage. Immediately following, a radiance surged. The magic circle began to shrink. Final. An extremely bright blood-red light appeared between heaven and earth. Through supervision, Chen Yi could see it. The center of the bloody light. It was the blood-colored crystal used by the kobold high priest before. Can be used to summon a projection of the kobold god. And this blood-colored crystal is obviously larger and purer. The effect must be more powerful. Chen Yi suddenly thought of it at this moment. It turns out that this blood crystal was made from the blood of this dog-headed man. And this is not ordinary blood. It's the blood of the kobold royal family. Before traveling through time, these dog-headed royals were able to inherit the golden dog-head body from generation to generation. I guess there must have been some great figure among my ancestors. Only this way. Genetic talent is so strong. It seems, This blood crystal collects the ancestral power in their blood. Could it be that this is the royal family of the kobolds? Is the ancestor the god of this dog-headed man? Chen Yi began to make wild guesses. But he could feel that he seemed to have guessed the truth. Inside the kobold palace, the kobold emperor looked at all the dead relatives in front of him. My head suddenly hurt badly. That's all. All the kobolds related to him died. Not one stayed. At this time, the kobold high priest walked over holding a blood-red crystal. Your Majesty, now that we have mastered it, this crystal can summon a projection of 1/10,000th of the kobold god's power. I believe that we can definitely find that guy and kill him. This way the blood of the royal family will not be shed in vain. Hear the words of the kobold high priest. The kobold emperor nodded. Okay, high priest, I'll leave everything else to you. I'm a little tired. After saying that, the dog-headed emperor walked towards the inner hall. The figure looks a little lonely. The kobold high priest also noticed this phenomenon. But he didn't care. Because in his opinion, the emperor is destined to be lonely. If you can't bear the loneliness that comes with this position, you are not worthy to be the emperor of the kobolds. Think of this. The kobold high priest couldn't help but miss the old emperor. If the old emperor were here. So with his character. Not to mention all the royal family. He could even sacrifice his own life. He is so cruel to others and himself. The kobold high priest then raised the blood-red crystal. He began to summon the projection of the kobold god. Chen Yi suddenly felt a sense of crisis coming. He believed in this feeling very much. Then, Chen Yi ran straight into the distance. Anyway, the wisest choice is to leave here first. At the same time, a projection of the kobold god, more powerful than before, was summoned. When I saw the corpses all over the ground, the kobold god's eyes turned cold. Have you refined my descendants? The kobold high priest immediately knelt down on the ground. Great god of the kobolds, we really have no choice. We kobolds are facing a problem that we cannot solve, so we have to do this. And there is only one purpose for you to come here, and that is to ask you to help kill a human. Chapter 74 Projection of the Dog-Headed God. The dog-headed god eating is activated. Hear this. The kobold god was a little surprised. What kind of human being is unable to deal with so many dog-headed men? At this time, the kobold high priest began to describe Chen Yi's abilities. The great god of the kobolds, that human has the ability to become invisible and can shoot arrows that look like light. Before, it only had light attributes, blindness, and flame explosions, but recently it has become an extremely strong flame explosion, which is very powerful. My lord, you can see how badly our kobold king's city has been destroyed. The projection of the kobold god looked around. We found that many places were destroyed beyond recognition. See this scene? The Knoll god couldn't help but feel a little angry. A little human actually bullied my people like this. He must be punished sufficiently. After saying that, the Knoll god transformed into a stream of blood-red light and poured into the body of the Knoll high priest. The kobold high priest howled in pain. He couldn't bear this force. But the next second, a power that can repair everything surges out of the body. The kobold high priest is recovering his youth at an extremely fast rate. 1 minute later, the extremely strong kobold high priest felt all of this with surprise. My lord, I feel like I have regained my youth. Nothing can stop me. At this time, the voice of the kobold god came from deep within the mind of the kobold high priest. Now that I have helped you regain your youth, you can also use some of my power. Go find that human. After I find him, I will destroy him. Yes, the great god of kobolds. The kobold high priest was extremely happy. At this moment, he felt that he was completely different from his previous self. It seemed as if everything in the world was under his control. The kobold high priest knows. This is just an illusion caused by a temporary surge in my strength. Then, the kobold high priest was suspended directly in the air, flying towards the outside of the city. Now in his field of vision, Every place where Chen Yi has been leaves a faint mark of his aura. This is a power that only God can master. Final. The ogre high priest came to the big tree where Chen Yi had lived before. The aura mark here is most obvious at this time. But there was no sign of Chen Yi here. It's obvious. Now Chen Yi has escaped. Then. The ogre high priest chased in the direction Chen Yi fled. Now with the added power of the dog-headed god. His speed has reached an incredible level. It can fly at least 300 kilometers in 1 hour. Want to catch up with that guy? It won't take long at all. At this time, Chen Yi, who was on the white wolf, felt a growing sense of crisis. This sense of crisis. It was like a disaster was about to happen. Just at this moment, a voice came from high in the sky. Want to run? It's not that easy. Then, a blood-red ball of light fell straight from the sky and exploded directly in front of Chen Yi and Bai Lang. Accompanied by a powerful wave of light and air, Chen Yi and Bai Lang both flew backwards. At the same time, the kobold high priest also landed on the ground. Chen Yi looked at the young ogre high priest at this time, and the panel appeared in front of him. Kobold high priest, pseudo-god level boss. Level 20. Basic strength, 167. Basic constitution 189. Basic agility, 200. Basic intelligence, 200. Talent, dog-head intelligence, incarnation of God, temporary. Incarnation of God SS. At this moment, you are the incarnation of God. Gain 1/10,000th of God's power. Skills, banishing magic, blood magic, divine magic. Divine arts, you have mastered all the divine arts learned by the gods. Introduction, the dog-headed high priest who was possessed by the projection of the dog-headed god temporarily regained his youth and mastered unparalleled divine power. Looking at the scene in front of me, Chen Yi was extremely surprised. The projection of the kobold god actually possessed him. Then how do I fight? Just at this moment, the dog-headed high priest looked at where Chen Yi was standing and laughed wildly. Even if you can become invisible, it doesn't matter. I have the eye of God, so I won't be fooled by your invisibility at all. Chen Yi's heart sank when he saw this. This is a pseudo-god level boss. If stealth is no longer effective, then you will have no chance of winning. The only hope now. He could only hope for the resurrection of his own bones. Just at this moment, the kobold high priest directly raised the scepter in his hand. You, a human, have caused us so much harm. We must not let you die so easily today. After saying that, a whip condensed from blood and energy rolled directly towards Chen Yi. Because the speed is too fast, Chen Yi had no way to dodge at all. He was directly swept into the sky by the long whip of blood. The blood whip seems to have some strange energy. Chen Yi was knocked out of his invisible state directly. Looking at Chen Yi, the kobold high priest had a fierce look in his eyes. Another bloody whip appeared. He whipped Chen Yi. Chen Yi suddenly felt extremely painful at this moment. This blood-colored whip seems to have the effect of intensifying the pain. There was nothing wrong with the wound. It was becoming extra painful at this moment. Again and again. There are few good spots on Chen Yi's skin left. Just when Chen Yi felt he was about to faint, a voice came from the body of the kobold high priest. Okay, I want to study how this human extracted talent from the system. Just at this moment. At this moment, a phantom floated out from the body of the kobold high priest. The dog-headed high priest suddenly became like a deflated balloon, and aged at an extremely fast speed. Feel the power disappear from your body. A hint of loss flashed across the eyes of the kobold high priest. That power is so addictive. There is simply no way to quit. Lost that power. The kobold high priest just felt very lost. And here is Chen Yi. The projection of the Null God has arrived in front of Chen Yi. A scanning divine light, shooting out from the eyes of the kobold god's projection. And just at this moment, Chen Yi's left hand was ready to move. Suddenly, an extremely powerful attraction came from Chen Yi's left hand. The projection of the kobold god. There is simply no way to resist. He could feel that his strength was slipping away bit by bit. And the passing power is being absorbed by the human being in front of it. The god of the dogs looked extremely ugly. Damn it! What kind of power is this? There was almost no power to resist. The moment when I was enveloped by this attraction, he would no longer be able to use any of his powers. Just at this moment, the kobold high priest sensed something was wrong. My lord, I am here to help you. After saying that, the kobold high priest cast attack magic at Chen Yi on the ground. A blood-red spear was condensed by him. It would be able to pierce through Chen Yi's chest in the next second. And just at this moment, ouch! The white wolf jumped out from the side. He started to bite the kobold high priest. Lines of arcane energy began to expand and explode. The kobold high priest was beaten so hard that he staggered. For a while, the kobold high priest was unable to perform any skills. Chen Yi was excited when he saw it. Good job. Then the attraction in my hand began to gradually increase. Until the end. Damn it, I won't let you go! Accompanied by an unwilling roar. The projection of the dog-headed god was completely absorbed by Chen Yi. A voice also came to Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations on devouring the phantom of the kobold god and successfully obtaining the characteristic, false god. False god, you have all the qualities of a god, but not his power. See this. Chen Yi was speechless. After swallowing for a long time, you were given this? Just at this moment, Chen Yi suddenly felt a slight discomfort in his palm. A tiny black fragment appeared in the palm of his hand. Fragment of the godhead of the kobold god. Introduction: 1/10,000th of the godhood of the kobold god. Its purpose is unknown, but the kobold god will lose 1/10,000th of his power forever. See this. Chen Yi was shocked. Good job. It turned out to be a fragment of the godhead. Chen Yi never expected to get something like this. But let's not worry about what this thing is useful for now. The most important thing now is to deal with this kobold high priest. Then, Chen Yi put the fragments of the divine nature into the storage space. Just put it in storage space. The fragments of the divine nature exerted a strong repulsive force on the surrounding objects. Push everything else aside. A vacuum is formed around oneself. Chen Yi didn't care about that. Bring out the glory of holiness. He shot an arrow at the kobold high priest. Whoosh! The arrow pierced directly into the shoulder of the kobold high priest. The kobold high priest looked at the disappearing projection of the kobold god in disbelief. He had no idea. What are the means? It can allow this human to defeat the projection of the kobold god. Even if it's just a projection. But he is also a god. Even if it's only 1/10 of the power, it's definitely not something these level 20 scum can compare to. Just when the kobold high priest was losing his mind, Chen Yi shot another arrow. Whoosh! The kobold high priest was unable to dodge. This time, the wound pierced directly through the chest. For a while, the kobold high priest was bleeding profusely from his chest. In addition to the fact that he had overdrawn his strength just now, his eyes began to become unfocused. Ouch! The white wolf used its claws to slap the ogre high priest aside. Chen Yi then fired another arrow. Then a voice came to my ear. Congratulations, you have plundered the kobold high priest's gift of kobold wisdom. The intelligence of the dog head has increased 100-fold, and the increase is the best dog head. Chapter 75. Sniping Emperor Kendall, the Kobold's Final Madness. Dog Head Top. Rank A. Effect: your wisdom is extremely smart, and your intelligence grows. Just when Chen Yi had not had time to check the specific properties of the dog-headed beast, another voice came. Doghead Devouring God automatically devours Doghead Supreme, adding a new effect. Devouring the energy body has a certain chance to increase its own basic intelligence. Hear this. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Is this a similar effect to predatory power? But as an archer, what the hell do I need so much intelligence for? However, that shield ring can make use of some intelligence. It's better than nothing. At this time, The white wolf has already started to eat the kobold high priest. Chen Yi didn't stop him after seeing it. After all, my injuries haven't healed yet. The torture just now. Chen Yi didn't want to come again a second time. At this time, Chen Yi took the staff from the kobold high priest. The staff looks like some kind of animal. Blood staff. Magic damage 13. Enchantment: when attacking an enemy, there is a certain chance of damaging the enemy's health. Introduction: a staff made of blood-hunting dragon bones that can destroy the enemy's blood balance. This blood staff is pretty good. Definitely a good replacement. Then, Chen Yi directly listed it on the exchange. And notes: exchange it for equipment, or items of equal value. Then Chen Yi closed the system panel. The biggest crisis since the time travel has been overcome, and Chen Yi feels much more relaxed. At the same time, a faint sense of crisis arose in my heart. My strength is still too weak. But this is the level cap of this world. There is simply no way to continue improving. Another thing is that there are too few monsters with high-level talents. Plunder those low-level talents. Chen Yi couldn't feel any improvement. Unless the fusion conditions are met. Only by integrating talents can you obtain talents that are useful in improving your combat power. Chen Yi felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. Looking forward to entering the next level world. The level cap for the next level world is level 30. Presumably, talent will also be taken to the next level. At this time, Chen Yi is under the influence of the blessing of wildness. All the wounds on the body have healed. Look at the situation. In a few days, the injury will be completely healed. Then, Chen Yi looked at the white wolf. Let's go back. This time we have to deal with these dog-headed men properly. Bai Lang understood what Chen Yi said. Then he jumped up excitedly. Then he carried Chen Yi back. At this time, Kobold Palace. The new Emperor, Candle, was sitting quietly on the throne alone. The voices and smiles of those brothers and children from the past seemed to be still fresh in my mind yesterday. The price of being an emperor. For him. A bit big. Now, he really became a lonely man. Think of this. A kind of power suddenly emerged in his heart. Summon the maid beside her. Call all my concubines. Yes. Chen Yi at this time already arrived at the wall of the palace. And in front of him, it is the bedroom where the dog-headed emperor resides. Go invisible. Chen Yi just waited quietly. At this time, all the kobold royals had been sacrificed. Various rumors spread throughout the kobold palace. No one is seriously patrolling and keeping watch anymore. The kobold high priest is gone. Now Chen Yi was not worried at all about being discovered. It lasted until noon the next day. The dog-headed emperor yawned, held his waist, and walked towards the hall with a tired look on his face. Obviously, he was very tired yesterday. Because all the royal family members died. The servants around him all looked nervous. They were afraid that their emperor would kill people if he disagreed with them. Just at this moment, Chen Yi has raised the holy glory in his hand. Whoosh! Shoot with great precision! A stream of light shot out directly. In the shocked eyes of everyone, this dog-headed emperor, who had just ascended the throne a few days ago, died in the harem in public. And after Chen Yi killed the ogre emperor, an announcement came. Human Chen Yi successfully killed the kobold emperor Candle. His title, Kobold Killer, was uprated to Kobold Nemesis. It has been detected that the royal bloodline of the kobolds has been completely severed. The basic attributes of all kobolds have dropped by 50%. After 10 announcements. The announcement sounded 10 times, leaving both the Terrans and the Gnolls stunned. What follows? It's the ecstasy of the human race and the dejection of the dog-headed people. At this time in the World Channel, news about Chen Yi was all over the place. Oh my god, is Boss Chen Yi so awesome? He cut off the bloodline of the royal family of the kobolds with his own strength. Although I don't know how many people there are in this royal family of kobolds, they are royal families, so there must be quite a few of them. But they were all killed by Boss Chen Yi without exception. This is simply unimaginable. That's right. Besides, the basic attributes of other kobolds have all been reduced by 50%. What the hell are they doing? I used to avoid kobolds when I saw them, but now I chase them. The basic attributes have dropped by 50%. I feel like this kobold's strength has dropped too much. A 50% decrease in basic attributes is definitely not as simple as a 50% decrease in strength, but a direct decrease of 80%, or even more. It used to take 3 of us to defeat 1 kobold, but now 1 person can defeat 3 kobolds. You're right. This basic attribute has little effect on our strength before 10 points, but after 10 points, I can feel the increase in strength with every point increase. Brothers, are you going to kill the kobolds together? Team up, team up! We are not afraid of these kobolds. For a while, there are many more shouts and cries of killing in the world. At this time, those dog-headed people were also completely confused. Especially not in the royal city. Those dog-headed men didn't know what was going on. They all stared at each other. What's going on? Are all the royal bloodlines dead? Is it really necessary to be so outrageous? Especially when they felt their power disappear, all the gnolls panicked. The previous level and attribute advantages over humans are now gone. The kobolds were filled with fear. They have already thought about their future fate. That means being exterminated by the human race. Then the human race defeated the world boss and left this world that was about to be destroyed. Therefore, to the surprise of humans, the kobold, having lost 50% of its basic attributes, began to counterattack even more frantically. Although the strength is not as good as before, but morale has increased many times. However, morale can only work when the gap in strength between the two sides is small. There is such a huge gap in strength between the two sides now. Morale can play only a small role. At this time, Chen Yi, my private messages are almost flooded. Final. Chen Yi said it so that only friends can send private messages, so that private messages are not so crazy. Lu Tianming. Chen Yi, you are indeed the best. Your talent is definitely more than just A level. I hope we can always be friends in the future. Chen Yi. Of course, after all, we knew each other in the last world. Lu Xiaobei. Chen Yi, awesome! I'm not as good as you. You must be an SSS level talent. Your future achievements will definitely far exceed mine. Chen Yi. Haha, no way, you're being modest. I've seen all your screenshots before. I can't even catch up with that kind of attack. Lu Tsongyun. Boss, I never thought that you would do such an earth-shattering feat after you left. Please accept my knee. I don't know when I can treat you to a meal again. Chen Yi. No need to eat. The Kobold King's city is leaderless now. It's a good time to launch a massive attack. Lu Tsongyun. Thank you for the reminder. I will contact other guilds and attack the Kobold King's city. Qin Mu. I didn't expect you to have come so far now. Chen Yi. Of course, I haven't stopped yet, and you are not allowed to stop either. Lang Qi. It's been such a long time since we last met. Your legend is everywhere in the martial arts world. I never thought you were the big boss. Haha, if you have time, come to the elemental land to play. There are many extremely beautiful elemental creatures in the elemental land. Chen Yi looked at the private message. I started to reply one by one. When he saw Lang Qi's message, his heart couldn't help but move. The land of elements. Are there a lot of elemental creatures in there? If you say that, wouldn't it be useful for my own dog-headed god-eater? Moreover, these elemental creatures all have good talents. It is also a good opportunity to plunder the talents of these elemental creatures. Therefore, Chen Yi and Lang Qi chatted a little more. How is it now? Is everything going well? Chen Yi's message just came. Lang Qi came back. Everything is fine. After all, I am a knight with A-level talent. I am popular everywhere. Now I have joined the Sanren Hall. The president is a shield warrior with S-level talent named Mingjiu. In addition to me, there are 3 A-level talents and 19 B-level talents in the guild. Most of the high-level talents have gone to the old Chang'an now, so it's hard for our small guild to survive. After Chen Yi saw it. Then he replied. No way. A small guild has its own advantages. I'm planning to go to the elemental land next. I want to see what the elemental creatures there look like. When I saw Chen Yi was coming to the land of elements, Lang Chi suddenly became excited. Then he replied to Chen Yi's message. Okay, you're welcome to come anytime. I just don't know if you're close to the elemental land. Most of the world map is lit up now, so you can definitely take a look. Good. Then Chen Yi opened the world map. He found out. Except for some remote and dangerous places that are not lit, the map is already over 80% lit. The place where he is now is called Pinguiyuan. It is about 2,000 kilometers away from the elemental land. With the speed of White Wolf, it will probably take 1 day and 1 night to get there. Except for some time to rest after killing monsters, it won't take more than 2 days at most. Then Chen Yi replied, Okay, I'll leave now. If I'm delayed on the way, I'll probably arrive the day after tomorrow. Okay, I'll be waiting for you, sir. Chapter 76, Elemental Land, Unknown Life Forms in the Cave. The Land of Elements. It's a place full of weird weather, due to the anomalies of elemental creatures and various elemental energies. The water is here. Sometimes the direction of flow changes suddenly. It can even flow from low places to high places. The sky was originally clear. The next second, the sky will be covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. Magma often erupts from the ground, gathering into various magma pools. And next to the magma pool. But the sky was covered with frost and snow. When Chen Yi came here, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Good job. This place is not a place for people to live at all. That's Sanren Hall. I don't know what's going on. They actually chose this place as the gathering place. When Lang Chi learned that Chen Yi had reached the outskirts of the elemental land, he hurried over from the elemental land to greet Chen Yi. When Lang Chi came in front of Chen Yi's first impression was that Lang Chi was rather thin. He was so thin that only a thin layer of skin remained on his face. There is no presence of any subcutaneous fat. But he looks like a scholar. The equipment you wear. There is an inexplicable elemental aura. It seems to be a specialty of the elemental land. Speaking of which, this was the first time Lang Chi and Chen Yi met. Chen Yi looked at Lang Chi. Then he asked, Why did you think of building a gathering place here? I think this place is simply uninhabitable. Lang Chi smiled after hearing this. That's why we set up the guild camp here. The kobolds will also think that this place is uninhabitable, so we are very safe here. Besides, the monsters here have not been cleansed by the kobolds, and our level is also among the top. Hearing Lang Chi say this, Chen Yi nodded. Indeed. Now that all the monsters have been killed by the ogres, this place is the best choice. At this time, Lang Chi then said, Let's not stay here for now, let's go to the camp and talk. The campsite is where the elements are most balanced in the entire elemental land, so there isn't the extreme weather like outside. Chen Yi nodded. Okay, I understand. Then Chen Yi followed Lang Chi towards the camp of Sanren Hall. We advanced about 30 kilometers. Chen Yi saw many wooden houses from afar. There are also many people working there. When we arrived at the camp, Lang Chi clapped his hands at this time. Everyone, stop what you are doing. Boss Chen Yi is here. Let's welcome him. After saying that, the people in the camp immediately showed curious looks. Then they lined up and clapped their hands and cheered. Welcome, welcome! The applause lasted for a long time. At this time, a warrior wrapped in golden armor appeared in front of Chen Yi. Look at the golden warrior. A strange look appeared on Chen Yi's face. Good job. Isn't this the person who killed enemies with me on the racial battlefield before? Because the pace on the battlefield is too fast. They were teleported away without even knowing each other's names. I didn't expect this guy to be Mingjio, the president of this guild. Just at this moment, Mingjio saw Chen Yi. But he knew Chen Yi, so he walked forward. It's been 7 days since we last met on the racial battlefield. Chen Yi nodded. Yeah, indeed. Tonight will probably be the next time the race battlefield is teleported. But now that the kobolds have become so weak, I don't think there's anything to be afraid of. Mingjio laughed. All this is thanks to you. Then Mingjio looked around. Come on, let's go to a quieter place to talk. Good. Then Chen Yi was taken to a quiet wooden house. Let White Wolf wait outside the house. Chen Yi walked in with them. The area here is very large. And there is a lot of wooden furniture. Obviously, life here has become normal. Chen Yi, Mingjio, and Lang Qi sat on the wooden chairs. They started talking around a sand table of elemental land. At this time, Mingjio looked at Chen Yi. Chen Yi, I won't beat around the bush now. Since you can come, it means you trust us. Recently, our people discovered a suspicious cave in the deepest part of this elemental land. The elemental fluctuations in there are extremely powerful. I suspect there is some elemental life in there that is hostile to us. If that's the case, then the safety of our guild members cannot be guaranteed. And even for me, it would be hard to last long in that environment after entering. There is a person in our guild who possesses the A-level talent, Frost Rager, who can transform himself into an ice element. He went in multiple times but couldn't get very deep either. In the end, we came to a conclusion that this cave seems to have consciousness. No matter who enters for too long, they will be discovered and expelled by the cave. So I want you to help us explore the way. After all, you have the gift of invisibility. I think you should be able to avoid the detection of that cave. Hear this. Chen Yi nodded. Yeah, if invisibility is possible, I'll try it. Hear this. Mingjio nodded excitedly. Okay, I'll definitely be able to do that. Chen Yi looked at the time. It's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the next racial war will begin. If you were teleported, then there would be no way to explore the cave. Then Chen Yi looked at Mingjio and Lang Qi and said, Everything will be fine after 12 o'clock in the evening if I am not teleported away. If you've been teleported away, come back after the racial war is over. Hear this. Mingjio and Lang Qi both nodded. Mingjio said at this time, It's time for dinner now, let's eat first. Speaking of this, Lang Qi suddenly became excited. The boss bought a lot of condiments at the ethnic store, such as cumin, 13-spice chili powder, etc. Here, you can eat authentic barbecue. Hear this. Chen Yi was a little surprised. I didn't expect ethnic stores to sell this kind of stuff. It seems that I didn't observe carefully before. If you have various seasonings, you won't have to grill food raw in the future. Although he now has a large storage of emerald honey. But the desire for food and drink. Occasionally you still have to satisfy yourself. Then Chen Yi had a meal with Mingjio and the others. At night, the guild members gathered around a bonfire. There are also various singing and dancing performances to watch. These beauties all studied singing and dancing before they traveled through time. Now, it is a very good choice to add a little fun to life. During this period, many beauties also flirted with Chen Yi. But Chen Yi didn't feel anything. He already looked down upon women, and his greatest pursuit now was to become stronger and stronger. As for women, after reaching the peak, wouldn't it be nice to find a goddess? Soon it was 12 o'clock. A voice resounded throughout the world. The second racial battlefield has begun. Since the bloodline of the Kobold royal family has been cut off, the number of people teleported this time is 50% of the total population of the two races. Then, many people around Chen Yi turned into a beam of white light and disappeared. At the same time, Mingjio is also missing. Only Lang Qi is left here. Lang Qi felt relieved after seeing this. Luckily I wasn't teleported away. I'll just lead the way for you from now on. Chen Yi nodded. Stand up. At least half of the people in the guild camp are missing. This time it's really a big deal. 50% of the total population, the two ethnic groups together have about 1 billion people. Wait until next time. Maybe 100% of the population. After killing all the kobolds, humans will be able to obtain the authority to kill the world boss. And thus leave this world that is about to be destroyed. Early the next morning, Chen Yi woke up in the guest room. And Lang Qi was already waiting outside Chen Yi's door. Chen Yi walked out the door. In this elemental land, although it was only 5 o'clock in the morning, the sky was already bright. Then finished the meal. Lang Qi led Chen Yi towards the north of the elemental land. That is the deepest part of the elemental land. The closer. Extreme weather around us occurs more frequently. There was a constant flow of wind, frost, rain, and snow. Chen Yi saw this. He rode directly on the white wolf and placed Lang Qi behind him. The white wolf turned into a shadow. He ran directly in the direction Lang Qi pointed. About 2 hours later. That is 8 o'clock in the morning. The white wolf dragged Chen Yi and Lang Qi to a towering mountain. This mountain covers an area of several hundred square kilometers. The tallest one towers into the clouds. You can't even see the top there. Just at this moment, Lang Qi looked at Chen Yi. Chen Yi, that cave is right next to the highest peak, the very short peak. Hear this. Chen Yi nodded. Okay, I understand. Then, Chen Yi let the white wolf run towards that mountain. We stopped about 1 kilometer away from the foot of the mountain. Because the mountain is surrounded by a river that is over 1,000 meters wide. Want to go over? Only swimming and boating are allowed. Lang Qi said at this time. The person with the Frost Rage talent has been teleported to the racial battlefield. In the past, he always used Frost Strike to freeze the river and let us pass. In this situation, we can only swim across. After hearing this, Chen Yi waved his hand. No, just wait here. Then, Chen Yi directly used his mental power to make himself float in the air. See, Chen Yi can fly. Lang Qi was surprised. Because in his impression, only the mage profession has such skills. Chen Yi, an archer, can actually fly. This is simply incredible. Just at this moment, Chen Yi has already controlled his body to fly away. This was the first time he used the floating feature to its full potential. Mental energy is being consumed rapidly. But due to the blessing of the wild, 1000% of the mental power is restored. So we can hold on for now. 5 minutes later, Chen Yi successfully floated to the other side of the river. After Lang Qi saw it, I couldn't help but feel relieved. It's safe now. Chapter 77, The World Boss That Has Not Yet Been Conceived, Stealing the Heart of the Mountain. Chen Yi sent a message to Lang Qi through the system. Wait for my good news. Okay, your pet and I will be waiting for you here. Then, Chen Yi walked deeper into the cave. Here in the elemental land, plants are very scarce. The surrounding mountains are bare. The surrounding environment made him feel depressed. According to Mingjiu, the elemental power here is extremely rich. Perhaps it was the oppression caused by the invisible elemental forces. Chen Yi walked forward. He saw a cave at the foot of a mountain. There were some weeds growing sporadically outside the cave entrance. And looking from the outside in, there was nothing to be seen in the cave at all. Then, Chen Yi entered invisible mode. When Chen Yi entered invisible state, a surprising scene appeared. That is, the elemental forces around seemed to have lost their target. The sense of oppression that Chen Yi originally felt disappeared here. Then, Chen Yi walked into the cave. Just walked in. He heard the sound of the wind. But I didn't feel the wind. This strange phenomenon only occurs in the elemental land. As Chen Yi went deeper, the sound of the wind around me became louder and louder, until it reached the point where I had to cover my ears. In front of Chen Yi, at this time, a strange light also appeared. It is a kind of blue mineral that naturally emits a glow. Located throughout the cave, lighting up the dark scenery. And the sound of the wind. It is these minerals that emit it. Chen Yi looked at the ores. Then he began to check the properties of these minerals. Lazuli. Introduction: stone formed by the condensation of wind elements, containing extremely rich wind elements, can be used to create equipment to increase speed. Available for forging secondary professions. Look at these lapis lazuli. Chen Yi tried to break it. But the lapis lazuli remained motionless. It seems that special methods are needed to collect these lapis lazuli stones. Chen Yi didn't care. Instead, he continued to move forward along the light of the lapis lazuli. At this time, stone pillars appeared in front of Chen Yi. Some of the stone pillars extend downward from the top of the cave, while others grow from the bottom to the top. In this deeper place, there are stone pillars like this everywhere. Chen Yi's movements were even hindered. Walk around carefully. Chen Yi accidentally kicked a stone pillar. Almost instantly, a powerful air current came directly from the deepest part of the cave. Chen Yi was careless for a moment. The body was blown into the air. He quickly grabbed the 2 stone pillars beside him and avoided being blown away. When the airflow stops, Chen Yi continued to walk deeper. After what happened just now, Chen Yi didn't dare to touch these stone pillars anymore. These stone pillars are like some kind of mechanism. As long as it is touched, the corresponding element will be triggered. We continued walking forward for another 500 meters. Finally, in front of Chen Yi, a stone door appeared. It seemed that the airflow just now came from this stone gate. Chen Yi looked at the stone gate. I looked at the stone pillars again. I understood immediately. This is the switch to open the stone door. But you also have to withstand the strong airflow to get in. Chen Yi thinks that with his current strength, it is impossible to do this. Then, Chen Yi set his sights on the world store. When the race war started, he gained another 300 points. Maybe you can take a look. Is there any prop that can help him keep his body steady in this strong airflow? Chen Yi opens the store. Start browsing. Just at this moment, a prop caught his attention. Wind shelter beads, 300 points. Introduction. Holding it in your hand, you can avoid being blown away by the wind, but you cannot be immune to the damage caused by wind skills. See this. Chen Yi felt a little pain. Have to. The 300 points I just earned are gone before I can even warm up to them. Then, Chen Yi spent 300 points. Bought the wind-fixing pearl. A crystal bead that seemed to have a nebula slowly rotating inside appeared in Chen Yi's hand. Holding the windproof bead, Chen Yi kicked the stone pillar. Really? The tightly closed stone door suddenly opened. A powerful airflow directly hit Chen Yi's body. But Chen Yi held the windproof bead in his hand. The light emitted by the windproof beads formed a sheltered area in this strong airflow. Chen Yi walked directly into the stone gate. When you walk into the stone gate, the stone door also slammed shut. What caught Chen Yi's eyes? It is a huge circular cave. Many blood-red vines hung down from the dome. The vines are densely packed in this circular cave. Dot after dot. It seems that there is some special connection between these vines. And just at this moment, Chen Yi began to walk deeper. Because he found a high platform in the center of the vines. This platform is covered with various elemental patterns. And above the platform, a crystal clear gem is shining there. The gem is suspended above the platform. The radiance emitted. All of them were absorbed by the surrounding blood-colored vines. It seems that this gem is the sun in the world of these vines. Just when Chen Yi was about to get closer, the vines began to move. They launched an attack towards Chen Yi. Just when Chen Yi wanted to force his way through, a voice rang in his ears. You are approaching the altar of God. Only God can approach the altar of God. Hear this. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Good job. The altar of God? Then, Chen Yi remembered the characteristics he obtained from the god of dog-headed men. False god. In addition to God's power, it has all the qualities of God. Think of this. Chen Yi directly began to use the pseudo-god characteristics. By the way, the light feature was also turned on. That's all. A god full of light descended into the cave at this moment. The holy glory behind Chen Yi. It seems that he sensed this change. He actually began to tremble with excitement. The surrounding vines felt Chen Yi's temperament. They all left. And the altar of God. There was no resistance to Chen Yi's changes. Chen Yi walked up to the platform smoothly. On the high platform, the attribute panel of that gem. At this moment, he also appeared in front of Chen Yi. Heart of the Mountain. Introduction. A gem containing a large amount of rock elements can give birth to an extremely powerful elemental life. Chen Yi saw this. He directly took the heart of the mountain in his hand. After all, activating the pseudo-god characteristics consumes too much mental energy. It's better to take the most precious thing first. At the same time, the cave suddenly began to shake. After he took the heart of the mountain, the cave lost its supporting force and began to collapse, with rubble falling continuously. See this change? Place the heart of the mountain in the storage space. Chen Yi quickly ran back the same way he came. The stone door of the cave had also been opened at this time. Chen Yi's journey back was smooth. When running out of the cave, the entire small mountain began to collapse. Chen Yi uses the floating feature. Fly towards the other side. When Chen Yi flew to the other side, the entire mountain also just happened to collapse. Lost the support of the heart of the mountain. Only an empty shell remains of this mountain. Collapse is inevitable. At this time, Lang Qi and Bai Lang also ran over. Lang Qi was so shocked that he was speechless when he saw the collapsed mountain. After a long time, he said, "Why did this mountain collapse?" Chen Yi smiled. "I defeated an elemental life inside, and that elemental life died, so it collapsed." Hearing Chen Yi say this, Lang Qi nodded. "Accept this fact." "Oh my god, you are amazing! I can feel that the elemental life must be very powerful." Chen Yi smiled. "Of course, if I didn't happen to have the props to restrain it, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come out now." Lang Qi was just about to say something else. An announcement was made around the world. The birth of the world boss failed. The birth of the world boss failed. After the third racial war is over, a monster will be randomly amplified to become the world boss. The announcement was broadcast 3 times. Oh my goodness, the world boss failed to be bred, and a random monster was amplified. Could it be that the mana WYRM I just defeated yesterday could also become the world boss? Yes, for us, the failure of the birth of the world boss is nothing, but for the monster who can become the world boss, it is a miracle of life. It doesn't matter what you fight, so will the amplified world boss become even stronger? There's no way to verify this. Anyway, we can't compare the bosses of 2 worlds together, right? Come to think of it, they are all world bosses, so is there any difference between strong and weak? I think that this amplified world boss is definitely not as strong as the bred world boss. After all, one directly gains power, and the other grows slowly. Why think so much? There are so many high-level talents. I, with my F-level talent, am afraid I can't even get close to the body of the world boss. You're right. If the sky falls, there's always someone taller to hold it up. Haven't you noticed what will happen after the third race war? I'm afraid that when the third race war comes, everyone will fight together. What are you afraid of? Just do it. Chen Yi is here. When I heard this announcement, Lang Qi was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The way he looked at Chen Yi became different. The birth of the world boss failed. Could it be that the elemental life you just killed is the world boss? Chen Yi was also very confused. The heart of the mountain. It turned out to be a tool created by the world boss. No wonder it is the altar of God. Except for God, no other creature can get close. But who could have known that Chen Yi had acquired the characteristics of a pseudo-god? By various coincidences, Chen Yi directly destroyed the gestation of the world boss. And the heart of the mountain. I'm afraid it's an incredible prop. Then Chen Yi shook his head at Lang Qi. I don't know, but that elemental creature is indeed a little weak for me at this stage. Chapter 78. Swallowing the heart of the mountain, the white wolf turned into a girl. Hearing Chen Yi say this, Lang Qi nodded. Perhaps that world boss is still in its infancy. If it's in its juvenile state, its strength is definitely not as strong as an adult. Yeah, that's right. Chen Yi gave his affirmation. The threat here has now been lifted. Lang Qi said at this time. Then Chen Yi, let's leave. You have been fighting for so long, you must be very tired. Hearing Lang Qi say this, Chen Yi shook his head. I want to take a look at this elemental land and help my pet white wolf improve his combat experience. Hear this. Lang Chi nodded. Okay, I'll go back first and tell the others the news. Yeah, go ahead. Then, Lang Chi left here. Chen Yi was looking at the surrounding mountains. My heart is filled with excitement. This is an undeveloped area. There must be a lot of talents that I haven't plundered. I saw Lang Chi had already walked away. Chen Yi took out the heart of the mountain. He wanted to see what was so wonderful about the heart of the mountain that could give birth to the world's boss. And just when Chen Yi took out the heart of the mountain, the quiet white wolf nearby suddenly became agitated. His eyes were fixed on the heart of the mountain, filled with longing. I saw that the white wolf actually wanted the heart of the mountain. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Does White Wolf want the heart of the mountain? Then, Chen Yi directly threw the heart of the mountain in front of the white wolf. The white wolf howled. He swallowed the heart of the mountain directly into his stomach. At the same time, the blue lines on the white wolf's body suddenly began to change color. Final. Everything turned golden yellow. At the same time, a large amount of rock elements were released from the white wolf's body, constantly transforming the attributes of the white wolf. Instead of feeling any pain, the white wolf looked comfortable. Gradually, a thin layer of rocky crust appeared on the surface of the white wolf. In the end, the white wolf was completely wrapped in it. At the same time, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ears. Your pet white wolf has undergone an unknown evolution. Please wait for the evolution to end. Chen Yi looked at the white wolf in front of him that was completely wrapped in golden rocks. I couldn't help but feel a little excited. I wonder what kind of changes will happen after the white wolf devours the heart of the mountain that gave birth to the world's boss. Then, Chen Yi waited quietly beside the white wolf. Just at this moment, it started to rain heavily. This is what the elemental land is like. The weather changes suddenly, without any regularity at all. Just at this moment, in the river beside, suddenly, a humanoid water element rose up. The water element is 2 meters tall. The water element saw Chen Yi. He launched the attack without hesitation. A water arrow attacked Chen Yi. Chen Yi saw this. Quickly enter stealth mode. The water element, having lost its target, immediately looked around in confusion. I have no idea. Where did the enemy I was targeting just now go? Chen Yi was standing aside. The basic properties of the water element were retrieved. See what talents this water element has. Then, an attribute panel appeared in front of Chen Yi at this moment. River water element. Level 18. Basic strength, 17. Basic constitution 2-1. Basic agility, 15. Basic intelligence, 22. Talent, liquid body. Liquid body, D. Being a river element made of water, it is immune to 50% physical attacks and 90% water elemental attacks. Skills, water arrow, water healing. Introduction, water elements living in the rivers of the elemental land have the power to heal other lives. Looking at the water element in front of him, Chen Yi raised the holy glory in his hand. The enchanted echo arrow was also placed on the bowstring. Whoosh! The echo arrow flew over carrying the attributes of light and fire. Boom! A burst of flames instantly appeared on the surface of the water element's body. The liquid body of the water element was directly blown into pieces. But the water element did not die from this blow. Instead, he continued to search for targets around him. I have no idea. What should be done to find the person who attacked it? After Chen Yi saw it, just step forward. The power of God devouring is activated. The power of this dog-headed god-eating creature can target all living things composed of energy. The water element is no exception. Followed by a terrifying suction force. The water element was immediately sucked into Chen Yi's palm. The water that makes up the body is now continuously falling toward the ground. Final. The energy that makes up the water element was directly swallowed up by Chen Yi. At this moment, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the water elemental talent, liquid body. Liquid body is amplified 100-fold, becoming pure water body. Pure water body. Rank B. Effect: you can consume your mental energy to transform into a body of pure water. In this state, you are immune to physical attacks and water element attacks. Congratulations, you have successfully devoured the energy of the water element and gained the water element characteristic, life. Life: you can use a large amount of energy to create life out of thin air. The quality and level of life are determined by the energy you invest. Congratulations, the dog-headed devouring god is activated, and you gain 0.1 points of basic intelligence. Look at the newly acquired talents and characteristics. Chen Yi was extremely satisfied. Comfortable. This pure water body is just a weakened version of the flame walker with another attribute. Lu Tianming's is an A-level talent. In addition to being immune to fire damage and physical damage, it can also enhance the power of fire skills by 10 times. But my pure water body is not bad either. Chen Yi doesn't ask for that much. Then, Chen Yi walked towards the white wolf. The only thing to worry about now is white wolf. I don't know when the white wolf will be able to complete its evolution. That's all. Chen Yi waited from day to night. During this period, Lang Qi sent a message, wanting to ask about the situation on Chen Yi's side. Chen Yi simply gave a reason and got away with it. Final. At dawn the next day, the outer layer of rock on the white wolf began to fall off, accompanied by crackling sounds. Final. A brand new white wolf appeared in front of Chen Yi. The white wolf's height remained unchanged at this time, but the original blue lines had turned into golden lines. At the same time, a golden vertical eye even grew on his forehead. Chen Yi then chose to check the basic attributes of the white wolf. White wolf. Level 20. Basic strength, 56. Basic constitution 47. Basic agility, 69. Basic intelligence, 44. Talent, body of the rock god. Geogod body SS can transform between Geogod form and normal wolf form at will. In rock god form, the power of all rock skills increases 100 times and gains 99% damage reduction. In normal wolf form, movement speed increases by 1000%, attack speed increases by 1000%, and skills have no cooldown. Skills: petrification ray, rock gun, earth shaking, meteorite falling from the sky. Introduction: the white wolf that devoured the heart of the mountain gained the extremely powerful form of the rock god. Look at the current attributes of the white wolf. Chen Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Good job. Is this the current attribute of the white wolf? And also obtained SS level talent. This SS level talent is a talent that simply increases combat power, and is much stronger than his god-devouring power in the early stages. TSK. Chen Yi looked at the white wolf at this time. White wolf, change your form. I want to see what the rock god form looks like. After hearing this, white wolf nodded. Then the transformation began. At the same time, a strong golden light appeared on the outer layer of the white wolf's body. After the dazzling golden light, a girl wearing golden rock armor appeared in front of Chen Yi at this moment. The girl was about 1.75 meters tall, with a very well-proportioned body, white hair that fell to her waist, and an extremely beautiful face. The legs appear straight and long. There is a wild temperament all over the body that makes people want to conquer it. No skin covered by armor. It is also extremely lustrous and delicate. Look at the white wolf's current appearance. Chen Yi couldn't help but be stunned. Good job. Is this the rock god form? At this time, Bai Lang looked at Chen Yi and tilted his head. Master, what's wrong with you? I saw that the white wolf could actually speak. Chen Yi was a little surprised. This heart of the mountain is so awesome. He directly transformed his pet into a human form. Chen Yi nodded. Now you can talk? Bai Lang walked up to Chen Yi and hugged him. Yes, master, I can speak now. I was so anxious when I couldn't speak before. Seeing White Wolf like this, Chen Yi didn't refuse either. Except that the rock armor was a bit uncomfortable. Other places are quite comfortable. Change back now. I need to find other elemental life forms. I need you to carry me. Yes, master. Then. The white wolf changed back. See the white wolf change back. Chen Yi rode directly on the back of the white wolf. Run slowly. The most important thing now is to find different elemental creatures. Ouch! The white wolf barked. Just run forward. And I am trying hard to restrain myself from running too fast. Now his speed. After the bonus of the body of the rock god, it has reached 1,390 kilometers per hour. It has exceeded the speed of sound. If it runs at full speed, without the bonus of a strong physique, the person riding it can easily die suddenly. Just after the white wolf ran about 30,000 meters, Chen Yi directly let it stop at a mountain peak. Because he saw a different scene here. There was a faint glow of fire inside the mountain, and the mountain breeze was accompanied by a smell of sulfur. He guessed. There must be a pool of magma in here. In that case, that means there is a high possibility of the presence of fire element in it. Then, the white wolf ran straight across the river. Now at its speed. No need to worry about falling into the water. When we reached the peak, Chen Yi jumped off the white wolf. And what caught his eye? It is a huge magma pool. Above the lava pool, there are many floating fire elements running rampant there. Chapter 79, Fusion of Elemental Talents, Obtaining S-Level Talent, Elemental Body. Flame Element. Level 18. Basic Strength, 23. Basic Constitution, 24. Basic Agility, 12. Basic Intelligence, 10. Talent, Body of Flame. Body of Flame, D. An elf whose body is made of flames, immune to 90% physical attacks and 50% fire elemental attacks. Skill, Fireball. Introduction. The flame elves living near the magma pool have powerful flame energy, and are definitely a good source of fire for cooking. Chen Yi saw this. He shot an arrow directly at one of the flame elements. The arrow went through. It didn't cause much damage, but it also led the flame element out of the magma pool. Chen Yi saw this. Directly entered the invisible state. He used the doghead god-eating technique on the flame element. The god-devouring power continues to surge. The flames around the flame element dissipated rapidly. At the same time, a voice also rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the flame elemental talent, Body of Fiery Flame. Body of Blazing Fire is amplified 100-fold, becoming Body of Pure Fire. Pure Fire Body. Rank B. Effect: you can consume your mental energy to transform into a body of pure fire. In this state, you are immune to physical attacks and fire elemental attacks. Congratulations, you have successfully devoured the flame elemental energy and gained the flame elemental attribute, Ashes. Ashes. When you have used up all the energy in your body, you will temporarily gain Ash energy. Ash energy is transformed into life force, and you will only gain it when you are at the end of your rope. Look at your newly acquired characteristics. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Isn't this feature the best way to counterattack in a desperate situation? Good. Among the many features, Chen Yi feels that this one is the most practical. Other features. All I can say is that something is better than nothing. The pseudo-god characteristics are only useful in special occasions. Then Chen Yi swallowed all the other flame elements. He rode the white wolf all over the map. In the following period of time, Chen Yi then plundered other elements one after another. Not only did he gain a basic intelligence of 14.3, he also obtained 7 elemental talents: pure wind body, pure earth body, pure ice body, pure dark body, pure light body, pure thunder body, and pure wood body. At the same time, 7 more characteristics were acquired. Features: activation, intoxication, awakening, blooming, balance, revenge, clarity. Activate: you can actively activate your physical strength, allowing you to be full of energy when you are in trouble. This activates the feature. It is not of much use to Chen Yi. At most, you can be resurrected with full health when you wake up. Or if you encounter a monster that can use the sleeping skill, you can directly become immune to the sleeping effect. Intoxication: you can easily become obsessed with something, and your work efficiency will increase by an additional 30%. This feature. It is still very useful to Chen Yi. For some things, if you can calm down and focus, your work efficiency will be greatly improved. Not to mention the additional 30% increase in work efficiency. Wake up, you can wake up all sleeping creatures. When Chen Yi saw this feature, it feels useless. After all, no one needs to be awakened by oneself. If there is a sleeping beauty in this world, I would consider it. Bloom, when you are in combat, there is a chance to increase all your damage by 0.1%. This effect can be stacked infinitely during combat, and disappears after you leave combat. This property increases your own damage. This is what Chen Yi values very much. If we fight a protracted war, so to the end, the damage boost you get will be an astronomical figure. This feature is extremely useful. After all, it is a characteristic that increases combat effectiveness. Balance, all your attributes are balanced. Whenever other attributes are improved, they will be balanced to other attributes. When Chen Yi saw this scene, my first reaction was confusion. But the next second's reaction was that his dog-headed god-eating skill was useful. Originally, the intelligence gained by this dog-headed god-eater was of no use to him. But now it seems. Combined with this balance, it's a magical skill. Balance the originally useless intelligence attribute to other strength, physique, and agility. His attributes. There will definitely be a qualitative improvement. Basic attributes are extremely important. Even if you have amazing talent, if your basic attributes are low, then you will definitely not be very strong. Wait until your dog-headed devourer continues to devour attributes. Raise all your attributes to over 100. At that time, even if I met the world boss, I would definitely not be afraid. Revenge after you are hurt, the next attack you make will add the damage you received. This revenge feature. In Chen Yi's opinion, it is very powerful. But it will only take effect after you are hurt. Chen Yi naturally wouldn't seek trouble. It's a fatal move that you can only use when you encounter an enemy you can't resist. Clear mind, your mind is always clear and you are immune to most stun controls. Although Chen Yi has not yet encountered a monster with stun control. But there is no guarantee that the next world will not be encountered. Once you are stunned, you cannot move, attack, or do anything. Can only be slaughtered. Therefore, Chen Yi likes this property of being immune to dizziness very much. Just after Chen Yi obtained the last talent, Pure Wood Body, a voice sounded in his ear. Congratulations, Pure Water Body, Pure Fire Body, Pure Wind Body, Pure Earth Body, Pure Ice Body, Pure Dark Body, Pure Light Body, Pure Thunder Body, and Pure Wood Body meet the fusion requirements and will begin to fuse automatically. Congratulations on obtaining the talent, Elemental Body. Elemental Body. Rank S. Effect: your body can be transformed into any element. No matter which element it is transformed into, you will gain immunity to the corresponding elemental damage and physical damage, and at the same time, other elemental damage will be reduced by 50%. Looking at the elemental body, Chen Yi was extremely satisfied. This could be said to be the best gain for him since coming to this elemental land. Then, Chen Yi looked at his attribute panel. Chen Yi. Occupation, Light Archer. Level, 20, Experience 0%. Basic Strength, 34.7. Basic Constitution, 34.7. Basic Agility, 34.7. Basic Intelligence, 34.7. Equipment, Holy Glory, Precision Ring, Mithril Bracelet, Mechanical Heart, Archer Necklace, Bone Bracelet, Bone Belt, Bone Wristband. Talents, Infinite Plunder, EX, Boiling Blood, B, Iron Bones, C, Treasure Grabber, D, Skeleton Resurrection, D, 10 times the range, C, Crushing Hands, C, Eye of Insight, C, Blessing of the Wild, A, Poison Hands, B, Advanced Poison Resistance, D, Iron Kidney, B, Brute Force, D, Wall Walking, D, Water Control, D, Supervision, D, Permanent Invisibility, S, Dog-Headed God Devourer, SSS, Immovable as a Mountain, A, Taupai Power, B, Elemental Body, S. Features: Floating, Light, False God, Life, Ashes, Activation, Intoxication, Awakening, Blooming, Balance, Revenge, Clarity. Skills: precision shooting, charged shooting, accurate shooting, triple shooting, arrow rain and meteor. Introduction: an archer panel with endless potential that can sow talented genes. Look at your properties panel. Chen Yi was extremely satisfied. All basic attributes have reached 34.7. Compared to others, his basic attributes are already among the best. And develop balance. Each one has more attributes than the others. At this time, 5 days have passed. He plundered all the elements in the elemental land. Just when Chen Yi was about to go to some place with dense elemental life to devour the basic attributes, an announcement came to everyone's ears. The second race war is over, humans have won, all humans have gained a race buff, all damage increased by 100%. The buff lasts for a period of time, and is valid in this world. This time the announcement lasted 10 times. After the 10 announcements were made, all humans burst into huge cheers. Although Chen Yi was in the elemental land at this time, but I also heard the sound coming from far away. He was also extremely surprised when he saw the racial enhancement buff. I never expected it. This racial enhancement buff is surprisingly so powerful. Directly increases all damage by 100%. Although after leaving this world, the buff gain status will disappear, but before that, it is very useful. At this time, the world channel had already exploded. Oh my god, the human race is invincible. They actually have such a strong BFF. My backstab can finally kill monsters in 1 second. Ha ha ha, the most important thing now is to upgrade and then wait for the racial war in 2 days. That's when the human race will wipe out all the dog-headed people. Yes, we should hurry up and upgrade, otherwise we will be sorry for our compatriots who fought bloody battles on the racial battlefield. I have never participated in a racial battlefield, so I don't know what it is like. Haha, I just came back from the racial battlefield. Those kobolds were so weak that I had no problem dealing with a dozen of them. The person above asked what the racial battlefield looks like, and look at what you answered. Haha, sorry, the racial battlefield we went to was a bridge with no boundaries in length and width. The humans and the kobolds were on each side of the bridge, and they were constantly charging at each other. My goodness, that sounds really cruel. Alas, the boyfriend I met here died in the racial battlefield. Also, CPDD. The guy upstairs, you're obviously a man. When it comes to true love, what's the difference between men and women? Where are you? I'm going to beat you up. Ha 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 ha, just kidding. I still have to beat you up. Chapter 80, Final Battle, Obtain the Skill, Mana Arrow. Then, Chen Yi continued to devour elemental life in the elemental land. Now, he has acquired all elemental life talents and characteristics. Although there is no way to continue to obtain talents and characteristics. But by devouring elemental life, you can gain intelligence attributes and move from balance to other attributes. Final. All basic attributes directly broke through the 50 mark. But as the properties grow, Chen Yi found it increasingly difficult to acquire attributes. Previously, by devouring 2 or 3 elemental lives, you could gain 0.1 basic intelligence. But since the basic attributes broke through the 50 mark, you have to devour more than a dozen, or even 20 or 30, to gain 0.1 basic intelligence. Chen Yi felt it vaguely. This is related to your level cap. And when adding attributes after level 50, Chen Yi clearly felt that his strength had improved. Maybe at level 20. The basic attribute of 50 and above is a watershed. After 50, it is an extremely important area. Although Chen Yi doesn't know what this means yet, but he still tried hard to devour those elemental lives. Final. In 2 days. That is the eve of the decisive battle of races. All of Chen Yi's basic attributes finally broke through the 60 mark. After breaking through 60, he could feel it. My physical fitness has directly doubled. Current strength. It is definitely several times what it was a few days ago. Feeling this scene, Chen Yi was satisfied. At this moment, he was standing in a valley, surrounded by the remnants of thunder spirits left behind after he had swallowed them. Looked at the time. It's almost 12 o'clock. Chen Yi has prepared everything. Just at this moment, an announcement came. The third racial battlefield has begun. The participants this time are 100% of the population of the two races. A ray of light appeared in front of Chen Yi's eyes at this moment. The scenery of the surrounding valley suddenly changed and turned directly into a white space. And in white space, a curtain of light appeared in front of him at this moment. Please select the enemy you choose to play against. 1-on-1. In this battle, you can only fight one enemy. 1 against 10. In this battle, you will face 10 enemies. 1 against 100,000. In this battle, you will be fighting against 100,000 enemies. Please choose carefully. If you are not selected, you will be temporarily assigned to the secondary battlefield to fight with the remaining surviving enemies. Look at the options ranging from 1-to-1 to 100,000. Chen Yi did not hesitate and directly chose to fight against 100,000 gnolls. Just after Chen Yi made his choice, the world around me changed again. The original white space disappeared. Just at this moment, Chen Yi found himself on a plain. And there is 1,000 meters ahead of me. It is a dense army of kobolds. There is absolutely no shelter around. See this scene? Chen Yi directly entered the invisible state. The white wolf on the side. He wanted to directly transform into the form of rock god. But at this moment he was stopped by Chen Yi. Because in his opinion, only this ordinary wolf form can help him. Otherwise, it will reach the rock god form. Even if you can kill some enemies, your energy will eventually run out. After all, this white wolf does not have the recovery power granted by his own wild blessing. Then, Chen Yi gave the order. White wolf, the only thing you have to do now is to gather these enemies together and try not to let them disperse. Got it? The white wolf then nodded humanely. Express that you understand. Immediately following, the white wolf ran towards the dog-headed men. Now at its speed. When facing these gnolls, they did not take them seriously at all. In its opinion, the speed of these kobolds is no different from that of a snail. When you arrive at the front, when there were only 10 meters left to the gnoll army, the third eye on the white wolf's forehead directly shot out a gray light. When the light hit the vanguard of the kobold army, suddenly dozens of dog-headed men were petrified into rock statues. The rock sculptures retain their appearance as they did in life. But it can never go back to the way it was before. See this scene? The other kobolds were a little dumbfounded. What kind of skill is this? It can actually turn people into statues. But this racial battlefield will never end. Except killing the enemy in front of you. There was simply no way out. Then, the shouts of the ogre army were deafening. Rushed towards the white wolf. At the same time, Chen Yi also prepared a rain of arrows and meteors. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A rain of flaming arrows covering an area of 100 meters was now shooting towards the gnolls. With the high double bonus on basic arrow damage and the title of Kobold Nemesis. Any dog-headed man that is shot, he will die instantly. This time, it took the lives of hundreds of kobolds. The dog-headed people were all frightened. They thought of a legend. That was the invisible human among humans. 2 emperors died at his hands. It's so powerful that there's absolutely no logic to it. Could it be that? Have you encountered this shadowy god of death? Think of this. All the other kobolds were terrified. Good job. Is my luck so bad? And on Chen Yi's side, he greeted the white wolf. He rode directly onto the white wolf's saddle. At white wolf's supersonic speed, Chen Yi continued to shoot arrows. Every arrow can take the life of at least 1 kobold. The gnolls were still rebellious at first. The army wanted to surround Chen Yi and then capture him. But gradually, all the kobolds lost the will to resist. Completely trapped in an atmosphere of despair. There is no other reason. The main reason is that the white wolf is too fast. This speed. There's absolutely no way to keep up. Looking at the group of dog-headed men, they lost the will to resist. Chen Yi naturally would not hold back. The arrows in his hand shot faster. Every second. At least 3 arrows were fired. When the cooldown time of arrow rain and meteor is over, Chen Yi began to release a rain of arrows and meteors. Countless fire explosions burst out among the kobold army. White Wolf was not idle either. Because in normal wolf state, its skills have no cooldown time. So all kinds of rock guns, earth-shaking mountains, meteorites falling from the sky, and petrifying rays were released randomly. Chen Yi's racial points were also increasing wildly. This battle. He played for 8 hours. Can kill 200 kobolds in 1 minute. Kill 2,000 in 10 minutes. 12,000 killed in 1 hour. Chen Yi's damage is also increasing with the help of the characteristic, blooming. Final. In constant superposition. It directly increases all damage by 219%. 8 hours. Chen Yi's annihilated all the gnolls. The racial points have now reached more than 1.1 million. Even if there is 1000% recovery ability. He also felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. The White Wolf was so tired that he was panting. In the end, I couldn't even use my skills. At the same time, a voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations on successfully annihilating 100,000 kobolds. Extra bonus skill, Mana Condensed Arrow. In 10 minutes, you will be automatically teleported to the secondary battlefield. At this time, a skill book appeared in Chen Yi's hands. Mana Condensed Arrow. Introduction. After learning this skill, you can mobilize your mental power to form energy arrows. The basic damage of the arrows is the sum of strength and intelligence. When I saw this book of mana arrows, Chen Yi was a little surprised. I didn't expect there would be such a reward. Then, Chen Yi chose to study this book directly. A white light flooded into my mind. A large amount of knowledge appeared out of thin air. Chen Yi also mastered the technique of condensing magic power into arrows. Then, Chen Yi began to try to condense energy arrows. Some of my mental strength was lost. A blue and slightly transparent arrow. At this moment, he appeared in front of Chen Yi. Energy arrow. Basic damage, 120. Introduction. Energy arrows condensed by mental power and mana, with extremely strong penetrating and destructive power. Existence time 1 minute. When you see the base damage of up to 120 points. Chen Yi was a little confused. Good job. Is it that strong? Combined with the archer necklace, the basic damage of arrows increases by 100%. The basic damage of this energy arrow is 240 points. If you cast Arrow Rain Meteor, it will be 2,400 points. It's terrifying to think about it. Even the world boss would suffer indelible damage under such a terrifying attack. However, this magic arrow consumes a lot of mental energy. Chen Yi could feel it. All of his mental strength could only condense 100 at most at one time. This is a killer move. Chen Yi will not use it easily. 1 minute later, the energy arrow disappeared. Waited for a while again. A flash of white light appeared in front of Chen Yi. We came to a place similar to the Colosseum. But this Colosseum is huge. Look from a distance. He was like a speck of dust in this Colosseum. At this time, many humans appeared in front of Chen Yi. There was also a white light flashing around. At this time, he did not hear of the victory in the race war. I couldn't help but think of it. It should be that those people in the main battlefield have not come out yet. No matter how weak the kobolds are now, there will still be some that can surpass humans. So all the kobolds were killed. This is the real end. And the secondary battlefield. That's where the surviving kobolds were killed. And just at this moment, a voice sounded from beside Chen Yi. Look, those kobolds are coming! At the same time, those kobolds who defeated humans in the main battlefield also teleported here. These dog-headed people. They are all elites among the kobolds. After seeing the kobold, people did not hesitate. He rushed directly towards the ogre. Now, the most important thing is to kill all the dog-headed people as soon as possible. The elite of the kobolds. Everyone reacted at this time. looking at the humans attacking them. His eyes were also full of determination. Even if we are doomed to perish, we must fight to the end. Kill these humans! Chapter 81. Human Race Wins, Conquers the World Boss. Two torrents, at this moment, collided together. Chen Yi rode on the white wolf and killed the gnolls with great precision. Over time, the number of kobolds is dwindling. Final. When the last kobold fell, a voice rang in the ears of all humans. Congratulations to the human race for winning this racial war. Congratulations to the human race, the overall life potential has increased by 1 level. Life potential is now level 2, and can withstand more basic attributes. Congratulations to the human race, all attribute growth increased by 1 point. Congratulations to the human race for obtaining the authority to kill the world boss. A series of rewards. It made everyone fall into ecstasy. The most important one is the growth of all attributes plus 1. I never expected this. There is such a good reward. At this time, the attributes are automatically completed. All humans' basic attributes have been increased by 10 to 20 points depending on their level. Chen Yi even directly increased his basic attributes by 20 points. All attributes reached 80 points. The strength has become extremely powerful. As several rays of light scattered, all human beings were teleported out of this racial battlefield that was like a coliseum. When we returned to the valley, Chen Yi was not given any chance. Another announcement came out. The world boss is now starting to be amplified, and the random amplified monster is being selected. At the same time, a beam of light shot down from the sky at this moment. The light moves frantically. Final. 2,000 kilometers southeast of the valley where Chen Yi was. Guanhui stopped immediately. A terrifying force. It is descending from the sky at this moment. At the same time, a terrifying pig squeal resounded throughout the world. Hee hee hee! The voice came to Chen Yi's ears again. The energy amplification of the world boss is complete. The amplification target is the stone-tusk boar. The stone-tusk boar is enhanced to become the world boss, Wild Boar King Ivers. Then, all humans on the panel. At this moment, the attribute panel of the Wild Boar King Ivers appeared. Enos, the King of Wild Boars, World Boss. Level 20. Basic Strength, 462. Basic Constitution 588. Basic Agility, 364. Basic Intelligence, 279. Talent, Skin of the King. Skin of the King, A. Reduce all damage received by 50%. Skills, Bloodlock, Limited Skill, Wild Boar Charge, Fangs of 1,000 Proverbs, King's Guardian. Lock Blood, after use, each attack received will be forced to deduct 1% of the current blood. Each time the blood is reduced, the damage will increase by 1%. The duration is 1 hour, and the cooldown time is 1 hour. During the period of blood lock, the minimum blood can reach infinity after the decimal point. After the blood lock ends, 50% of your maximum blood will be restored. Hint: you must gather 60,000 warriors to kill Enos, the king of wild boars. Introduction: Enos was originally a stone-tusk boar who lived a carefree life in the Elwyn forest, but due to luck, even a pig can become a world boss. Chen Yi looked at the attribute panel in front of him. Inside, I just felt like something was off the mark. Is this the world boss? Not to mention the basic physical fitness of nearly 600 points. Let's talk about Bloodlock. Damn it. This is not an invincible hour. If we can't defeat the Wild Boar King within an hour, wouldn't that mean he would always be invincible? Chen Yi couldn't believe it. It turns out to be such a boss. Chen Yi looked at the number of people online. There are only over 500 million humans left now. He even suspected that even if all the remaining 500 million people were brought over, they might not be able to defeat this world boss. But he is not the only one with a powerful talent. It seems now. We are going to form a boss expedition team. Just at this moment. A private message came at this moment. Chen Yi took a look. I found out that the message was from Lu Xiaobei. Then, Chen Yi clicked on the message. He wanted to see what Lu Xiaobei's attitude was. Chen Yi, have you seen the attributes of that world boss? With such strong attributes, it is definitely not something that a few people can deal with. I have organized all professionals with B-level talents and above, and I am also in contact with people from other guilds. So I'd like you to come along as well. Let's discuss how to deal with this pig. Chen Yi looked at the words in front of him. It was clear that Lu Xiaobei was also very eager to defeat the wild boar. But now is clearly not the time. The most important point. Many people haven't even reached level 20. The current mainstream level is level 15. Only a few have reached level 20. Then, Chen Yi sent the message back. Don't worry, the main reason is that many people haven't reached level 20 yet. We need to gather at least 100,000 high-level talents at level 20. Lu Xiaobei sent a message quickly. Okay, I'll let the others take advantage of this time to level up. Well, let me go take a look at what the wild boar looks like. Okay. At this time, many people sent messages to Chen Yi. I would like to ask Chen Yi what his next plans are. Chen Yi responded one by one. Just tell them. I want to see what the world boss looks like. Then, Chen Yi closed the message and stopped reading private chats. Riding a white wolf. He turned into a gust of wind and ran directly towards the area where the world boss was. The white wolf is very fast. Less than 2 hours. We have already arrived at the outskirts of the area where the world boss is located. Looking from a distance, it was a wild boar that was hundreds of meters tall. At this time, the ground is being continuously arched. The surrounding forests have also been destroyed by it. Originally a large area of continuous forest. Most of it has been arched into flat ground. Towering trees dozens of meters high. It was chewed into crumbs by its pig mouth. Every step you take, a large number of trees fell. See this scene? Chen Yi was a little surprised. Good job. This pig is so strong. It turned out that he wanted to use the white wolf's speed to test the pig's strength. But don't try now. On your own. That is absolutely unbeatable. And it seems that this world boss is still in a calm state. The only fun is digging the ground and destroying the forest. If you say, I angered it. That would be terrible. Humans around. You will definitely suffer. Think of this. Chen Yi directly posted a pinned message on the World Channel. All humans are prohibited from approaching Elwyn Forest and the surrounding areas. If you approach, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Please tell each other that this is for your own safety. As soon as Chen Yi's pinned message came out, it immediately caused an uproar. Elwyn Forest, that's where the world boss was born, right? I didn't expect that boss Chen Yi would come to remind us. I'm really touched. Are any of you near Elwyn Forest? I hope you can take some photos of the situation there and run away quickly. We don't even know what the world boss looks like. Picture. Look, I was leveling up in Elwyn Forest when suddenly a beam of light came crashing down. This is the picture I took at the time. Oh my god, this wild boar is so big, it's almost as big as the monster in Ultraman. Not really. Look at the trees around it. They look like grass under its feet. Can we defeat a world boss like this? I'm afraid I can't even hurt its skin. Oh, who knows? But we, a group of low-level talented humans, are destined to be cannon fodder. Let's leave the world boss to those humans with higher talents. At this time, think about it. Chen Yi posted 2 more pinned messages. The most important thing for everyone now is to hurry up and level up. Only when you reach level 20 will you be eligible to participate in the battle of the world boss. I have a piece of news for you all. Participating in the battle of the world boss is a very cost-effective thing. You can get the privilege to open the world store. The things in the store can break through the restrictions imposed on you by your low-level talents. After saying that, Chen Yi didn't say anything else. He has used up his 3 pinned messages every day. He was not wrong. Even if it is only the lowest level of Black Iron Authority. Then you can also get 100 world points every week. Some of the items in this world store are very powerful. Points accumulated over the years. purchase an extremely high-level item. It can definitely allow a person with low-level talent to change his fate. This is not an exaggeration. When Chen Yi was searching the world store, he even saw items that increased all attributes by 100 points. But because it's too expensive, 10,000 points required. So Chen Yi couldn't consider it. But those with Black Iron Authority accumulate 100 weekly points. You can also buy this item. Until then, it can really be said that one has changed one's destiny. After Chen Yi sent out this message, some low-level talents who were originally unwilling to accept the status quo suddenly became excited. Is that really the case? If the world store is really like what Master Chen Yi said, I must go and level up. I want to become a strong person. I won't let my talent determine my fate. What Boss Chen Yi said is true. This has become an open secret among the top leaders. A friend of mine has obtained Black Iron privileges and obtained many powerful items from the world store. Go, level up, we must level up. Yes, only after reaching level 20 can we catch up with those high-level talents. When we reach level 20, the advantages of some high-level talents are not so obvious, but their combat power is still much stronger than ours. I think it must be the items in the world store that help them. Thanks, Boss Chen Yi. If it weren't for Boss Chen Yi, we would still be kept in the dark. Yeah, people are selfish. No one wants to have competition from others. No more talking, hurry up and level up. There are still 100 days left, which is enough time to reach level 20. Team up, remember to team up together, so you can gain more experience. Well, we low-level talents, it seems we need to stick together for warmth. Chapter 82. The special item Fiery Eyes and Golden Pupils can make the monster's health bar brighter. In the following period of time, all humans were leveling up like crazy. The overall level of humanity is rising rapidly. Chen Yi sighed. It searches everywhere for energy bodies that can be devoured. Except for the elemental lands. Somewhere else, there are no monsters to devour. But Chen Yi was also very satisfied. After all, this is just a bronze world. The level cap is only 20. We should be thankful to have such a special terrain as the elemental land. And Chen Yi still has unlimited plunder. He also plundered some talents and increased his own strength. During this period, Lu Xiaobei communicated with Chen Yi. All the other guilds he had contacted. And formed a group chat. All those with B-level talent and above were pulled into this group. Chen Yi took a quick look. The total number is 27,094 people. That is to say, 1 billion humans. There are only less than 30,000 high-end combat forces. Less than 30,000 people. Deal with the Wild Boar King. Chen Yi felt a little reluctant in his heart. Because of the Wild Boar King's blood-locking skill. The Wild Boar King must be killed within 1 hour when his blood-locking skill cools down. That is to say, within an hour. Instantly reduce 50% of the Wild Boar King's maximum health. This is for humans. It is indeed a difficult thing to accomplish. The most important point. That is, the attacks of many people cannot break the defense at all. After all, the Wild Boar King has a basic physical fitness of 588 points. The more basic attributes are, the later they are. The greater the improvement. The gap in strength between the Wild Boar King and them. It's simply indescribable. The 30th day since the arrival of the world boss. There are millions of humans. At this time it reached level 20. Among these millions of humans, there are many people with low-level talents. The reason why they are so cruel to themselves. This is entirely because participating in killing the world boss can gain Black Iron privileges. Only this most basic permission is obtained. Only they have the chance to change their fate. Completely change your fate as a low-level talent. And Lu Xiaobei has also assembled a large human army. They set up camp early and settled down 100 kilometers away from the world boss. The boss of this world seems to have a single-minded mind. It is completely inferior to the Ting snake that Chen Yi encountered before. In this month or so, he simply won't move. After destroying the entire forest, a lot of groundwater also emerged from underground. The original elwyn forest has now become a quagmire. The wild boar king rolled around and played in it all day long. He had no idea of his crisis. Today, it is the day when the army sets out to conquer the world boss. Following the army were countless other low-level talented people. They all wanted to touch the world boss during the battle. Because it's in the rules of the system. As long as you participate, you will get permissions. Even if you only encountered the world boss a little bit, you will be counted in as well. But there are always risks. After all, the attacks of this world boss are extremely powerful, and even if it touches you, you will die on the spot. So I followed. They are all people who are not afraid of death and want to give it a try. At this time, Chen Yi had already ridden the white wolf and arrived outside the swamp first. At this time, the wild boar king Anos was lying in the mud and snoring, belly facing up. The snoring was so loud that it seemed to crack the ground. Chen Yi looked at his 1,500 world points. Then I thought about it. I opened the store and started browsing. I need some life-saving props. Although he can transform into an elemental body and be immune to the physical attacks of the wild boar king. But this boar king has 1,000 teeth of wisdom. But it is a real energy attack. And the attack range is extremely large. This energy attack. Not elemental damage. So, Chen Yi needs any props that can increase his ability to survive. Final. A prop that looked like a scarecrow appeared in front of him. Substitute doll, 1,000 points. Introduction, put it on your body and it can protect you from one fatal injury. Look at the stand-in doll. Chen Yi chose to buy it directly. This kind of life-saving prop is still very useful. Even if it was not used in this conquest of the world boss. In future battles. If you encounter any fatal crisis, you can also use this substitute doll to help yourself resist damage once. Then, Chen Yi spent 1,000 world points. Bought this stand-in doll. The substitute doll is only half the size of a palm. The whole body is made of straw bundles. Clothes to wear. It is made of a kind of rune paper. Look at this stand-in doll. Chen Yi followed the introduction directly. He placed the substitute doll inside his leather armor. Chen Yi with a substitute doll. I felt a little relieved. Just at this moment, the army of high-level talents has also arrived here. Looking at Chen Yi in front, Lu Xiaobei walked up. Chen Yi, how long have you been here? Chen Yi shook his head. It didn't take long. Now how are people preparing? Lu Xiaobei smiled proudly. Now all of us are equipped with extremely powerful equipment and props. It is definitely the strongest at this stage. There is also an SS-level talent and 3 S-level talents in shield combat. It is definitely enough to stop this world boss. Then, Lu Xiaobei looked at the army behind him at this time. For shield warriors, come and attack the monster. After saying that, 4 shield warriors came over. Chen Yi saw that Mingjio was among them. Mingjio winked at Chen Yi through the golden mask, and Chen Yi nodded to Mingjio. At this time, the only shield warrior with SS-level talent among the shield warriors took out a black shield from the storage space. The shield was covered with scales and gleamed with metallic luster under the sunlight. See this shield. Chen Yi could feel the defensive power of this shield. It is indeed an extremely strong one. Moreover, this SS-level shield warrior is a black man. He was completely black. He was also wearing a suit of black armor. At this time, Lu Xiaobei was looking at the black man fighting with shield. Sibu, it's up to you now. Only your talent can withstand the attack of the wild boar king. At this time, Nazab showed a mouthful of big white teeth. Hey, okay, President, I got it. Laugh. There's even a sense of simplicity. Then, Seb led the other 3 shield warriors towards there. It looked like there was no priest. Chen Yi was a little confused. Why don't you bring the priest's profession? Hearing Chen Yi say this, Lu Xiaobei showed a hint of embarrassment. It's mainly because of our priest who can hold on. His talent is a bit strange. SS-level talent, sacred taboo, All healing skills will be converted into damage skills. Hear this. Chen Yi was a little surprised. I didn't expect there was such a talent. He knew the priest's skills. There are many skills that restore health by a certain percentage. If converted into damage, wouldn't it become a percentage loss of health? Very cool. In that case, isn't this priest more powerful than other damage professions? Lu Xiaobei then added. The other priests are not so strong, so I asked them to bring a lot of recovery scrolls, healing potions, recovery potions, and so on. It can ensure that they can recover as soon as possible after being injured. Hear this. Chen Yi nodded. This is also a good idea. And the healing scroll can also be used on other people. It's like a profession that can both resist and heal. At this time, a group of knight professionals who changed their professions to become paladins. Riding a mount, he began to cast blessings on the 4 shield warriors. 4 shield warriors. At this moment, golden light was surging all over his body. Like a god bathing in the light of the sun god. At this time, Seb has come to the front of the wild boar king. Roar! A mocking roar from a warrior. Seb directly sent out a sound wave to attack the wild boar king. At this time, the king of wild boars. I was woken up instantly. The huge body stood up directly from the ground, looking at the tiny human in front of him. The boar king was furious. He stepped directly towards Seb. Taunting roar can cause monsters to generate a lot of hatred towards you. Looking at the wild boar king coming over, Seb simply raised his shield. He actually wanted to take this kick head on. Boom! The boar king stepped down. But it just made a big hole in the ground. Seb holding up a shield. The next second, he used his shield to rebound, causing the wild boar king to stagger. See this scene? Chen Yi was a little surprised. Good job. This stuffed cloth is really hard. Nothing happened with such a strong attack. Just at this moment. At this time, Lu Xiaobei commanded the army through group chat. All ranged professions, launch an attack. Lu Xiaobei finished speaking. Suddenly, a large number of attacks fell on the wild boar king. Fire, rock, ice, arrows. There are all kinds of attacks. And the wild boar king is at this moment. The huge body directly bore a large number of attacks. And Chen Yi's arrow rain and meteors. It also flew directly towards the body of the wild boar king. At the same time, Lu Xiaobei took out a gem that looked like an eye. Fly into the air. Throw it at the wild boar king. And the top of the wild boar king's head. At this moment, a huge blood bar appeared directly. And after the massive attacks just now, the wild boar king only lost a little bit of blood. See this. Chen Yi was a little surprised. I didn't expect there would be such a prop. He had never seen it in the world store. Maybe it's Lu Xiaobei. Saved a large number of human beings. Get the reward. Lu Xiaobei returned to Chen Yi at this time. This is a special item called the Fire Eyes and Golden Pupils. It can make the monster's health bar show up. But I spent so much effort to get this reward, and now I use it on this wild boar king. It can be regarded as a good use for it. Chapter 83. The terrifying blood lock requires 60,000 warriors to cut one by one. Chen Yi nodded. And just at this moment, the body of the wild boar king, after suffering so many attacks, suddenly a red light flashed. Lock blood. Started. Just at this moment, every attack that falls on the wild boar king can deduct 1% of its current health. The health bar disappeared extremely quickly. Soon the health bar reached the bottom. But the pressure on Seb's side also became extremely huge. Because of this wild boar king. In blood lock state. Each time you are attacked, the damage will increase by 1%. Those attacks just now. I'm afraid it must have been several thousand times. Lu Xiaobei noticed Seb's embarrassment at this time. Immediately order others to stop attacking. But at this time, here in Seb, the wild boar king's attack is dozens of times stronger than before. Looking at the wild boar king's health bar reaching the bottom, Chen Yi was also speechless. This blood-locking skill is too shameless. Want to defeat the Wild Boar King? You must reduce his health by 50% within the hour when his blood-locking skill disappears. But this is easier said than done. Such a powerful attack just now. Before the blood-locking skill was activated, it only took away less than 0.1% of the Wild Boar King's blood. Liu Xiaobei also saw the power of the Wild Boar King. Then he said to Chen Yi, "Next, I will hand over the command to my Vice President Liu Tianming, and you can just follow his lead if anything happens." I heard that Liu Tianming became Liu Xiaobei's Vice President. Chen Yi couldn't help but be a little surprised. I didn't expect that. Liu Tianming directly became the Vice President of the First Guild of the Human Race. This is a step to heaven. Are Liu Tianming and Liu Xiaobei related? Chen Yi shook his head. Then I stopped thinking about these things. At this time, Liu Xiaobei had already flown in front of the Wild Boar King. A layer of rock shield was directly put on Seb, who was struggling to resist the attack of the Wild Boar King. The rock shield appears as a transparent round crystal. When the Wild Boar King stepped on it, didn't crush it. I saw that he was actually able to resist the attack of the Wild Boar King. Chen Yi understood in his heart. Liu Xiaobei is now stronger than him. After all, Liu Xiaobei's talent is a pure SSS-level talent that combines both offense and defense. And his two main talents are both growth-oriented. Naturally, he was not as good as Liu Xiaobei in the early stage. But Chen Yi knew. Your own talent. His potential in the later stages is absolutely incomparable to that of Liu Xiaobei. But in the early stage, Chen Yi was still envious of Liu Xiaobei's abilities. At this time, others were watching the scene in front of them. They were all extremely shocked. Good job. Just an ordinary skill. You can help others resist the fatal attacks of the world boss. It completely subverted their imagination. At this time, the Wild Boar King also discovered Liu Xiaobei. He immediately charged towards Liu Xiaobei. The powerful body brought about an unparalleled storm. Boom! A meteorite fell from the sky at this moment. It hit the Wild Boar King directly on the head. The King of Wild Boars. I was instantly stunned by the meteorite. I have absolutely no idea what happened. Looking at the confused Wild Boar King, Liu Xiaobei shook his head. Although the strength of the Wild Boar King has been improved, his IQ has not been improved. Its IQ is almost the same as that of the previous small monster. But this blood? A bit too thick. Even if there is no IQ. But based on his physique alone, he is extremely strong. At this time, Liu Xiaobei flew up and circled with the Wild Boar King. The Wild Boar King, who had no intelligence at all, was led by Liu Xiaobei and lost his way. Soon. An hour passed. The Wild Boar King flashed white light. The red light all over his body disappeared immediately. The health bar above the head also directly recovered by 50%. The damage bonus brought by the blood-lock state also disappeared at this moment. Looking at the Wild Boar King who has returned to his original state, Liu Xiaobei launched an attack directly. Moment of time. Elemental attacks such as Fire Spear, Ice Spear, Rock Spear, Fireball, Wind Blade, etc. were launched towards the Wild Boar King. The army also aimed at the opportunity. All ranged professions took action. And those low-level talented humans who followed behind. Naturally, I would not let go of such an opportunity. They all attacked the Wild Boar King. At the same time, all melee professions. He also ran over at the risk of his life, just to chop down the Wild Boar King. But because there were too many people, every time the Boar King launches an attack, thousands of melee professions will die. But there are still countless people who continue to come forward. After all, I want to change my fate. We can only rely on this one chance. Wait until the next world. It is hard to say whether there will be such an opportunity. Over time, more and more people died. The corpses were piled up into a mountain. The blood was almost flowing into a river. See this scene? Chen Yi also admired these people a little. If I hadn't drawn the infinite plunder at the beginning, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had this opportunity. I don't even dare to fight with my life. 50 minutes passed. At this time, the Wild Boar King's health bar had dropped to about 19.3%. But there were only 10 minutes left. Even if it's Lu Xiaobei. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but feel a little pessimistic. This guy's blood is too thick. Desperately thick. And often the first wave of attack is the strongest. If you fail to take down the Wild Boar King the first time, then continue attacking in the next few waves. There is absolutely no way. We must do it in one go. Otherwise, it will only decline and eventually run out of steam. At this time, a pastor who has been preparing for a long time. At this moment, his magic circle was finally completed. A white light shot up into the sky. A magic circle was formed directly above the Wild Boar King. The magic circle is at this moment. 3 spears of light fell directly downwards. The 3 spears of light. Each one. 5% of the world boss's maximum health will be directly deducted. Current blood volume. Only 4.3% left. And the pastor? At this moment, he felt exhausted from performing this magic. Collapsed to the ground. He took out a bottle of medicine and drank it. The power of potions. Let his physical strength continue to recover. But Chen Yi was fully focused. Because the Wild Boar King's Guardian has not been used yet. That is a skill that can make you immune to 99.99% of damage. And it lasts up to 10 minutes. If the King's Guardian is turned on, then all the efforts of everyone will be wasted. So, Chen Yi must now be vigilant at all times. Stay focused. As long as the Wild Boar King shows signs of using it, then I can just shoot it directly from 100 steps away. The silence effect will directly interrupt the Boar King's Guardian. At this time, as the Wild Boar King's blood volume gets lower and lower, the Wild Boar King began to become restless. At the same time, the energy of the body began to gather continuously. But just at this moment, an arrow that traveled through space directly hit the Wild Boar King. Boom! A violent explosion of fire sounded. At this moment, the Wild Boar King directly felt that the energy in his body was locked. Even the charge without cooldown cannot be used at this moment. The King guards. Not used yet. Now it has entered the cooling time. Chen Yi was even more focused at this moment. We must seize the talent of the Wild Boar King. That's an A-level talent. Plunder into your own hands. That can definitely be increased to SS level. This SS level talent is also extremely rare. 1 billion people. There are less than 10 SS level talents. It was impossible for Chen Yi not to be moved. Over time. Just when the Wild Boar King had only 0.001% health left, Chen Yi directly condensed the energy arrow. He released a rain of arrows and meteors at the Wild Boar King. Arrows and meteors are raining at this moment. The first 100 arrows are all energy arrows. The base damage of these arrows is 3,200. No matter how much blood the Wild Boar King has, it is impossible that even 0.001% of the health points cannot be lost in 1 second. Accompanied by a scream from the Wild Boar King, a voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations on successfully plundering the Wild Boar King's talent, King's Skin. King's Skin is amplified 100-fold, becoming Supreme Skin. Supreme Skin. Grade, SS level. Effect: the damage you receive is reduced by 99.99%. Before Chen Yi could be happy, another announcement sounded. Human Chen Yi killed the world boss, the Boar King Enos. The world channel is open. Please all humans who have reached level 20 go to the world channel and go to the next level world. All humans who participated in killing the world boss will obtain level 1 authority. Humans who already have authority will automatically have their authority level upgraded by 1 level. After the announcement, the corpse of the Wild Boar King began to emit endless light. A portal of light that was hundreds of meters high appeared in front of everyone. Look at that portal of light. Everyone was excited. Finally, I can escape from this dying world. and on Chen Yi's side. The sound rang in my ears again. Congratulations, your authority has been upgraded to Silver Level 3. Silver Level 3 permission. Introduction: you can ban people with lower authority than you in the chat channel, get 3 top messages per day, and receive 1000 world points per week. Receive an extra, blind box of props, every week. Blind box of props. Introduction: you can get any props in it. Look at the additional rewards added. Chen Yi was happy no matter how he looked at it. Good job. Suddenly you can get 1000 points every week. You can also get a prop blind box. Comfortable. Prop blind box. I'm sure you'll be able to draw an extremely rare item. But this thing still depends on luck. It is also possible that there is some garbage in it. Just at this moment, Lu Xiaobei flew towards Chen Yi. Good fellow, I was just trying to complete the final blow, but I didn't expect you to snatch it away. Haha, it's okay, it's okay. Chen Yi laughed. I have obtained another SS level talent. It's time to be happy. Lu Xiaobei didn't say anything else. Now I am ready to go to the next world, what about you? Chapter 84. The Silver World with Extremely Long Lifespan, the Gathering Place of All Civilizations. Seeing that Lu Xiaobei was about to go to the next world, Chen Yi nodded. Yeah, I can do that, but I don't know if I'll be teleported to a random place like before. Lu Xiaobei shook his head. I don't know, but I don't want to stay in this world any longer. I really want to level up now. Lu Tianming will be in charge of the guild's affairs. I need to go there first to lay the foundation. I heard Lu Xiaobei say this. Chen Yi nodded. Let's go together. Then he rode the white wolf towards the light gate. Lu Xiaobei followed closely behind. Because of the appearance of the light gate, many people have walked into the light gate and been teleported to the next world. Chen Yi rode on the white wolf. Rushed directly into the light gate. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed drastically. What follows? A voice came. Congratulations on entering the silver level world, the Tianjing Plain. Level cap raised to level 30. You can receive the second level mission now. The remaining lifespan of the Tianjing Plain is 7,769 years. Please defeat the world boss before the world is destroyed and enter the next level of the world. Chen Yi was surprised. I never expected this. The remaining lifespan of this world actually reaches more than 7,000 years. Even if I die in this world, it probably won't matter at all. And there is no news of a race war. Could it be that in this world, only humans were teleported here? When the white light fades away, the scene around Chen Yi appeared in front of him. This is a square. The square is paved with white bricks. There were many humans around who were teleported here just like him. At this time, a group of winged people with 2 pairs of white wings on their backs and uniforms similar to those of soldiers flew here from the sky. At this time, a voice came from the team of soldiers. Welcome to the Tianjing Plain. No matter how hard you work to get to this world, you must now go to the lobby to register. Chen Yi looked over. The person who spoke was a soldier wrapped in armor. At this time, the attributes of this soldier also appeared in front of him. Sky Wing People. Level 30. Occupation, Void Assassin. Basic Strength, 89. Basic Constitution, 102. Basic Agility, 134. Basic Intelligence, 96. Talent, Angel's Body. Angel Body, A. The power of all skills increases 5 times, the cooldown time of all skills is reduced by 50%, the growth of all attributes increases by 1 point, and the ability to fly is granted. Skills, Skythorn, Angel Armor, Void Walking, Vanish. Introduction: the Sky Wings have the blood of angels and are born with powerful strength. Chen Yi looked at the other winged soldiers again. I never expected this. It turns out that all the winged soldiers have the talent of angelic bodies. That is to say, the basic attributes and professional skills are different. Chen Yi shook his head. Good job. Is the water in this silver level world so deep? Any random soldier has such powerful abilities. If you say. Every one of the winged people is gifted with the body of an angel, which means that every one of them is so strong. If the quantity is more, that human being is like a younger brother in their eyes. And just at this moment, the winged people who were the leaders looked at the human race strangely. Huh! Why can't I see what the talents of these humans are? Also, the number of these humans seems to be too large. In previous years, other races did not have such a large number. Then, the winged man landed on the ground. Let me ask you, what are the talents of your humans? Why can't I see them? Looking at the winged man, one of the humans replied, We humans don't have innate talents. When we first descended, the system gave us a chance to extract our talents. Hear this. The winged man was extremely surprised. I never expected it. There is actually such a thing. Doesn't this mean that the human race on the other side has the potential to obtain any talent? So, those supreme talents are not gone, right? The more the winged man thought about it, the more frightened he became. But nothing was done. Instead, he pointed to a huge building in front of the square for everyone. This is the City of Angels, ruled by our winged people. Newcomers need to register there, and then you will go to this world to find a new location to build a city. There are now more than 2,000 races coming into this world. The rest of your kind should have been dispersed to the reception squares of other cities. Remember, when you build a city, you must build a reception square to welcome races from other worlds. It will be beneficial to your race. Seeing the winged people say this, a human being couldn't help himself. Then he asked, Why are you so nice to us? You know, we participated in the racial war in the last world. See this person's question. The winged captain smiled. We are also a race that has experienced a racial war. 270 years ago, we exterminated all vampires in the previous world, and only then did we have the authority to enter this world. But the rules of this world are different from those of the previous world. If the races help each other, they will receive many rare rewards. It turns out that the winged people came here 270 years ago. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Some people murmured, Could it be that after all these years, the world boss has not been defeated yet? The winged man smiled bitterly after hearing this. We have basically given up on the world boss. Perhaps if we accumulate strength for a few thousand more years, we will be able to defeat the world boss. Looking at the wry smile on the winged man in front of him, everyone guessed that the world boss must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, how come so many races cannot defeat it? Looking at the appearance of the crowd, the winged captain kindly reminded again. Remember, be careful of the monsters in the wild. You should know that the monsters in this wild are different from those in your previous world. Speaking of this, the winged captain's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of fear. That would really kill a lot of people. Chen Yi watched everything in front of him silently. I kept calculating in my mind. It is absolutely impossible to stop in this world. And I have such a strong talent. Just plunder enough talent. Then the world boss will definitely not be difficult. Just at this moment, the crowd had already begun to move forward. Now they have to register with the winged people, and then they will be released from the city. This reminds me of what the wingman captain said before. Monsters in the wild are dangerous. This makes many people feel uneasy. After all, with the strength of this winged captain, he still said such words. That means the monsters outside the city are really scary. And on Chen Yi's side, he was checking his job transfer tasks as he walked. Light Archer can transform into Shadow Dancer and Wind Walker. After changing his job to Shadow Dancer, Chen Yi will gain certain melee abilities, can use a dagger and a bow, and have a damage bonus. You can say that this Shadow Dancer is a combination of an archer and an assassin. Winged Ranger is a kite-flying guy, and has a skill that can save his life and speed up. Windrunner can also be said to be an enhanced version of the Light Archer. Now he has obtained permanent invisibility, supreme skin and immovable. The ability to save lives has long been among the best of the best. Even if I have to be a tank to fight monsters, I won't be afraid. Thought about it. Finally, I chose the task of changing my job to Shadow Dancer. Right now he lacks melee capabilities. This shadow dancer can better make up for his shortcomings. Then, a voice came. Congratulations, you have successfully received the Shadow Dancer job transfer mission. Please complete it within 7 days, otherwise it will be deemed as automatic abandonment. Shadow Dancer job change quest. Task Introduction: kill one elite monster in close combat. Introduction: Shadow Dancer has both melee and ranged attacks, and is a profession with no obvious weaknesses. Quest Reward: Shadow Dancer job change scroll. Skills: Bow and Arrow Mastery, Dagger Mastery. Bow and Arrow Mastery: when you use a bow and arrow, the weapon attack power increases by 30% and the shooting speed increases by 45%. Dagger Mastery: when you use a dagger, the weapon's attack power increases by 50%. Attacking the enemy from behind will cause triple damage. Chen Yi looked at the reward. There is some desire in my heart. Bow and arrow proficiency and dagger proficiency are the skills he hopes to obtain. Especially this dagger proficiency. Since I am permanently invisible, it is very easy to attack the enemy from behind. Then he would become a real assassin. Who else? Able to dodge his own attacks. Even if we are discovered, so what? 75% damage reduction from Earth Defense, and 99.99% damage reduction from Supreme Skin. Combine the two. That's 99.9975% damage reduction. All damage received will be reduced to 0.0025%. Combined with some defensive equipment. Such low damage. Chen Yi felt that no one could kill him. Just at this moment. The crowd also came to that hall. After Chen Yi went in. The first impression is that the hall is very large. It covers an area of tens of thousands of square meters. It didn't feel crowded even with so many people coming in. Behind the hall is the city gate leading to the wilderness. Every human race that has completed registration. They will go directly to the wild to fend for themselves. And the so-called level. Just count the number of people. When it was Chen Yi's turn. There are already more than 4,000 humans walking out of the city gate. After registration is completed, Chen Yi came to the wild. Looking back. This angel city of the winged people is surrounded by walls hundreds of meters high. It looks extremely majestic. At the same time, Chen Yi through supervision. 5,000 meters away from the city of angels, many monsters were seen with eager eyes. Those monsters are grotesque. The animal's original appearance has been lost. No one dared to come over at this time. Seems to be afraid of the city of angels. Chen Yi's heart sank when he saw this. Perhaps, these monsters are waiting for these humans as today's feast. Chapter 85. The monsters are ferocious, it's a real struggle for survival. Chen Yi understood this truth. Then he remotely called up the attribute panel of one of the monsters. Cyclops. Level, 26. Basic Strength, 77. Basic Constitution 82.6. Basic Agility, 43.2. Basic Intelligence, 99. Talent, 1 eye. 1 ID, the eye has the ability to release various skills, and the power is increased by 50%. Skills, Fell Ray. Introduction, contaminated by evil energy, it mutated from an ordinary animal. When Chen Yi saw the basic attributes of this monster, I don't know how surprised I was. Good job. The basic attributes are actually higher than his. No wonder the winged people soldier was so afraid before. The basic attributes of any monster are this high. Thousands of them rushed over. Even if he had such a high damage reduction, he would probably still die. At this time, the people around did not have supervision. So he didn't notice the danger coming from afar. After seeing this scene, Chen Yi shouted directly on the World Channel and posted a pinned message. Everyone, pay attention, the monsters are fierce, be careful and don't leave the vicinity of the city where you were born. After Chen Yi sent the message, it immediately caused an uproar. Is that really the case? Even Boss Chen Yi thinks the monster is powerful. Oh my god, this world is so dangerous. We entered a city with a group of wild boars. They are so fierce. We entered a city of bunny people. These bunny people are so cute. Haha, I can't help but want to rub their ears. Hee, we have come to the city of cat people. Cat people are even cuter. What are you talking about upstairs? Shouldn't we be discussing how to deal with these monsters now? Yeah, the big guys all feel that we are very powerful monsters, and killing us is just like killing little chickens. I saw it. The group of monsters surrounded us when we were leaving the city. Yes, I saw it too. Those monsters are different from the monsters we saw in the previous world. They are all so ugly. The attributes of these monsters are almost equivalent to some bosses in our previous world. There are so many of them. How should we fight them? No wonder the races in those cities keep emphasizing that we should build cities. If we can't build cities, I'm afraid we will be troubled by these monsters day and night. That's right. Everyone, remember to find those races that want maps of the area near you. Light up the map. If there are any nearby, remember to gather together. After all, there is strength in numbers. Can I still ask for a map? I don't know anything about this yet. There is no shortage of smart people among us humans. I never thought that I could ask those races for maps. I'm coming. I'm going to light up our area here now. Me too, I'm starting to light up too. As chat records appeared one after another asking for the map. Areas on the world map are constantly unlocking fog. Chen Yi also saw the chat records. Then the map opened. Want to see what position they are in now? The map opens. Chen Yi discovered that the place they were in was called the Howling Plains. In the Howling Plains, there is only one city, the City of Angels. The east is close to the Silver Vein Mine, the south is close to the Lava Rift, the west is close to the Dusk Jungle, and the north is close to the Desolate Beach. But what made Chen Yi a little disappointed was there are no other cities nearby. However, it also indirectly reflects the power of the City of Angels. Just by themselves, they can scare away all the monsters. In the chat channel, a pinned message sounded. Everyone, please pay attention. This world has city construction orders. Only with city construction orders can you build a city. If you have world points, you can go to the world store and find them there. After a while, a heated discussion started on the world channel. I went to check it out. The city construction order requires 500 points, and I only have 100 points. I can't afford it. Yeah, this is really expensive. Can you guys go buy some? After all, we don't have such high authority and can't afford it. Yes, this city construction order, after using it, perhaps there are some unknown benefits. Just buy it. Chen Yi looked at the words in the chat channel. My heart moved. Then he looked towards the world store. At this time, the world store has been refreshed with many items that have never been seen before. Chen Yi felt that it was because his world level had been improved. That's why there are such changes. At this time, the city construction order also appeared at the top of the shelf. City construction order, 500 points. Introduction. After use, you can build a first-level city at the selected address. Now he has exactly 500 points left. It will take another 3 days for his 1,000 points to arrive in his account. Think of this. Chen Yi chose to buy it directly. If I don't buy it myself, I'm afraid many people will die. Riding on the White Wolf. At this time, Chen Yi walked directly to the other side of the Howling Plains. Chen Yi looked at the map marked there. The surrounding terrain is flat, which is very suitable for building a city. And it is only 50 kilometers away from the City of Angels. Just as the White Wolf started running, a large group of monsters followed the White Wolf and ran away. They all wanted to eat Chen Yi and the White Wolf. But the White Wolf was too fast. These monsters simply cannot catch up. When we came to that plain, Chen Yi observed the terrain. Then the order to build a city was issued in the flattest area. Boom! City walls appeared out of thin air. Square. A city covering an area of 10 square kilometers was built at this moment. But now the city only has 4 gates and city walls. Inside it was barren and there was nothing. And the city wall is only 5 meters high. It can't be compared with the hundreds of meters high city wall of the City of Angels. At this time, a voice came to Chen Yi's ears. Please name your city. Chen Yi thought about it. Then he said, "Let's call it Wushuang City." The naming of the city Wushuang City has been completed. An announcement now spread throughout the human race. The first human city, Wushuang City, was established in the Howling Plains. We hereby reward the city level with +1. After the announcement, a strange change occurred in the city. The city wall rose 5 meters out of thin air and became thicker. The city gates also became taller. A 10-meter-high thick stone wall. This makes the city barely take shape as a city. At this time, on Chen Yi's system panel, there is also an additional option of city construction. Chen Yi clicked in. I found that there were many city buildings waiting to be built. The infrastructure includes moats, gate towers, streets, houses, sewers, reception squares, etc. The defensive facilities include turrets, arrow towers, flame towers, ice towers, mage towers, sentry towers, etc. And the materials needed for construction. They are all resident points. Just like a moat. The points required to build it are 10,000 resident points. And how residents obtain points. It is obtained by residents in the city completing various activities, upgrading levels, and killing monsters. See here. At this time, Chen Yi posted another pinned message. All humans on the Howling Plains can now come directly to Wushuang City to seek refuge. After the message is sent, it immediately sparked discussions among countless people. Brother Chen Yi has built a city. I really envy the humans on the Howling Plains. With the protection of Brother Chen Yi, their lives will definitely be protected. Boss is here, what are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and build the city. The future of mankind depends on you. Yes, I feel like there are monsters all around me now. They are staring at us. As long as we leave the city wall, we will be killed. I've asked those races, and they said it will be dark in 3 hours. As long as it's dark, we won't be able to stay by the city wall. The monsters will rush over. We must build our own city. And just at this moment, announcements came one after another. Human Lu Xiaobei built a city, Elemental City, in the wilderness grassland. The human race Seb built a city in the Scarlet Valley, Steel City. Human Mingjiu built a city, Shockwave City, in the Lost Jungle. A series of announcements came. Let all human spirits be shaken. These big guys have finally built a city. Go over there quickly and make sure not to clash with those monsters. I took a look at those monsters. Their basic attributes made me despair. I really don't know how to defeat them. I asked those races, and they couldn't defeat these dark monsters either, but they could defeat them through various city defense buildings. Yes, I also asked. The city defense buildings can greatly enhance our strength, especially the various defense towers. There are extremely powerful weapons inside that can help us destroy these monsters. Isn't this a tower defense game? Does that mean that after coming to this world, we go from fighting monsters to leveling up to tower defense? You can also defeat monsters to level up. No one is forcing you to do so. But the prerequisite is that you can defeat those dark monsters. Don't talk for now. The most important thing for us now is to quickly get to our own city. Yes, these races can hardly protect themselves, so hurry up. Chen Yi was standing on the city wall at this time. All 4 city gates have been opened. Used to welcome the upcoming human race. I don't know if there are any rules in this world. During the day, the dark monsters can only get 5 kilometers close to these cities. Looking from a distance at this time, Chen Yi saw the humans who fled here. During this period, people were constantly killed by monsters. But these monsters are far less numerous than humans. There is no way to kill them even if you let them. Final. After 1/5 of the people died, all humans fled into the Wushuang city built by Chen Yi. And at this time, it's getting dark. There is only half an hour left. People have also closed the city gates. Chen Yi could clearly see the expressions of those monsters now, full of bloodthirstiness and killing. Chapter 86. Night falls and terrifying monsters attack the city. As the sky gradually darkened, the monsters were getting closer and closer to the city. Looking at the scene in front of me, Chen Yi stood on the city wall. He shot an arrow right through the target at one of the one-eyed beasts that was emitting a strange glow. He must first complete the Shadow Dancer's job change mission. Whoosh! The arrow turned into an extremely fast stream of light. He flew towards the one-eyed beast. Boom! Accompanied by an explosion. The one-eyed beast was blown into pieces in an instant. A voice also came into Chen Yi's ears. You have successfully plundered the Cyclops talent, One Eye. One Eye is amplified 100-fold, and becomes the talent Magic Eye. Magic Eye. Rank B. Introduction. Your eyes can release corresponding skills, and the power is increased by 5 times. Then the sound rang in my ears again. Eye of Insight, Supervision, and Magic Eye meet the fusion conditions and will now begin to merge automatically. Talent fusion is successful. Congratulations on obtaining the talent, Eye of Delusion. Eye of Delusion. Rank A. Effect. You can observe all life dynamics and the surrounding environment within 10,000 meters ahead, and can release delusion-breaking attacks on them. The damage of delusion-breaking attacks is the sum of basic attributes. Looking at his newfound talent, Chen Yi was satisfied. This is what he needs very much right now. And the damage of the delusion-breaking attack is also very high. It can strike accurately within 10,000 meters. According to Chen Yi's current attributes, the damage can directly reach 320 points. It's a very powerful talent. At the same time, the voice rang in Chen Yi's ears again. Congratulations, you have completed the Shadow Dancer Job Transfer Mission. Congratulations, you have obtained the Shadow Dancer Job Change Scroll. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill books, Bow and Arrow Mastery, and Dagger Mastery. Then, Chen Yi uses the Shadow Dancer Scroll. The sound rang in my ears again. Congratulations on your job change to Shadow Dancer. Your strength and agility growth will increase by 1. You can change your job to Shadow Killer or Shadow Raider at level 30. Then, Chen Yi also chose to learn Bow and Arrow Proficiency and Dagger Proficiency directly. A lot of experience comes to mind. Chen Yi instantly felt that he had mastered a lot of experience in using daggers and bows and arrows. It was as if I had been practicing for hundreds of years. How it should be used. Just understand it directly. Even knowing how to shoot, cutting can cause more damage. Chen Yi was very satisfied with this. Then, Chen Yi opened the exchange. He wanted to find himself a good dagger. But I watched it for a long time. One of the daggers only has a maximum damage of 13 points. Chen Yi then posted a request for a dagger. Chen Yi looked at the residence points at that time. Every time a human escapes, 1 resident point will be added. Resident points at this time. It has risen to 130,000 points. Chen Yi did not hesitate. The first thing they decided to do was to build a moat around Wushuang City. Boom! Everyone felt a vibration. A moat. At this time, he appeared on the outskirts of Wushuang City. Wushuang City was firmly protected inside it. At this time, Chen Yi still had 123,542 resident points left. Chen Yi opened the defensive building. It takes 5,000 points to build an arrow tower. 10 people can go in. Archery professions can gain a 300% damage bonus. Build a mage tower. 10 people can go in. It requires 10,000 points, during which you can get a 500% damage bonus. Build a turret for 3,000 points. You can get a magic crystal cannon. The fixed damage is 1,000 points. Enough to kill most dark creatures instantly. There are many other defensive buildings. Chen Yi thought about it. 2 arrow towers were built at each of the 4 city gates in the southeast, northwest, and northeast, spending 40,000 points. 12 artillery batteries were built on the 4 sides of the city wall. Another 36,000 was spent. Then 4 wizard towers were built on the 4 city walls. It cost 40,000 points. Then, Chen Yi opened the chat channel of Wushuang City. Use the city lord's authority. Banned everyone. Everyone, listen to my command. Archery professionals with B-level talents or above, go to the 8 arrow towers. Mage professionals, go to the mage tower. Melee professionals, go to the 12 magic crystal cannons and guard them. All other ranged professions, all go up to the city wall. If it's full, those with low-level talents are not allowed to go. After Chen Yi finished speaking, the ban was lifted. At the same time, he came to an arrow tower at the east gate. The area inside this arrow tower is very large. Just went in. There is a buff bonus that increases the damage by 300%. And Chen Yi can shoot arrows outside from this arrow tower. At this time, people were under Chen Yi's arrangement. They have all arrived at their respective positions step by step. Inside the arrow tower where Chen Yi is, 9 archers also came. Be in your position and be prepared. The city walls were filled with people. It was completely dark at this time. In this world, it was night. There is no moon and no stars. There was only the pitch-black sky. Chen Yi used the remaining points, which were less than 10,000. All of it was used to build searchlights. With a searchlight, only then can you see clearly the whereabouts of those dark monsters. After others saw it, it will also make you feel more at ease. Chen Yi doesn't need lights, because he has the eye that can see through delusion. All life forms within 10,000 meters in front of him were clearly visible. Now he could see. The monsters in the darkness have gathered. Crowded. There were thousands of them within Chen Yi's sight. These monsters are divided into 2 types. One is a one-eyed beast that can attack from a distance. The other type is the lone wolf beast, which can only attack in close combat. Chen Yi released a rain of arrows and meteors at those monsters. Arrow rain and meteors carrying fire and light flew towards the monsters. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions continued. It lasted for more than 10 seconds. With the arrow tower's 300% damage bonus, many monsters died under this rain of arrows. A voice also rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations on obtaining the lone wolf beast's talent, Bloodthirst. Bloodthirst is amplified 100 times, and the amplification is life absorption. Life drain. Rank B. Introduction. After you release a melee attack, there is a chance that you will destroy 30% of the opponent's maximum health, and use it to restore yourself. This is a melee attack. There is a chance to instantly reduce the opponent's maximum health by 30%. Chen Yi nodded. Good. This talent is extremely powerful against boss. And the others also launched attacks. Countless skills are activated in the Mage Tower. Elemental skills, arcane skills, gravity skills, blood skills, etc. are all available. The magic crystal cannon is also under the control of those melee professions. One shell after another was fired. Boom! Boom! Each shell can kill dozens of dark monsters. These dark monsters have almost no resistance. The magic crystal cannon seems to have a damage bonus to these monsters. Just at this moment, those one-eyed beasts in the darkness. It seems that the magic crystal cannon, arrow tower and mage tower have been discovered. Then he stopped. No more running forward, but in a row. Directly released the evil energy rays. A row of rays of light came directly from the eyeballs of those Cyclops beasts. These fell rays are extremely corrosive. After the building, suddenly many buildings were corroded. Some of them were attacked by the evil energy rays and had half of their bodies corroded directly. Even the priest's healing spell couldn't cure it. Look at those one-eyed beasts being so arrogant. All other ranged professions work harder on offensive attacks. Countless attacks fell on the one-eyed beasts. But because the basic attributes of these one-eyed beasts are extremely high, all attacks that were not launched from the Mage Tower or the Arrow Tower were like tickling these Cyclops. Chen Yi started firing bursts of shots. And the arrows used are all energy arrows. These energy arrows do extremely high damage. With various damage bonuses, a Cyclops can be killed with one arrow. Soon, 100 energy arrows were shot. Chen Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The restoration granted by Gift of the Wild let his mental and physical strength recover quickly. And during the recovery period, Chen Yi continued to shoot with Echo arrows. Although Echo arrow cannot kill a Cyclops instantly, but every 5 arrows can kill a Cyclops. Chen Yi was having a great time killing people. Other places were not so lucky. The fell energy rays corrupted many people and buildings. But there are a lot of people in the city. If there is a vacant position, fill it immediately. And those lone wolves. At this time, they had already quietly climbed to the foot of the city wall. Using his sharp claws, he crawled towards the top of the city wall. And under the illumination of the searchlight, these lone wolves were soon discovered. They attacked the lone wolves one after another. A lone wolf climbing on the city wall because it wants to climb the city wall. So there is no way to defend against the incoming attack. Many lone wolves were knocked down. However, these lone wolf beasts are strong and only feel a little dizzy even after falling from a height of nearly 10 meters. Take a break, you will recover, and then continue climbing. When Chen Yi fired a burst of shots, found that the points are rising crazily. It has increased from just a few hundred points to more than 30,000 points now. Kill a dark monster. You can get more than 10 points. That means, in the battle just now, more than 3,000 monsters were killed. Chen Yi was quite satisfied with the results. Chen Yi then built 3 more mage towers in the other 3 directions. Because he is at the city gate here, the pressure is not that great. Other directions, the pressure is very great. And after having those 3 mage towers, the pressure in the other 3 directions also suddenly decreased a lot. Killing these dark monsters has become more efficient. Final. It was 12 o'clock in the morning. All the monsters began to retreat gradually. Chen Yi opened the Wushuang City chat channel. I found that the number of people online has dropped from more than 130,000 to more than 120,000. Just 6 hours. More than 10,000 people were killed. Chen Yi's heart sank when he saw this. Looks like we need to upgrade the city as soon as possible.